Maxwell on strike. That could be it. It's full toss and it's been walloped over the backward square, and Glenn Maxwell has scored the fastest 100 in World Cup history. It's not just the fastest, it is by 9 balls. It is off 40 balls, 8 fours, 8 sixes. It has been a masterclass.
Well, a very good morning from Dharamshala on the foothills of the Himalayas, where we're ready for Australia against New Zealand. Australia, a side in form. Glenn Maxwell's record-breaking 40-ball 100, the fastest in World Cup history, as part of a massive record-breaking victory over the Netherlands in Delhi a few days ago. And it sees Australia, who had a tricky start to the tournament, looking set fair for a place in the semi-finals, up against the New Zealand side, their trans-Tasman neighbours, who also look absolutely on course to make the Final Four. Yes, of course, there'll be huge disappointment from England supporters in terms of the credentials for their side to make it through to the Final Four. But for these two teams, if not a dress rehearsal for what might be to come in the knockout stages, it is certainly a good opportunity for some sparring of what might be to come later on into November. What an occasion, what a venue it is, as we sit here with the multicoloured seats, the flags flying, the sun dominating a clear blue sky, and we are ready to go with Australia against New Zealand, live here on 5 Sports Extra, across the ABC as well, with this game in the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup, looking set to bring us loads of entertainment as part of a double header today from this Cricket World Cup. Alongside me is a World Cup winner in Alex Hartley. 2017 is part of that England squad that won that tournament then. You know what it's all about to win these major events. You know what it's all about, peaking at the right time, Alex. And this Australian side, they look to be doing just that. What a performance it was the other night against the Netherlands. And what a side they're looking like.
Yeah, not only did they boost their net run rate the other evening against the Netherlands, but they also look like they've got every aspect in this World Cup covered. It's one of those, isn't it, where they lost their first 2 games and everyone around the world was going, oh, Australia, they don't look too great. But as you say, it's about peaking at the right time. They put their wrongs right, and they look like a very, very good team out there in the middle now.
Geoff Lemon is with us as well. Geoff, it's an Australian side for whom, if ever the notion that you can't judge a tournament by the first couple of matches could be proved right, it's what we've seen in terms of the tapering from Australia in this competition.
It was pretty comical, actually, some of the commentary around the very early parts of the tournament, not just with Australia but with all the teams. Every team that had won a match was going to win the final, and every team that had lost one was doomed, and that's only proved to be correct for a couple. India have kept going up and England have kept going down, and Australia is somewhere in the middle. I'm not entirely convinced about how good they are as a side yet. They've knocked off Sri Lanka, Pakistan, the Dutch. Yes, those are games that you can lose, but they're also games that a competent team should feel confident enough of winning. This one's interesting today because New Zealand have a history of underperformance against Australia in major games for a long period of time.
Indeed, and New Zealand's unbeaten record was knocked aside by India at this very ground last time out. So they'll be looking to try and find that form once again, Alex. They can pretty much secure a semi-final berth if they win this game today, but there is that history, and it's funny how these things can happen. We saw England, who haven't beaten Sri Lanka in a World Cup game since the last millennium, and look what happened to them in Bangalore. So it's funny how these records work, but New Zealand will see this huge opportunity.
Yeah, of course they will, and they'll know they win today and they more or less get through to the semi-final spot, and they've reached every World Cup semi-final since 2007 in ODI cricket and men's ODI World Cups, and that is an incredible stat within itself. And we talk about New Zealand as the underdogs and a team that always perform at World Cups, but I don't think they're underdogs anymore, and I don't think they have been for a while. They're just a team that we almost forget to talk about in the build-up to a World Cup.
Yeah, they sneak under the radar and then come hoving into view when times require it.
Even though they're almost always in the final, or at least in the semis. So you're right that they should be regarded as more frontline contenders than they are. That's perennial, that's every World Cup. But I think specifically in a matchup against Australia, they are the underdog just because of that history. We've seen it so many times, even with these really good New Zealand teams of the last decade or so. They come to Australia for a test series and fall to pieces. They come up against Australia in big games, late in tournaments, and fall apart. Yeah, sure, they beat Australia in the group stage in 2015. They smashed Australia up in the group stage of the T20 World Cup last year, which was part of knocking Australia out of that tournament. But for the most part, they've won a couple of series in New Zealand, one in 2017, one in 2016 that I can remember. But in these kind of major events, there's something else at play. There's something that often makes a New Zealand team overawed or a little bit cowed by playing Australia, and I think that's what they need to get past. If this team could get over that hurdle, then they'll help not only themselves today, but potentially future New Zealand sides in these fixtures.
Indeed. Right, well, we've had the toss. That took place around about 20 minutes or so ago. It was won by New Zealand, who have elected to bowl first. And Pat Cummins and Tom Latham out in the middle, and Latham happy to be in the field first. I'll go through the teams in just a moment, but suffice to say, a couple of quite significant changes. Jimmy Neesham into the side in place of Mark Chapman for New Zealand, who's out with a calf niggle. And Travis Head makes his long-awaited return to the Australian side. Cameron Green, the one to make way. So he goes to the top of the order alongside David Warner, Mitch Marsh, and everybody else just moves down a place. So out goes the all-rounder. Travis Head comes in to bolster the batting, meaning Glenn Maxwell will have to bowl his full allocation of 10 overs, it seems like, Alex. So Australia looking to go bat heavy.
Yeah, I think it's probably well that they're batting first, isn't it? If they've gone bat heavy, pile as many on the board as you can. We know that it's warm. It's not as warm as, say, Mumbai, so you know it's going to be better to bat first. I just think with that Australia lineup, there's a lot of pressure on their bowlers to bowl their allocation now today. They don't have that bitty bowler that we've spoken about. New Zealand have a lot of bitty bowlers, as we've spoken about a lot in this World Cup, and what we mean by that is bowlers that can just make up overs. When someone isn't quite bowling well, Australia don't have that luxury today.
Well, I think what they do have is Travis Head coming back into the side, and he's been the second choice kind of backup spinner when they've needed one. Bowled really well in the tests in Sri Lanka last year, and so that is an addition. He's a big in with the bat, but also with the ball. He bowls off breaks like Maxwell, but he can offer something.
Would they risk him with the ball and his broken hand? If one gets smashed back at him, that could be...
Well, he bowls right-handed, and I'm pretty sure the break's on his left hand.
But it only takes one to come back at you, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, he might not be going for the low catches, but I would be very surprised if he doesn't bowl, say, 3 overs at some point, just to help give a little bit of leeway if one of the other bowlers doesn't want to finish out their 10.
Well, that makes perfect sense. Here come the two sides. The Australia team in the green and gold, as you would expect. Lots of Australian supporters wearing the yellow shirts around the ground. I would say a few more supporting the black caps, actually, from the fairly unscientific process of what we saw driving into the ground and having a little wander about.
I think you could be right. We bumped into a couple of Australia fans actually around the corner, and I said, "Oh, you got Australia shirts?" Said, "Yeah, well, last week we wore New Zealand shirts, so this week we're wearing Australia shirts."
I think we should clarify, there are not a lot of fans from Australia, but there are a lot of local supporters who've decided to support Australia today.
There's quite a lot from New Zealand, however. We have seen them travel. Right then, time for the national anthems, as we see the two umpires in the magenta on either side of them, Australia and New Zealand. Here we go. Geoff, what a version to start the day for Australia fans around the ground, and the team giving it a good old sing-song out there as well. Right, so we've got Australia and New Zealand for you here on 5 Sports Section across the ABC, with Australia having been asked to bat first by New Zealand, and it is an Australian batting lineup that is different because they have Travis Head back. How significant could that be, Geoff Lemon?
Well, it's significant in terms of how well can he click back into action after having spent most of the World Cup in Adelaide watching it on TV. He was in Delhi for the previous game and they almost used him but decided to give him a little bit more time. He did a fair bit of practicing with his hitting particularly, but it can't be that easy just to slot in. There might be something in this pitch early as well, a morning start. I think that makes it different to the game that New Zealand played here a few days ago, and they might be able to extract something from this pitch. So I don't think it's going to be easy for Travis Head, but we've seen him smash runs when the ball is seaming around from fast bowlers. That is one of his strengths, so whether he can take on Matt Henry and so on. But it means they've bulked up the middle order. They've got Labuschagne at 5, which is interesting. He scored quickly against the Dutch. It hasn't always been his MO, though. Keeper at 6, Maxwell at 7, and yeah, those 10 overs have to be made up between Maxwell, Head, and then maybe Smith or Labuschagne could come into the fray if really required, but they'll probably be reluctant to do that, Australia.
Well, we'll wait and see how it all plays out over the course of the next, half an hour. I think that's going to be so significant with how those fast bowlers from New Zealand can get on early on in this Australia innings. Big chance for Australia and New Zealand to underline their World Cup credentials against sides that they will expect to also be in the semi-finals, that final 4. It's all live for you here on 5 Sports Extra across the ABC, in-play clips and live text commentary on the BBC Sport website and app. We're here in Dharamshala. The sun is shining, and the sun is always shining when Alex Hartley's on the radio. More from you, Alex, and then Daniel Norcross.
Well, I'll take that compliment first thing in the morning. It's the first morning game we've done, and a few of us struggled to get up this morning, but as soon as we remembered that it was Australia, New Zealand, the energy was flowing, because it's always a great game between these two great sides. New Zealand have been unreal throughout this World Cup so far, and Australia, they are peaking at the right time, so no doubt we are in for a thriller. And personally, I'm really glad Australia are batting first so they can pile some runs on, and we'll see what Rachin Ravindra can do in the second innings.
Yeah, that's a nice thought, isn't it? Thank you, Alex. Well, New Zealand know this ground. They've played here against India. They lost, well, not a very tight one. India won with 12 balls to spare, as Virat Kohli was marshalled towards what turned out not to be an inevitable century. Was scored a deep mid-wicket trying to get there. But so New Zealand will have an idea of how they expect the pitch to play. They'll also have an idea of how the outfield's going to play, and it's been pretty tricky here, the outfield. There's a lot of eyes on this outfield. I'm joined today for the first time by a resplendent Bharat Sundaresan. Delighted to have you aboard.
Good morning, Daniel Norcross.
Good morning.
And the foothills of the Himalayas. I've always wanted to say that.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
And they're looking particularly good today. I mean, it's rare for the foothills of the Himalayas to be unremarkable, but the sun is gleaming on them perfectly. There isn't a cloud in the sky. The other day when we were here, I had a first in my life. Fog stopped play. We wondered if the stadium was on fire at one point. It turned out it wasn't. It was just incredibly low fog. We were just in this cloud, but there was no rain. And there were all sorts of regulations got out. No one knew quite what to do with fog. And it turned out you just sort of wait for a bit until it's a bit less foggy, and then you start again. There's no fogometer.
Not yet, anyway.
No, there might be now. Slip is in place, and a sort of fourth slip, not quite a gully, as Henry comes in for the first ball, and it's defended by Warner into the offside of the back foot. Nice tight delivery, tight into the hip, and there is no run. So we are underway, and after yesterday's thriller, we finally got a thriller, Bharat. The problem with the thriller was that it sort of makes it very likely that there are 4 teams that are going to qualify. If it had been a thriller and Pakistan had won, then it might have opened things up a little bit. But look, things can happen. Afghanistan have proved that, and England, by losing to almost everyone, have also proved that. So who knows? And as Henry is into Warner, and that is again defended crabbily by a hopping Warner, bouncing up and down as he does often when defending the short ball, goes out to the offside, and there is no run. So this game, I mean, both sides can afford to lose it and still be confident that they will qualify. But there's more than that at stake in this trans-Tasman rivalry, and the winner is almost certainly through to the semi-final. And there is also, Bharat, to what extent do you think, I realise I'm asking you this question as well as about the bowl, a desire to avoid India perhaps in the semi-finals, as Henry is in and Warner cuts at this, and he gets smashed away through backward point for 4. A little bit of width from Henry. First time he's erred in line, and Warner, who plays so well through that region, he hit 4 consecutive 4s the other day, cutting a different kind of bowler, Arjen Dutt of the Netherlands, but he does like to play the cut shot, this time off Henry for the first boundary of the day.
And if you noticed, as soon as he hit that ball, he signaled 4. So he knew he'd hit it enough, or well enough, and also into that gap.
Henry in once more. How will he respond? Shorter and tucked into the onside, picked up at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. So, yeah, I mean, is there any thought of that, or is it just, we just want to go out and play games of cricket and win them? And if they do, chances are that, the winner of this game is quite well placed to finish second or third, or even top. I mean, India could get loose games. You don't really want to finish 4th and have to play India in a semi-final in Mumbai, I suppose, if you can avoid it. Henry is in. This is flicked away beautifully off the legs by Warner, out towards the boundary for 4. Foot off the air, a bit like a sort of pugnacious, warthoggy Roy Fredericks, that shot. Absolutely trademark Warner. Just take a look at that again. It was waist high. And, I mean, he's bouncing around all over the place. You wouldn't say he's got a particularly stable base, but his timing is great, and he's in super form. 2 boundaries in the first over, 8 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, I wrote this piece last week after he made that first 100 against Pakistan, that we need to talk a lot more about David Warner's hands. He has genius hands.
In comes Henry, and that's played off the back foot, driving up to mid-off, and there's no run. End of the first over, 8 without loss. Warner has all of them. The hands of Michelangelo. That kind of genius we're talking?
We are, especially with bat in hand. Way too often we take the lazy route of describing David Warner. We call him ultra-aggressive, feisty, pugnacious. He calls himself a bulldog and all of that, but the ability he has to use those hands. He gets into some positions, even that shot that he just played on the onside. He got into that position. It wasn't a very short ball, but he creates the lengths because of his ability to just use his wrists and hit areas of the ground that most batters without genius hands cannot. And even when he plays the cover drive, you'll see it's not often the half volley. You just see a replay of David Warner playing a cover drive and you just dismiss it as, he just put a half volley for 4. But watch closely, and it's he who creates the length. And we've seen a lot of that in the last couple of innings he's played.
Now, big moment in this World Cup, potentially, because Travis Head's about to face his first ball, back into the side after an injury. And Trent Boult is bowling too, and we still have these 2 slips in place. One is a conventional first slip, the other's just a little bit wider, like a sort of 3rd, almost 4th slip. And as Boult is in, and Head gets one on the pads, which he doesn't really get anything on. It thuds off pad and rolls down behind the stumps. Tom Latham picks up, there's no run.
Yeah.
Talk us through Travis Head's injuries and what he's had to do to get back.
Before that, big 10 days for Travis Head. 2 days before he left for India, his baby daughter Mila walked for the first time. So he was grateful to have been there to witness it.
Boult in. It's guided down past 3rd slip. Or the second, the wider of the 2 slips, I should say, down towards deep 3rd where Henry does the fielding. And Head is off the mark. Just playing a little bit away from his body there. Slightly risky shot, but came off the middle of the bat. 9 without loss.
I'm no parent, but I do know that it is a significant milestone where your child does walk for the first time.
It's very dangerous because then they start to, you can't just corral them and put them in a spot. They're all over the place. So, I mean, Travis done quite well here. It's walking, right, it's your responsibility, I'm off to India.
Off I go, exactly what he was saying as well. And Mila's been running around everywhere at home. Left her in the able hands of his wonderful wife, Jess. And he's here, he's finally here. Yeah, he's just about healed from the broken hand he received when he was playing against South Africa. It's quite a half ago.
Quick recovery, isn't it, as Boult is in and Warner pushes away from his body to backward point. Straight to the fielder, Phillips, and there is no run. Keep your eye out on Phillips. I say you at home. You're listening on the radio. It's tricky for you to do that. We'll be keeping an eye out for you for Glenn Phillips, who has been one of the features of this tournament. He is a live wire in the field. He scampers everywhere, he dives everywhere. He's like a child that just has to be rolling around in the muck constantly. He loves it. He'll dive when the ball's nowhere near him, just wants to get on the ground. Bolt in, this is pushed into the offside. Bolt can field in his follow through, there's no run, a little bit back of a length. Warner just defending.
He started sounding like the children's channel. I was speaking about a baby learning to walk. You're talking about Glenn Phillips wanting to crawl on the ground like a baby. See, you get it everything when you and I are together.
Yeah. Well, there are obviously ABC listeners will be very familiar with Bharat, and some BBC listeners will be familiar because you've been on during this World Cup. But for those of you unfamiliar, we'll fill you in probably at the end of the over as Bolt is in to Warner. This is clipped away, fine, down to long leg or fine leg, where Rachin Ravindra, another of the stars of this tournament, who's not exactly come from nowhere. He was playing in England for New Zealand against England. Had a bit of a mixed tournament, really mixed series, but here in the World Cup he's really shone. Looked tremendous with the bat. Had a fine knock here against India when he and Daryl Mitchell put on what might have been a very vital partnership. In the end, the innings fell away under the pressure of India's death bowlers. As Bolt is in to complete the over, head on strike, and head drives in the air over mid-off. That's a wondrous shot. 2 bounces and it clatters into the advertising hoardings for 4. What a shot of intent that was. Yes, it was a bit full, but Head, who's, well, that's his 3rd ball of the World Cup, has launched himself at it and hit it aerially well over the top of mid-off for 4. End of the 2nd over. We've had 3 boundaries already. These 2 left-handers have taken Australia to 14 without loss after 2.
And this is why Australia were ready to take that gamble of bringing just 14 official members of the squad on this tour and waiting on Travis Head. This is a role he's really taken up since he made a return to the one-day side last year in Pakistan. It's a role he's done before. I've seen him play some game-breaking innings for South Australia. And ever since he's come back, scored that big 100 against England in that one-day series that not a lot of people followed right after the T20 World Cup.
Henry starts a 3rd over. He's into Warner, tapping his bat, and he goes on the pole. He hits it out towards deep square leg, and it's gone all the way. Yes, all the way. There is a fielder out there, but sailed over him. And Warner again playing that shot with his genius hands. Just a little flick and getting the elevation and sending it out over deep backward square for 6. Maybe slightly the under half of the bat actually, but well, more than enough on it.
See, that's a good length delivery, Daniel. That's not a short delivery, but once again he goes down on one knee, creates the length. There's a little bit of a wink as well after that 6, but it's his hands. He can produce shots that you don't see from other normal batters.
It's necessitated, or created at any rate, a slight change in the field as fine legs come up inside the circle, and there's a very definite deep square leg as Henry is into Warner, who works this into the gap that's now been created by the lack of a conventional square leg. He wants 2, but he'll only pick up the 1. 21 without loss. So Bharat is with us through much of this World Cup as writer for Crick Buzz, among many other publications, author of a biography on MS Dhoni, a former... So, hello. Oh dear, that's the noise of the no balls. This has been a rather scrappy start.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra.
We're sorry, but 5 Live Sports Extra is experiencing temporary technical difficulties. Live coverage will resume as soon as possible.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra.
We're sorry, but 5 Live Sports Extra is experiencing temporary technical difficulties. Live coverage will resume as soon as possible.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra.
We're sorry, but 5 Live Sports Extra is experiencing temporary technical difficulties. Live coverage will resume as soon as possible.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra.
We're sorry, but 5 Live Sports Extra is experiencing temporary technical difficulties. Live coverage will resume as soon as possible.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra.
We're sorry, but 5 Live Sports Extra is experiencing temporary technical difficulties. Live coverage will resume as soon as possible.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra.
We're sorry, but 5 Live Sports Extra is experiencing temporary technical difficulties. Live coverage will resume as soon as possible.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra.
We're sorry, but 5 Live Sports Extra is experiencing temporary technical difficulties. Live coverage will resume as soon as possible.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra.
We're sorry, but 5 Live Sports Extra is experiencing temporary technical difficulties. Live coverage will resume as soon as possible.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra.
We're sorry, but 5 Live Sports Extra is experiencing temporary technical difficulties. Live coverage will resume as soon as possible.
Problems with our line from Dharamshala. We are in the foothills of the Himalayas. I suppose these things will happen. And what have you just missed? Well, an over that went for 22 runs in the end. Matt Henry over that contained 2 no balls and a wide, a free hit that was hit for 6. At one point, Henry conceded 15 runs off 1 legitimate ball. The second ball went for 6. That was 21 off 2. He's come back out of it rather well, actually, only conceding 1 more run in the last 4 balls. But what an explosive start. This is from Australia, 36 without loss. We've had 3 sixes and 3 fours. Warner has 16 from 11. Travis Head back in the side for the first time in this World Cup. 17 off 9. Bolt is in, and Warner carves this through the offside, and it's running away to the boundary for 4 more. 2 short, 2 wide, and New Zealand's bowlers, Henry and Bolt, who are both, among the finest, most elite opening bowlers in one-day cricket, are all over the place so far. I don't know whether it's too early in the morning. I don't know if they're not quite woken up yet, but this has been pretty poor display from these two. 40 without loss. Ball's not swinging at all. There seems to be very little in there for them. This is full, driven up towards mid-off. But, can only be dug out, really, by Warner, and so it makes its way to the fielder at mid-off. There is no run.
And not what you want as a fielding captain, and you've just won the toss and elected to field.
Yeah, go on, have a bat.
Yeah.
We're going to send down a series of pies and half-trackers.
I saw Trent Bolt warming up, getting the ball to swing. He was bowling looking like Trent Bolt. Hasn't so far in this brief spell.
The second slip's gone. There's still one there, though, as Warner flashes at this outside the off stump, and it's well stopped by Glenn Phillips, who's in quite close at backward point. He's probably about 5 yards inside the fielding circle. It went hard to him, but there's no run as a result. The two boundary riders are out at long leg and deep third. So there's no deep square for Bolt against Warner, but he's tending, when he's erring, to be erring outside the off stump. Not so much short on the pads as Henry has been, as Bolt is in. And this is slightly shorter, slightly on the pads, but worked up to mid-on, and there's no run. So Bolt recovering well after conceding a boundary off the first ball.
And they've already made Trent Bolt change his line of attack, especially when he's bowling to left-handers with a new ball. He likes to just be on or outside off stump. But he has himself to blame. He's given them so much width already.
Yes, it's a very uncharacteristic start from the New Zealand opening bowlers as Bolt rushes in again. This has been pulled out over deep square leg, and that's going to be 6 more. That is the 4th 6 of this innings, and we're in the 4th over. Again, too short, and Warner doing what Bharat Sundaresan is telling us about now. He's managed to turn not a particularly short ball into a shorter ball by great use of his hands. It wasn't that wide of off stump, really. It wasn't the worst ball, just short enough. He's almost played that ball off the front foot and hit it well in front of square and into the crowd. 46 without loss.
It's closest you'll come to seeing a slog sweep of a fast bowler.
Bolt to complete the over and squirted to backward point, not where Warner intended. Looking to play the ball on the offside, gets a leading edge, and Phillips fields tidily. End of the over, 4 gone, 46 without loss. Warner has 26 from 17. Head has 17 from 9. So it's been quite the start, this. And David Warner is the man with the most 6s for Australia in World Cups. 1 more than Glenn Maxwell, batting at the top of the order. Gets plenty of opportunities, of course. And 1 more than Ricky Ponting, who's just arrived. He's staying in our hotel at the moment.
Oh, there you go.
Saw him yesterday delivering a piece to camera on the outside. It's a perilous place to do that because we have quite a lot of monkeys in our hotel, and I assumed that it was just us who were a bit feeble-minded about monkeys, but actually some locals were here and they fled the scene. Monkeys are seen as some kind of peril. You have to explain that to me. As Henry is in, this is flashed away off a thick outside edge, Head looking to smash it over extra cover, or indeed mid-off perhaps. Gets a thick edge that sends it very fine and down to the boundary on the offside for 4 more. So Head's going to go after it here. The 50 is up in no time. 25 legitimate deliveries. We had a couple of no balls. 4.1 overs gone. 50 without loss.
Yeah, he just threw his hands at it. Again, a little bit of width, even though Henry is bowling from around the wicket. And that's the license Australia have given Travis Head. This is what they want him to do, and he's at his best in this format in particular.
He's looking in pretty decent nick here. As Henry is into him again. He goes again, and this time he gets it where he wants it, and it's going to sail. Oh, well, it might be 4 or 6. We're going to have to see, because this has landed on the boundary sponge at wide long off. I mean, it's a little bit straighter than extra cover. Lofted again, and here in Dharamshala, the air is thinner. We are higher up, so the ball will travel further and faster. Let's take a look at this replay. The ball hits the sponge just on the half volley, so that'll be 4. About another 3 inches, and that would have been 6.
So Travis Head was nearly cleared to play the last game against Netherlands as well. So he had a big training session 2 nights before that game. And all Australia, the coaching staff wanted to see was whether he could face real bowlers. He started facing some throwdowns before he left Adelaide while he was watching his baby walk. But the bigger session was the range hitting session he had right after that net.
Henry's first 2 balls have gone for 4 in this over into Head, who goes again. He flicks this majestically over mid-wicket. As that's all the way again it has. 4, 4, 6. What a start this is from Australia's openers, and especially from Travis Head. He has raced to 31 from 12 balls. What an introduction to this World Cup. 3 4s, 3 6s, a single, and 5 dots. 60 without loss. We're halfway through the 5th over.
Oh, did I say David Warner has genius hands? Maybe Travis Head has borrowed them just for that shot. He didn't look to hit it too hard, did he?
No.
It was all wrist, and Matt Henry's gone for 44 runs in 2.5 overs.
Now, those of you who aren't entirely familiar with Bharat, I can let you know that he's known in these circles as the net whisperer. As Henry's in again, and slower ball, clever bit of bowling, but it defeats the outside edge of Travis Head, who looked to cut it through backward point and missed it. He went through on the bounce to Latham. So Bharat is a man who has spent, well, probably about 15 man years lurking in bushes, watching the players at nets, which is why he'll know all about Travis Head and his range hitting.
Indeed.
Were you in disguise, or were you able to be there entirely, in your normal?
Yeah, I think these days have just become part of the furniture.
Just become part, yeah.
I don't think they feel comfortable in the net without me lurking.
Henry into Head, who guides this to backward point. The ball that just came back at him and cramped him for room. All he can do is guide it to backward point. There's no run.
And in this particular session, I thought there was irony in it. Like, they'd waited for 2.5 weeks for him to arrive. The moment he arrives, everyone just scampers as far away from Travis Head as possible. That was for the range hitting. They would just spread all around, take catches. And it was towards the end of that session that they seemed very convinced that he's back, he's ready.
Henry in again, and this time again, cramping Head. Much better end to the over. The last 3 balls, dot balls. The fourth one of them, the much slower ball, 113 kilometres an hour, varying his pace a bit, but the damage was done in the first 3. 4, 4, 6, 14 off the over, 60 without loss. 5 overs gone. Warner 26, Head 31 more from Bharat Sundaresan, and then he will be joined by Geoff Lemon.
Yeah, Australia would have wanted a fast start to this innings. We'll go at 5th gear. This is 9th gear. If not higher, they're going 12 and over, despite 3 back-to-back dot deliveries from Matt Henry. At the end of the last over from Matt Henry, you saw a few of the Kiwis run up to him and put an arm around him. Not this time around.
What an extraordinary beginning. 60 from 5 overs. At their current run rate, they're on course for 600. Might slow down a little bit from here. Trent Boult will try to make that happen, and it's a leading edge that's lobbing down towards mid-off. They'll get through for a run. Warner goes up to 27, 61 without loss. So we lost our line to Australia for a couple of overs there. If you missed what was happening during that period of time, Travis Head and David Warner, with a bit of help from Matt Henry, scored 15 runs from 1 delivery at one stage. A no ball, overstep no ball that Warner drove for a single, put Head onto strike. The re-bowl was in the slot, pumped it for 6. That was also an overstep, and the next one went for 6 as well. Boult in and bowling to Head, who won't get a run here, driving along the ground to mid-on. So from in the space of 1 legal delivery being bowled, 15 from it, 22 from that over, 61 for none in the 6th. So even if they went at 10 and over from here, they'd make 508. It's been a pretty wild old start, Bharat Sundaresan.
Yeah, what do you expect when Travis Head arrives? And they have a different dynamic to when Warner and Mitchell Marsh open, and David Warner said it himself. You would see when Marsh and Warner are there, they do rotate the strike a little bit, but when it's these two, simple words, he said, it's just stand and deliver, and that's what we've seen so far.
Travis Head waiting for Boult, and he does clear the front leg and tries to slam the ball over mid-on. In the end, he drags it along the ground wide of mid-on. He'll get a single only, and he was looking to drop kick that for 6 over the man in the ring. 62 for none. Heads up to 32 from 17 balls. Warner 27 from 18.
A sliding tackle from Lockie Ferguson to stop that ball.
Yeah.
And a wide mid-on. Wasn't happy with himself.
Could have given away the penalty.
Mm-hmm.
Got to be careful when you go in with both feet like that.
Not good technique.
Lucas Neal, if you're listening, don't go to ground. Boult in to Warner, who leans back and guides a back cut down to deep third for 1. So suddenly they're dealing in singles after it was boundary time through the first 5 overs. 63 for none.
Yeah, on Travis Head's recovery as well. There was a fear that he might need surgery when he was hit on the hand by Gerard Coetzee in South Africa, but they dodged surgery. And that was a big relief for not just him, but the Australian selectors and the support staff as well.
Boult comes up to Travis Head, who this time gets what he wanted from the previous attempt. Again, clears that front foot out of the way, swings the bat through and hits it over wide long on for 4. 67 for none. And Travis Head is up to 36 from 18. a lazy 200, his strike rate.
Well, it's almost like Trent Boult was tempting him to go for the same shot again. It was in the same area code. And this time Travis Head managed to get under the ball.
Still didn't completely nail it. Hit it flatter and a little wider than he would have been aiming at fancy. But got enough of it. 7 fielders inside the circle. He's got a deep square leg, a deep third, and he's opening the face, trying to steer the ball behind point. Can't get through. No, they brought that deep third up. In fact, he had a long off for that last delivery, but it's a dot ball to end the 6th over. 67 without loss. David Warner on 28, Travis Head on 36. So Warner and Marsh put on 259 against Pakistan to open the batting. A couple of matches ago, you wouldn't see too many instances where an opening partnership gets broken up 2 games later. Marsh will bat at 3 today. But this opening stand has been even faster and even more furious. Vin Diesel must be involved somewhere.
Yeah, the physios run out for Australia, but thankfully it looks like it's the bat that needs some treatment and not Travis Head.
Do you often bring the physio for bat repairs?
It looks like it, like Nick Jones.
Bit of magic spray on the handle.
That's what it looks like. It is the handle that's receiving some treatment right now. But yeah, Travis Head.
Is that a bit of tape on the bottom of the grip that they're putting on there?
Yep, that's exactly what they're doing.
Grip's bothering Warner. He had some issues with tape in the last game, didn't he, against the Dutch?
Yeah, it's Head this time.
Oh, okay.
It's Head's bat. Yeah, it's getting a bit of taping. He had a lot of taping coming into this tournament, or when he was cleared to come here. He had a splint on for a few weeks. He started facing throwdowns only 2 weeks ago in Adelaide. Soft throwdowns. He hadn't faced a bowler till 5 nights ago. So it's not only a fast recovery, he seems to have lost nothing.
You have a lot of contacts. You know what's going on in Adelaide with Travis Head and so on. Was he frustrated to miss half of the tournament, or was he able to view it as a positive that he could come in fresh and really make an impact and not necessarily get worn out as some of the others might over a 7-week span?
Oh, no, I actually bumped into him in the hotel just after he had arrived, and he was actually happy that he got to spend some time with his family. I told Daniel earlier, watched his baby take her first steps.
Here's something Lockie Ferguson is on. And he bowls quick. Something's going to happen. He's slashed away for 4. That's what's going to happen. Just leaning back. No, that's carried, has it? That has gone all the way over cover point. That is an extraordinary shot from David Warner.
What a shot that is from David Warner. That was closer to him than he thought it was. He was anyway shaping up to play the square cut. And he said, you know what? I'm going to drop kick this over extra cover for 6. An extraordinary shot on an extraordinary morning on an extraordinary ground.
That has carried the rope and hit the LED hoardings. It just looked like the classic Warner play that down through point. But Lockie Ferguson's pace has made it carry the rope. So he starts with a 6. Ferguson. He's going at 36 and over at this point. 73 for none. Warner up to 34 from 20 balls. Ferguson bowls to the left-hander, who defends a full ball back to the bowler. That's a reasonable comeback. Just extraordinary. So 15 from one legal delivery earlier from Matt Henry. If that was an over, you'd get 90 from the over. And then Lockie Ferguson starting with a 6.
Australia have decided they're going to take down this Kiwi attack. Bowling's not been flash. The pressure has been put on the Kiwi bowlers by these 2 openers.
Ferguson. Up to David Warner, who's pulling him across the line. Doesn't get all of it. They've got a deep square leg out. And the ball sticks in the turf a little bit, which gives Warner time to get back for a second run. He's up to 36.
And the thing with David Warner is, again, look at his full ball, almost he's trying to ramp it, or I don't know what he was trying to do there.
I think he was trying to play that sort of pull shot where he gets down underneath it and then lifts it up, goes from low to high, but that one was on him a bit too quickly. Ferguson to Warner, who cuts him over the offside, and that's going to carry for 6 as well. That one is even better. It carries the fence and goes into the front row of the crowd. Someone leaning over the railing tries to reel in a catch. Not sure if they held it or not. But there have been no catches taken on the field. 2 sixes for David Warner in the Ferguson over. He's hit 4 of them all up. He's 42 from 23 balls. Travis Head is 36 from 19. They've got 81 in the 7th over. They're going at 12.15 and over. This is already a marmalising.
Oof, did I say his hands are genius? This is magic. That's just incredible batting. The way he was able to just use his wrists on that one.
He's guided up and over backward point. Ferguson tries again and Warner punches a length ball out to the deep sweeper, who's starting behind point but ends up fielding out at deep cover. 82 without loss. Warner up to 43. Devon Conway out in the deep there. 1 ball to come in the 7th over. Australia on a rocket sled.
Yeah, just to finish on Travis Head, he said he's happy to get some family time. It's been a busy year for a lot of Australian cricketers. A lot of big tours, the Ashes, Test Tour of India. Yeah, he seems well rested.
Very fresh. He's on strike now. Hasn't faced Ferguson yet. First ball from him, full, and Head slams it over mid-off for 4. Well, there was a leaping attempt from Trent Boult. He threw a despairing hand up, but that cleared him by a metre comfortably. Enough in the end. And, well, they're laughing on the Australian bench. They're just enjoying this. What else can you do but strap in and watch the show? 86 for none after 7 overs. And given the line dropped out for a couple of overs earlier, you missed a lot of action because there haven't been any quiet periods of play so far. 3 dot balls is the quietest period we've had. Warner, who got things going, attacked early. He's on 43 from 24. 3 fours, 4 sixes. Travis Head has hit 3 sixes and 5 fours. He's on 40 from 20 balls. Bharat Sundaresan's off for a spell. Alex Hartley's back. Well, I said that Matt Henry might be decisive in the pre-match chat. He has been, but for the batting team, not the bowling team.
We also said that New Zealand have been competitive in this World Cup. However, they always struggle against Australia and never beat Australia. And wow, what a start this has been for the Aussies.
7 overs bowled, 86 on the board. Boult in to Warner, who drives a full ball to short cover, and that's a rare dot. Jimmy Neesham gets in the way. 86 for none, still the score. Can you lose a game in the first 7 overs? Almost feels like it.
Well, you can win a game chasing in the first 10, so I don't see why not. However, New Zealand will know you break this partnership, it's going to be different for somebody else in the middle.
It'll be different, but the boost they've already got means even a mediocre innings from here is 300 plus. Boult up to Warner, who drives back to the bowler on the bounce. Decent piece of work there from Trent Boult, super experienced.
Well, even if they go at 6 and over here, they're going to get 350. You know, it takes 1 or 2 good overs and they're going to be absolutely flying. I mean, they already are flying. It's been a remarkable innings. I'm just wondering if the head coach of Australia told these two out in the middle it was just a T20 today.
Just treat it like one. We only need you to bat for 20 overs. Boult to Warner, short, pulled away, in the air for 6. There goes another one. The 5th time that David Warner has cleared the boundary in the 27 balls that he has faced this morning. This is extraordinary. And that was just a lift. That just helped the ball on its way. Short, got the bat in place, deflected it around the corner, over fine leg, and it carries the rope.
Well, nothing's working for New Zealand here because that's a remarkable shot from David Warner. He's just flicked it over short fine leg. New Zealand are going to have to go to their death bowling.
92 for none. Boult to Warner, slower ball. He has gone to death bowling, and Warner spots it, waits for it, but decides not to lay into it. In the end, he just pulls it for 1 out to deep backward square. And that is a half century for David Warner from 28 balls. He's hit 3 fours and 5 sixes, and a lot of local fans wearing Warner shirts here today that they were selling out the front are enjoying this absolutely, as you can hear from their response. A half century for David Warner. His last 2 innings have been hundreds. Might not take much longer before he gets one here.
Well, I think he was pretty angry that Glenn Maxwell had all the attention after the last game, after back-to-back hundreds, so he's going even harder today.
Boult comes up to Boult ahead, who backs away, slashes and misses. There was that statistic that between over 32 and 40, David Warner moved from 92 to 100 in that game, and between overs 42 and 50, Glenn Maxwell went from 14 to 100. So there might be some reason why it was overshadowed.
But that's the balance of a team, isn't it?
Yes. One is given licence at the back of the innings, for sure. Bolt. Bowls to Head, who drives a full ball. Well pitched Yorker down to mid-off. Can't get a run. Another over gone. 8 overs bowled. So that's 48 deliveries if you're counting along at home. There have been some extras too. But 48 legal balls have conceded 93 runs today. Warner 50 from 28. Head 40 from 22. It has been absolute bedlam.
It has indeed. I'm pretty sure that adds to, it makes 50, doesn't it? You said 48. 28 plus 22.
28 plus 22 is 50. Yeah, well done.
Yes,
Yep.
I've outmathed someone.
Took me a minute. I didn't know what you were talking about. I didn't realise which number we were looking at. So yes.
Well, I mean, there's so many numbers going on, and I'm pretty sure I've just seen that Warner's brought up the 3rd fastest 50 of this tournament as well so far, and it has been so good from Australia. New Zealand, they're going to have to change things up. They're going to have to go to their death bowling. In fact, they're going to go to their leading wicket taker, Mitch Santner.
I was
Bit
about
of
to
left
say,
arm spin.
Yep, that might be the option to change things up, make them make the pace.
However, turning in towards Travis Head
And David Warner. Into the arc. Well, I do think a bit too much is made of that these days about matchups, to the point where teams won't bowl off spinners to right-handers.
Well, actually, as well, with the new ball, it's going to skid on off the lacquer of the ball as well. So Santner won't be looking for massive turn early on in his spell here. He's going to just look to calm these two down in the middle.
Santner, he'll bowl left-arm orthodox. That little skip up to the crease, dot ball to start with. It hits the pad. Goes away towards square leg, the wicket-keeper fields.
And what you have to be doing in this situation, when two batters have got off to a flyer as a spinner, you have to cramp the batters up for room. You have to be looking to hit them on the knee roll, the splice of the cricket bat.
Santner bowls to Warner. Little bit of flight. Warner goes on one knee and sweeps. Will he get past short fine? Yep, it's Australia's day. He's up to 54, David Warner, with the boundary there, 97 for none. And that was not a great piece of bowling, just the line allowed Warner to manipulate that.
Yeah, just the line of the delivery, and you can understand he's looking to cramp Warner for room, like we were saying, but your margin for error is so small, with only 2 fielders allowed outside the fielding circle.
Santner bowls to Warner again. Similar line, a similar shot, but this time it is saved at short fine, tumbling across to his right and then doing a backward roll in order to stand up is Matt Henry. He must feel like things are backwards so far today. Yeah. 1 run, 98 for none.
What a situation to be coming in on. Santner playing his 100th ODI for New Zealand today.
Yeah, would you fancy bowling with 2 out during the power play while they've already put 100 on the board? Thanks, buddy. Santner, he's flighting the ball slightly. He's not absolutely spearing it through like a Jadeja might at this point of an innings, but it's a dot ball. It's just dug out to mid-wicket by Travis Head. Takes a moment at the top of his mark, Santner. Just bowling the over on his terms. Flight, Head, hits it to us up here in the commentary box. It's landed 3 metres short of our window in the front row of the seats, and the gentlemen below us are berating one another for not taking the catch. They thought they were on there.
Oh, he's got a broken hand. That's why. The guy on the right, look, he's got a cast on his
he had to go left-handed only because he's busted his right hand. What did you do to your hands, mate?
Trying to catch
go with
cricket
the
balls.
left hand. Could have taken it one-handed. There's the ton for Australia. 104 for none. Santner to Head, who goes back, swipes him through the leg side, and that will be 4 more. The cavalcade continues. 9 overs bowled, 54 deliveries, have conceded 108. They're going at 2 runs a ball across the first 9 overs of this match. Warner is 55 from 31. Head is 50 from 25. And New Zealand are being blown off the mountainside. It is an Australian avalanche here in Dharamshala. 108 for none.
Just a little reminder for anyone who supports New Zealand and, you know, back in New Zealand today, you decided to field first.
It seemed like a good idea.
I'm not sure. I'm not just saying that because of what we've seen. I think the conditions here aren't like anywhere else, so actually the heat doesn't make a difference. And I know that's probably why they've decided to bowl, because, you know, everywhere else you want to bat, but actually it's pretty flat out there.
Yeah.
The conditions aren't going to change much. Chasing under the lights does become easier, we know that. However, they're not going to be under lights for that long, because it's a day game.
How much will the lights come into play, do you think? Last hour or so?
Yeah, probably the last 45 minutes, to be completely honest, because they've got to take over, haven't they?
Yep.
And, you know, starting at 10:30, not 2 o'clock, makes a huge difference.
When lights take over, David Guetta featuring Kelly Rowland. 108 for none. And it's Ferguson coming in and bowling quick in at the stumps. Warner blocks it out to mid-wicket. No run there. Daryl Mitchell miming a throw at one end before eventually throwing it back to the keeper.
I've got a question for all the stats people listening. The run rate of 11.7 and over, is that the fastest we've had in an ODI in the first 10 overs?
Well,
feels it.
Let's have 5 more balls, because it might be faster than 12 the way things have been going. Ferguson coming into bowl. He swapped ends, and Warner's digging out the Yorker to short fine along the ground. Ravindra picks it up there, so 2 dots in a row. New Zealand haven't had this feeling very often.
No, and Ferguson going to his death bowling pretty much straight away here. His first over going for 19, he was punished, tried the short deliveries, and now he's going full slower balls. That one fast Yorker and just mixing things up. Now you've got to think like you were defending in a T20.
Find some way to dry this up. Ferguson in to Warner, reaches, steers a cut shot, away behind point for 4. Beautiful timing. They've got a deep point sweeper out. He placed it not too far behind point. It wasn't that far away from Conway on the fence, but it was far enough. 112 for none. Warner up to 59.
It was a slower ball, wide Yorker that's carved through backward point. Just fraction too wide.
And just missed the length.
Yeah, from Ferguson.
This was a bit short of that Yorker length. Sat up enough for Warner to steer. Ferguson round the wicket to Warner, who just rides the bounce this time and plays the ball down to Mitchell at mid-wicket, letting the ball come onto him and strike the bat.
There was very nearly overthrows there.
New Zealand thinking, well, we've done 15 off one ball. Can we go better than that? Have a few sequences of overthrows. Let's see if we can concede 20.
How many can we concede in the power play?
It's 112 for none in the 10th over. If you're just tuning in, that's not a misprint, and this is not a T10. Ferguson to Warner, who pulls him for 6. Cannot stop, and he will not stop, David Warner. He has put 6 deliveries over the rope out of the 36 he's faced. He's also hit 5 fours in that time. He's 65 from 36 balls. Head 50 from 25. It's 118 for none. I don't think we even noticed Travis Head's half-century when he brought that up.
Oh, no. Sorry about that. It's just been...
It's been too fast.
It has. I've never seen anything like this in an ODI game before. I'm having messages from everyone around the world saying, what is happening?
I think you're right. I remember maybe Adam Gilchrist and Mark Ward chasing something like 115 or 120 in about 12 overs. That's the only thing I can remember. But aside batting first, I haven't seen, I don't think, bat like this. Ferguson to Warner, who drives and doesn't get a run. Anticlimactic end to the over. 10 of them bowled. That is the power play. Good news for New Zealand. They can put 4 fielders outside the circle now. Bad news, it might not make any difference the way that the ball's been clearing the rope. Warner on 65, Head on 50. After 10 overs, Australia 118. Alex Hartley will keep you company while Henry Moran comes in.
Well, honestly, it's been something that we've never really seen before, and especially in this World Cup. We were thinking today might be a close game. And New Zealand, yes, they miss the mark every now and then. They've got things slightly wrong on a couple of occasions. Not quite got their lines and lengths wrong, but it has been outstanding batting from David Warner and Travis Head, who have really taken the attack on. And they've said, we are coming to the party.
Yes, current run rate takes them to 590.
That's the current run rate. That is just...
I mean, even if they went at 6 and over from here, they get to 358. I mean, this is a statement, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Unbelievable. Here comes Mitch Santner then with Head on 50 from 25. rocking back, easing the ball to backward point. Boring. No run. 118 without loss.
You would expect things to slow down now with 4 fielders allowed outside the circle, and Santner with a deep cover, a long on. I'm guessing a deep mid-wicket and a square leg. Yes.
Here comes Santner again. Left arm spin over the wicket. Briefly, it's sliced away. Down towards deep third. Trent Boult gives up the chase. It's going to be 4. That's the kind of day it's been for Australia, and the kind of day it's been for New Zealand as well. The mustachioed Travis Head in the side, in the runs. It's 122 without loss in the 11th over.
Well, that one there is well bowled from Santner, and a slash from Head, thick outside edge, it goes for 4. That would have cannoned into middle stump.
In comes Santner again, head forward, just easing the ball down the ground. We'll see a little bit more of this now with the field out. Rotate the strike, keep things moving. They've already got 5 off the over. Midway through it, I can't remember a start to a one-day international like this. Do you know what it reminds me of?
T20?
T10. Here's Santner. And bowling to Warner, who himself are looking for a single down the ground. Won't find it.
The 100.
A little bit. It reminds me actually of how England approached things between 2015 and 19. Utterly fearless.
Yeah.
Totally without restraint. Here comes Santner. And bowling to David Warner, who will just tap the ball back towards the bowler. It just feels completely shackles off, carefree, joyous, and it's brilliant to watch. Warner's on 65. Here comes Santner, and he's going to try and get a single into the onside. He'll get it as well. Nicely played. And the score 124 without loss. Do you know what I mean by that?
Yeah, I do. It'd be interesting to know, because I didn't hear the toss this morning, on would Pat Cummins have batted, or was he going to bowl?
That's a good question. I'll find out for you.
Thank you. Just because, for me, the toss is important in day-night games.
Yeah.
And we know that teams like to chase. But during a day game, for me it's completely different, because the lights don't come into effect. The conditions don't change as much, especially up here in the mountains, where, it's not hot, there's no cloud, it's not going to swing as much. For me, batting first would be what I would want to do.
Yeah. He said at the toss they were fine batting first, so he's kept his cards close to his chest.
Cheers, Pat.
I think now he'd say that's what we wanted to do. It's still part of the plan.
He kept that open, didn't he?
Projected score pops up on the screen in front of us. 5-6-4. Behave. Right, here comes Lockie Ferguson round the wicket from the far end of the ground. Mid on and mid off are up. And this is paddled into the onside by Warner, who is, I would say, markedly more cautious out of the power play, which is a little less fun for the viewing public in the ground, but understandable given the fielders out in the deep.
Well, we've had a message saying that's the joint highest power play score ever in an ODI, 118.
When was the other one, I wonder?
Didn't get that info.
Here comes Ferguson into bowl to Travis Head, and he's slashing the ball away. Flies through a backward point, out towards the boundary. Fielder running wild will stop it. Devon Conway is out there in the deep, and he does pretty well as he moves to his right in front of that bank of supporters. He manages to stop it. 127 without loss.
Well, we say things going to slow down now, and they should slow down. But the way Australia are going, and I'm not just joking here, they're going to get 500.
If they went at 10 and over, they'd get more.
You've still got Glenn Maxwell, who got a 40-ball 100 in the previous game to come.
Hard to repeat that, but I know what you're saying. In comes Ferguson, and Head is smashing the ball down the ground for 4. This game is just a highlights reel on its own. Every delivery feels like what you're watching is the best of the action. It's extraordinary. It's a brilliant shot. It's 131 without loss.
It is hard to repeat that, but then you've got Inglis to come, who's due some runs. You've got Smith and Labuschagne, who have both got strike rates of about 130 in this tournament as well. And this is just... it looks like PlayStation cricket out there at the minute.
Yeah. 7 off the over so far. Here comes Ferguson. Head waiting, driving, this time square on the offside. Conway busy running around on the lush turf to pick up. And Head will get a single. He's on 62 from 31. It's 132 without loss.
Being a bowler in this situation, there is literally... there's part of you that's going, do your hamstring, get off the field, but there's part of you going, skipper, put me on, I want to change the game. And somebody like Lockie Ferguson, Santner, the leading wicket taker for New Zealand, they'll want to be bowling in this situation, they'll want to get this breakthrough and change things for New Zealand. But the way Australia are batting, everything that Ferguson is trying here isn't quite working.
Yeah. He's currently going at 14 and over, as is Matt Henry, by the way. This is Fuller. It's nicely bowled, but it's nicely played away as well. Behind square, they'll turn for a second run. Not sure it's there as Will Young picks up. And applause from Tom Latham as captain. He's got quite a responsibility here to try and rally his troops. We've already seen off this over how many? 9 runs, 133 without loss.
It's been fantastic batting if you're in the 45th, 46th over. We're in the 12th.
Well, I know. Absolutely obscene. Here comes Ferguson again, round the wicket and swinging and missing. He's almost swung himself off his feet, his head. That was an absolute wild hack, but I loved it. 133 without loss after 12. Hello to our Australian listeners. I hope you're enjoying this because it is thoroughly entertaining. And I have to say, it is as devastating a performance with the bat as anything that we've seen in this tournament, and Australia are now just 23 runs away from England managed in total against Sri Lanka the other day. So we're just gonna, I think, as English cricket followers, we're just gonna have to ride this out, Alex.
We're riding the wave, aren't we? Everyone's actually been telling me this week, how's your tournament going? I said, oh, mine's been absolutely fantastic because we've been following New Zealand, who've been playing really good cricket. Well, if they carry on like this, it could be a long tournament for not only the guys following England, but us as well.
Well, it could be, couldn't it? There was a group of New Zealand fans that were coming for the first game of their World Cup trip yesterday.
Yes.
We saw them on the journey up from Delhi, and they were very excited. Trip of a lifetime stuff, fantastic. And so looking forward, we think we can give Australia a good run. I thought, yeah, absolutely.
Of course you can.
I think they might have gone to check out the concessions behind the stand. I hope they've got their hard hats with them. 133 without loss. Here comes Santner into bowl, and that's down the leg side. The bails ignite as Latham, perhaps out of frustration, just whips them off. And that tapping you can hear is David Warner doing a little bit of DIY to whack the stumps back in. 134 without loss.
There was a couple sat behind me on the plane yesterday, and I quite often just go to sleep on a plane, but yesterday it was one of those where I couldn't really go to sleep. I could hear them chatting. I thought, they sound like they're from England.
In comes Santner, and that's on the pad, swept away out towards deep backward square leg where Conway will field. One more taken. So we've seen a wide and a single so far in the over. 135 without loss.
And as we landed, the wife went, whoa, it's like landing in Leeds Bradford. So I laughed and turned around, and they were like, oh, Alex. I said, what you guys doing here? Didn't know them. They said, oh, we've come to watch England, but we thought we'd come watch Australia, New Zealand.
They abandoned the original plan. Here comes Santner, and forward, crabbily, pushing the ball into the onside is Travis Head. He won't find a run.
They said massive cricket fans, but they're just here for the experience and the holiday, and they're not going to let the cricket ruin their time here, and I think that's fair.
Good for them. Here comes Santner, and rocking back, crashing the ball away into the offside his head. There's a fielder running round. Rachin Ravindra it is, and he'll pick up throw, and they will get back for a second run, this Australian pair who have plundered the joint highest number of runs from a power play in 118 in ODI history, and they're 137 without loss midway through the 13th. Projected score 548, by the way. In comes Santner to bowl to Head, who's forward, and that's going to be 6. Lofted away and sailing over the ropes for another 6 runs, this time over a straightish mid-wicket. And as he came forward, it felt inevitable what the outcome would be. Monster blow again.
The scary thing is, Travis Head hasn't even got hold of that. It's come off the toe end of his bat. And you know, as a bowler, he can't keep going like this. He will give you an opportunity.
Santner bowling to Head, who's playing the ball in the air just to the right of Santner, who may have got a fingertip to it. He lies in a heap, does the New Zealand bowler, his face buried in the turf. Because that was that chance. 143 without loss, a leading edge to the bowler's right. and he couldn't quite get there.
There's only one person in this New Zealand team that's catching that, and it's Santner. It's the bowler himself. He's an outstanding fielder. He got there. It was in his fingertips, but it just slips out, and that's the chance we were talking about.
Head waiting, this time crashing the ball along the ground out towards deep cover, and he'll keep the strike. 144 without loss from 13 overs. A run rate of 11 exactly, almost.
Well, 11 coming off that over as well. And it goes down as a drop catch from Travis Head, who's looking to punch the ball down the ground for one, but it's an outstanding effort from Santner. And when things aren't going your way, those don't stick. But when things are going your way, that's a worldy catch for Santner, who's taken a couple already in this World Cup so far.
He has, and he could have done with taking that one as well, because I think he would have given the one against Afghanistan off, I think it was Nabi at Chennai, for what would have been a more significant moment, you feel, in this game. Goodness me, what a start from Australia. 144 without loss after 13 overs.
And this is where New Zealand are going to struggle, not only to come back into the game, but their four main bowlers have gone the distance today, going at 11 runs per over collectively between them. And now they've got the bitty bowlers to come. So you've got Glenn Phillips, who's going to come on at the far end to bowl his off spin, which will obviously turn the ball away from both the left-handers out there in the middle. Then you've got Daryl Mitchell as well, with his meds.
Medium paces.
Yeah, sorry.
144 without loss.
No one knows what meds means.
Glenn Phillips in the sunglasses. He's going to creep towards us with Travis Head on strike. Waiting and thinking about winding up. In the end, he just punches towards cover, and Santner moving to his right will pick up. Single take at 145 without loss.
He's got a different field to Santner with both his straights back, long on, long off, deep cover and a deep mid-wicket. So cow corner area, straight mid-wicket, that is completely free if either of these batters wanted to swing across the line.
Well, that's the temptation that is being set, to play against that spin, as you say. And, well, there's no spin there because he's not delivered the ball, Phillips.
Mancad.
Well, they need to do
well,
something.
that's a way of getting a wicket.
David Warner undoes his batting gloves and does them up again for the umpteenth time. And he waits and looks around in the sunshine of the Himalayas. Phillips round the wicket into bowl to Warner, who will ease the ball towards short fine leg. And there's no run.
Saw Elise Perry come out and say, well, if you're going to man-can anyone, do it against England. I think New Zealand are probably thinking, do it against Australia.
What, when they're 145 without loss?
You just get 14. A wicket.
Here comes Phillips, and Warner will look for a single. No is the cry, and sensibly as well. And no idea why David Warner was trying to push for a single there, because Will Young was waiting at mid-wicket, and I think there would have been an inevitable run out there. 145 without loss, Alex Hartley. Here comes Phillips, and Warner defends. Tell you what, one from the over from the first four balls.
Should have bowled soon.
Honestly, there's a gentleman down below us who's going to find his seat. I think he's a New Zealand fan.
Get yourself home, pal.
In comes Phillips, and Warner will defend again as the run rate in the innings goes down to a rather paltry 10.5.
Well, this has either got 6 written all over it or another dot ball.
I'm with you. I think it feels just as if Warner might be bristling in this over. He waits for Phillips. Only thought about it. In the end, he clatters the ball out towards deep cover. There was just a moment when those arms rocked back, and he thought, here's a chance. But he decided against it. 2 from the over. Some calm amongst the chaos. It's 146 without loss. 14 overs gone. Thank you to Alex Hartley for the time being. As Alex goes, perhaps as a lie down in a darkened room after that. The flag's waving to our right saying back the Black Caps. They need a little more than backing at the moment. They need some divine intervention. Bharat Sundaresan is coming to join us again. Hello, Bharat.
Hello, Henry. It's good to see you. Always good to see you.
Always good to see you. This has been lively.
To say the least. On the foothills of the Himalayas, The snow has melted on top of the Daulatara Ranges behind us, and this New Zealand attack has melted as well. This is carnage. And look, we've seen fast beginnings from a lot of teams in this tournament, but the fact that they've sustained it over 14 overs.
Yeah. Warner on 70. He's on strike. And waits for Mitch Santner with his left arm spin. Warner deep in the crease, looking to find the angle on the onside. He only finds short, fine leg. At the other end, Travis Head back in the side, 72 from 38. And a man who lives in your part of the world, South Australia, is, goodness me, doing the business today. 1-4-6 without loss. Here comes Santner. And this is clipped away. This will be a run out towards square leg for a single. And they'll turn for a second run. And they'll get it as well. So good running between this Australian pair, who's not just been looking to deal in boundaries. We've seen a lot of them. 13 fours and 11 sixes.
And still David Warner, as always, is ready to come back for the second run. Turned 37 yesterday, I think. Wished him a happy birthday, he said. 21, mate, for 5 more years.
Well, one of life's great comics is David Warner. Here comes Mitch Santner. Drops short, punched into the onside, out towards long on. And a single is taken, with the score moving to 149 without loss. That's perhaps doing him a disservice. He's a bristling character.
Oh, he is.
And he can be a challenge at times to interview. He can be a challenge to bowl against. We know that much. But what you can say is a phenomenal cricketer. Travis Head on 72, deep in the crease, and he won't find a run. That's well bowled by Santner. Things have just quietened down a touch in the last couple of overs.
And you're so right about David Warner. I think he's rather underappreciated when it comes to one-day cricket because of how good he's been in Test cricket and because he broke onto the scene in T20 cricket.
Here comes Santner, bowling to Head, who comes forward and looks for the single into the onside. He'll get it as well out towards Mitchell at deep mid-wicket. And both of these two on 73 apiece. As the 150 comes up before the end of the 15th.
It's amazing, yeah. I think we're all shell-shocked as well.
Well, a little bit. And that sort of skyscraper Manhattan, as they call it, that tells you how many runs per over, it sort of resembles the Himalayas. When there's these monstrous peaks everywhere. Warner on strike. And he'll get a single if he's quick, and he's quick enough. Throw comes in. It's a little wild towards Santner. And another over ticks by without the aggression that we saw in that power play, but another profitable enough over. 5 from it. They don't need to do anything too wild at the moment, Australia, because they're going at the most ludicrous rate. And these two, with respective strike rates, Warner's 142 and Travis Head at 182. So it has been a lively first hour, to put it mildly. 151 without loss, 15 overs gone. Some more from you, Bharat. And then you'll be joined by Daniel Norcross.
Well, it is a flat pitch. I have to mention that the Dharamshala wicket did have a bit of life in it in some of the early games. Then India came around, lost a bit of its grass, and what is left, Daniel Norcross, is a pitch that resembles the Karen Rolton oval pitch. And Travis Head has taken down a few attacks on that small ground.
Yeah, I suppose you're unfamiliar with it. That's kind of byword for a road, really. 151 in 15 overs. Phillips is going to continue. His first over went for just 2, which is kind of remarkable. He's in now, and Warner flicks the ball into the onside, but sort of through a vacant square leg position. They'll pick up one more, 152 without loss. It has been a remarkable start to this match. And you can seldom win a game with the bat in the first 15 overs, but Australia might just have done it.
True. The first 10.
You can lose a game with the bat in the first 15 overs, but it's very rare to win one. As Phillips is in, and Head goes back into his crease and carves the ball away. Square of the wicket in the offside. I'll just get the single for it. That ball scurrying on a bit. Phillips has been a useful bits and pieces bowler for New Zealand. He picked up 2 very important wickets in the first match of the tournament against England. Since then, he's tended to bowl sort of 3 or 4 overs here and there, usually when left-handers are on strike, which is why we haven't seen Rachin Ravindra yet. He would normally come into the attack earlier, but 2 left-handers are out there at the moment. As Phillips is in, tosses us up a little bit more, and it's pushed out into the offside of the front foot by Warner for another single. He moves to 76, 154 without loss, halfway through the 16th over.
Yeah, they're not too bothered about just knocking Glenn Phillips around, picking up singles. They know he'll have to bowl more overs.
He comes in off just 3 or 4 paces, kicks up his heels, now tosses this up, and this is, wow, wiped out towards deep long on. It wasn't a beautiful shot by Head. They aren't always beautiful, but it's effective enough. It's got him another single. He moves to 75, 155 without loss.
Yeah, Travis Head does justice to the entirety of his cricket bat. They don't always come off the middle, but he uses every bit of that cricket bat.
Well, why not? They're costly enough. Phillips into Warner, who just push drives back to the bowler, no run. Phillips has gone for just 6 singles so far in his 11 balls. In the context of this match, that's pretty much remarkable. Santner's going at nearly, 9 1/4. Bolted 7 1/2. As Phillips is in, it's punched off the back foot to short extra cover, no run. 4 off the over, 4 singles, 155 for 9 off 16. Matt Henry, one of the finest one-day bowlers in the world, 3 overs for 44. Ferguson, one of the fastest bowlers in the world, 3 overs for 38. It has been carnage so far today, and it's been marvellous to watch. You can catch the in-play clips and highlights, and there will be loads of them on the BBC Sport website and app. We are covering every ball of every game of this World Cup. We have teams all over India and elsewhere, crisscrossing various countries, but mostly India. And we also have the No Balls podcast and good pace for radio. That'd be an interesting one to be listening to at the moment, with the likes of Chris Wokes, Mark Wood getting their insights on England's collapse in this World Cup, as well as Tim Mills. But now then, is this the first sight? It is. First sight of Ravindra, and this Bharat Sundaresan. Well, I mean, it could go one of 3 ways, of course. It could be unremarkable, which doesn't feel likely. The ball could fly into the stratosphere, which is a fairly good bet. The left armer bowling to 2 left-handers who are well set. Or it might be a genius stroke that brings the breakthrough, but poor old Tom Latham, he's got not many other options.
Yeah, this is the last card he has to play. And the thing is, so far, whatever Ravindra has done in this World Cup, he's had an impact with bat and ball. And, well, they'll be hoping desperately that he can do that. But with Travis Head having come back into the side, it's not just the aggression he provides, but it means that Mitchell Marsh will walk in after this and just continue on from where.
Ravindra is going to go round the wicket to Head. He works it into the onside, straight to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. There's 3 in the ring on the offside. Sort of short third, short extra, mid-off. He was up. Short fine leg, short mid-wicket. There will be a long on, a deep cover, deep backward square leg, and a deep mid-wicket. As Ravindra is in. Down the wicket comes Head, and he's dropped at short mid-wicket. It was whacked really hard at Phillips, who is, well, one of the finest fielders in this competition. It went very hard. He's wringing his right hand. He came down the wicket, and Ravindra saw him coming and then dropped it shorter. And I mean, it went so quickly. He reacted a little bit late, but we mention this a lot. The air up here is thin, and the ball travels very fast. We've seen a lot more drop catches up here in Dharamshala than any of the other venues, I would suggest. As waiting in his crease is Warner to get a single. There was a single off the previous ball, that parry from Phillips, giving Head both a life and a single. And Head's back on strike on 76 with Warner on 77, 157 without loss.
Yeah, we saw Ravindra Jadeja drop a catch, which is
backward point.
Doesn't happen very often, and same with Glenn Phillips.
Ravindra in again. He's played off the back foot drive out towards the sweeper on the offside. Just another single. So Ravindra and Phillips just exerting a modicum of control here, 158 without a loss. The other ones we've seen, Bharat, have been boundary catches that you can tell they're coming faster than people are expecting, because the hands are just not quite getting there. Sometimes just bursting through the hands or straight onto the sternum, as this is again guided into the offside. But on this occasion, Warner can't beat Santner at short extra. There's no run.
Yeah, I think it's a day game this time around, but under lights.
Also
a few fielders talk about guys who have played in this ground before.
Over the wicket to Warner is Ravindra, and all Warner can do is stab it into the onside. That's a good over from Ravindra. 3 singles from that, 4 singles from the previous over from Phillips. So the part-time spinners are doing something of a job here for New Zealand. They're a long way behind, 158 without loss. Australia 17 overs gone. Our first drinks break. One thing I will say, though, and I think this could be a lesson for all other teams, Bharat. We've had 11 sixes, 13 fours, and yet in an hour and 10 minutes, New Zealand have managed to bowl 17 overs. And they haven't had that much spin. They've had 7 overs of spin, but they've had to go and collect the ball a lot. Often when you're really under the pump, you know, those 17 overs could take sort of an hour and 50, couldn't they?
Yeah, a lot of mid-over meetings and the captain running up to the bowler, field changes. No, I think New Zealand have almost resigned to their fate. That's a flat pitch. You have Warner and Head going really hard at us. We just try our best and see how we can stop them. And you're right, Glenn Phillips and Rachin Ravindra, just the last couple of overs have pulled things back, relatively speaking, pulled things back a little, but what a start for Australia. Like I said, with Mitchell Marsh slated to come at number 3, even if Steve Smith wasn't overly chuffed with that, he'll have to bat at number 4.
Oh, no.
An interesting answer the other day when he spoke to the Australian press. He was like, I was a little shocked when I heard that I have to be pushed down to number 4. I prefer number 3, but that's all right. And you saw what Glenn Maxwell can do just 3 days ago.
He might not yet be even number 4. I mean, if this partnership goes the way it is, there's every chance Maxwell might be pushed up the order. Because the sky's a limit here for Australia. We've been speculating, wondering. The highest total so far in the tournament is South Africa at Delhi against Sri Lanka, which was 426, I think, from memory, 428, that's right. That is very much under threat here today at 158 without loss after 17. And really, Australia's team is now starting, if it hadn't already, starting to come together. You can really see the plan here, in stark contrast to some other sides in this tournament.
Yeah, I think they still haven't played their best 11. I think their best 11 would include Marcus Stoinis in place of Marnus Labuschagne. Marcus Stoinis missed the last game. It was interesting at training yesterday. Had a long chat with the coach Andrew McDonald and selector George Bailey. Had a bit of a bowl, had a bit of a fitness test. We were told that it's a calf strain that's kept him out. But you'd think that would be their best 11.
Yeah.
With Max Stoinis down at number 7.
Because you don't really need Smith and Labuschagne in this outfit. And it's starting to look, especially with the platform they've got, like there's one anchor too many, probably.
Yeah, and 2 guys who, and they've shown, Marnus in particular in the last few weeks, that he has found that 5th gear. But once you have a platform like this, do you want Smith and Labuschagne batting together at any stage today? Unless, of course, Australia lose a bunch of wickets very quickly after this drinks break.
Well, yeah, we've seen stranger things happen yesterday. South Africa, who everybody's been saying, well, they're going to saunter through to the semis and beyond. They probably will do, but we saw their weakness. Get them to bat second, and they looked like rabbits trapped in headlights at one point yesterday, just as they did against the Netherlands. If you can, I'll be interested to see India batting first, for example. India batting first, South Africa batting second. That could be a great stalemate if that happens. Those two play each other and that happens. Right, start of a new over. Phillips in. This is played off the back foot to short mid-wicket, no run, because India are consummate chasers. But there is a suspicion that they may perhaps not time their innings quite so well when they're batting first. As Phillips is in again. And Head comes down a wicket and drives this back over the bowler's head for a 1 bounce 4. It's a lovely shot from Head. Great use of the feet. He's not going to stop here. He's moved to 81. He's gone past Warner, faced 12 fewer balls. It's his 9th 4 to go with 5 sixes, 162 without loss.
Yeah, they've more or less sat back on Glenn Phillips. Happy to just nurdle singles around, but we saw Travis Head in the previous over try coming down at him once. This time he's more successful.
Phillips into him again, long on and long off back. This time he waits and tucks the ball into the onside. He'll just get the single as Ravindra moves to his right from short fine leg to field. 163 without loss. Head to 82.
Yeah, and with Head back in the side, they also have a better bowling option, one you could use in these kind of conditions. He's a useful one-day bowler, Travis Head.
a bit sort of Phillipsy himself, I guess, in a way.
I think I'm still better than Glenn Phillips.
Yeah.
In his earlier avatar as a one-day player, he used to bowl 10 overs regularly.
Well, they might need him today. So they might well need a sixth bowler. As Phillips is round the wicket to Warner. Warner flicks this out through mid-wicket. They'll get at least one. They're coming back for a second. Throw comes in at the non-striker's end. Head is home comfortably. Yeah, exactly. Somebody who's turned up to watch a game.
Yeah, true.
And home side's down to 10 men. Phillips in, forward comes Warner. Good use of the feet, but decent bit of bowling from Phillips. All he can do is push the ball to Santner at short extra cover. There's no run. A dot ball. More dot balls from the spinners than almost anyone else. Certainly fewer boundaries. Phillips to complete the over. Warner goes back into his crease and can't quite find the gap at point. And of course, it's not Phillips there this time because he's bowling. It's Jimmy Neesham instead, back in the side today in place of Mark Chapman. 165 without loss after 18. Warner 79. Head 82. And just looking at the boundary counts, in the 4 overs of spin between Phillips and Ravindra, who you'd see as the kind of the fifth bowler combined, there's been just the one boundary, which contrasts with the 3 4s and 2 6s taken off Santner, the main spinner, who's been a great touch actually in this World Cup. Have you ever seen him spin the ball as much?
Yeah.
He's really turning it.
And on pretty much every kind of pitch that he's played on, under lights, during the day. And you look at Mitchell Santner, you're like, oh, when did he become such a big turner of the ball? He's been around for so long. He's got to work a lot on his bowling.
Slightly changed action, I think, this World Cup, as Ravindra is in. A big swiping sweep goes out towards deep backward square and will be cut off by a sprawling Daryl Mitchell. Head picks up 2. I think we know which way Head's going to go. Now explain to me, Bharat, why do you think it is that Ravindra's round the wicket to Head, which I sort of get, but over the wicket to Warner? What's the thinking here?
I think with Travis Head, he uses that little bit of room he needs outside off stump to swing with the spin.
He goes again, he clubbers this out through extra cover for 4. Wow, what a shot. It wasn't that short, and he's found the gap between extra and mid-off, played it off the back foot, and it was a clubbing wallop. He goes to 88, 171 without loss.
And that's why he's bowling around the wicket to him, to kind of cramp him up. But what Travis Head did on that occasion was like made some room for himself and just slapped that ball through the covers.
88 off 50 balls, the top of the order. Ravindra into him again. He works a slightly shorter ball out towards deep backward square, and they'll amble through for a single. 7 off the first 3 balls of the over. 172 without loss. Head to 89 brings Warner back on strike.
Yeah, the Australian selectors were criticised in some circles in back home in Australia about the decision to just bring 14 guys in and wait on Travis Head.
Ravindra into Warner. And Warner drives down the ground to long on. Again, an ambled single. 173 without loss. Warner to 80.
But like with most gambles in life, if it comes off, it looks like a master stroke. So now they can pat themselves on the back and say, look, see, we told you. We knew what we were getting.
I think they had a strong enough 14, didn't they? I mean, that's part of it. Ravindra in, and again, Head could just work this off his pads out towards deep square legs. It's like negative bowling here from Ravindra, just trying to get out of the over. 174 without loss.
It's like the ranges behind us, the Dauladar ranges, as they call. They're called called. They're part of the lesser Himalayas, like the fringe elements of the Himalayas.
That seems a little bit disrespectful.
Indeed.
Last ball of the over. Warner goes back into his crease and pushes up the ground to long on again. He'll keep strike. He has 81. Head 90. This remarkable partnership is continuing. It's not quite as explosive a pyrotechnic as it was at the start, but nonetheless, 175 without loss after 19 represents a terrific start for Australia. Sorry, I interrupted you as you were talking about.
It certainly does.
The lesser Himalayas.
The lesser Himalayas, yeah.
Himalayas is it, right?
Yeah, and I think it is the Himalaya. I've spent too much time in Australia. I don't know why I'm sounding.
I know.
The Himalayas. Oh dear. Oh dear. But yeah, they comprise a lot of Himachal Pradesh, the state that we are in. Obviously, the more renowned ones are Mount Everest, K2, and that belt, the upper Himalayas. It's the lesser Himalayas, but as we know, as pretty as any other part of the Himalayas, you'd think. A lot like the Australian squad and the Indian squad at this World Cup.
I'm not going to slag off a Himalaya, or a Himalaya for that matter. They're all equally beautiful.
They are.
And it is quite the sight to be here, especially on a day like today. There's hardly a cloud in the sky. Certainly just a few wisps on the mountains, none other, as Phillips starts a new over and takes a wicket. Warner driving a full ball back at him. A good sharp catch taken to his right. He dropped one earlier, but he's made the breakthrough now, and this exceptional opening partnership has finally come to an end. The start of the 20th over. Warner, corn bowl Phillips, for 81 off 65. It's a good bit of cricket. Good catch from Phillips. It came pretty meatily off the middle of the bat and sharply turned, and he's both feet off the ground when he took the catch in his follow through. Not diving as such, but just transferring weight to his right, taking it around about shoulder height with two hands. And that's the end of the opening partnership. 175 for 1. Warner gone for 81.
Quite similar to the catch that he dropped in the last over, even though he was at mid-wicket and wasn't of his own bowling. But you would look at that wicket and say, to quote Ravi Shastri, it's come against the run of play. But I think Glenn Phillips has bowled well. He's not let the Australian openers get after him. He's used the length cleverly, and he deserves that wicket. And
just the one boundary off his 19 balls, and that was head using his feet and smacking it back over his head, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, you know, this is exactly what New Zealand needed. Can one bring two, bring three? In the terminology of a colleague of ours, can Australia go bang, bang, bang?
If you're listening to us, you know who you are. And now look, the Australian team manager will say the Bulls left, the Bisons walked in, and the Bisons charged in. Mitchell Marsh was at full tilt. He was running out to bat, and who wouldn't want to bat on a pitch like this?
He's trying to stop Glenn Maxwell from getting out there.
And of course those two, Smith and Labuschagne. Let me have them. Let us have them. Let me have them.
Which one do you think is Scrappy Doo?
Marnus, of course.
Marnus is Scrappy Doo. Yeah. You can address your complaints to Bharat Sundaresan at Beastie Boy on Twitter. Beastie Boy 07, are you?
07, that's it.
Where did the 7? Were there that many Beastie Boys? I suppose there might have been.
6 of them.
Before you. Phillips into Marsh. His first ball, it just drives up the ground, but can't beat Santner at short mid-wicket, who moves nimbly to his left to field.
Yeah, I'm stuck with that ridiculous Twitter handle. It's been a few years, yeah.
It's all right.
It is. It's all right, yeah.
Yeah.
Except I wish I was a fan of the Beastie Boys. Get mistaken for it all the time.
They're No Sleep Till Brooklyn, aren't they? Is that? Phillips, this is defended back to the bowler. There's no run.
Yeah, indeed. There have been times when I've been on a TV station or something. They assume I'm a Beastie Boys fan, and they play a song, and I'm like, oh, no.
I have a nephew who's 43. He was a big fan of the Beastie Boys back in the day.
There you go.
The VW logo seemed to be important. I can't remember why. Full ball is push driven by Marsh. He gets off the mark, just easing the ball up to wide. Long on, where Bolt is fielding. Yeah. 176 for 1, 2 balls left in the over. Head on strike on 90.
I wonder if the ball stopped a little with that David Warner dismissal. It didn't look like. We saw the other day when New Zealand played India, the pitch started slowing down, because we've seen a few pitches too. So get into the 40th over, and so the balls get scuffed up a lot in these outfields.
Phillips round the wicket to head. And carves again out through deep point, but there is a fielder out there. Deep cover, Jimmy Neesham. One more to the total, 177 for 1. Head hunting down 100 here. 91 from 53 balls, 10 fours, 5 sixes. What an introduction to the World Cup it's been for him.
Yeah, he won't slow down. It's unlikely that he's going to do anything different to what he has done so far.
Phillips in to complete the over. Marsh waits and thought about a different shot. In the end, just works a shortish ball, flattish ball as well to Santner. In the short mid-wicket region, there's no run. 2 singles off the over and a wicket. The only wicket to fall. 177 for 1. Australia head 91. The man to go. Warner for 81. Caught and bowled. Sharp chance. Gleefully taken by Phillips. More from Bharat Sundaresan. And then it will be Geoff Lemon.
Yes, feels like a bit of a calm after the storm. At the moment, Glenn Phillips, an unlikely candidate for someone pull things back. He's done that. Rachin Ravindra's bowled. Started decently. Travis Head on 91. I'm sure he'll have his one eye on that 100, but just 20 overs into this Australian innings. I'm sure he's eyeing a much bigger score.
Well, it's vindication for the Australian selection policy already. Ravindra, left arm around, bowls to Head, who's coming forward, taking a run. Just plays the ball square of mid-wicket, and Phillips tears after it, as he always does. Ball of energy in the field. I did just think when he came on to bowl that Phillips was the kind of player who might change something up. Created a couple of chances. But yeah, there plenty of people questioned it, ourselves included.
Yes.
The fact that Travis Head would be sitting at home for the first half of the group stage. Whether that was the right thing to go in with a reduced bench. Only 3 options to change up Australia's order, one of which they pulled after the first match, dropping Alex Carey. Marsh comes forward and drives a run out to deep point. Australia 179 for 1. But they'll be feeling pretty good with themselves, those who put the squad together, with Head on 92 not out from 54 balls.
Yeah, I expect George Bailey and Andrew McDonald sitting there with their chests puffed out.
High-fiving, carrying on. Ravindra, Head down the wicket, hits him for 6. See you later. That one's gone into the seats over deep mid-wicket, and the crowd, they are up and about for it. Mostly wearing Maxwell and Warner shirts. I don't think there were any Travis Head shirts on sale outside the ground. 185 for 1 as Head goes to 98.
He's not going to slow down, Travis Head. Tell you, just because he's closing in on 100, and just because, even if David Warner just got out, he knows only one way to play one-day cricket, especially once he's got a start like the way he has.
Well, he
expect more carnage.
Has an admirable simplicity of mind, Travis Head, at times at the crease. He just stands there, hits the ball, doesn't worry too much about it.
Yeah, he's got the simplicity to the way he deals with life as well. The more chilled out characters you'll meet.
185 for 1 in the 21st over. Travis Head on 98. Rachin Ravindra bowls to him round the wicket. Head trying to flick down the leg side. Doesn't get bat on it. Gets a bit of pad on it in the end. Umpire doesn't call wide. 185 for 1 still the score.
Yeah, you asked me earlier about whether he was missing out being here. He said he saw most first innings of most matches.
He's on 98. Travis Head goes back, punches down the ground, and he will just trot through for a single. Happy to take things a little more quietly. 1 run away from that milestone. Marsh on 2. Australia 186 for 1.
Yeah, he felt quite hard done by to miss out on the 2019 World Cup. He had been a regular member of that side and just felt like Smith and Warner coming back. He lost his place 6 months out from there.
Well, several players did. Ravindra bowls to Marsh, who drives a run down the ground, 187 for 1. So Peter Hanscom got squeezed out of that team. Ashton Turner, players who had made a contribution during that period. 21 overs gone, 187 for 1. If you're just tuning in, David Warner and Travis Head absolutely tore apart New Zealand's bowling. In terms of official power plays, that was the record, 118, equal record off the first 10 overs. It wasn't the highest number of runs ever scored in the first 10 overs of a 50-over game, because Sri Lanka did that in 2006 when Sanath Jayasuriya was in his pomp. But they were chasing a 300-plus score at Headingley against England. They took 133 off the first 10 overs that day, Jayasuriya and Upul Taranga, and they chased 320 odd in 37 overs.
Those two little pals of mine,
Yep.
Jayasuriya and Taranga.
Tony Gregg's faves.
They're still dancing in the aisle somewhere.
So Mitchell Marsh will be on strike. Phillips will be bowling. This dual spin approach from New Zealand that has slowed things up a little bit, but the run rate is still just under 9 and over, meaning at the current rate they'd make 445 Australia. Phillips is waiting to get things settled with we're having a delay for some reason. He'll come into bowl now. Marsh, open stance, tall player, drives, takes a run, puts Travis Head back on strike, thinks of the second. But in the end, it's Marsh who says no. 188 for one. And the applause goes around the ground already for Travis Head. The anticipation. Batting in the cap on 99. Travis Head waits for Phillips, round the wicket, punches it away behind point, can't beat the fielder at short third. Trent Boult flicks the ball back in, and even when you've come out and smoked your first 50 off 25 balls, it can still be tricky to get to 100. Still on 99, Travis Head taps the bat, dips at the knees, waits for Phillips, round the wicket, backs away, carves it through the offside. He'll get one to the sweeper, but that is a century for Travis Head on his recall to this Australian team. He's been watching the World Cup from the couch in Adelaide, but now he's in the thick of it, saluting to the crowd. One-day international century, number 4. And with the bright gold shirt glowing in the Dharamshala sun, he embraces Mitchell Marsh and punches a fist towards the dressing room. Travis Head, what an entrance to make to this World Cup at 189 for one.
I know, and what a popular century as well. You could see the entire Australian dressing room on their feet, applauding him, big smiles on their face. He lifts the energy of this team.
Phillips back over the wicket to the right-hander. Mitchell Marsh goes onto the back foot and flicks a run past short mid-wicket. Santner can't cut it off there. 190 for one.
They've sweated on his fitness for over a month, Australia. And even after he landed in India, they were so careful around him. Damn, they unleashed him.
Phillips up to Head, who's on 100 even, and he'll make that 101 with exactly the same shot that he used to raise his century. Out to the deep cover sweeper, backing away. 191 for one.
Well, he made 150 against, or 150 plus against England at the MCG last year. 8 months ago. What a transformation he's had since he came back last March or last April in Pakistan.
Phillips to close out the over. Bowls to Marsh, who tries to punch down the ground but gets the inside half of the bat. And he can't get a run there as the ball goes to square leg. 22 overs bowled at 191 for one. Travis Head is 101 from 60 balls. He's hit 10 fours and 6 sixes in that innings. Mitchell Marsh on 5. David Warner made 81 and was out not long ago. Just squeezed a bit for room. Pressed to catch back to Glenn Phillips, the bowler. And another spinner coming in the form of Alex Hartley.
Hello, hello. Well, since I was last here, New Zealand have got a wicket. Travis Head's got his 100, and the projected score's gone from 540 to 434.
A mere 434 they'll have to be content with if they go along at their current rate, which is down to 8.6 and over. It was at 12 and over at one stage as they started off. So the first over today went for 8. The second went for 6. Not too bad. Ravindra in, bowling to Head, who backs away, cramped for room, squeezes it to short mid-wicket. And then after that, it exploded. Matt Henry bowling the third over went for 22, including 2 no balls, 2 free hits that were hit for 6. 10 off the next over from Boult, 14 off Henry's subsequent. Ravindra, and here goes Travis Head again, skips down and plonks him over long on. Hitting sixes is the easiest thing in the world for Travis Head today. That's the 7th time he's cleared the rope. He's got 100.
On BBC Sounds. You often could rely on Ringo for titles. Someone said to him, "You look a bit tired today." He said, "Yeah, I had a hard day's night." And we all went, "That's great!" This is the story of how the Fab Four came.
Good score.
Ravindra in and bowls to Head, who's backing away and trying to force the ball through the offside. Bottom edge through to the bowler. 197 for one. Ravindra Up and darts it through at leg stump, and Head backing away once more. Gets the inside half of the bat as he whips the ball through square leg. 198 for one. Head is up to 108. Lockie Ferguson's first over went for 19 when he came on to bowl with that extra pace. And then they tried spin instead. Santner, his first over went for 15. Ferguson went for another 10. And they were 118 for none after the first 10 overs. Ravindra bowls to Marsh, who drives along the ground down to long off. He's been pretty circumspect, Mitchell Marsh, so far today. 6 off 10. We saw him opening the batting against Pakistan and booming straight drives into the sight screen. Hasn't played a big shot as yet. One ball to come in the 23rd. Head on strike. Ravindra. Left arm spinner. Darts it through, and Head plays the same shot. Little helicopter whip out through square leg. And there is the 200 for Australia. The 200 is up after 23 overs of this one-day international.
Yeah, it's been some unreal batting from Travis Head, David Warner, and you say Marsh hasn't played a shot in anger. He doesn't need to. All he needs to do is get Travis Head on strike. And who would have thought that after 23 overs, you're thinking, just get the in-batter on strike. You normally talk about that in the death stages of an innings when you've lost a couple of wickets, so you want to be busy. But now Marsh can just carry on being busy, just get Head on strike, who is hitting the ball, seeing it like a beach ball and hitting it out of the stadium.
It is a curious little contradiction where you've got two strike rotators in Smith and Labuschagne who haven't come in yet, and you've got Mitchell Marsh, who's your big booming stand and deliver merchant, just ticking over the singles.
Yeah, it's almost going to, you lose a couple of wickets here for Australia, it's almost going to feel like it's going to get boring when Smith and Labuschagne come to the crease.
I suppose what it does mean is Phillips starts a new over round the wicket to Head, who back cuts to Neesham. Point doesn't get through the field.
Well, both their strike rates throughout this tournament have been about 130, so they're actually going pretty quickly. So it's just not going to be a 200 strike rate, 160 strike rate.
Phillips, the only wicket taker so far, bowls to Head. He's got two. Phillips, that's through him quicker, flatter, knocks back middle stump as Travis Head backs away. And there is that little bit of danger from Glenn Phillips. He's got his second. 2 for 19 in his 6th in a team that has gone for 200 runs in 23 overs. Travis Head, after an absolutely masterful performance coming back into this side, 109 from 67 balls. He has set up a massive score for Australia, but that ball kept low, Alex Hartley, and hit halfway up middle stump.
Yeah, it did indeed. It's just back of a length delivery from Glenn Phillips. Bit quicker, bit faster, and it just skips on the surface, stays low. But welcome back to the team, Travis Head. That is a remarkable innings. Some seriously destructive hitting. And Mitch Marsh, who has been opening the batting throughout this World Cup, will happily bat number 3 when Travis Head is back in the team, because that is what he's capable of. And this game is almost over, and we're only 23.2 overs into it.
Well, this is the kind of dynamic I was considering just before that wicket fell. Is if that partnership had gone on a little longer with Marsh just playing the second fiddle, then he'd be well set to take up the attack once Smith and then Labuschagne came out to join him. It's a bit earlier than Australia wanted, but Smith comes to the middle. Like you say, he's scored pretty quickly through this World Cup as well. Certainly did in his last outing, 71 off 68, I think, from memory, against the Netherlands.
Phillips has been the game changer for New Zealand here, and we talk about their top 4 bowlers, and then the rest of their attack is their what we call bitty bowlers, where they do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but predominantly known for their batting, Phillips and Ravindra. Well, Glenn Phillips is the only bowler today to be going more or less than a run a ball. He's going at 3.5 and over, and he's the only one to pick up the 2 wickets, and he's just bowled consistently, line length straight, just kept things simple. I accepted that he'll probably go for a boundary here and there, but just mixed up his pace and his line. Well, he's only been hit for 1-4 in his spell so far, and he's in his 6th over. To give you a bit of context, as Phillips will bowl to the new bat, Stephen Smith, who's coming forward and looking for a run out towards point. Little defensive nudge, 201 for 2. Matt Henry's gone at 14.7 and over. Lockie Ferguson at 12.7. Mitchell Santner at 9.2. Rachin Ravindra at 8 and Trent Bolt at 7.5. Glenn Phillips, meanwhile, is going at 3.6 and over with 2 for 19. Well bowled, Phillips.
Yeah. Extraordinary literally standout performance. Phillips bowls to Marsh, who's not playing any big shots yet, just gets squared up a touch as well. That was a nice piece of bowling. The ball ends up with Ravindra at backward point. There's no run.
He's just gone back to a full delivery there as Marsh.
Could have come forward and clouted that down the ground.
Probably could have done.
Phillips bowls to Marsh, who's driving back to the bowler along the ground, and again, no real intent in that shot, just pushing at it. I wonder when we'll see him try to hit one down the ground. I would have thought both of those two are in his arc to go over the bowler.
Well, what can happen as a batter in this situation?
Phillips up to Marsh, who goes back again to a length ball and punches it back to the bowler. End of the 24th, 201 for 2.
Is that you think you have to carry on like Warner and Head, and you have to have that strike rate? Well, actually, you don't, because they've set this unbelievable platform now for Australia, who could quite easily just tick along at 6 runs and over and still get 360. That's without even an Inglis coming to the crease or Glenn Maxwell coming to the crease. So things are likely to slow down for Australia now, but as a batter in this situation, you have to recognise that's normal, that's fine. What is abnormal is what we saw in the first 10 overs of this game.
Well, or you tick along at 6 and over for the next 15, 16, you add another 100 runs, you've got 300, and then you've got the last 10 to try to go as hard as you can and see if you can put on 10 or 12 and over through the last 10, that kind of thing.
I mean, I would love Australia to carry on going hard to see if they can get 500.
Yeah.
You know, who's going to break that 500 mark? You wouldn't expect it to be Australia against New Zealand.
Rachin Ravindra, as New Zealand stick with spin. It's working okay for them. Smith flicks across the line, straight to Santner at short mid-wicket. No run there.
Now could be a good time to actually bring Santner onto bowl, rather than Ravindra. Santner gets a little bit more turn and bounce.
Ravindra round the wicket to Smith, who walks down the crease and lifts him over mid-on. It's chipped, it's pitched, but it rolls into the rope, even as Trent Boult thinks that he might have a chance to get back and save it. In the end, he doesn't. He just underarms back into the stumps. 205 for 2. Smith's first boundary. Marsh hasn't hit one in 13 balls, but Smith has after 3 deliveries.
Don't mind that as a spin bowler. Early on in someone's innings, you want them to be able to take those risks, because it just takes a slight miscue for mid-on to be in the game.
Ravindra up to Smith, who's playing defensively on the front foot and just telling himself, good cricket that. Forward defence. Just show you've got all the gears.
Well, A.B. de Villiers would say bad cricket. Good cricket is 4 then 4.
Or 4 then 6. Or maybe 6 then 4. Or 6 then no ball 6, then free hit 6. Smith opens the wrists, drives, beats short cover. They've got a touch on it, but in the end fumbled it away. And they get through for a run. 206 for 2. Was that Phillips?
It was a rare misfield from Phillips there at short extra cover, as the ball just goes through his legs. But he turns, and I've never seen him run as fast, to be completely honest. He's trying to make up for that there. Frustration.
Well, it's binary, Glenn. It's either 0 or 1. You can't make it 1.5 by getting the throw back in more quickly. Down to 0.7 of a run. Ravindra, flatter ball at the stumps, and Marsh just punches it out off the back foot to short mid-wicket. So it's been a strange start from Mitchell Marsh, really. Not the way that you see him play generally, but he doesn't usually start against spin, I suppose. In the white ball formats, Ravindra, a little bit of air, and Marsh forward and defending, and it's off the inside half, away to short mid-wicket again, where Santner fields. 25 overs gone. Marsh is on 6, so is Stephen Smith. 206 for 2, Australia's score. At the halfway mark of the innings, it'll be Alex Hartley with Henry Moran.
Yeah, it's very un-Marsh-like. However, I've actually been impressed with him and how he's gone about his innings so far, because what we saw in the previous game against the Netherlands is he gave his wicket away. A few dots here and there, and he played that big old hack into the onside, and the ball went straight up in the air, and he got caught by Colin Ackerman at short mid-wicket. So he'll have learnt from that, and he'll know he's got a little bit more time than he necessarily thinks, especially with the start that Australia have had.
Indeed. I sometimes think a massive start like this can be a bit muddling for those that come in the middle order. Here comes Glenn Phillips, who's taken both wickets to fall so far, and Smith is deep in the crease and easing the ball down the ground for a single.
Yeah, we've just been talking about that, because batters then think that they have got to carry on going at the same strike rate and a similar strike rate, where actually the platform's been set.
Or they don't quite know whether they can block it for a bit. And, you know, it feels so sort of like the game has moved to a different phase when you sort of scrambles your mind a little bit. Here comes Phillips bowling to Marsh, who deep in the crease will get a single himself down the ground. He's a sort of cricketer, Mitch Marsh, who looks out of proportion with the rest of the game. He's so enormous.
He makes his back look tiny, doesn't he?
Yeah, and he's got a great big head as well. So it all looks like the whole visage is like he's playing in a sort of enterprise that's just a little bit too small. A bit like those show homes, you know what I mean? Here comes Phillips with the fair hair shining in the sunlight, and Smith will whip the ball down the ground for another single. 209 for 2. Am I right in thinking they've got sort of smaller sofas, marginally smaller sofas in show homes?
Well, I think that's the first time Mitch Marsh has ever been compared to a show home. Do they have smaller sofas?
I heard this.
They
and
don't.
I may be wrong, because it makes the whole thing feel bigger. That's what I heard.
You know what? You're probably right.
In comes Phillips, and Marsh will defend. Back to the bowler.
What is guaranteed is somebody who shows show homes will know the answer to it.
Get in touch. tms@bbc.co.uk. It's the way to join the conversation today. Always lovely to hear from you, Hubert, getting in touch this morning.
Oh, my favourite.
Here is Marsh defending into the offside, and there'll be no run. And the score well over, realistically, at any position the side would expect to be at this stage of a game. Australia's platform is a remarkable one. 209 for 2. Here comes Phillips, and Marsh will punch the ball towards cover. Will Young crouches down on this bobbly cabbage patch outfield, and a single will be prevented. 26 overs gone, 209 for 2. Daphne Clifton's been in touch as well. She was saying she woke up, saw the score, could not believe it.
The amount of messages I've had from people around the world has actually been remarkable. I've had Stephen Finn going, what is going on? I've had Georgie Boyce in Australia saying, I've only just landed, I can't believe what I'm seeing. She's just flown to Australia for the winter. So I've had a few other messages here and there. Just one of those innings where, it's been one of those starts for Australia, where people will look at the scorecard and go, oh, that's a decent score after 35 overs. Wait, it's after 20.
Yeah. 209 for 2 after 26.
We talk about doubling the score between 32 and 34 overs.
Yeah.
So
let's keep an eye on where they are in 6 overs time. Right, here comes Mitchell Santner. It's a ball to Steve Smith, who's flashing the ball away, square on the offside, but there's protection at deep cover, and so it won't be more than a single. 210 for 2 with Smith on 9, Marsh on 7. We've seen 109 from 67 balls from the returning Travis Head. Best of the action on the BBC Sport website and app, Alex Hartley.
You might want to set aside a big chunk of time to watch those highlights, though.
It was all highlights, basically. There's a slip waiting as Marsh swings that into the leg side. Fielder running around, Ravindra in front of that stand to our right will have to pick up, and they'll get home for a couple. 212 for 2. Over to that right-hand side. There's a lovely mix of colours, because you've got the green seats. There's only a few left empty. And then you've got the blue shirts of India. There's plenty of those. The yellow of Australia. And then the greys and the blacks of those that have got the New Zealand outfits on. It's a real sort of riot of colour out there. And they are loving life. Why wouldn't you be? Here comes Santner, bowling to Marsh, who thinks about winding up in the end. Pushes to cover for a single. And there is just the one run added. 213 for 2. We went for our little walk round the ground today. Didn't get time last time.
No, we didn't get time. So we got here early this morning, didn't we, and went round, and it's honestly just such a beautiful cricket ground. It almost looks fake with the backdrop.
Santner in, and Smith will try and find a run square on the leg side. He'll do so also. And it feels all a little calmer now with Smith 10 from 9, Marsh 10 from 21. And the projected score at the current rate has dipped below the 580 or whatever it was earlier on, when things were going really wild, and now stands at 401. But
boring. It's not going to be pretty for New Zealand.
It isn't. Santner bowling to Marsh, who's sweeping straight to the hands of the fielder, diving at fine leg. And it won't be anything on top of the total. 2:14 for 2, 1 ball left of the 27th over here on Test Match Special on 5 Sports Extra. Good afternoon. Tea time for our listeners in Australia. Here's Sander bowling to Marsh, who will stand tall at the crease and drive towards cover over to our left. 215 for 2. And 27 overs gone. So the run rate's just a touch under 8. Off the first 10 overs, 118, which is the joint most in an official ODI power play. Sri Lanka did in 2006, scored 133 off 10 overs against England at Headingley.
But it wasn't a power play then, was it? I don't know.
It
Changed.
wasn't quite the same. So it's all, it's all official power plays and that sort of thing. So we're looking at that. But either way, it was a savage and brutal assault on what is a pretty respected opening bowling lineup for this New Zealand side.
The only good thing for New Zealand has been Glenn Phillips.
Well, he's bowling again now. Is into his 8th over, 2 for 23. Marsh gives himself some room, slaps the ball towards backward point, and there's no run. So 2:15 for 2.
I guess from a New Zealand point of view, you've just got to hope that Marsh, Smith, Labuschagne, they chew up a few balls.
Here comes Phillips and bowls to Marsh, who's going to again push towards cover and once more won't find a run. He's 11 from 25 and he's been out there half an hour now.
Because it's an incredibly flat surface out there and there's not much deviation for any of the bowlers. The ball's coming on really nice onto the bat.
Phillips again holding the ball in front of him, walks in past umpire Erasmus, and Marsh will play the ball back to him. There's almost a collision between Steve Smith and Phillips, and that distraction stops the bowler from preventing that single, and it's 2:16 for 2.
So New Zealand have got to hope that the two that are batting now and Labuschagne chew up as many balls as possible so Inglis and Maxwell aren't out there for very long before things get really nasty for them.
I wonder if I'd have been tempted to push one of those two up the order, really keep the pressure on. Here's Phillips bowling to Smith, who will rock back and caress it out towards deep cover for 1. 217 for 2, because they can burgle a few overs here without more than 3 or 4 and over being taken. 2 from this so far with a couple of balls left. Here comes Phillips again, a couple of very short paces, and then he walks in past the umpire and bowls to Marsh. Down the ground it goes with a high elbow. He'll get a single towards long on, and 2:18 for 2. But I remember that innings Marsh played at Headingley in the men's Ashes, where he was going at strike rate of well north of 100, and it looked very easy for him, but he doesn't seem to be playing in that way at all today. And
it's because he's given his wicket away a lot of times in this World Cup so far.
Here comes Phillips bowling towards Smith, who with a flourish will play the ball down the ground for another single. So just 4 from the over, 28 gone, 2:19 for 2. But I sort of think in this position you've got such license. Don't worry about your own average, worry about
but also it's not as the two that opened the batting for Australia made it look so easy. It might not be as easy as they made it out there, and you've got to get yourself in before you go on and capitalise. But things have slowed down since the dismissal of Travis Head, and it's been 22 balls since the last boundary, when boundaries will come in thick and fast for Australia in the first 20 overs of this game.
Well, we've already seen 16 fours and 13 sixes. Which is absolutely outrageous.
It's the 13 sixes.
I mean, it's really outrageous. What a performance it's been from Australia. I mean, they're looking the real deal, aren't they, this team? I have to say. Here comes Mitchell Santner, then round the wicket, left arm spin. And bowling to Smith, who's edging that past the dive of the single slip fielder. This might be a boundary. Down it goes towards the ropes, and it's a quick enough outfield to bring 4. So 2-2-1 for 2. And that races away. And Smith, not necessarily aiming exactly there, will feel pretty happy to have got off the mark in the over with a boundary.
He's actually played that really well, Smith, but the ball's turned, which is why it's beaten first slip, which is Daryl Mitchell.
In comes Santner bowling to Smith, who's defending, and there's no run. They can take their time, Australia. It's, I suppose, whether they want to go massively hard and try and get some sort of record-breaking total, or whether they think, well, if we get close to 400, we're winning this game. It matters not. This is wide from Santner and driven firmly by Smith out towards deep cover. He moves to 17. It's 2-2-4 for 2.
I think the most important thing is to win the game. It's not to break records. Obviously, breaking records is all fun. It's all, fun and games, and teams want to be breaking records. And when you see, fastest hundreds and biggest totals, you want to see your team up there. But World Cup games.
It's Marsh this time who's sending the ball quickly out towards deep cover. Conway busy out there as ever. 225 for 2.
But World Cup games, the most important thing is winning the game. And, you don't want to be that team that got 113 off the first 10 overs and broke a record in the power play but got bowled out for 250.
Santner, round arm action. Smith again looking for deep cover and another single, just keeping things ticking over. The 4 at the start of the over means this will be a profitable one regardless. They've got 7 so far with a ball left. And at the moment, life is all good for those in yellow around this ground. Moving in again. Here comes Santner, bowling to Marsh, just pressing the ball out towards that offside again. It's been basically a 3-player game so far in the over, and the over concludes with that single. 8 from it, 227 for 2. So, Al, what realistically do we think is 400's on? 400's
definitely on, especially with what's to come. In fact, Mitch Marsh hasn't got going out there. Strike rate of 50 is very un-Marsh-like, but 400 is definitely on. But 500 was on up until 9 overs ago, so things have changed ever so slightly for Australia. But competitive score on this ground, we've been here a couple of times, and we thought 330, 340 was probably about par. So Australia at this moment in time, they will be looking around that 400 mark.
Well, 13 sixes in the game so far, and they've come, all of them, within the first quarter of it, the first half of this Australian innings. That's 13 sixes. England's total number of sixes in the whole tournament is just 24.
Oh, good. Probably why we're bottom of the table.
Here comes Phillips into bowl to Marsh, who's just waiting an age for a ball that's has the pace taken off it, and he sends it quickly towards Young at cover, does Marsh. Can't find a run. He's 15 from 30. It's been very slow going from Mitch Marsh.
We're not actually bottom, are we? We're 9th.
In comes Phillips, and a little bit quicker this time. Marsh will get a single towards mid-wicket. And 2-2-8 for 2.
Also, what Marsh will be thinking here out in the middle is Glenn Phillips into his 9th over. He's only got 1 more after this. Then they're going to have to bring somebody else on. They're going to have to bring the seamers back at some stage. And Mitch Marsh is strong against seam, pace on the ball. That's his bread and butter.
Phillips moving in once more into his 9th over. And Smith will find the gap on the leg side. Well, he knows. A good tumbling stop by Jimmy Neesham into the side today in place of Mark Chapman.
Oh, he's not bowled yet either.
No, he's not. 2-2-8 for 2. By the way, England's leading 6-hitter in the tournament, along with David Moran, is Mark Wood.
Yeah, he's been our best batter.
Midway through the 30th over, 2-8 for 2. Smith in the air, should be caught, and it is. Just chipped so gently to mid-off. And he leans on his bat and can't believe what he's done. It's a 3rd wicket for Phillips. And that's a really soft dismissal. Steve Smith, who was out there for 17 deliveries, made 18 runs, and he rehearses a shot that he wishes he'd played. And just didn't seem to commit and go through with the hands with it. It was the most gentle of pushes, straight to the hands of the fielder.
It's Glenn Phillips again, bringing up his 3rd wicket. There's only been 3 wickets to fall. Smith wasn't looking to go down the ground, wasn't looking to go over the top. It was a bit of a nothing shot from Steve Smith, who's furious with himself as he walks off. But Glenn Phillips has been a little bit of a game changer here for New Zealand. Yes, they're still on top. Yes, their run rate has been absolutely outstanding for the most of this game. But now with 2 batters at the crease, Marsh struggling out in the middle, and Labuschagne, we know, likes to take his time. Things might just change ever so slightly.
Well, I think this is a really interesting innings for Marnus Labuschagne, because the change that Australia made was to get rid of the all-rounder Stoinis/Green and bring Travis Head to the top of the order. So Labuschagne kept his place, and given where we are in this innings with a quick start and the fact that Australia will want to push on, and you'd have thought in the next 5-6 overs they'll want to start changing gear. Does he have that in his locker? Is he able to do that? This is a big innings for Marnus Labuschagne.
It is, and he showed in the previous game that he is capable of that. You know, his strike rate 130, 140. He came in against the Netherlands. Yes, it was against the Netherlands, and batted pretty well. But Australia selectors George Bailey has obviously been impressed with Smith and Labuschagne and the way they've changed their games to be able to accelerate and also build innings. But his strike rate overall in this World Cup is 78, and you think from the position that they're in, you'd like him to be going a little bit quicker than that.
Yeah, I think he's got a reasonable amount of pressure on him if he wants to keep his place, because this is an Australian side that has now proven that at the top of the order there is plenty of firepower.
I think the bringing Travis Head back in has worked for Australia.
I think so. So Smith goes 18 from 17. It's 2-8 for 3. 2 balls left of the 30th over, and Glenn Phillips has got all 3 wickets. He's in now to bowl, and Labuschagne is looking to paddle that down towards fine leg. He'll get a single towards Matt Henry below us. 2-9 for 3.
Well, if there's one bowler in this New Zealand lineup that you looked at this morning, you think, who's going to be the wicket taker? Who's going to change the game if Australia got off to a flyer? Glenn Phillips is probably bottom of your pile.
Yeah, but he's one of those players that's weirdly effective. He's in now, in those sunglasses gleaming, and this is punched down the ground by Marsh, who looks in total control, albeit not exactly flexing his muscles, and 17 from 32 balls. Marnus Labuschagne at the other end, 1 from 1, and it's 2:30 for 3 after 30 overs. And Daniel Norcross, after some more from you, Alex Hartley, is going to take up commentary.
Yeah, and what Phillips has done so well is he's just looked to target the stumps. He's kept things very, very simple. He's changed his pace, but he's kept his line very straight. Just look to target the stumps and as I say, keep things simple. But as a bowler, it's actually hard to do that when your team's under so much pressure and you think you can get scrambled, thinking, where shall I bowl, what shall I do, it's not working. But to go back to the basics, to go back to what you taught when you're a kid, bowl straight, be great.
Thank you, Alex. 2:30 for 3. It was 175 without loss at the end of 19 overs. So the last 11 overs, 55 for 3. 55's not bad, going at 5 and over, but they were going at 9. They were going at actually 11.8 at the end of the first power play for Australia, and all because of these spinners, Phillips and Ravindra in particular. Santner's had a bit of a better second spell than his first, that's for sure. Trent Bolt's back in the attack. His first 4 overs went for 30. He's coming in around the wicket. His first ball is driven at by Marsh with no timing. He's not found it at all yet. Mitchell Marsh, 17 from 33. Bharat Sundaresan is alongside me. He was opening the batting. He was looking in pretty decent nick. Now he's down at number 3, and he comes in at 175 for none. People forget, don't they? It's all very well having a good platform, but he just got the hang of walking out and opening the batting and having a nice hard new ball, and then it was taken away from him. As Bolt runs in to Marsh, he plays and misses the ball outside the off stump. Goes through quite low to Latham. There's no run.
Yeah, like Alex Hartley just said, Mitchell Marsh was sitting on the spinner. He was waiting for the pacers to come back, the fast bowlers to come back. I know pacers is not a very popular word. And already in the 2 shots he's attempted, he's trying to go hard at Trent Bolt. You're right, and already we've seen in the last 15 overs or so that yes, it is flat, but the ball does hold up when you have your slower bowlers bowling. The Australian spinners will be looking at that as well.
Bolts in. This is flashingly driven out towards the sweeper on the offside for a single. Marsh to 18, 231 for 3. Do you think, having seen how effective Santner has been, to a lesser extent Ravindra, and maybe to come Santner, Australia will be tempted to give some overs not just ahead, maybe to Labuschagne at last?
Oh, he would want them. He would want them. I don't think Pat Cummins trusts Marnus Labuschagne as some of the previous Australian captains used to. Poor Marnus tries his best. He tries leg breaks, off breaks, medium pace. Bring me on again. But yeah, unfortunately, not always heeded to his requests.
Bolt round the wicket. This is guided down to deep third, and it's taken. Is it dropped? I think Daryl Mitchell has dropped that. It was guided by Labuschagne Down to Mitchell, who's down on the deep third boundary, and I think it's a relatively comfortable chance, this. And Mitchell running in, had it in his hands, and he spilled it. Just take a look at this again. He's in there.
No.
It's bounced straight out. It's bounced straight out of his hands. He was diving. He was more falling forward than diving. He hasn't quite judged it right. He probably needs to get another stride in, but it was still, having got there, for a man of his fielding prowess, a pretty comfortable catch, and he's built it. Labuschagne has a life as this next delivery is pushed into the offside. Of course, Glenn Phillips is diving around on the ground, nowhere near the ball. They get a single. I don't know, I mean, when you've just picked up those wickets, another one there.
Yeah, especially Marnus. Yeah, I mean, he might not be as dangerous as a Maxwell or a Mitchell Marsh, but Marnus is exactly the kind of batter you need right now for the next 10 overs or so.
Yeah.
If you can bring Maxwell to bat with 20 overs to go.
Bolt into Labuschagne, who defends back to Bolt on the front foot. There's no run. Frustration for New Zealand. Slower ball on that occasion. Bolt's been varying his pace a little bit in this over. Top speed 140. End of the 31st. Bottom speed of 120. 233 for 3. 31 overs gone. 3 in that over. Bolt 5. 5 overs, none for 33 now. Marsh 19. Labuschagne 2. So Phillips is going to bowl out. And this is a wonderful thing about turning up, isn't it, every day for a cricket match? Well, we know exactly what the plan's going to be. They might try and get a couple of overs out of Glenn Phillips, but the bulk of the bowling will be done by their main 4 bowlers. Today, the Phillips is an absolute must. 9 overs, 3 for 30. Matt Henry, their best bowler, has bowled 3 overs, none for 44. Doesn't make any sense, does it?
That's the beauty of cricket. No wonder they compare it to life, I guess.
Oh, well, it's a metaphor for the very same thing. Phillips in. The right-handed Marsh goes back into his crease and punches off the back foot. A good diving stop by Rachin Ravindra prevents them all running away to the boundary, because I've just spotted there is no cover on the offside. And I think it's almost as if Rachin Ravindra's forgotten and has now gone out there, because he was up inside the circle for Marsh. And at that point, well, they must have had 4 in the ring on the offside, 2 on the leg side, which they don't need at this stage. It brings Labuschagne on to strike. Do you think they just forgot there for a moment? Or is it just because Marsh is struggling a touch? Get a single, 234 for 3. Labuschagne back on strike. This is dabbed into the offside by Labuschagne. That big gap that's been vacated by Ravindra going back to deep point.
No, I think it's a slightly different field to Mitchell Marsh. They have long on and long off back on the fence. You can see Rachin Ravindra has come back into the circle. That's his strong area. Also tells you a lot about this pitch.
Phillips into the massive Marsh. Marsh drives into the offside. It will be that long off will do the fielding. Think of a second, it's not there. Labuschagne not running the first quite quickly enough to consider it. 236 for 3.
And not just the fact that Glenn Phillips has taken wickets. Who would have thought that Glenn Phillips would be the bowler on a pitch like this when Australia had the platform they did, who Australia would try to play out?
Yeah, I know.
Treat him with respect. And say, sorry, Mr. Phillips. All right. We'll wait till your 10th over is done, and then we'll go back to doing what we were against your other bowlers. Umpire Rasmus has pulled Tom Latham in.
I was having a word here. There's a finger wag as much as Moran Erasmus can ever finger wag to a Kiwi. It's a rather unusual sight, this.
I wonder if it had anything to do with one of the batters running on the pitch. Marnus has a sheepish smile on his face.
And you think that might have been pointed out to umpire Erasmus? And he's saying, let me sort that out. Phillips, 3 for 33. 3 balls left. 3 runs have come off the over. It's all the 3s at the moment. He's in now. Labuschagne goes for the reverse. There's a big appeal for LBW from Phillips. The ball's going to run down to the boundary for 4. Erasmus is signalling runs. And Phillips, he'd like to go upstairs, but Latham is not remotely interested. Labuschagne, it was a rather ugly reverse. I think he might have got just a little bit of underedge. You can take a look on the replay here.
He's not the most natural reverse sweeper. He's added it to the repertoire. I think he's played it really well.
Come straight out of the middle of his bat.
It has. I think he was also slightly disappointed with Ish Sodhi, who was on the field as a substitute. He reacted late. The ball went really fine.
A rare boundary off Phillips. As back into his crease goes Labuschagne. Pushes into the onside where Santner does the fielding. 240 for 3. One ball left in Phillips' spell. And then he would have bowled 10 overs straight, I think. All the way through, wasn't he? Amazingly, came on this side and all sorts of bother. 12 overs into the game, and the score at that stage around about 140. Now, what's going on here? I think Spider-Cam might have distracted, of course, because Labuschagne's out there, so that's how the over rate's now going to become pitifully slow, because Labuschagne will see things. He saw them a lot during the Ashes series. It was his undoing in the first match at Edgbaston as he drives at this, but straight to short extra cover. Good sprawling stop by Will Young, diving to his left. Prevents a run. 240 for 3, 7 off the over. That is Glenn Phillips done and dusted with the ball today. He's taken 3 for 37, all 3 wickets to fall. Extraordinary stuff. Getting rid of Warner initially, Head and Steve Smith. No one else has prospered at all. Number of runs in half the overs. Henry's gone for 7 more runs in 7 fewer overs. I mean, it's the contrast is absolutely remarkable. And is this a sign of what we can expect Australia to be doing when they come to bowl?
Expect Head to get a few overs for sure. Maxwell's been super impressive throughout this India tour, even in the 3 ODIs that Australia played against India, the lead up to this World Cup. Yeah, Glenn Phillips, literally every member of the New Zealand team, including one of the substitutes who brought out a drink, applauded him or patted him on the back. He's kept them alive in this match. So
BBC 5 Live.
The voice of sport.
5 Live, Premier League Sunday. Live and exclusive action from the Premier League. At 1, West Ham United host Everton.
Brett Sprigg with you in the Grandstand studio. Back to Dharamshala very shortly with Australia's explosive start in that match against New Zealand. Currently 3 for 240. Mitch Marsh on 21, minus Labuschagne on 7. The bowling figures so far, by the way, Glenn Phillips has all 3 wickets so far. David Warner for 81. Travis Head, his opening partner, for 109. That was an explosive opening partnership of 175. And as I say, Steve Smith back in the sheds as well on 18. Australia now 3 for 243 with Mitch Marsh on 23 and Marnus Labuschagne on 7. Back to Dharamshala.
A lot of cutters being attempted. If anything, Glenn Phillips has shown them the way.
Yeah.
I would have thought that would be a thing.
They're all going to be bowling spin, basically, from here on. Now then, we're having to wait for Labuschagne. Of course we will. We'll have to wait for Labuschagne to be ready. He's having a little scratch and a poke and a pat and a prod. Now he's finally ready and Bolt can bowl at him. And this is cut away through deep third of a thick outside edge. A little bit of width for a single. 244 for 3.
Speaking of Marnus getting distracted, he does get distracted a lot, yes, but not before he's getting ready to have a net. Padded up yesterday, took his gloves out, and then he got a glimpse of the Himalayas, the Dauladar ranges at the back. And even Marnus took a break, dropped his gloves, pulled his phone out, took a picture of the Himalayas, both portrait and landscape.
Bolt in, but full delivery, dug out really well by Marsh. He manages to get it in front of square on the offside as well, so he gets a single for it right in the block hole. Marsh moves to 25 from 41. Quite a claggy knock this so far. Labuschagne with a live 8 from 8. Well, Labuschagne's a perpetually curious man, isn't he? Insofar as he's curious about everything that goes on around him. I always think that's the way to distract him, really. Well, is to pique his curiosity.
Right now, there are a few people walking.
There's nobody walking, Bharat. There's nobody.
In Marnus's defense, I did spot him.
Bolt in, wide of the off stump, through to the keeper. Not given wide. Thought it might have been. So did Labuschagne. He let it go. 128 kilometres an hour into the pitch. Short.
33rd over of the innings. Trent Bolt's already bowling like this is the 47th. 6 different balls. change of pace, change of length, slipped in the Yorker, slowish bouncer on that occasion. So tells you a lot about the surface.
Here he is to complete the 33rd over, and this is guided very fine by Labuschagne down through where, say, a second or third slip might have been, but he only gets the one run for it because there is a fielder, Mitchell, running away to his left to do the fielding. 2:46 for 3, 6 off the over. Labuschagne 9, Marsh 25. A sort of platform is being built again here. We're in the we're in a sort of gentle phase, and I suppose we're a bit impatient, aren't we, Bharat? Because the first 19 overs were completely insane. I mean,
they were.
To try to put it in perspective, people listening at home, just how ludicrous, especially the first, I would say, 12 overs until Phillips arrived. First 12 overs. There were just 4s and 6s of almost every ball. You know, Matt Henry has bowled 18 balls, and 8 of them have gone for 4 or 6.
Yeah, they were 60 without loss after the first 5 overs. Then 118 after the first 10 overs. And the fact that they were able to sustain it for 14, 15 overs before Phillips came into the attack, and to his credit, Rachin Ravindra, who is coming back into the attack, I think those two are the ones who pulled things back a little. But that's the beauty of 50-over cricket. It's a long game, and I think Australia have done well, or maybe they've been forced to do that, to recognize that if you can just score at 5 or 6 in over for the next 10 overs, you can still set yourself up nicely to get as close to 400 as possible.
Rachin Ravindra back in the attack. The left arm, a slow left arm with 2 right-handers at the crease. Not a bad move. His first ball's pushed off the back foot to short extra cover. There's no run. Between Matt Henry and Lockie Ferguson, both of whom have impressed in different ways in this tournament. 6 overs were bowled, 82 runs conceded, 7 4s and 7 6s. Extraordinary stuff it was. Chin is in again. It's pushed into the offside. There's no run. And if you want to see those 4s and 6s, they are available. BBC Sport website and app. We have in-play clips and highlights, as well as every ball of every game of this World Cup on 5 Sports Extra or via the BBC Sport website and app, BBC Sounds and all the usual places. As Ravindra's in again, this is carved away to backward point. 3 dots in a row, went straight to Santner. A flatter ball, that one, 95 kilometres an hour. He's varying his pace here. 90, 87, 95.
Expect the reverse sweep.
Labuschagne faces up and he just clatters this out towards the sweeper on the offside. A little bit shorter. He gave himself room away to leg. And, cut it for 1. 2:47 for 3. Labuschagne to double figures now. 10 or 14. Marsh 25 or 41. And this crowd, which is a good sized crowd, you know, there's been a lot of criticism, some fair, some of it not, I think, of the crowds and size of the crowds in this tournament. Sort of injuries in again, playing off the back foot out through extra cover for a single. I think in the first week and a half or so, wasn't running very smoothly at that point, and crowds were only gradually building up much later in the day. Well, I know it's a weekend, Saturday, but it's a neutral game, Australia and New Zealand. Ravindra is in again. This is pushed into the offside, straight to short extra cover, and just the 2 singles off the over. 2:48 for 3, Marsh 26. Labuschagne 10, 34 overs gone, and it's just, you know, there are some Australians here, there are some Kiwis here, but predominantly there's a local crowd, and they made some fantastic noise when that partnership was going great guns earlier today. It was a really good atmosphere in the ground.
The ground is located interestingly, right? If you're from Chandigarh, you drive 3.5 hours, you can get up here. It's the weekend as well, so get the cricket in. So many hotels and B&B spread not just around Dharamshala but McLeodganj, where I'm staying, or Dharamkot, so you can make a weekend out of it. Or even if you're in Delhi, it's just a 6-hour drive if you leave early enough, and even just walking in, you could see, we can always make out based on the number plates, a lot of DL signs. DL stands for Delhi, of course. CGs, Chandigarh.
Yeah.
And so I think not surprising that a Saturday crowd, it's almost a full house actually.
It is.
A few empty seats, so far away from us, but
might yet fill up. You never know. Or they might be out just, you know, buying a pizza or whatever. As Henry starts a new over, he had a traumatic experience in his first 3, going for 44, and his first ball is squirted behind square, not where Marsh intended, as he came forward to play a sort of forward defensive, went behind square on the onside for a single. 2:49 for 3.
And Dharamshala has really grown in the last 30-odd years, I would say, as a tourist spot. I mean, it's always pretty, despite being part of the lesser Himalayas, as I said.
Yeah.
But
Don't say that out loud.
yeah, but you've seen a lot of tourists come here from neighbouring states.
Well, you would do. It is absolutely spectacular. Henry in, and Labuschagne is pushing warily forward back to Henry, and there's no run.
Up in McLeodganj, 20 minutes away from here, that's where you have a lot of the Tibetan population there. The Dalai Lama obviously was given refuge in 1959. He was fighting against the Chinese government, and then a lot of refugees have come in, and there is a proper Tibetan setup, Tibetan restaurants, all sorts of Tibetan medicine places, and all of McLeodganj.
Henry is in, and Labuschagne pushes it to the offside. It's fielded off his own bowling by Henry. There's no run. At our last hotel, when we were here last week, there were a lot of, I imagine were Tibetan Buddhist monks playing pool. Quite competitively, I thought, for Buddhists.
They're a competitive lot when it comes to sport, especially the pool table.
Well, they certainly found enlightenment with a good screw back into balk as Henry is in, right arm over, and that's pulled out through deep mid-wicket. It's going to be just the single as Rachin Ravindra is out there patrolling on the boundary. 250 up with that single, 250 for 3.
And McLeodganj, like I said, has so many lovely traditional Tibetan food places, but you always know a place in India has suddenly started seeing a lot of tourists when suddenly in between all those lovely Tibetan restaurants there's a few Punjabi dhabas popping up. Not everyone in India likes to experiment too much with their food.
I see.
Yeah, it's a bit like you guys.
Here you have, are they momos? Is that what it is? You need to explain what that is. Henry in, driving forcefully is Marsh, and it's going to run away to the long off boundary for 4. Over pitch from Henry. He's been a little bit too length today, and this over has come back over. Started well, 2 singles and a couple of dots, but that one, well, he's gone for the cutter there, and it's not quite come off for him. It's been picked by Marsh very well, who's lent into it, and he's just hit his first boundary off his 44th ball of his innings. What a curious day it's been so far, with Marsh and Head going gangbusters and nobody else quite managing it. Henry's brought up his 50 with that. He hasn't bowled 4 overs yet. He has now. It's a shortish ball. It's played off the back foot into the covers. Santner does the fielding. Henry 4 overs, none for 50, but well, just a 6 off the over. That represents something of a win for Henry, whose day it has not been today. 254 for 3, 35 gone. Marsh 31, Labuschagne 11. Tell us what a momo is, Bharat, and then it's going to be Geoff Lemon.
Well, a momo is a Tibetan version of a dumpling, slightly chunkier and bigger in size than your usual dumplings you get in other parts of the world. You can have them both baked, boiled, fried, deep fried as well, if you like them that way, Geoff Lemon. We had a few momos in your time.
I've eaten the momo before, and I'll eat the momo again.
There you go.
Not to be confused with a muumuu, which is that sort of dress shirt, like long, flowing, caftan-style situation that Homer Simpson made famous during one particular episode. 254 for 3 at the drinks break after 35 overs. It's been a curious sort of passage of play. What do you make of it? What is going on if you're Mitchell Marsh and you're hitting your first boundary off your 44th ball? Yes, the bowling can be good and you can be respectful and so on, but it hasn't gone from being smashable all around the park to being completely unplayable in the space of a few overs. What's going on there? What do you think?
I think it has a lot to do with the surface. It's bald. You can see from here there was a bit of green yesterday, but it's been completely shaved bald. And what happens with these kind of pitches, with the sun beating down on it as well, it loses space. And you've seen the impact Glenn Phillips has had, Rachin Ravindra as well. Mitchell Santner came back much better in his second spell once the ball got a little scuffed up. And even in the last few overs we've seen from Trent Bolt and Matt Henry making his return to the bowling crease, changing the pace of the ball. I think 4 of the 6 balls Matt Henry bowled were cutters, or attempted cutters anyway. And even the boundary that Mitchell Marsh hit, it came off the bottom of the bat. He didn't time it too well. And Marsh has been trying to break free. I don't think the surface has allowed him to do that, which also kind of tells you, yes, Australia looked good to score 800 runs at one point, but I'm not sure if it's been done consciously, but looks like they've decided, you know what, even if we can get to 380, let's not go too hard now and get bowled out for 320 or 310 and keep New Zealand in the game. They play this next 5-6 overs smartly, and then you have Maxwell and Inglis to come, can really capitalize on what was an extraordinary platform laid for them by the openers, and then get to around 370, which you would think you'd back this Australian bowling attack to defend.
7.26 and over the current run rate, extremely good thanks to that fast start. So yes, the current rate would take them to 363 is the current projection. But the contrast of the slowdown has been dramatic. Overs going for 1 or 2 or 3 singles, just being nudged around after Warner and Head were able to clear the rope. We have seen that in quite a few games where the ball gets harder to hit as the innings goes on through this World Cup. We've seen some matches where the last 10 overs have yielded plenty. South Africa's batting have scored 140 plus a couple of times in the last 10. Australia against the Dutch the other day. But other games where teams struggle to even go to run a ball through the last 10, where it's been easier to attack the newer ball. So maybe today's one of those. Rachin Ravindra will resume after the drinks break, bowling to Marnus Labuschagne, who's batting at number 5 today, moved down the order to accommodate Travis Head, but kept in the side, which is an interesting call. Ravindra drops a little short, cut away by Labuschagne to the deep cover fielder, 255 for 3. What did you make of that decision to squeeze a batting all-rounder out of the team? So no spot for Green or Stoinis, who would presumably have been fit, but they've gone with the specialist bat.
I mean, the reason we were given is Stoinis still has a calf strain, which we didn't expect. He had a pretty full-on training session yesterday.
Ravindra bowls to Labuschagne, who dead bats back to the bowler.
If anything, also tells you where Cam Green is right now. He struggled, didn't he? He was run out. Brilliant piece of fielding in the last game, but still, he just hasn't looked.
Ravindra to Marsh, who's sweeping, trying to hit that powerfully. He doesn't lay bat on it in the end. Latham takes it behind the stumps, applauds the bowler. There's that one. A fair bit of work on it from Ravindra and a little bit of skid, a bit of bounce. As Marsh didn't look convinced in his attempt to sweep, nor convincing. He gets a full ball here and drives it down the ground, but they've got long off back. 256 for 3 as Marsh goes up to 32.
In which is where I feel, on a pitch like this, Travis Head, the other side of Travis Head, the advantage of playing him is useful off spin, come in handy for Australia later on today.
Ravindra in to Labuschagne, who's driving to mid-wicket, no runs. So was Green left out? There was no
Green was just...
He was fit, he was ready to go.
Yeah, he was just left out.
Okay. Ravindra. Left arm around to Marnus Labuschagne, who sweeps. That's the straight sweep. It beats Neesham at mid-wicket and goes for 4. And that's the one, Bharat, that you have spent so much time watching him practice in the nets. 36 overs bowled, 260 for 3. He worked on that shot a lot before the India Test Tour earlier this year, and even before that, where it was about getting low and hitting powerfully and flat through mid-wicket rather than behind square. Tell us about that one.
Yeah, he developed that shot in Sri Lanka, especially after that first test when the pitch turned square in Gaul. He realized that if he's not the most natural of sweepers, much like Steve Smith, but if he had to play the more conventional sweep, where he has to wait for the length to be slightly fuller and hit it more squarer of the wicket, he was getting himself into trouble, and that's where he developed the straight sweep. That's what I've been calling it for a year and a half, and he's played it a few times already in this tournament. Did against the Dutch a couple of times, especially against the left-arm spinners, and he's still practicing it. Very proud of himself, Marnus Labuschagne, for having pulled it off.
He's got 16 from 21 balls. And Mitchell Santner is bowling to Mitchell Marsh, who clears the front leg and slaps it to short cover on the bounce. This looked like he was winding up for a big shot at one point and then dialed it back down right at the last minute. Stabbed the ball away. Santner, flat, Marsh pulls over the leg side, gets a chunk of it, it goes for 4. They do have a deep mid-wicket, but set fairly square, and that one goes straighter. And Mitchell Marsh, he was looking to hit from the earlier delivery. He does hit that one, goes to 36. A little bit of Freddie Mercury with the vacuum cleaner. I want to break free. And he does get his second boundary of the innings, his curious innings, 50 balls faced for his 36 so far. Santner bowls to him, and Marsh is bowled. Well, that one's skidded, it's skipped, it's gone straight through, and Mitchell Marsh's struggling innings. He's poked, he's prodded, he's picked up singles, couldn't find the boundary, finally found his second, and now he's out. 264 for 4. As New Zealand gratefully see the fall of the 4th wicket. Ball from Mitchell Santner, nice seam position, hits the cheek of the ball, skids on and hits the top of off stump. And if you're playing that off the back foot looking to punch it through point, you leave yourself pretty vulnerable to that dismissal.
Yeah, massive gap between his bat and pad as well. The bat came from gully and he just tossed his bat up in the air. Mitchell Marsh not very happy with himself. He had a wry smile on his face after he put the previous one away for 4. He wasn't happy with that shot either. He would have realized he's been struggling. He's been in great form the lead up to this World Cup. We saw him make 100 just 3 days ago. Yeah, but here didn't look at his best.
And
ball didn't do much.
We will have a rejig to the batting order because here comes Glenn Maxwell. GJ Maxwell to the middle, and they've made that tweak in the order. He was listed to bat at 7 with Inglis at 6, but with spin on from both ends, this is a good time for Maxwell to come out. He's one of his absolute strengths is the hitting of spin, attacking of spin through the middle overs. It's been one of his strengths through the IPL as well. One of the players who's really able to lay into slower bowling. So they've got spin at both ends and will look to continue with that for a while, or would want to. I wonder if New Zealand might be forced into a change if Maxwell can get onto a couple. He also got out first ball against Pakistan, so that's in the game as well. Who knows? You don't know what you're going to get, Alex Hartley.
No, you don't. And there's been a few occasions actually in this World Cup where Australia should have got more than they have done. Today looks like it could be one of those occasions, unless this man here gets going.
Doesn't usually take him long to do so. Santner has the ball, doesn't deliver because somebody's still sitting on the ground stretching or getting a bit of grass out of the shoes at long off. Still doing it. Might want to hop up and get ready to field the ball at this point. Maxwell, outside edge first ball as he reaches for it, tries to drive. It's Neesham down the ground who was scraping the grass off his shoes. 1 run for Maxwell to get off the mark. 265 for 4.
Wants his mate to get some runs, so I'll just sit down.
He was literally, as the bowler first came into bowl, Neesham was sitting on the ground, sort of yoga pose, Dharamshala style, getting into the local run of things, getting the grass off his boots. The bowler didn't bowl, and then he was still sitting on the ground the second time. Finally got up at the very last second. Here comes Santner, and coming forward is Labuschagne, driving the ball out to point, won't get a run. Now Neesham's off the field, looking for something behind the LED fence. Just having a little bit of a concentration problem down there at long off. You might be in the game soon, Jimmy. Santner. Up to Labuschagne, who steps away, opens up some room for him to drive over point. Takes 1 run. Maxwell is turning and talking about 2. Labuschagne says no thanks. That means Marnus will keep the strike after 37 overs. 266 for 4. Labuschagne 17. Maxwell, well, they didn't give him a run for that previous one. They must have called it off the pad or a bye.
What?
So it's been marked down as an extra. He had a swish at it and apparently didn't make any contact. There wasn't an edge, so he's still on 0.
Well, talk about Neesham not concentrating down there at long off. What you do have to master as a player, especially in 50-over cricket, Test cricket, is the ability to be able to switch on and off between overs, between balls, because you cannot physically concentrate for, 3.5 hours, sometimes 4 hours. So you do have to look to switch off in any way you can. Look at the crowd, just think about things, and he was picking up mud and playing with it on the outfield. But you have to, as soon as the bowler runs in, you have to throw down whatever you're fiddling with and be ready to field the ball.
Having a nice old time, making some mud pies.
Just saw the replay of that, Glenn, one, and he didn't get anything on it.
Yeah. Here's Trent Boult, and, well, it's been an attempt at playing. Labuschagne thought about playing, and in the end just held his bat out of the way at the last minute. It looked like he was going to try to glide that past the keeper and then bailed out of the shot. So it has been a curious 10, 12, 13 overs here from the Australian middle order. Haven't looked to press the case. Marsh, Labuschagne, Smith went at a decent clip for his 18, but they've been in a cautious frame of mind. Not so this time as Labuschagne throws his hands at the ball outside off stump. Gets a run to deep backward point. There'll be a run out here. Labuschagne's gone the wrong way. He's diving back in and the throw misses from Latham. There was only ever one there that went out to the deep. Labuschagne turned blind, having run the first, belted down. Maxwell had not moved at the striker's end and was never going to. And Labuschagne had to turn back from nearly halfway. The throw came into the wrong end to Latham, who then hurled it at the non-striker stumps, and Labuschagne makes it home. And he also ran directly into the path of the ball there. If that ball had hit him, that would have been out obstructing the field, I think. He has changed his line and run directly at the stumps. You can't do that. He ran straight down the middle of the pitch eventually and dived for his ground in front of the stumps. So the umpires haven't spoken to him about that. They should. Luckily for him, the throw was so wild it didn't even hit him, let alone the sticks.
Yeah, there's been no apology or communication between Maxwell and Labuschagne out in the middle since that previous mix-up. But Glenn Maxwell was never running to. And what actually happened was Boult got in the way of Labuschagne, so he was turning running to. He couldn't see Glenn Maxwell till he was past the bowler, to which then he had to turn and run back. But Maxwell was never ever running to.
Not sure what the calling was out there. It's 267 for 4. Boult bowls a bouncer and falls over, and it's given as wide. So you wouldn't mark that down as a success to the bowler, who ends up face down in the pitch. 268 for 4 as that one looped over his head. Maxwell's head, that is. Still yet to score. And that won't go down as a ball faced either. 268 for 4. Australia, as you said, Alex, they've failed to push on from good starts a couple of times. It looked like they were going to against the Dutch until Maxwell happened. And he's happening here, driving the ball away through the covers. Getting a decent piece of it, a little bit of heat taken off it. I think Santner got a touch on that on the bounce at short cover, and that allows Ravindra in the deep to get around the rope and prevent the boundary. 270 for 4 as Maxwell gets 2.
It was an interesting matchup between Maxwell and Trent Boult. And Trent Boult has bowled at Maxwell 7 times in ODIs. Maxwell's only scored 19 runs, and Boult's dismissed him 6 of those 7 times.
That is a matchup. Here comes Boult, left arm around, and Maxwell flays him down the ground for 4. Big step into that ball, gives himself the full swinging arc, and hits that with power straight of the mid-off fielder who's in the ring. 274 for 4. Maxwell 6 off 3. That's more like it. Strike rate's up at 200.
That's the Glenn Maxwell that we saw in the previous game, but a huge matchup this between these two teams.
2 to come in the Boult over. Left arm around, and Maxwell hits him on the pad. The ball angling in. Labuschagne again is wanting a run, and he's a third of the way down the pitch this time. Again, it's refused. He turns back.
Because Australia going one less batter, one less all-rounder in their starting 11 today. And this matchup between Boult and Maxwell, as history goes, Boult will get him out at some stage, it's just when. And if Australia lose a wicket soon, they could be in a spot of bother.
Just needs to get through this last delivery, Glenn Maxwell, and he does. Plays it down on the bounce to cover. 274 for 4 after 38 overs. So Australia were 175 after 19 overs. They've added 99 runs in the 19 overs since. And quite the change in pace.
It really has.
I mean, they're still on track to make 350 plus here, which is a huge score. But it's interesting how things have downshifted. And as you say, well, another wicket. Josh Inglis comes in. He bashed 50 the other day in quick time.
Well, what that start does for Australia, it gives them that flexibility to be able to go slower in the middle overs and still get 350 on the board. The current run rate, they'll get 360. But if you're an Australian fan, you're thinking surely you want more than 400 on the board, and you keep going. But The only two players that have made it look that easy are the two that got Australia off to a flyer. Obviously, it is slightly easier with only 2 fielders allowed outside the fielding circle.
Santner to start a new over against Labuschagne, who sweeps top edge out into the deep. Could be caught. He is running in off the rope. It is taken by Ravindra, coming in from deep mid-wicket. 274 for 5 as Labuschagne falls for 18. He was never in control of that sweep shot, and the top edge spiraled away. Went very high in the air, gave Ravindra a lot of time to think, running in without the hat and taking it looking up into the midday sun. 274 for 5. Inglis will have to come to the middle and see what he can do in the 39th over.
Yeah, not needed that from Labuschagne. Not needed at all. Needed a partnership between Labuschagne and Maxwell. Needed them two to stick around for a little bit. 14 dots he faced in his 26 balls, and I think out of frustration he's played the slog sweep, and I reckon he's played it 9 times walking off the field.
I think if you're Marnus Labuschagne batting with Glenn Maxwell, first ball of the over against spin, your job is to get 1.
I don't understand his thinking there. Obviously he's looking for the boundary. I understand he's thinking 4-6. But he's not the sort of player to do that, especially so early on, especially when he's just trying to build a partnership with Glenn Maxwell, who's only just come to the crease. For me, that shot was totally unnecessary. It now puts Australia in a spot of bother. They've been dominant throughout this innings, but now New Zealand, they're just creeping back into this game.
And it's a bit like it was for the Dutch the other day. If they get Glenn Maxwell caught at deep mid-wicket or something in the next couple of overs, then they're a chance to really put the pressure on and, as absurd as it sounds, try to keep Australia to 310, 320, something like that.
Which can happen when Maxwell's early on in his innings, because we know he likes to strike the ball, we know he likes to play these massive shots, and sometimes early on in his innings he loses his shape, he loses his power, and he is caught in the deep.
And the other thing you're doing as Labuschagne is you're creating doubt in Maxwell's mind now about how to approach his innings, as Inglis goes back and digs out a ball that's angled in at the leg stump and won't get a run. So you're in some way constraining your teammate from playing to the best of his ability as well. It was not a great decision. Santner bowls in. It's hit him on the pad. They're going up. Santner has his hands on his head. Umpire says not out. Coming down to have a chat is Latham, the captain. Santner, he doesn't look entirely convinced to me. He looks more frustrated that it was nearly there but not quite.
Yeah, going down. They've gone upstairs for it, but I think this is more in a hope of, well, we've got 2 reviews left. English early in his innings, if we can get this breakthrough, we're into the tail of Australia. But for me, this doesn't look like it's out. Or didn't look like it was out live.
274 for 5 at the moment. We're in the 39th over. Maxwell on 6, Inglis yet to score. Waiting for a replay on this leg before wicket appeal against Josh Inglis. Seeing Santner's delivery now, wide on the crease from left arm around. It's hit him in front of leg stump on the back foot. It's not the worst shot in the world. It could be clipping, but it won't be doing more than that by the looks of it. And Santner, I think, was of the same opinion. Just checking that there's no inside edge, bat nowhere near it.
Clipping the top of leg stump, I think, which means New Zealand will keep their review. Wait for ball tracking to load.
It's like starting the old laptops, the late 90s. Hit the button, go away, make a cup of tea, come back 15 minutes later.
Yours has been a bit like that this trip, hasn't it?
Yeah, been on and off. Hits him in front of leg stump, so it's a red there, and it is a yellow for umpire's call. It's taking a fair bit of leg stump. Not quite as much as Harris Ralph's one last night that should have won Pakistan the game.
Oh, here we
at
go.
9 down.
But what about is it the Hendricks one? There was one for South Africa as well.
Sure, it wasn't at 9 down when they were about to win.
No, I know, but still it can go both ways.
It can, it does. There's just something about it that irritates people. Santner getting on with the job now, and Inglis is trying to get off the mark but finds backward point. So 3 dots after the wicket. The slowdown continues. Santner has 2 for 56. Got smashed early, had to come on during the power play just to try something, anything. Went for 15 from his first over. Bowls it outside the off stump, and Inglis does score his first run, cut to deep point. But this is what they've missed out on. If you get a single from that first ball, you get Maxwell facing 5 balls of spin. figuring out how to attack it. And now we'll be facing just one ball, the last one of the over, and then probably back to Trent Boult from the other end. 275 for 5 with Inglis on 1. Maxwell on 6. Waits for Santner. Reverse, switch hit. Why not? He's got one ball to face. He might as well pump it out to the deep. There's a sliding attempt at a save out at deep backward square leg, but it's unsuccessful. Went feet first again. 279 for 5 as Maxwell goes to 10, and Devon Conway picks up the ball from behind the rope and throws it back in.
Well, you just know Maxwell's going to play that shot, don't you? With one ball to go, only one run off the over before then. Australia need to kick on. Well, they don't need to, but they will kick on. Feels like we're 45 overs into this game, but we're not. We're 39 overs into this game, but you just feel it's at that point where Maxwell and Inglis at the crease, they're going to accelerate.
Well, Inglis doesn't mind playing some shots either. Got into this side on the back of prolific run returns in domestic cricket in Australia.
Yeah, Maxwell will have wanted 4, not 1, so he's not facing Boult, who's got him out 6 out of 7 times in ODI cricket.
Yes, that's probably fair. Josh, you take this guy. And,
I seem to be in his pocket, so let me just sit at the non-striker's end.
Let me just wiggle my way out. Ravindra's bowled 7 overs. Phillips has bowled his full 10. And Santner has 2 left. I'm not sure how much more spin we'll see. Inglis drives Boult out to deep backward point, and Maxwell will have to face because they get 1. 280 for 5. Haven't seen Jimmy Neesham bowl today.
No, we
haven't.
haven't.
Would you expect to?
Nah, not now, I don't think.
Matt Henry's got 6 overs up his sleeve because he got absolutely looted early and they had to take him off.
Yeah, and I also think bring him back. You know, he's allowed a bad spell.
Ferguson's only bowled 3 as well, mind you. They went for 38, those 3 overs. Boult round the wicket, and Maxwell picks him up, hits him over the leg side, into the gap, won't get 4, but he will get 2 as deep backward square leg comes around. That was well timed, little pick-up pull. 282 for 5, Maxwell to 12. He's faced 7 balls. He practices the shot again. So they've got a deep third for Maxwell. Backward point, deep point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a long leg. Got 5 in the circle. Maxwell goes back, pulls out to deep mid-wicket. That will be 4. It's further in front of square. So the rehearsal shots did their job. He played it better the next ball. Back of a length from Boult. Smacked away. Maxwell to 16 from 8 balls. 286 for 5 now, Australia.
He's played that well, Maxwell, as well, because he's gone back deep in his crease and he's connected with the ball early because he knows that there's a deep fine leg and a deep backward square. He wants to hit it in front of square leg. He's just picking up where he left off the other day.
Boult. Round the wicket again, and Maxwell will get a run here as he works it down to deep backward square leg off the inside half. 287 for 5. So he's striking at 190 in this innings. Glenn Maxwell has the fastest batting strike rate in all World Cup cricket for anyone who's made more than 100 runs in World Cups.
Just doesn't surprise me.
And it's miles faster than anybody with a similar. He's made nearly 700 runs in World Cups at 163 or thereabouts. Next best is McCullum on 120 odd. As Inglis pulls, gets a good piece of that. He will get 4. Hits it powerfully in front. They do have the boundary rider out there, but Inglis has nailed that one. So he's up to 6 at a run a ball. 291 for 5.
I think this partnership is proving to me that instead of Smith and Labuschagne going in where they did, I'd have accelerated one of these two to just capitalise on the start that Australia got and mix them up so you could have had Inglis, then Labuschagne, then Maxwell, then Smith.
Boult looks to finish off an expensive over, and it's carved away, just beating the backward point, who dives and tumbles across. Ravindra into field from the rope. 292 for 5 with that single. Inglis up to 7, keeps the strike. Maxwell's on 17 from 9 balls. 40 overs bowled. Alex Hartley, your company, and soon enough, Henry Moran.
I just think that would have given Australia that buffer to carry on going hard, or going hard from one end. I know Mitch Marsh is normally that batter who can play that role, batting at number 3 today, but it just didn't work for him. And I just think with Smith and Labuschagne coming in when they did, things just did slow down for Australia, and should have, or could have been on target to get more than 400. Just slowing down.
It's all just felt a little like not a wasted opportunity to get a real monster total, because they're still 292 for 5 after 40 overs. But given the remarkable start to things, it did feel like it slowed down quite noticeably during that little phase. So it will be interesting to see how they go in the final 10 overs. As we see Santner into his 9th over, round the wicket, bowling to Inglis, giving himself some room, slapping the ball towards cover, and there's a good tumbling save from a diving, ever-energetic Phillips. The game, for its competitiveness, rather needs Maxwell not to repeat what he did the other day.
Yeah, it'd be good to watch.
It would be good to watch. Here comes Santner round the wicket, and this has been hacked out towards deep mid-wicket, where Ravindra will trot round on this patchy outfield to pick up in the sunshine, which makes it very warm in this part of the world during the day, but it doesn't half get cold at night.
It's freezing at night. Like, you walk outside and you think, oh, I need a woolly hat and a coat.
Yeah.
I had my balcony door open in my hotel room last night for 5 minutes and the room was freezing.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. And you notice actually the monkeys up in the hills, much furrier.
Yes, they are.
They've got the woolly jackets.
Someone who at the hotel said, don't leave your balcony open for too long because of the monkeys.
Here's Santner round the wicket, bowling to Maxwell, and he has to wait an eternity for a slow delivery, which he swings at and misses. That was really slow.
48 miles an hour, that's what I bowl. that was pace taken off it from Glenn Maxwell.
And it didn't turn as well, so it was really very reminiscent of you, Alex.
That's rude.
Here comes Santner, tossed up outside the off stump. Oh, smacked away, but almost into the hands of the fielder just for a moment. Phillips got airborne and couldn't quite stop it. 294 for 5. I'm only joking, Alex. You undersell yourself, and let's not forget, you were in the team of the tournament in 2017.
Okay, dig yourself out the hole now.
Sorry.
I'm actually just telling Aaron Finch how he gets to the commentary box.
Oh, yeah. He's other side of the ground,
yeah,
isn't
he's
he?
just put the face planty emoji going, oh no.
Santner creeping in to bowl to Inglis. Round the wicket he comes now, and deep in the creases Inglis. Won't find a run there. Good over this from Mitch Santner, just 2 from it so far. We'll be joining. I'll tell you in a moment. Here comes Santner into bowl to Inglis, who's hitting the ball firmly out towards deep cover, but only for 1. And so the over comes to an end with the score at 295 for 5. There is another game taking place, of course, today, Alex.
There is.
In the Cricket World Cup. So we will be bringing you some coverage of the early stages of that during our interval here, because the live
Has that
cricket...
not started yet?
No.
What a long day it's been.
Well, it's that funny thing, isn't it, with the double-header days, because you get the 10:30 starts, and then you get the 2 o'clock starts, local time for us. It'll be 9:30 start in the UK for Bangladesh, Netherlands. That gets underway in about 40 minutes. We'll bring you toss and team news when we get it, but we'll be joining our team shortly during the interval, and then back here for the run chase, of course, for fans that want to keep an eye on what is happening in this game between Australia and New Zealand, Alex.
I think I prefer the early starts, you know.
I do too, definitely.
I think I like them, although when my alarm went off this morning, it was a little bit of a shock to the system, because I've been waking up about when this game started, actually. But
I know.
But now we're, nearly halfway through the
and
day.
Also you get the lovely light in the morning.
No.
Getting up early is the way to go.
The worst and the best.
No, it's because once you're out of bed, it's fine.
Yeah, it is.
And I know you're someone that needs 11 hours sleep.
I got 10 last night, that'll do, won't it?
They're all over the country, and indeed the world. There are young parents thinking, 10 hours? Are you having a laugh? Here is Ravindra dropping it short, and Inglis will pull into the onside. Won't find more than a run, though, out towards mid-wicket. 296 for 5.
Well, that is one of the many reasons I know I'm not ready to have children, because I'm one of... Well, I've got a friendship group of 14. There's only 2 of us without kids. And they talk about their lack of sleep, eating cold food, cold coffee. I think, why?
In comes Ravindra, hair bouncing, and he's bowling to Maxwell, who plays that extraordinary reverse hit, clears the infield, and will get 4 runs. He's not got all of it by any stretch of the imagination, but backward point and short third were never in the game. And a gentleman in a Maxwell shirt has his hands in the air, and he's dancing and celebrating to our left. And Glenn Maxwell moves to 22 from just 12. It's his 4th 4.
And to be able to play that shot without a helmet on as well takes bravery, but also to trust your technique, to trust yourself that you're going to connect with the ball.
In comes Ravindra, round the wicket past Erasmus. He's done it again. This could be going further. Ooh, just one bounce and four, but it's another extraordinary cricket shot. No one else in the game plays like Glenn Maxwell, and he just makes it look so easy. 300 up, 300 for 5.
The special thing about that is the fact that the field changed as well. So there was a deep backward point. So what he's done, I'll hit the ball finer. He's adjusted. He's gone further across his stumps. He's then hit the ball up and over that short third fielder.
That's an outrageous shot.
Now as a bowler, what you have to do, the field is set. We've got a short third, a deep backward point, a short extra cover. As a bowler, you don't want to bowl on the stumps here, because what he'll do is sweep you for 4 into the leg side.
Yeah, and that's the conversation happening now, isn't it?
You've got to hide the ball outside the off stump. Oh, they're actually having a field change here. So one of the straights is coming up, mid-off's coming up, and deep square legs going back. So what now Ravindra doesn't want to do is bowl too full.
But then there's a danger if you drop it short. There's a great big gap on the leg side. And he's in now, bowls a quick delivery, and Maxwell gets a bit of a tangle there. That's well bowled. He came over the wicket, and it's played rather awkwardly into the ground, and Latham will pick up. So 9 off the over with 2 balls left.
And that's the beautiful thing about being a bowler, is you have to think like a batter. What is Glenn Maxwell thinking here?
Ravindra bowling to Maxwell, a little bit quicker again, slapped towards mid-off, and Maxwell will get a single. There's a little fumble by Neesham, but he will only get the one. 305 for 5.
I thought that first reverse hit went for 6.
Nope, 4.
Oh.
And he's really mixed up his paces in the over, actually, Ravindra. And the last couple of innings, that first 4 was 79 kilometres an hour. Then it went up to 94 and 89 for the couple of singles. This is quicker once again. Punched out towards deep cover. Moving around is Will Young to pick up. And the over comes to an end. 306 for 5. 42 overs gone. Now, Alex, we were mentioning show home furniture earlier.
Yes, is it smaller?
I mentioned that I thought it was smaller to make the place look bigger.
So your regular sofa would be made a few inches smaller to make the room look bigger, yes.
Yes. And Liz gets in touch. Liz Barker, Drizzly, Hampshire. That's where Liz is today.
Grizzly?
No, Drizzly.
Oh.
Might be Grizzly, I don't know. Grizzly, Hampshire sounds like a golfer from the 1970s. Morning, re-show home furniture, says Liz. I heard that furniture shop adverts have teeny tiny. You get the teeny tiny sofas to make. Sofas are made sort of
spit it out.
Size. Sorry, I'm going to get there. The sofas are made a different size to look huge and luxurious than they might be when you actually see them in real life. But who knows? We can't verify this, but who knows?
Well, the sofa I did buy it's never been as comfy as when I sat on it in the shop, ever. And they say you've got to sit on it for a while and bump up the cushions.
306 for 5. Santner round the wicket. Final over. This is an outside edge that goes towards the fielder, Trent Bolt, at short third, and goes straight to those hands, and so he won't get a run. 306 for 5. The projected score at the moment, 363. Here comes Santner. And he moves in round the wicket to bowl to Inglis, who's deep in the crease, and will punch the ball down the ground off the back foot towards Matt Henry below us. None of this we know for fact. We're just hearing rumours about.
I love a rumour, though.
Well, I know, but
I love a bit of gossip, and I love a rumour, and
we need clarification.
I love playing Chinese whispers with rumours, and I'll make it a lot worse. I'll be saying, "Did you know sofa companies send them with you?"
No,
with wooden. Make them uncomfy.
Behave. 307 for 5. Here comes Santner. The crowd sense that Maxwell is set and ready to do something remarkable. Santner bowls, and he comes forward. Maxwell hits it towards us. It's going onto the roof. Bang! Goodness me. Well, we sensed it might be coming. And high above us, that ball has gone clattering into the aluminium. And the crowd all around us stand with those 6 cards waving, hands in the air. They thought they were in business for a catch. I think it's
a monster, an absolute monster.
Santner to Maxwell. He's dropped it short. Maxwell goes again into the leg side. It's 6 more. Not a great delivery that time, and Glenn Maxwell was never going to turn down the gift. He moves on to a rocket-fueled 39 off 17, and the score 319 for 5.
Well, that's a great shot. Not only the first one was a monster into the onside, straight down the ground, but the way that one was on the wide line and he still hit it for 6. into cow corner.
Crowd up and about. Santner bowls. Maxwell chases a wide delivery. Hits it firmly out towards deep cover. He'll get a single. And the score moves to 320 for 5.
He's fuming. He's just punched the back of his bat because there was a wide ball on the wide line that he's hit for 1.
What a hit that first one was, Alex. Love to know how far it went. Here comes Santner to Inglis, who's trying to get in on the act and pushes the ball out towards deep cover for 1. They'll turn for a second because it's gone far enough away from Devon Conway over to our left to allow them through for a second. And the over concludes with 16 from it.
Where do New Zealand turn to now? Because they've bowled out Santner and Phillips, who are the only 2 to have picked up wickets. Ravindra, he's only got 2 overs left, but now they're going to have to go to the seam, and we know that the seam has went the distance earlier. You wanted to know how far that 6 went?
Go on.
104 metres.
Is that the biggest of the tournament? Has to be, doesn't it?
It is indeed. He's just run. He's just hit one, the distance that sprinters run. I forgot his name. It was in the back of my mind. That was a rubbish comparison. I'm getting off there.
Thanks, Alex. Made some sort of sense. I know what you're saying. It slapped into that red aluminium you see above the iconic pavilion in which we find ourselves here. It was threatening the mountains behind us. It was unbelievable hitting from Glenn Maxwell. And he's going to be on strike at the start of the over, which, looking up there in the distance, I think is going to be bowled by Matt Henry. And as Bharat Sundaresan comes to join us again, Bharat, we are being treated to some real fireworks from Maxwell again.
We saw the genius of David Warner earlier. Now it's time for the ridiculousness of Glenn Maxwell. He's such a ridiculous batter, isn't he?
He is. And he's the sort of player that, when he gets going, there's actually nothing you can do, really, because he hits it a bit like Joss Butler, and the great players in the white ball game can do this, where you can move the field and they'll just manipulate where the ball goes with the greatest ease. So Matt Henry, who's bowled 4 overs at the start of this game, gone north for 50. Maxwell is going to be targeting things. And Bharat, actually, you're going to depart. It's been a brief but joyous visit, and I'll tell you why, because we're going to be joined by Aaron Finch. In comes Matt Henry, and it's a good full delivery, dug out by Glenn Maxwell. Aaron Finch joins. You made the journey around the ground. Thank you, because it is a long old schlep.
Oh, it's a long way.
Isn't
Absolutely.
it? It's more than the 104 metres that 6 just went.
That was huge. That went straight over my head. I was just down waiting for the over to be complete so I could duck behind the sight screen. And it went miles.
Unbelievable. I mean, the hitting we've seen from Australia today, start and potentially the end of this innings, has been phenomenal.
It has been. And in between, some indifferent batting as well. There was, after that start, I thought Australia would continue to be really aggressive. Try and keep New Zealand under the pump.
Henry bowling to Maxwell. Is that an edge? I think it was, but the pace taken off the ball means that it dropped short of the keeper as Maxwell swung hard. It drops in front of Latham. 3-2-2 for 5.
That partnership was unbelievable from David Warner and Travis Head. From the first over, Matt Henry bowled, which went for 8, with a couple of good shots from Warner, and then Travis Head got on the back of it. I think his second ball in World Cup just popped Trent Bolt down the ground for 4 and then didn't really stop swinging.
It's unbelievable. And it just is a real indication of what resource Australia have in this World Cup. Here comes Matt Henry bowling to Maxwell. Oh, where's that gone? It hit him quite painfully on his right hand. He was looking to try and hook the ball with reverse hands over Will Young down below us at short third. And I think the ball has struck him quite painfully there. It was dug in short. It was the off cutter. He's mistimed it. And yeah, it's hit the hand with him through the shot too quickly.
Strange to hear that, isn't it? Through the shot too quickly when you're switching around and looking to hit it left-handed. It's just incredible skill.
Here's Matt Henry again, bustling in towards us. Over the wicket. There's a low full toss which has been hit into the leg side without perfect timing by Maxwell. It's the sort of ball that Baz Deleda was serving up the other night in Delhi, and it was getting hit out of the ground. But on this occasion, Maxwell just gets the 1. 3-2-3 for 5. I mean, it seems harsh to say it should have, still could be a massive score, but we were thinking, after 19.1 overs when the first wicket fell, and it was 175 on the ball.
And then it was like Australia just lost all their intent. Yes, New Zealand bowled well. I think at the same time you have to be prepared, especially the new batter coming in. You have to be prepared to be a little bit more aggressive on the back of a start like that, so you just don't face too many dot balls.
Here comes Matt Henry into bowl to Inglis, who's on 14. He's hitting the ball into the leg side. It's a nice connection out towards deep mid-wicket. He'll get a single, get Maxwell onto strike for the final ball of an over that so far has only gone for 2 runs so far. 3, 2, 4 for 5. Crowd down below, I think, have either decided that our commentary team is much more interesting than it was 5 minutes ago. And I don't think it's because of me necessarily, Aaron. I think they've spotted.
They're huge fans of cricket up here in the mountains,
aren't they?
Went for a beer at a local restaurant last night. It was quite difficult getting out of there.
Was it? I bet. In comes Matt Henry bowling to Maxwell. And what a good over that was from Matt Henry. 2 from it. And again, just a little indication that perhaps Australia haven't made quite the most of what was that extraordinary start, because, you know, you're looking at 6 overs left, 3, 2, 4 for 5, 370, 380 would be doable, but it doesn't look certain.
No, it doesn't. But what Australia will hold a lot of hope for here is the fact that this is a used wicket. It's not the first time it's been played on. So that's why I found it quite strange that Tom Latham won the toss and bowled first, knowing that they'd seen a game here before, and then, especially being a day game, obviously there's not going to be any dew, there's no rain forecast. And Australia just took that ascendancy straight away.
We were saying earlier, it feels almost the sort of approach that was so successful for England going into the 2019 World Cup. Just complete faith that from the first ball of the game you're in control and you're going to absolutely take the game to the opposition. And when you see a team like that, it's almost unstoppable.
And it's intimidating to play against. There's a lot of times you'll start second guessing your plans, and you almost go defensive before a ball's even bowled, because you're trying to dodge and duck the power of the opposition. I mean, there was times when Johnny Bairstow and Jason Roy would walk out to bat, and you just knew by their body language they're coming after you.
Here comes Jimmy Neesham into the attack for the first time today. Right arm over, swing and a miss with the pace taken off it. Neesham starts with a dot ball, and Inglis almost swinging himself off his feet. But that opening partnership, Head and Warner, I mean, it felt like that. Just so intimidating.
And watching it, it was like it was a highlights reel for 15 overs, and you thought they got off to such a fly that maybe they would rein it in slightly, but they just kept going so hard, and that's where the game's probably changed in the last 10 years.
Here comes Neesham, bowling to Inglis again, who pushes the ball down the ground. It's a nice bit of timing, but there is a fielder at long off to pick up, so it'll just be 325 for 5.
Look, when guys start to get on a roll, back in the day, maybe they would just drop anchor a little bit and make sure that they batted through to the end, but now players don't care. They're prepared to continue to go hard, because you know that you can break the back of a game so quickly at times.
Well, Alex was saying earlier, it felt almost after 20 overs the game was done. It's changed a lot since then because of those rather slow middle overs, but at a start like that, I mean, as you say, so demoralising as much as anything.
Yeah, the first 10 overs, I think there was 10 fours and 12 sixes hit. So Australia just comes so hard. But then Glenn Phillips comes on to bowl part-time off spin. He's got 3 for 37. So that's an indication itself about the wicket. But also, I think, a little bit more about the intent, particularly Mitchell Marsh coming in at 3 and taking quite a lot of time to get going, and then he wasn't able to capitalise on that.
Neesham round the wicket to bowl to Maxwell. He's got underneath it. It's down the ground. Should be caught. Trent Boult shields his eyes from the sun, but takes the catch. And so Maxwell goes for 41, and with that, perhaps Australia's aspirations of pushing towards 400, they fade as well. It was hit in the air. He gave it everything, but Jimmy Neesham, taking the pace off the ball, has managed to get the breakthrough, with Maxwell going, trying to hit the ball out of the ground. He couldn't do so. 3-2-5 for 6. Maxwell gone for 41.
From the around the wicket angle, Neesham goes really wide to Maxwell, because you know that if you get anywhere in his arc, he's got so much power. He couldn't control it, just slices it straight up in the air. Trent Boult took a very comfortable catch.
He looks annoyed with himself, Maxwell, because he was set, and he's shaking his head as he heads off the field. But again, it's just a little bit of a
stop-start after everything that we saw at the start of this innings. And I mean, credit to New Zealand, this is what they do, isn't it? They don't let their heads drop and they just keep on in there, hanging on in.
They scrap and scrap every single time, whether it's with bat or ball. They've been uncharacteristically sloppy in the field today, with some balls going down. Santner, Phillips, Daryl Mitchell all dropping one, but at the same time, how they've gone about probably the second 25 overs of this innings has been outstanding.
Yeah.
Especially when you think that Lockie Ferguson is injured and hasn't taken part since around the 10 over mark.
And having to find overs and try and make it work when you're facing that sort of barrage is not easy. Here comes Jimmy Neesham then. 3-2-5 for 6. As Pat Cummins, the Australia captain, will ease the ball towards Will Young at mid-wicket, and there is no run. So the last couple of overs, we saw 2 from the previous over. We've seen just 1 on the wicket so far in this one. And this is representing a really good start to the final 10 from New Zealand, who they could keep Australia to under 360. That would be a massive win, given where they were after 20 overs.
Absolutely.
In comes Jimmy Neesham again. Bowling to Cummins, who drives back to the bowler, who tumbles, falling like a mighty oak onto the surface, and picks up 3-2-5 for 6 it remains. And so, with a ball left of the 45th over, Aaron Finch, there is just a degree of pressure on these two out there. Inglis in particular, who's faced 19 balls, 16 runs.
Yeah, you probably can't afford to make a mistake here if you're Australia. Especially if Inglis gets out, you'd want him to go a little bit deeper, maybe to the 47th, and then look to target those back 3. So Pat Cummins, he can be a bit more aggressive here. Look to take a few more risks early.
He's on strike now. Final ball of the 45th over. In comes Neesham. Pace taken off it, and with one hand off the bat, Cummins will slice it away and get 4. And I'm not sure that was necessarily where he wanted to hit it. It matters not. He's got a boundary at the end of what had been a brilliant over from Jimmy Neesham. The wicket and single, that was all that had been of note, if you like, in the over. Up to that point, then the boundary, the leg cutter, and Cummins gets 4 runs. 3-2-9 for 6. Daniel Norcross is going to come and join you, Aaron Finch, with the Australia score in a good position, but how many should they get from this point with 5 overs remaining?
Well, you'd be hoping 8 and over at a minimum. The wicket column 6 down. You're 1 wicket away from that, looking something more like 340, 345, and in danger of being bowled out yet again. But if Josh Inglis bats deep through this innings, with only 5 overs to go, hopefully somewhere around 360, 365 if you're an Australian fan.
Yes, or even upward. You never know. I mean,
we're on track for 500 at one point.
Oh, I know, crikey. At least. Start of a new over, first delivery. He's driven down the ground beautifully. That should be 4. It was very full, and it was dug out by Inglis expertly along the ground through a very straight mid-on up to long on. There's no one there. 3-3-3 for 6.
Yeah, with all the fielders back square of the wicket, mid-on and mid-off are up inside the circle. So he just has to beat that man at mid-on, and he did. Last over, Henry was exclusively into the wicket, making the Australian batters hit off the back foot. This time he just goes full first ball and pays the price.
Let's see how he comes back here. Short. That's pulled down towards deep. Well, oh no, it's gone right through the legs of Ish Sodhi, the substitute fielder, who's at long leg, and it was a regulation stop. It's not the best outfield here, but I don't think we can really blame the outfield for that. And Sodhi kicks the boundary sponge in frustration with himself. It bounced a couple of times, and I mean, look, he's got a lot. And that is unforgivable.
Nothing behind it. Yeah, not a bad bounce that you can blame on that one, unfortunately, for Ish Sodhi, who's been on the field since about 12:15 local time. So that's a decent stint. And at times when you're not actually involved in the game in a bowling sense, sometimes your mind can just drift a little bit, start thinking about selection.
Yeah, right. Henry in, 2-4's the over, and this next ball has been pulled just in front of a scampering Glenn Phillips, who's right on the edge of the circle at mid-wicket. And he came running in for that, and his bounce just in front of him. It wasn't timed at all by Inglis. But I'm feeling a bit for Henry here. His first spell was marmalised. 4 4s and 4 6s in the 3 overs he bowled. He's come back pretty decently. His first 3 overs went for 44. His legs. 338 for 6. Cummins back on strike. We know he can whack a long ball. He's done it here in India before in the IPL. 13 ball 50.
And he doesn't talk about that very often.
Henry is into him, edged and just past a diving Latham down to the boundary for 4. He was trying to guide it through that region. I don't think he was well, I don't think he thought he was going to get it as fine as he did. It's very much off the edge of the bat, and had Latham been inches taller, he might have got there. It was tantalisingly away from his diving right hand.
Yeah, it was the area that he intended to play it just a little bit finer than what he would have liked. But regardless, he'll take the 4 runs. The man was up inside the circle at third as he now drops back, and the man at mid-off comes up.
When it isn't your day, it really isn't. Poor old Henry. 3 4s the first 4 balls. He's into Cummins bowls a slower, wider ball that is signalled wide. There was one point earlier today when he started an over with 15 runs off 1 legitimate ball. The next ball went for 6, so he was 21 off 2 balls.
That's right.
It's been one of those days for him. Has he bowled particularly badly, or was he just the victim of an inspired opening spurt?
His first over wasn't the worst, but he went for 2 boundaries off David Warner.
Henry in. Cummins gets a bouncer, which he evades, and square leg umpire says it's legitimate, it's fine, just 1 for over the shoulder, there's no run.
He was just a little bit wide to Warner early, and then he only has himself to blame for the second over, which he overstepped. The ball went for 4. He overstepped. Travis Head hit that ball for 6. That was a no ball as well. Then he hit the next free hit as well for 6. So it was just one of those starts, and that got Travis Head flying.
Henry into Cummins, gives himself some room, and then pulls a short ball down towards deep backwards square leg. They're just going to get the 1 for it. I've just been given some news about Lockie Ferguson. 344 for 6, end of the over, 15 from it. Those 3 boundaries, couple of singles and a wide. Cummins 9, Inglis 25. Lockie Ferguson is not going to come back on the field today, so he'll just finish with figures of 3 overs, none for 38. He's got soreness in his right Achilles, and he's being assessed. So, looking at the New Zealand squad, I guess Tim Southey comes in, but he's not really a like for like with Ferguson as your sort of pace enforcer. Suddenly that attack loses a bit of its venom, albeit that hasn't really been Lockie Ferguson's day to day with the ball.
No, maybe they'd have to restructure their attack slightly with Bolt and Southey with the new ball. 2 guys are able to move it. But Matt Henry's been fantastic, all bar today. He's been fantastic and taken regular wickets in the power play.
And he has done for a while now. I mean, this is not a flash in the pan. He's been exceptional the last couple of years as Bolt round the wicket starts a new over, and his first ball is driven just through extra cover really for a single. 1 more to Cummins. He goes to 10, brings Inglis back on strike. Australia, we've got to get this in perspective. A 345 for 6. They could, whatever they end up with from here, be it a strange 350 all out or a perfectly plausible 385, they are way ahead of the game because of that remarkable opening partnership. It just, I guess it may feel, if you're listening back home on ABC, a little bit flat after being 175 for none, you know.
Well, you had an over that went for 7 or 8, and you thought, wow,
what's going on?
Geez, they're just blocking him around now and then. But then you start to lose a couple of wickets, and guys take a little bit of extra time. So take a bit of extra time to get into their innings, and Mitch Marsh just never got away, only hitting 2 boundaries in his 40-odd balls.
Bolt in down the leg side. This will be a wide. It's going round the wicket. It's speared in. Decent pace, 138 kilometres an hour, but ill-directed.
So that tells you that the wicket mightn't be as flat and as true as what it looked at first. Obviously, being a used wicket, there might be a little bit more hold in it, just slowing up as the day goes on and as that shine goes off the ball. So then you almost have to try and change your mindset with the new ball to being more defensive, looking to get that ball as old as you can, as quick as you can.
Bolt is in wide of the off stump and wide signalled again. That looked quite tight that time. But Bolt takes it in good grace. Goes through to the keeper. 3:47 for 6. You might imagine a few more cross-seamers and banging it in a bit earlier, not really bothering to try to... the Kiwis went for a fuller length, didn't they? And then when they went short, they were punished terribly. Just seeing the replay on that.
Oh, that's harsh.
That's
very harsh. That's just inside the blue line.
Bolt in. It's gone for the reverse here. Listen, he's played a one-handed reverse... I don't know what we're going to call that. Edge? They go straight over the keeper's head for a one-bounce 4. This is a remarkable shot. This is worth watching back on the BBC Sport website and app, because he's gone for the reverse. I swear he's taken one hand off the bat there, hasn't he?
Strange shot choice as well, because third man and fine leg are both back. I think it might have just landed inside the boundary hoarding.
Yeah, I think it's just half volleyed that. Yep, it has. They're just checking it.
But if he hits that in the middle of the bat, the only place it's going is down to third for 1.
Yeah, or a catch, potentially.
Yeah, because it was a reverse scoop with mid-off up inside the circle.
Bolt into him again. Now he's gone for a clatter into the onside. A bit of a mow, which he doesn't really time, doesn't he? This bit gets to 30 with that single. 3:52 for 6, halfway through the 47th. 3:50 up. These milestones are almost not really noticing anymore. It feels like a score already that's going to be a little too much for New Zealand, but you never know. It is a day game. As Bolt comes into Cummins, goes for the big heave. It's gone high in the air. How far has it gone? Fielder's underneath it, but it sails up. 6. It didn't clear the boundary by an enormous amount, but it was in the air for a very long time.
Matt Henry was circling under it. It looked like he got himself in a good position, but up in the mountains, the thin air. Ball just travels a little bit further. It's a knuckleball from Trent Bolt. Cummins just slices it ever so much.
It's right off the toe of the bat. That's exactly what Aaron Finch is talking about here. It's hit the umbrella. As Bolt is in again. This is a block hole delivery. It's dug out, and Bolt fields of his own bowling, shies at the stumps at non-striker's end, but Cummins is safe. Yeah, there's 6. There's a little umbrella that's just beyond the boundary sponge. It hit the top of that. But watching on the replay, the impact was right at the bottom of the bat.
And it still registered 80 metres.
Kept going, yeah.
This is a ground where the ball does fly, obviously high up in the mountains of Damas.
Brett Sprigg with you in the grandstand studio. We've just lost Daniel Norcross and Aaron Finch for the time being, so we'll do our best on getting them back. In the meantime, Australia 6 for 359. Pat Cummins on 17. Josh Inglis on 30 in the 47th over, 1 ball to come. So it was an explosive start, of course, from Travis Head and David Warner. Their opening partnership earlier for the Australians. Which, of course, was worth 175. We have got the line back at 6 for 360 with 18 balls left in Australia's innings. Let's go back to Dharamshala.
Buildings, beautiful air. I mean, what a place to play cricket.
It's an absolute treat. The drive up and down the mountains, if you're staying at the top, leaves a little bit to be desired at times. And
we are.
Yeah, so are we. We're right up there. And
this morning, it was very much a kind of a look at your book.
Hold your breath as you go down, because there's no guard railings, there's steep drop-offs, and at times, I'd say there's maybe a car and a half width on the road.
And we're in quite a wide thing.
Yes.
You're like a people carrier type
Yes.
thing. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, my view of it is that the vehicle itself had no dents and the driver was still alive and he looked like he was well into his early 40s. So I took those as good signs.
Yes.
And ran with it.
Yeah, that's all you can do at times.
Right, Jimmy Neesham is bowling. He's bowled 1 over, 1 for 5. Perhaps if Ferguson didn't have that Achilles issue, then he wouldn't be in the attack. But he has picked up the wicket of Maxwell.
Big wicket, especially at the time.
He's going around the wicket. His first ball is pulled out towards deep square leg, and it's sailing through this thin air for 6 more.
Strange from Jimmy Neesham. He's around the wicket to Josh Inglis, somebody who loves the short ball. He's played a lot of cricket at the Wacker in Perth. And it's just back of a length. There's nothing on it. And from that angle, it's going right into his arc. I'd much prefer to see him over the wicket and taking Josh Inglis wide. Make him try and make all the pace in front of the wicket.
He's in again. Now this is driven out towards deep extra cover fielders underneath. It drops it. It's another drop at the Sharla. Rachin Ravindra, he had some ground to make, but it got to him at a very comfortable height, around about waist height, 2 hands to it. He was on the move, yes, but he would take that anywhere else time and time again. But I've seen so many catches dropped here now in just 2 matches that I'm going to give some leeway to the fielders, because there's something happening. The ball just seems to come at fielders just that bit earlier than they're expecting from the shot.
That's what you have practice days for. New Zealand have been here for over a week now.
They have, yeah.
So it shouldn't be a surprise to them. And that could be a big swing in this game.
They get through for just the single. 367 for 6. Neesham is in. This is driven high in the air, out over long off, and it's going to be 6 more. Again, I'm not sure Cummins really got hold of that, but he got hold of it well enough. It's the second 6 of the over. It's the 18th of the innings, and it is the 50th boundary. We have yet to have 50 overs. 373 for 6.
I think Jimmy Neesham's got his tactics the wrong way round at the moment. He's bowling full to Pat Cummins, who wants pace on the ball. He wants to swing the bat down the ground, and he's going short to Inglis. The times that they've made Inglis play off the front foot, they've brought errors.
Here's Neesham again. Oh, it's another huge one. It's smashed over long on, and that's got a long way back. That's come out of the middle. And Cummins, it's his 3rd 6. He's only faced 11 balls. His 5th boundary. He moves to 29. 379 for 6. If there was any doubt Australia were going to get to 400, well, there was some not that long ago. Now, not so much. This partnership has brought up its 54 from just 22 balls when they came together at 325 for 6. Aaron Finch and I just pretty much started this stint, and we were talking, might they get 340, 350 with a wicket here and there? Well, we've had a drop catch, we've had some...
It's poor bowling though from Neesham. It's in the slot to Cummins.
Neesham in again, short. I think it's, well, fielders coming together, and has he taken the most extraordinary catch? He hasn't. It was a terrific diving effort. In the end, Conway tidies up, and they come through for a couple. It's chaos and mayhem out there. It was short and pulled out into the deep. Fielders converging from deep mid-wicket and deep square leg.
Glenn
Cummins
Phillips
somehow find the gap, and Glenn Phillips, I think he's overdived it. I think, we talk about the ball flying through the air. He hasn't taken that through the air.
He hasn't taken into his calculations when launching himself. That was an amazing effort, but it just hits him on the wrist and pops out.
Neesham to Cummins, smashed over deep square leg this time. It's another 6. It's the 4th of the over. 27 runs from that Neesham over. He has 1 for 32 from 2. Australia 387 for 6. Cummins 37. He's nearly overtaken Inglis, who has 38. He's only faced 13 balls, 2 to go. I bet New Zealand cannot wait to get off this ground.
2 drop catches in that over, and they've cost them dearly. Talked about the first one that went for 6 was back of a length to Josh Inglis, and he was able to play his favourite shot, the pull shot. He went full and he went wide, made Josh Inglis go away from his strength, made him try and fetch it from outside off stump, bought the error, bought a drop catch. But that also, because of the drop catch, it meant Pat Cummins stayed on strike. Had Ravindra taken that catch, Mitchell Starc would have been in. And then the drop catch from Phillips. Cummins keeps the strike. They scamper through for 2. Next couple go for 6s as well. So they're fine margins in this game, and particularly in this World Cup, that have swung momentum dramatically.
20 off the last 4 balls for exactly that reason. The drop catch yielding just the 1, but Aaron's got to go. TV work to do.
Yeah, and it's a long way to get back around the other side of the ground.
It's breathless stuff, and the air is thin, so make sure you don't want to get altitude sickness.
I'll use that as a cop out next time that I'm huffing and puffing coming up here.
Cheers. So 387 for 6, 2 overs to go. Inglis on strike. First ball driven flat down the ground and taken. Phillips takes the catch, tumbling forward. He indicates it was a clean catch, and Inglis is going to go. At last, a catch has been taken. We've seen so many dropped here in Dharamshala, not just in this match, but across the tournament. That one never really got more than about 8 feet off the ground. It flew to Phillips at long on, and he came forward 2 steps, 3 steps, and then just grasps it gratefully about 3 inches off the ground. 387 for 7, and I have some stat news, stat attack. Thank you, Crazy Johns. Australia becomes the first team to score 350 plus in consecutive games in ODI history. In ODI history, not World Cup history, ODI history. Which surprises me somewhat.
It does, especially the rate at which 350 seems to be overtaken these days in one-day cricket. But I was going to say, thankfully for New Zealand, it was Glenn Phillips under the ball that time, but he himself has dropped a catch.
Well, I think we've been talking about the ball flying through the air, but actually Phillips flew through the air like Superman. He dived, and I think he probably went a bit further than he thought, because the ball hit him on the, what are we calling that? The sort of the almost a wrist, where the wrist meets the hand, and he's just gone sort of 2 or 3 inches too far, which could yet prove costly as Stark is on strike. Bolt bowls to him, ball in the block hole, dug out. Bolt chases after it, has a little look round to see if they're going to go for 2. They're not. Cummins will be back on strike. 37 from 13 balls, 2 4s, 4 6s.
Just what Glenn Maxwell, Josh Inglis and Pat Cummins have done is taken this Australian innings, or the total, from being close to par around 330, 340, which would still have been a good total. So they slowed down between almost 25 and 40, but they've just now.
Well, 62 runs were scored in 3 overs and 3 balls.
Exactly.
It's crazy, isn't it? 21 balls or so. Bolt in. Oh, on the pads. That looks very close to me, and given. Cummins is given out. He's referred it immediately. He moved across his stumps. It was very low. It's hit him down on the toe. Height is not going to be the issue. Everything here is going to be about impact and where it's deemed the ball goes on to hit. I don't think he's got anything of a stride. He moved across his crease rather than towards the ball. Cummins has reviewed it instantly, I guess because he's got 2 reviews, or maybe because he thinks he's hit it. Who knows?
Yeah, he's not very confident though. He's already taken his gloves off. Yeah. Did pitch in line. Oh, that's very out.
It feels out. Now, Bharat Sundaresan, for those of you who don't know, is a qualified umpire. And a very severe one at that.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
You don't mess. Pat Cummins
is walking off. He's not even bothering waiting for the ball track.
He saw me with my finger raised in the box. So he
knows to trust you.
Yeah.
It's amazing. He's actually just walking off. We haven't seen ball tracking at all. He knows he didn't hit it. And he might actually make it. I think someone's going to cross. I think he might basically be giving himself out here. I don't think it's going to matter if they go through this now, because does that umpire Sundaresan mean that he is now out?
He is out. Adam Zampa has crossed him and he's left.
So he's now out.
The field of play. It's all over.
So none of this matters anymore.
None of this matters. If suddenly they find a faint inside edge, which they haven't.
I have never seen that before, though. I mean, I've seen people know that they're out and move towards the pavilion. But that is confirmed that the ball was hitting the stumps. The review has been lost. I suppose they had to go through that process.
They had to. I mean, once you put the system in place, you have to finish it. And what an innings from Pat Cummins. He's been striking the ball better than he has in a long time, Dan. And I remember when he walked out to bat at number 8 ahead of Mitchell Stark in the opening game of the tournament, people were a little surprised. But I think it's just the confidence he has with his power hitting at the moment. So in Test cricket, they're flipped. It's Stark who generally walks out at number 8, as he's proven today. He's in good striking form, and his innings has made a big difference, right? Even if Australia don't get to 400, they still could. 12 runs away, 9 balls.
So Bolt has fresh meat. He has Zampa to bowl at, and he bowls right in the block hole again. It's dug out, and they should have gone for the single and didn't. The ball's worked to mid-wicket where Neesham does the fielding, and Zampa didn't fancy the run. Now, here's something for you though. If it had been discovered that ball was missing. Cummins has given himself out. No. Right, edged through to the keeper, no run. Hartley tells me that the rule has changed. What's all this about? I've got an umpire here, he's supposed to know.
All right, we'll get Alex on. She's stormed into the box.
I'm 90% sure that the reason the umpire comes to the boundary sponge and the batter has to wait by the umpire, because if it's given not out, they just swap back. Pretty sure it's still changed.
With the DRS. Or without DRS, you can't, once you're gone, you're gone. Yeah, you can't obviously change the decision. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Bolt is in. Bowled him. Zampa goes, advancing, a full ball, looking to drive it through the offside, and he's castled. So, Bolt picks up 3 wickets in that over, 388 for 9. An over that started with a score on 387 for 6. Just the 1 run from it, and 3 wickets from it. Feels a bit too little, too late. His middle and leg were knocked back by that full delivery. But for Bolt, it's done something for his figures. He finishes with 3 for 77 from 10 after getting a bit of tab in the early skirmishes. It was really Henry and Ferguson who got given the most appalling treatment, and a little bit to Santner as well. Bolt was not unscathed, but his 4 overs cost 30, more than he would have liked, but fewer than the others for sure. And it's going to be Hazelwood who's going to come out to join Stark as this innings is somewhat imploding. 388 for 9.
I mean, in a way, it didn't matter what happened to that last ball. What Australia would have wanted is for Stark to face as many of the last 6 deliveries as possible.
Yeah, I guess the issue being that the only thing is now he gets out, they're all out.
Yeah.
Whereas if he got out and there was somebody else at the other end, they could still scramble a couple of runs here and there. But
the way Matt Henry's day has gone so far, you would want to face him.
Yep. So poor old Matt Henry, his first 3 overs went for 44. He came back quite well with the next 2, and then his last over he was not assisted at all by his teammates. Some poor fielding. He's in, start the last over, and Stark chips the ball out to deep mid-wicket and denies the run. There's so little faith in Josh Hazelwood. I mean, that's fairly humiliating when he scores 388 for 9.
Josh Hazelwood is walking down the pitch, maybe with a smile on his face. Not sure he liked that too much from his fellow fast bowler. It makes sense. And it's hit a 6 or get out, or a 4.
Henry is in over the wicket to Stark, who clears his leg and smashes this over mid-wicket for not quite 6. No, he's going to be caught at deep square leg. So they did take the single off the last ball, and in the end, Stark hitting to, well, fairly short boundary away to the leg side, just hasn't got anything like enough of it, and it has been comfortably pouched. Neesham with the catch, and Henry has something for his day, a day that's been a pretty awkward one for him. 1 for 67 he ends with, and Australia are bowled out for 388. To say that that's slightly disappointing gives you an idea of just how insane the first 15 overs were until Glenn Phillips came into the attack at the end of the 12th over. Australia were going at 12, 13 and over. Their first 10 overs went for 118. It was all about the opening partnership between Travis Head, playing his first game in the tournament, going back after injury. He made 100, and David Warner couldn't quite follow it up with another 100 of his own. First wicket partnership 175. Then Phillips came into the attack, bowled 10 overs on the spin, the part-timer, took 3 for 37, and just arrested Australia's development somewhat. But right at the back end, fueled by a combination of Maxwell and Cummins and Inglis, they managed to recover from a slightly sticky patch at 274 for 5 to post 388 all out in 49.2 overs. You feel that that's going to be too many, but it's a decent pitch to bat on. Australia are not a side that's exactly laden with spinners. They're going to have to bowl quite a lot of pace on this, but they've probably learned a fair bit about what to do and what not to do on a wicket that is, well, resembles something of a road. More thoughts from you, Bharat, and then Henry Moran is going to tell us exactly what's going to happen in this break between innings.
Yeah, it is a pitch that resembles a road, but it's got a couple of potholes in it, like most roads in India. Many that we've seen and experienced in this part of the country anyway. No, it's bizarre innings on a bizarre day. 388 all out. It's rarely do you see a team getting bowled out for a score close to 400 and with 4 balls to spare. The New Zealand fielders and bowlers were giving each other high fives and pats on the back. Some of them have had mornings that they would want to forget in a hurry. At least they'll take some confidence, something out of it. The fact that they have managed to take 10 wickets.
Indeed. And that is small mercies, I suppose, given everything that we've seen from Australia in this innings. Right, we will get some reaction for you in just a moment. Bharat, thank you very much indeed for your contributions in the first innings. And we'll hear more from Bharat as we go into the second half of this match as well. But what a performance from Australia, particularly top of the order. And here is Centurion Travis Head.
Congratulations on your innings. Tell me what pleased you most about it. Being back playing. It's nice to be back with the boys. So obviously spent a week or two with the boys. It's nice to get a fixture, nice to contribute, and nice to be back.
How's that hand?
Yeah, it's going well. So obviously, it went well today. It feels good. So we're on track, which is nice.
Talk to us about the pitch out there and the planning in terms of going out and playing aggressively, how it assisted that.
Very good wicket. I think Davey and I have forged that partnership, I guess, to try to put as much pressure as we can. And obviously, we were able to get away today, take our chances, but also then go on, make it a really big partnership and set that platform. So 388, I think we got is a really, really good score.
Yeah, and in going on, did the nature of the pitch change at all?
Yeah, I felt in the back end of my innings that it started to take a little bit more spin. They bowled very well, changes of pace. I think the changes of pace obviously helped with the wicket. There's a little bit more spin there, so hopefully throughout the day we can adapt well to that. We've got to look at it, so the boys will come up with their plans and hopefully we can execute them really, really well.
Well played, thanks for talking to us.
Thank you, cheers.
That's Travis Head chatting to Pommy Mbangwa. What a performance from Australia then. 389 will be the target for New Zealand to score a rare victory against their Trans-Tasman rivals. Our ABC listeners will be back for the start of the second innings.
Hello, this is ABC News with David Rowlands. Israel is intensifying air and ground attacks on Gaza as the humanitarian crisis deepens there, with almost 3,000 children now believed to have been killed since the conflict erupted 3 weeks ago with attacks on Israel by Hamas militants. Global Affairs editor John Lyons has more.
After one of the heaviest days of bombing so far in the 3-week war, Israel says it's expanding ground incursions in what appears to be preparation for a full land invasion. The escalation came as the US hit targets in Syria, which it said contained forces from Iran's Revolutionary Guard, as retribution for what Washington claimed had been attacks on US troops. Meanwhile, the Israeli army would not rule out airstrikes on the Shifa hospital in Gaza City, which it said Hamas was using as a command and control centre, while doctors in Gaza said the targeting of any hospital would be a war crime.
Meanwhile, demonstrators demanding a truce in Gaza have temporarily filled and closed Grand Central Station in New York City, the busiest railway station in the United States. The sit-in protest was organised by the Jewish Voice for Peace, a group that advocates for Palestinians. Police in the US state of Maine believe the man responsible for the recent mass shooting there is now dead. Larry Buttrose has the details.
Authorities ordered a massive search for 40-year-old reservist and firearms instructor Robert Card. He became the prime suspect of the killing of 18 people in shooting attacks this week in the city of Lewiston. Searchers have now found Card dead near Lewiston and say he suffered a self-inflicted bullet wound. The people of Maine stayed on high alert for days while the suspect remained at large, and State Governor Janet Mills no doubt spoke for many at the news.
I'm breathing a sigh of relief.
The victims were aged from 14 to 76.
A rural firefighter has had his car stolen while battling a blaze in Queensland's southwest. Police Assistant Commissioner Brian Swan called the act truly despicable, considering the current fire threat facing the state. The volunteer firefighter was working to contain a blaze near Cedar Grove in Logan when thieves broke into the Woodhill Rural Fire Station and fled with the vehicle around 1 a.m. Police ask anyone who may have seen a grey Toyota Land Cruiser with the registration Nomad to come forward. General practitioners from 40 countries have called on world leaders to end dependence on fossil fuels in order to save global health from the climate crisis. The group signed an open letter in Sydney today during a global conference from GPs and family doctors, attended by over 4,000 representatives from 105 nations. Directors of the World Health Organisation's Department of Environment, Social Determinants and Public Health, Dr. Maria Nera, says the transition to clean energy needs to be accelerated.
Stop the combustion of fossil fuels because they are suffocating us, killing us. All the mitigation interventions to fight climate change can generate enormous health benefits.
Wreckage believed to be from a missing helicopter has been found in the New South Wales Hunter region. A 54-year-old man has been missing since Thursday morning after taking off from Cessnock Airport. He was headed to Wallace Island near Foster. Police say that following an extensive land and sea search, some aircraft wreckage was found at Hawk's Nest around noon today. New South Wales police divers are examining the wreckage. Authorities say no one has been found at the scene. Helena Carr, the long-time wife of former New South Wales Premier and Foreign Minister Bob Carr, has been declared brain dead from an aneurysm during an overseas trip. She was 77. In a statement, Mr Carr said the pair were in Vienna, Austria, when she suffered a brain bleed on Thursday night and lost consciousness in his arms. Mr Carr said he has been told by doctors that she is officially dead. Mexico's government is promising more help for the city of Acapulco, which has been badly damaged by Hurricane Otis. With the details, here's the BBC's Kat Wiener.
Residents have complained that aid has been slow to arrive and that they are running out of food and fresh water after shops were ransacked on Thursday. The National Energy Company has said it is working to restore energy and water supplies to the devastated state of Guerrero and to install electric generators to keep hospitals running. A state helpline has been set up for people whose relatives are still missing. Airlines have begun evacuating tourists from the city. At least 27 people are known to have died in the Category 5 hurricane, which was the most powerful storm ever to hit Mexico's Pacific coast.
This is ABC News.
Where can you find ABC Sport Daily, the best of ABC Sport and the Grandstand Cricket podcast?
The bat swing on him was as pure as driven snow.
And don't miss every ball of the 2023 ODI World Cup.
Pull shot, struck it nicely, straight to the field, gets another wicket.
Where can you find it? The ABC Listen app. It's that simple. The 2023 ODI World Cup, live from India.
Head on strike. And head drives in the air over mid-off. That's a wondrous shot. 2 bounces and it clatters into the advertising hoardings for 4. What a shot of intent that was.
Ferguson to Warner, who cuts him over the offside, and that's going to carry for 6 as well. That one is even better. It carries the fence and goes into the front row of the crowd. Someone leaning over the railing tries to reel in a catch. Not sure if they held it or not. Bolt to Warner, short, pulled away, in the air for 6. There goes another one. The 5th time that David Warner has cleared the boundary in the 27 balls that he has faced this morning. This is extraordinary.
Phillips starts a new over and takes a wicket. Warner driving a full ball back at him. A good sharp catch taken to his right. He dropped one earlier, but he's made the breakthrough now.
Still on 99, Travis Head. Taps the bat. Dips at the knees. Waits for Phillips. Round the wicket. Backs away. Carves it through the offside. He'll get one to the sweeper. But that is a century for Travis Head on his recall to this Australian team. He's been watching the World Cup from the couch in Adelaide, but now he's in the thick of it, saluting to the crowd. One-day international century, number 4. The wicket taker so far bowls to Head. He's got 2. Phillips, that's through him quicker, flatter, knocks back middle stump as Travis Head backs away. And there is that little bit of danger from Glenn Phillips. He's got his 2nd.
In comes Ravindra, round the wicket past Erasmus. He's done it again. This could be going further. Ooh, just 1 bounce and 4, but it's another extraordinary cricket shot. No one else in the game plays like Glenn Maxwell. Neesham round the wicket to bowl to Maxwell. He's got underneath it. It's down the ground. Should be caught. Trent Bolt shields his eyes from the sun, but takes the catch.
367 for 6. Neesham is in. This is driven high in the air, out over long off, and it's going to be 6 more. Again, I'm not sure Cummins really got hold of that, but he got hold of it well enough. Here's Neesham again. Oh, it's another huge one. It's smashed over long on. And that's got a long way back. That's come out of the middle. Neesham to come in, smashed over, deep square leg this time. It's another 6. It's the 4th of the over. 27 runs from that Neesham over. Bolt is in. And bowled him. Zampa goes, advancing. A full ball, looking to drive it through the offside. And he's castled. So, Bolt picks up 3 wickets in that over, 388 for 9 to start. He clears his leg and smashes this over mid-wicket for not quite 6. No, he's going to be caught at deep square leg. So they didn't take the single off the last ball. And in the end, a bowled out for 388.
The 2023 ODI World Cup, live from India. Listen live on the ABC Listen app. Look for the World Cup button.
As you are doing right now, innings break at Dharamshala. Australia all out for 388, so 389 for New Zealand to win. And while there are plenty of eyes and ears on what's happening in the north of India, there is plenty going on back home as well. So I'll keep you across all that during this little break. Brett Sprigg with you in the Grandstand studio. And before I go any further, yes, there is another World Cup game getting underway. Netherlands versus Bangladesh at Eden Gardens in Kolkata. The score there is Netherlands 2 for 8 in the 3rd over. And we will take you there for the remainder of that game on ABC Sport Digital and via the app as soon as we're done here with Australia v New Zealand. It has been Cox Plate Day. We're right in the thick of the Spring Carnival with the feature of Moonee Valley today. More on that with Matt Clinch, who has been there all day for us, but a fair bit of cricket happening as well. 3 Sheffield Shield venues. The WBBL is well and truly underway. We've also got the Matildas in the middle of their Olympic qualifying campaign. A 60,000 sellout expected in Perth tomorrow. We'll get the latest on all of that there as well. But let's start with the Shield, because as we move closer to the men's test summer, a few little storylines and form lines beginning to emerge around key players on the international fringes. So a lot of interest in round 3 of the Sheffield Shield competition. Day 3 at the MCG, stumps there, Victoria versus New South Wales, and Clint Wilden has the wrap.
Brett, Victoria will need 2 wickets on day 4 to claim their first Sheffield Shield win of the summer. New South Wales at stumps on day 3, 8 for 124. It was always going to be a massive task for New South Wales after Victoria, in its second innings, put on 284 to give them a lead of 378 runs. Peter Hanscom top scoring in Victoria's second innings with 90. He had plenty of support though. Fergus O'Neill unbeaten on 70, and Travis Dean earlier on in the innings had put on 53. Marcus Harris, the Test aspirant, unfortunately failing. A duck in the first innings, 11 in the second innings. Of the bowling figures for New South Wales, worth mentioning, Chris Tremaine, 4 for 50 from 21.3 overs. Ben Dorcius, 2 for 77. Moses Enriquez, 2 for 12. And Nathan Lyon bowled 20 overs, 1 for 49, with 5 maidens as well. New South Wales got away to a disappointing start. Ryan Hackney fell early. They were 1 for 10. Hackney caught Hanscom from the bowling of Scott Boland. He was out for 4. Daniel Hughes, he went quickly as well, departed for 6 as well. Moses Enriquez, the next to fall, it was 3 for 42 when Enriquez was LBW to Sutherland for 14. And then following him quickly, Blake McDonald made it 4 for 47. McDonald caught by Harper from the bowling of Sutherland. Then just got even worse. Gilkes bowled Sutherland for 12. Edwards caught Harper, bowled Perry for 1. Dorcius was out for 13, LBW to Murphy, and a terrific caught and bowled by Todd Murphy to get rid of Chris Tremaine for a duck after he faced 13 balls. For New South Wales, Jason Sanger is still out there. He's unbeaten on 53. He has scored first-class hundreds before, 4 of them, in fact, but New South Wales will need an incredible knock from him. Nathan Lyon is still alongside him. He's unbeaten on 2, and the batter to come is Jackson Bird. Of the bowling figures, Murphy 2 for 13, Sutherland 16 overs, 3 for 21. Boland took a wicket, so too did O'Neill, and so too did Perry. But just repeating, it stumps on day 3. The Blues staring down the barrel of an outright defeat. They need 255 runs to win New South Wales. Victoria on day 4 will be chasing just 2 wickets.
Thank you, Clint. More updates on that tomorrow. Also, stumps day 3 at Bellerive Oval in Hobart, Tasmania, Queensland. Mitch Turner.
Thanks, Spriggy. Another dominant day from Queensland at Bellerive with a tough task in front of Tasmania at Stumps on day 3 if they want to avoid their first loss of the Sheffield Shield season. Tasmania 2 for 88 at the end of the day's play, needing another 344 runs to win after Queensland set them a total of 432 for victory. The visitors getting a big boost before the day's play even started with the great news that Michael Neser was rejoining the team after, of course, returned home to Queensland on day 1 due to family and personal reasons. So Neser rejoining the side. Tasmania resuming day 3 at 9 for 146, trailing by 233 runs, and managed to add only 4 more to their total, with Mark Steckity taking the wicket of Bo Webster, who top scored with 59. Steckity, the best of the Queensland bowlers, with 4 for 42, while Gurinder Sandhu chipped in with 3 of his own. The Bulls losing an early wicket in their second innings, with Bryce Street well caught by Tim Ward in the cordon off the bowling of Lawrence Neil-Smith for just 5. But half centuries to Matthew Renshaw and Joe Burns steadying the ship, and cameos to Ben McDermott with 42 and Jimmy Pearson with 28, helping Queensland to 6 for 202 before they declared, setting Tasmania that massive total of 432 for victory. Both openers falling late in the day for Tassie. Tim Ward sharply caught by Pearson off the bowling of Mitch Schwepson for 27, and Caleb Jewell victim to a terrific diving catch from Joe Burns at slip off the bowling of Jack Wildermuth for 22. Jordan Silk and Charlie Wackham, the 2 batsmen not out overnight. Silk on 14, Wackham on 16. Clear skies forecast tomorrow with all the work in front of the home side if they want to avoid that dreaded first defeat of the Sheffield Shield season. Spriggy.
Good on you, Mitch. Also, day 3 at Adelaide Oval, South Australia versus WA. Aaron Bryans.
It was a day of dominance for the reigning champions WA as they surged to a 354-run lead off the back of another sublime century from Cameron Bancroft. WA starting the day none for 8, trailing by 15 runs as Bancroft and Whiteman extended their overnight partnership to 104 before Whiteman was run out for 51 by Jake Carter shortly after reaching his 4th first-class half-century of the summer. They were 1 for 104 at that stage, WA, and reached 1 for 117 at lunch, but then would lose a couple more wickets early in the second session. Teague Wiley was stumped on 20 as he charged down the track attempting to hit Ben Menenti, and Hilton Cartwright was bowled by Wes Agar on 17. WA 3 for 152. Cam Bancroft would shoulder on, though, reaching his 25th first-class century and his 2nd of the summer off 219 deliveries before he was caught 2 balls later off the bowling of Nathan McAndrew. Bancroft with scores of 122, 91, 57 and now a century in his last 4 Shield innings at an average of 92. That brought out Josh Philippe for a cameo as he was bowled within 3 overs for 6 off a Harry Conway in-swinger. WA 5 for 271 at that point. Ashton Turner and Aaron Hardy would then combine for a 54-run partnership as Hardy closed in on a 4th first-class 100, but he was wrapped on the pads off the bowling of Conway on 99 and fell frustratingly short. Turner would then depart after for 32, edging to McSweeney at gully off the bowling of Wes Agar, which was his 8th wicket for the match. Cam Gannon wrapping up the day caught at mid-wicket of a slog sweep for 17, which gifted Ben Menenti his 2nd wicket of the day, leaving WA 8 for 377 at stumps, with a declaration expected early tomorrow. Harry Conway and Wes Agar joined Menenti with 2 wickets for the day, whilst Nathan McAndrew finished with 1, Joel Paris not out on 25, and Corey Roccacelli on 1. WA with a 354-run lead heading into day 4.
Good on you, Aaron, and thank you to all of our Sheffield Shield venues. In the WBBL, the Sydney Sixers had their first win of the campaign after a 0-3 start. Victorious today at Junction Oval over the Melbourne Renegades. The Sixers successfully defending 164. The Renegades falling 6 runs short and 9 wickets down. Wickets were shared. Lauren Cheadle, Ash Gardner and Maitland Brown, all international quality bowlers. 2 wickets each. Ash Gardner was also named player of the match. He also made 37. But Elise Perry earlier in the Sixers innings, 50 off 41. Chloe Tryon, the South African, contributed 41 off 16 with 5 sixes. But a big win today for the Sydney Sixers. Now, tomorrow, you'll get a full call of the Melbourne Stars and Perth Scorchers as part of Summer Grandstand, 3 p.m. Eastern. Moran, and then the Strikers will host the Brisbane Heat in Adelaide. A reminder for all the games we are covering, which is most of them, and that first game tomorrow, you'll also hear them on their own dedicated WBBL button on the ABC Listen app. Let's get to the races. All the focus on Moonee Valley today for the WS Cox Plate. The program also featured the Group 1 Manikato Stakes, and Matt Klitsch has all the details.
Spriggy, it's called the greatest 2 minutes in sport for a reason. The 103rd running of the WS Cox Plate, the Weight for Age Championship of Australasia. The field featured 10 Group 1 winners of the 12-horse field. The champion of Hong Kong, Romantic Warrior, who started as favourite, born in Ireland, trained in China, and is ranked one of the best horses in the world, having won 10 of 15 starts and never finished outside the top 4. Competing against Irish champion trainer Aidan O'Brien with Victoria Road, legendary trainer Gay Waterhouse, whose father dominated this race, but she was yet to win it, with 7-year-old Alligator Blood, Will Ben and JD Hayes trying to become the third generation of trainers to win the Cox Plate with Mr Brightside and former Melbourne Cup winner Gold Trip. It was a fantastic finish, a magnificent final 200 in a Cox Plate that will go down for the ages as a three-way tussle unfolded between Alligator Blood, Mr Brightside and Romantic Warrior. Here's the closing stages, courtesy of Racing.com with Matt Hill.
Alligator Blood is right there. Romantic Warrior 4 deep, a length and a half off them. Mr Brightside off the fence, needs room, and then came Jewess into the straight. Alligator Blood at the 200 took the front. Romantic Warrior the outside. Alligator Blood at the 100. Romantic Warrior, Mr Brightside. Still Alligator Blood. Mr Brightside coming at it with Romantic Warrior. It's a photo finish. Mr Brightside or Romantic Warrior. It's a photo finish. Alligator Blood third for fourth. We've got Fangirl in company with Jewess, who ran a race. Then Zaki, Gold Trip. Well back in the field, Militarised, Pinstripe by Oberon, King Colorado and Victoria Road. Romantic Warrior is going to get up by a nose.
One of the best finishes you'll ever see in a Cox Plate. Hong Kong heavyweight comes to the Valley and wins the Cox Plate. Number 1, Romantic Warrior for Danny Shum and James McDonald with a superb ride. Ahead of number 3, Mr Brightside for Ben, Will, JD Hayes, who thought they had the winner with Craig Williams aboard. And number 4, Alligator Blood, so brave and almost pinched it for Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott and Tim Clark aboard. While Damien Oliver finishing 4th on Jewess in his 22nd and final Cox Plate running. It did feel like the passing of the baton as James McDonald goes back-to-back after Animo, who won the Cox Plate last year. He did so much of the work with Romantic Warrior after finishing 4th in the Turnbull Stakes. He spoke post-race where he wasn't even sure he was the winner about how much it meant.
This means so much. I've got so much faith in this horse and oh my God, I thought I got beat.
I know you thought you got beat. That was extreme emotion right there.
And the camera didn't follow me. And I just went, oh, I can't say what I said, but...
What sort of a feeling does it give you?
I can't believe we won the Cox Plate. It means so much. I've had so much to do with him. I've been singing his praises, how much he's improved. I needed to get a good run. And I felt I gave him the best possible run I can and could, I should say. And we won the Cox Plate, baby!
Spriggy, the tradition continued. Australia's number 1 country music singer-songwriter James Johnson kept the tradition going, belting out the crowd favourite horses in front of a crowd of around 25,000. While in the other races, in the Group 1 Manikato Stakes, it was star Kiwiware Imperatriz who produced an effortless start-to-finish record, maintaining her perfect run at Moonee Valley, confirming her status as the best sprinter in the land. Jockey Opie Bossum pulled out a surprise when he had no hesitation, taking her to the front after jumping so well, controlled the tempo, kicked clear at the bend, an easy winner to claim her 7th Group 1 victory. The other ride of the day came in the race 6, the Fillies Classic over 1600 at Group 2 level, ridden by Bo Mertens. For Warrnambool trainer Mitch Freeman, Skybird was taken back to last from an outside barrier, riding for luck. Mertens stuck to the fence, rounding the home turn, only need to go past the leader and was able to kick clear to victory. So that closes out an eventful day at Moonee Valley for the Cox Plate, as now all eyes turn to Flemington for Derby Day on Saturday and Melbourne Cup Day on the first Tuesday in November.
Thank you, Clinchy. Yes, an exciting time of year if you do love your racing. Numbers 1, 3, 4 and 9. Romantic Warrior winning for jockey James McDonald and trainer Danny Shum in the Cox Plate ahead of Mr. Brightside and Alligator Blood with Jewess in 4th. One thing we do all love doing is getting around the Matildas and coming off their 2-0 win over Iran in their Olympic qualifier on Thursday night. Massive stage tomorrow when they shift from Perth Oval to Perth Stadium, which holds 60,000 people. The match against the Philippines is a sellout. It takes place tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern or 3 o'clock local time in Perth. Full coverage with Clint Wilden and the team, again, part of our national program tomorrow after the cricket or via the ABC Listen app at ABC Sport Extra. Captain Sam Kerr in her hometown has fronted the media. Here's a bit of what she had to say earlier this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, they're a really good defensive team. They set up in a good block and it's hard to break down. And I think the hardest thing in football now is when teams kind of set up in that low block and have a fast striker up top like they do and a counter-attacking. So I think their strengths are they're really good defensively. They get good numbers back, and then on the counter they're really strong. But look, they've had a new coach come in, so it's always hard to kind of see when there's a new coach what they'd be doing. So we're kind of just focusing on ourselves, taking everything they've done, in the last game with a grain of salt, because with the new coach, you're never really sure where they're headed. Yeah, it was always the big one for us this tournament. And yeah, I think you see with how it's kind of shaped out with the crowd and everything, everyone kind of knows it's the biggest one, but we're focused for all of the games. I think last game a few girls got a chance to play and show what they can do, so there's lots of competition for spots and everyone's really ready for tomorrow. So we know this is the big one, but we're not trying to overdo it. We're just trying to focus on ourselves and play some good football and get a result.
Sam Kerr speaking ahead of tomorrow's game against the Philippines as part of their Olympic qualifying. They'll also face Chinese Taipei as their third game in that series. All in Perth, all sellouts, and they must finish top of their group to be guaranteed entry to Paris next year for the Olympics. You're with Brett Sprigg in the Grandstand studio. We are half-time, in effect. Innings break of the cricket. Australia having been dismissed for 388 at Dharamshala. New Zealand chasing 389 to win. The run chase is just a few minutes away. We'll get you there for that very shortly. Quick whip around the grounds in the AFLW firstly, where Geelong leads Richmond by 17 points at half-time at Princes Park. Wins earlier today for the Bulldogs over West Coast at Lathlane Park by 8 points. Essendon beat Carlton by 32 points. And St Kilda with a massive win over the Brisbane Lions by 21 points. Very impressive win in their short history for the Saints over the Lions there. In the NBL basketball, the South East Melbourne Phoenix beat the New Zealand Breakers 103-100. And there's a game tonight, Taipans v Kings, getting underway very, very shortly. And speaking of the round ball game, having just heard from Sam Kerr, the A-League men's competition, Wellington Phoenix 2 beat Perth Glory 1. And there'll also be a game just getting underway as we speak. The Western Sydney Wanderers and Western United also starting in just a few moments' time. Okay, International Rugby League, women's and men's tests, Australia v New Zealand, both in Melbourne as part of the Pacific Championship Series. Jillaroos v Kiwi Ferns, exciting finish. Here's how it ended just moments ago.
With 30 seconds left, she picks it up. Chapman brings it into Abigail Roach, who says, have a piece of this, and knocks it to the deck, 10 out from her own goal line. There's 18 seconds left for the Jillaroos, down 12-6. Lauren Brown, who can do freakish things, comes onto the field. Australia 13 out from their own line. 9 seconds left, they need a Hail Mary. Played to Brigginshaw. Kick and hope. But I don't think anyone knew she was doing it. Happy Nichols thought. She's back there for the Kiwi Ferns. Brings it over the 30. Brings it over the 40. Kick it over the touchline, Happy. She does. Game. Set. Bingo. The Kiwi Ferns have done it. New Zealand has beaten Australia by 12 points to 6.
And their first win over Australia since 2016. Andrew Moore there on the call. The men's game getting underway in a few moments' time as well. You'll hear that with Andrew Moore, former Kangaroo Ryan Hoffman and Ian Cohen on the sideline. A full call available via the ABC Listen app. Again, just look for the ABC Sport Extra stream. Oh, I don't know where to look. There's so much sport happening. abc.net.au/sport for more information on a lot of things, including the men's T20 squad for the Tour of India coming up, which is captained by Matthew Wade. But on more current and pressing matters, the run chase underway in Dharamshala. New Zealand needs 389 to win. Geoff Lemon is alongside Alex Hartley.
So it was a curious kind of innings from Australia. It was hard to get the gauge of it because they dominated at the start, dominated at the end, and got bowled out. and got slowed down in the middle where Glenn Phillips bowled really well.
Yeah, it was a really strange innings, wasn't it? And for me, there are a few questions for Australia. Why didn't they send in Glenn Maxwell when the spinners were bowling in the middle? Because he's so strong against the spin. They held him back until he was carded to come in.
Well, he came in one spot higher. They had him carded at 7 today, and they did nudge him up to 6 eventually past Inglis. But yeah, it wasn't a radical move, you would say. Got him in about the 36th over, was it? 37th. Stark runs up to Conway, left arm and a left-hander wide, and almost nicked as Conway chases. Now, that one's called a wide as well, even though it went over the top edge of the bat. So he could reach it. He's lucky he didn't reach it. But he didn't miss it on line, he missed it on bounce. So a couple of extras. This will be an 8-ball over. Extras were a feature of the power play for New Zealand as well. Matt Henry with those 2 no balls in a row. A couple of free hits that went for 6.
Yeah, it wasn't the start that they wanted. Really. Actually, they started all right with the ball, first 2 overs.
Stark comes up to Conway, who's flashing the blade outside the off stump, and he'll pick up 4. Out through backward point. It was more edge than middle, but he was happy to throw the hands at it, knowing that if he did get contact, they've got a couple of slips in, but it flew away in that big gap between them and backward point. Deep third coming around to field, 6 without loss. Conway has 4.
Yeah, 2 wide there from Stark. You want to bring your slips in play, and the ball swinging away from the left-hander, but that one was on the wide line.
Mitchell Stark hasn't taken a bag of wickets at this World Cup. He's been chipping away in 1s and 2s. Bowls to Conway on the leg stump, flicked away, and that should go for 4, except they've got 1 of their 2 fielders on the boundary rope, positioned absolutely perfectly for it. Josh Hazlewood, if that had been a couple of metres either side, that ball was really travelling. Luckily for Hazlewood, went straight at him, 7 without loss. So Marsh at first slip, Smith at second. Field changing over for the right-handed Will Young, who had his place, lost his place. Kane Williamson got his thumb broken by a throw, and now he's got his place back again.
What a roller coaster for Will Young.
And for Kane Williamson, who they rehabbed from a knee injury in about 3 weeks. Well, exaggerating, but not much more than that. Got 1 game out of him, batted well, and broke his thumb taking a single. Driven by Young, out through the covers. It doesn't quite beat mid-off, who dives across. And that's a good effort from the captain, Pat Cummins, to haul that one in. 8 for none. We've had 6 balls bowled, but only 4 of them count.
Yeah, Kane Williamson did his ACL, didn't he? 9 months usually it would take to recover him as a minimum. And he did it 6 months ago. He came back for this World Cup, and first game back, someone threw the ball in from the boundary and it clattered him on the thumb and broke his thumb.
That was the Afghanistan game, was it?
I'm
trying to remember which one it was. He was on 80 odd at the time. Stark. Up to Conway, who's fiddling outside the off stump and just pulls the bat away. Perhaps in time, or perhaps after he was beaten. 8 without loss. They need 389 to win. Would be stratospheric. I haven't checked, but I'm sure that would be the highest run chase in a World Cup.
I don't think you need to check that one.
I'm fairly confident. No one did that in 1983. Stark to Conway, who drives, check drive. Little bit of punch. The ball's got some legs. It's rolling towards the boundary and chasing after it. Cummins won't be able to catch up to it. So a dozen off the first over. Well, that will please New Zealand. That's the kind of rate that they need to be going at, certainly in that first 10, just to try to take some sort of bite out of this massive, massive meal that they have ahead of them. 12 for none, Conway on 9, Young on 1.
Yeah, I think the first innings proved that you can get off to a flyer, though, and really slow down and still get a good start. So if New Zealand can be consistent with their run scoring, to chase this down, they need to score 7.7 and over. And therefore, as long as they can stay consistent and consistently get, you know, between 6 and 10 runs per over, then they're in with a chance of chance of winning this game. It's going to be tough for New Zealand. It is a road out there. It's flat. It's a very flat wicket, but it ain't going to be easy.
Well, it just showed those signs of the pace slowing up through that middle of the Australian innings when the spinners were able to get the ball to stick a little bit. Some of them skidded on. Wasn't entirely simple all the way through. Hazlewood bowls back of a length. Chopped away to backward point, no run. So I wonder how much will come down to that. Australia have Zampa, they have Maxwell, who's been bowling well. Travis Head back in the side, who could bowl some spin. But they want a wicket up front, that's why they've got 2 slips in. You rarely see that in one-day international cricket. Josh Hazlewood used to bowling in test matches with a stacked cordon.
They've got the buffer to be able to have those 2 slips as well with the score that they got.
Hazlewood, long approach, bowls to Young, who edges the ball through third slip. They've got a deep third in place. Mitchell Starc does the fielding. So only a run, but there was a false stroke. 13 without loss. Field swaps over for the left-hander.
I was about to turn around and tell everyone at the back of the box to just be quiet a little bit. It's echoey in here, isn't it?
It is very echoey.
Anyway, it's cricket royalty, so I thought I'd best not. Best I thought I'll just let him chat.
Just keep yourself to yourself at this point. Yeah, we've got a lot of marble and glass in the spot that we're in today, so if you can hear a little bit of reverb, that's why.
And for anyone wondering, it's Ross Taylor.
Oh, looking very sharp, very dapper in his sort of burgundy maroon jacket. Hazlewood bowls to Conway, who chops hard into the ground, fielded at backward point, no run. See, I can't see the individual's head. There's a desk blocking it off, so it's like one of those guessing games on the internet where they'll say,
you see the shins.
Which cricketer is this? I've got the torso. Yeah. Judging from this
well
build.
there. I thought of Naked Attraction. You go from the
Oh,
bottom
right.
up to the
Shins
top.
first, then the kneecaps.
Reveal yourself.
I know Ross Taylor's been doing some TV work, but I'm not sure that that's the route he's going down. Hazlewood. In and bowls outside the off stump and creamed away by Conway for 4. Leans into the drive. That is a classy shot. Hard into the ground and then flying away through the covers. 17 for none.
Yeah, far too full from Hazlewood, but a lovely shot from Devon Conway. The ball just angling across the left-hander, and he helps it along its way. That's it. One of the slips has come out for Conway now, just the one in there, but still manages to find the gap in the covers.
They've got a densely set offside field for him. Slip deep third, backward point, and a fairly square cover. Hazlewood bowls to Conway, who plays a similar shot, just opens the wrists a touch more to play it behind point instead of in front. Splitting Smith and Maxwell at point and backward point. There's only maybe 8 yards between them. He's found that gap perfectly. 21 for none. Conway's on 17 from 8 balls. Well, that's the kind of scoring rate they need.
Yeah, it's exactly what they need, and for the second shot in a row, all 4 of the Aussie fielders in the ring just watch the ball sail past them as it races to the boundary.
It's like the 1920s, just applaud as it goes by.
Just go, anyone want to get that? Because it's not going to be me.
Hazlewood is coming around the wicket now to the left-hander. Try to get that line right. Beats him, nearly takes the edge. Hazlewood's up and appealing. They're all coming together. Smith is going up at backward point, but he always does. He's got both arms in the air and he's forgotten to put either of them down. The umpire has said not out, but they're obviously going to look at this. They've all come together.
Inglis not interested at all. He was the only one that didn't appeal. They've gone upstairs at the very, very last minute, but...
That is strange. 9 of the 11 players, aside from the 2 boundary riders, all came together in a huddle before Cummins signalled for that review, and Inglis doesn't like it. So if your wicketkeeper doesn't think it's been struck, what's the...
You can understand why he didn't go up straight away. He was concentrating on catching the ball, as it's the wobble ball that nips back a little bit, takes the outside edge of Conway, but has it actually clipped?
Well,
outside edge.
He plays inside the line as he did in that last over. He brings the bat inside, so has he got it inside in time to miss the ball? I think he has.
It's fresh air.
Yep, no line. It's the end of a hospital scene. The line is flat, 21 for none after 2 overs, and Australia have already used up a review. This is a very good start for New Zealand. Conway, 17 off 9. And New Zealand going along at 10.5 and over.
I'm being booted out.
I think that's entirely reasonable. Alex Hartley, thank you. 21 for none after 2 overs. And we did spot him at the back of the box earlier, but luckily we've been able to convince him to jump on air for a little while. Ross Taylor, welcome.
Thanks for having me. Not a bad little spot here, is it?
Yeah, it's a lovely vantage point up here in Dharamshala, and when you wander to the other side of the ground, you've got the Himalayas behind you. And have you been travelling all around this country?
Yeah, it's just come back from Delhi. I was here for the India game. And there's not many places in the world where you land on the tarmac and the first thing people do is take photos. The Himalayas are a fantastic backdrop.
Mitchell Starc starting a new over into Bolty Young, who's flicking it down the leg side, and it's racing away. Was there bat on that or pad? It's 25 for none. No, nothing on it. It's given us wide, so it'll be 26 for none with the extra.
It just looked like it clipped the leg, didn't it?
Yeah.
A bit of fortune for New Zealand there, I think.
There was a bit of swing on it from Starc, and maybe just flicked the outside of a crease in his trousers, if anything.
We need as much help as we can get, I think, at this stage. Still a long way to go, but it's been a fantastic start.
Well, you must be very pleased with this so far. So that ball didn't count. They've got 5 runs for it, New Zealand. 2 overs bowled, 26 for none. Mitchell Starc hasn't got his line right. Up to Young. Does get the line right this time. Young has to jam down and squeeze it out. Well, talk me through how you felt watching the game unfold today. That opening partnership by the Australians was extraordinary.
I thought I was watching their 2020 game on steroids. With the way they were going, the way Warner's been doing it for a long time now, but he'd come out first game for a long time after injury and just dominate from ball one. I thought 450, 480 was on the cards at one stage.
Yeah, they were on track for about 540 at their current rate had sustained throughout the innings at one point during the power play. Mitchell Starc into Young, who drives it nicely, but Maxwell fields it backward point. And now New Zealand have come out and they're matching the rate, at least for the time being. They're going at 11 and over so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know, through that middle once they got the breakthrough. Glenn Phillips, the part-time spinner, only going for 3.7 and over through that middle stage. Was it the lack of intent by Australia, or did he bowl well? The wickets slowed up. I guess we'll find out soon. But 380 does sound a lot more gettable than 420 plus.
Yeah, not wrong there. Mitchell Starc, left arm over, strays on the leg stump. They've got a short fine leg, but Travis Head fumbles the ball going down low, and they'll take a couple of runs. Getting back to the striker's end is Will Young. So 26 without loss, and that's given us leg byes, so it's been an extra fest so far today.
Yeah, I mean, for New Zealand to be competitive in this game, they're probably not the power hitters up the top. Young and Conway more stroke makers as Warner and Head are. But if they can get a partnership, get it to 150 for one, 150 for two, then the game just eke it out as much as possible to make it as easy as they can for those last 20-25 overs.
Starc left arm over and almost feathering it outside the off stump is Young. Just reached for the line of that. Starc got the length right and got the line right as well. 28 without loss. So New Zealand this morning, it was strange, and it was this morning. Well, I've been going around saying good morning to everybody at the start of matches that start at 2 p.m. Finally, we got one that was.
I do the same thing.
Do you get confused? Day-night Test cricket is the main one. Good morning up until about 3 p.m.
And then no one corrects you either, no. even when you tell them.
Mitchell Starc searching for something. Bowls to Young, creamed the drive. Even Maxwell couldn't field that cleanly. One of the best sets of hands at ground level in the world. And they're able to get through for another run. So Young up to 3. 17 for Conway, who's on strike with one ball to come in this over. 29 without loss. New Zealand going along at 10 and over here.
I think as a New Zealand and probably the majority of Australian states, the morning game's a better time to watch it, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're starting at 6 o'clock 6 p.m. New Zealand time. There's definitely been a lot more messages. And I guess, for young kids as well, like my son was able to watch it as well.
Mitchell Starc runs up, bowls to Conway, who's flashing outside off stump and missing. So Starc's had a few opportunities as well as some bad deliveries. 3 overs bowled, 29 for none. Maybe your son would have preferred not to watch that first innings, though.
No, 100%. I got a message from my wife about 15 overs in. Jonty's gone to bowl. He'd had enough. So, in his limited cricketing knowledge, as he knew we were under the pump. He's only 9 years old and only just started getting into it.
But it's good to know he wanted to help out, get involved.
100%. I suppose being at home a bit more now since retiring, playing and backyard, I'm getting my dues, I think, for all the throwdowns and things that I've given over the years. I'm having to play catch up.
Life does cycle around. It's a funny way of doing that. You tend to receive what you give eventually. Hazelwood bowls to Young, who won't get a run, just turns the ball to mid-wicket. So what did you make of that this morning? I mean, we're so used to New Zealand's bowlers being effective, being parsimonious. Matt Henry's been terrific since getting a more regular spot in the side. Tim Southey's on the bench in this tournament largely because Henry's bowling so well. Trent Bolt, that established record. It was strange to see those players being put under such extreme pressure.
Yeah, I think it was the place of pitch, I think. But you've still got to have the thought to come out and play as aggressive as they did.
Hazelwood to Young, who tries to turn to the leg side, struck on the thigh pad, won't score there.
But it was... I think Henry's been bowling fantastically well for a number of years. It's nice for him to finally get that recognition. I thought it was strange that Trent Bolt didn't take the first over. 2 left-handers swinging the ball away. But then it's probably an element of how well Henry has bowled. But he does need a little bit of zip off the wicket to help him, and it just didn't really... didn't feel like there was much nip or sideways movement for him today, and the Australians put us under pressure and we didn't have any answers.
Hazelwood up to Young, who flashes and misses, and Hazelwood's throwing his head back. Thought there might be a nick on that. 3 good deliveries to start this over. It doesn't take much to crank up a little bit of pressure. So this group of players well. What would they have done? How would they have tried to keep their cool at 118 after 10 overs? You're under the cosh.
And that's the funny thing about it, being out of the group, looking at it from a neutral point of view, not having the emotional attachment to the game. I actually felt that they slumped their shoulders a little bit. They were a little bit deflated. But once they got that wicket, strung a few good overs together, just shows you how, doesn't matter.
Hazelwood to Young, who plays the ball back down the pitch, no run.
It doesn't matter what, if you get a bit of momentum back. But I think, even when they walked off at 388, it didn't feel that confident. So, and saying that, anytime you're chasing 380 is going to be a tough ask, but you need to get off to a good start. New Zealand have done that. They haven't lost early wickets. But someone's going to have to play a special innings. 388's too far away. You've got to break it down smaller. Try and get to 20 overs. Try and maybe if you can get it to 120.
Hazelwood to Young, short, pulled, got a good piece of that one. That's gone for 6. Goodness me. That looked like he was rolling the wrists at first, but he's got elevation on that over deep backwards square leg. And that's sailed into the LED hoardings, which have probably taken a chunk out of Australia's new ball as well. 35 for none in the 4th.
Yeah, he didn't really... It was very effortless. I think he bowled 4 fantastic balls back of a length, but he felt like he wanted to change it up and bowl short. It just sat up there a little bit. As I said, it's been a little bit placid wicket, but to get inside the line, get that 6, I think Young will give him a lot more confidence.
He's up to 9. There's Will Young, full from Hazelwood, driven down to mid-off. Won't be a run. End of the 4th over. 35 for none. Have you been in touch with Kane Williamson after his... he must feel like he's kicked a black cat or something. Incredible bad luck.
To be fair, for him to be here full stop, I think is an amazing achievement. But no, I saw him before the India game. I think he's pretty confident that he'll be able to play in that last game against Sri Lanka and Bengaluru. But no, just the fact that he's still out there, been around the team and passing on his knowledge. It looked like he was very vocal there to Tom Latham, when Maxwell started going, just giving him ideas of where he thinks maybe putting those fielders as Australia make a change. Cummings.
Yep, change in the bowling. The Australian captain will come on pretty early, as he's been doing throughout. He's usually given Stark 3 overs, but only 2 for the left-arm spearhead today, who's been a bit wayward. They might get him to come back a little later in the innings and see if he can get the radar on. But Cummins will bowl around the wicket immediately to the left-handed Conway, who comes down the pitch at him, walks at him, slices the shot over cover point. I think he was aiming that more over mid-off, but sliced it square it. Never mind, got great contact on it nonetheless, and it covers the infield. Goes away for 4, 39 for none.
As Conway's done for his 2 or 3 years in international cricket, just using his feet and hitting over the offside with ease. He knows he just has to get enough bat on it, nowhere near the meat of the bat.
See the bat twist in his hand there, as one hand almost came off the handle, and that top hand.
Still a brave effort to be running at a guy bowling 140.
Might as well run at him first ball if you're going to run at him at any time. Cummins round the wicket, gets his line and length spot on, and Conway stays at home. Blocks it out to short cover. 39 for none is the score. Conway's on 21. So you wouldn't mind having Kane Williamson at 3 to marshal a chase like this and let everyone bat around him. But
yeah, I think you need contributions the whole way through. As I said before, trying to look at 388. That's a long way off. Try and bat that first 10 overs and sort of count down from 120 you can get on that last 10.
Pat Cummins around the wicket and clipped away off the pads just in front of short fine. It gets through Hazelwood for 4. Was that a catching opportunity? Could he have got forward to that? It's hit him on the wrist just above the thumb, and he's in a bit of discomfort. It's 43 for none as Conway goes to 25.
Yeah, he just looked like he just bounced probably half a metre short, but he was undecided whether he wanted to go and try and get it, but then pulled out last minute, fumbled it, and just had enough momentum to go to the fine leg boundary for 4.
Awkward, just on the half volley for Hazelwood. I don't think he could have reached that. He's standing right on the edge of the circle. Cummins to Conway, who marches at him and flat bats it towards mid-off. Doesn't get good contact on that one. It's hard into the ground. 44 for none after 4.4 overs.
But yeah, just to go back to the point, it was we used to always try, as I said, 380 odd is a long way off. So if you can take 120 off that we can get in the last 10 overs, 260 off 40 overs sounds a lot easier.
Yep.
Especially with this day and age of 2020 cricket.
You've seen teams get 260 off 20.
Yeah. Many times. Obviously, once again, you need people to play special innings, but the longer this opening partnership can just eke away that total, the more the New Zealand bench will get a bit of confidence.
Cummins will be right arm over to the right-handed Young. That's down the leg side, and that's a wide. Another extra. They've conceded 10 extras, 8 wides among those. 45 for none, and New Zealand going at 9.6 and over.
And then you also got where Australia have an advantage over New Zealand is how we went about it, and how they might have to bring a spin bowler on slightly earlier than New Zealand did. I think they wanted to bring a spinner on, but after you win the toss, elect to bowl, just felt that they were gun shy after the start that Warner and Head put on them.
Cummins falls to Young. It's on a length, and he can't get a run here. Just shuffled forward at the bowler, played it into the ground at his feet. 1 to come in the 5th over. Australia looking to find some way through. They haven't got it right, aside from a few balls from Josh Hazelwood. Both sets of opening fast bowlers under pressure early in their innings. 45 in the 5th over.
And, Conway's had a couple of scores so far. Young had a couple of contributions. But knowing that Kane Williamson isn't far away adds to the, I suppose, him wanting to make a score and a contribution.
Cummins to Young, who flicks the ball through square leg. He'll take a single. He's up to 10. He's faced 16 balls after 5 overs. New Zealand, 46 for none. I'm going to leave you in the company of the former New Zealand champion. There'll always be a champion of New Zealand, Ross Taylor, while Henry Moran makes his way in. Your thoughts on these first 5 overs, Ross?
Yeah, it's been a fantastic start from New Zealand. Conway just starting to get that partnership. I think Will Young is going to have to just up his intent a little bit more. 10 off 16 balls, he'll know he'll have to get that strike rate up for New Zealand to have any chance to eke out this total.
How do you as a team, well, when you've got a target like close to 400, something like that, I mean, how do you approach it? What are the conversations between innings?
Well, you don't win the game in the first 10 overs, you lose it. So, you know, to go out there and try and emulate what Australia did is probably unrealistic with 118 in the first 10 overs. But you know, you have to get a strike rate and a score there. But as I was saying before, I think trying to make the total as small as possible and knowing you can get 110, 120.
Here's Hazelwood starting a new over. Well, there's a boundary to kick things off. Young just helping it on its way through a vacant fine leg, field up inside the circle, and Hazelwood, slightly errant line, brings the 50 up for New Zealand at the start of the 6th over. Young to 14.
Yeah, I mean, 380 is just such a long way away, but if you can just bat in partnerships and just try and eke out those, you know, 50, 60 runs, knowing that Australia are going to have to make the play if they can't get those wickets. That's where I think 380, if Australia did get 420, it just becomes that much more harder to chase. But the longer that these two are at the crease, the more confidence this New Zealand team are going to get in the sheds.
Well, short fine leg remains in place. A short third has gone very fine, is there too. Hazelwood bowls, Young defends into the onside. And I guess the other thing is you're looking to try and make Australia think, get to 20 overs, maybe none or one down, suddenly put the pressure on them and make them force the issue a little bit and create mistakes.
Yeah, 100%. And New Zealand will back themselves on those last 10, 15 overs to make a play. I think if there's anything with this Australian team where they struggled, I think letting Glenn Phillips just bowl 10 overs for 37 runs. You got to give credit to Phillips. He bowled well, but they probably respected him a lot more than I would have given them credit for at the start of the game.
Hazelwood bowls, it's been chipped in the air over the fielder at mid-on, and that's going to plop its way to the boundary below us. Will Young is starting to show a little more intent. He didn't get all of it, but enough with the power play, fielding restrictions, fielders up inside the circle. You get reward for a shot like that. The commitment bringing the prize, 54 without loss.
The first real shot in anger, I think it was just slightly over pitched, but still got enough of it to get over mid-on. And Young getting his strike rate close to that 100, but just that intent for New Zealand is a good sign.
Well, Win Predictor has New Zealand at just 14%. Hazelwood in, defended by Young, but it's amazing how quickly things can change, and a bit of pressure on Australia's fast bowlers who, up until the game against the Netherlands, had really struggled in the power play. They've gone 3 of the matches out of the 4 without taking a single wicket, and that's a concern for a side when you know how significant those first 10 overs can be.
Well, those are the stats that the New Zealand fans want to hear.
Well, at this stage in the innings, Australia was 63 without loss. New Zealand only 9 runs behind, so it's all okay so far for the Black Caps. Young is beaten, flies past the outside edge, and applause from the Australian fielders.
Yeah, I think it was more it's almost a gay abandonness that they went about it. They were hitting sixes into the top tier, onto the roof. But New Zealand obviously already hitting 9 boundaries, just skinning the cat slightly differently.
It's just the 1-6 so far, but keep chipping away, keep that run rate where you want it to be. They've got it a little lower than it was at the start of the innings. The required rate now 7.58. Hazelwood comes bustling in once more. Runs will be taken into the leg side, probably just a single, as Warner moves round in front of that packed stand over to our right. 55 without loss then. There's 9 come from the 6th over. Hazelwood's bowled 3, none for 24. And Black Caps will be feeling in reasonable fettle at the start of things. What about this record then, Ross, between Australia and New Zealand? Why is it there has been just that little bit of a struggle for New Zealand against Australia historically?
Well, I think if you look at the teams that Australia have had in the years gone past, they've had, won the World Cups and had the best teams. But, I think New Zealand still back themselves to win a few of those matches. I can remember staying up, and I think it was a quarter-final, New Zealand getting 280 odd at Chennai and Mark Waugh getting 100. All those little matches where I think, New Zealand is small, Australia and Big Brother. they don't want to lose to us either.
Yeah.
But whether New Zealand put a bit too much pressure on themselves to try and get their result. It's a game that everyone in New Zealand wants to watch and wants to win.
Of course. Here comes Glenn Maxwell's off spin, and Young will get a single into the onside. 56 without loss. As you say, that's sort of sibling rivalry. There's no one you want to beat more.
No, 100% with it. And it doesn't matter what sport it is, whether it's rugby, hockey, netball, trans-Tasman rivals we want to beat. But as we were saying before, I think after New Zealand, they didn't want to bowl spin early, but it's no surprise that Australia brought Maxwell on, not only to try and break it up a little bit, but also just be able to spread out their bowlers throughout this middle.
An all-rounder down, having brought Travis Head into the side. So Maxwell's overs will be important as Conway drives straight to Cummins waiting at mid-off, but they will get a single, 57 without loss. I suppose the other big question, if you're speaking about New Zealand sport, is what are you going to be doing to watch the game tonight?
I don't think it's at our hotel either, so I'm going to have to I'm going to have to stream it. I've already put my alarm on, and I've already done some interviews with some South African broadcasters. So
single taken into the onside, 58 without loss.
So a lot of Kiwis will be watching this because it's obviously a good time, but some of them might have an early night knowing that they're in for an early morning.
Yeah, what time does it start, the rugby?
I think it's 8 o'clock, which is probably a strange time to have a beer in New Zealand, but I'm sure there are a few that will.
Here comes Conway advancing forward, clipping towards the leg side for another single. And here it gets underway, I suppose?
12:30.
Does it? Okay.
So, I mean, would have been good for England to have been there. Maybe been a bit of controversy about the decision of the New Zealand ref, but...
Here comes Maxwell, pushed into the offside. There won't be a run there. Well, if you'd said before this tournament one England team would fall heroically short heading towards the final, and one would be blown out of the water in the tournament across the two World Cups, I don't think you would have put it round the way it's gone about, as Young will be up on his toes to get a single out towards deep mid-wicket, and the over concludes 5 from it, 60 without loss. Confident tonight before we let you go?
Yeah, I think we're the favourites, just the way they played the semi-final and the way they won. But you never count out a South African team. Whoever does win this game, 4 World Cups, be the first to 4, which is an amazing achievement. But I'm sure this New Zealand cricket side will try and get the job done here, but they would have planned where they're going to watch it in the team room, as with thousands of millions of Kiwis back home.
Yeah, well, indeed. I think Simon Doull was threatening to hire out the cinema room at his hotel to watch it. It was the last I heard. So I know that there'll be lots of people watching it in this part of the world. Ross Taylor, thank you very much indeed for joining us and offering your thoughts. It's brilliant to hear the thoughts of Ross as we move through this game. 60 without loss, New Zealand, in response to Australia's 388. And big game tonight, of course. Big day of sport for New Zealand sports fans. Here comes Josh Hazlewood, bowling short. It's hit in the air, into the leg side. Fielder running in, can't get there. It's David Warner, who's as quick and as good as anyone in the deep. But he can't get underneath it, and Conway will get on strike with Young moving to 23. Bharat Sundaresan moves alongside me. What have you made of this start then, Bharat?
This is becoming an issue for Australia in this tournament. Getting wickets with the new ball. Made a big score against Pakistan and once again conceded a lot of runs in the first 10 overs. Took them a long while to get that first wicket. But already in the last over, Glenn Maxwell coming into the attack. You can see the two-faced nature of this pitch.
Here comes Hazlewood round the wicket then. Into bowl to the left-handed Conway on 28. And Conway helping the ball in the air and straight to the hands of the fielder, Mitchell Starc. Taking a good catch to his right at short fine leg. And that's a big breakthrough. Conway goes 28 from 17. Australia do get that power play wicket, and it's the one they wanted. The dangerous Devon Conway gone. Mitchell Starc horizontal to the ground. A beanpole fired out of a rocket as he moved to his right. And that's a good catch. Australia get the wicket, 61 for 1.
I just mentioned that they've struggled to get wickets with the new ball, and there you have it. 2 new ball bowlers have combined for that wicket. Wasn't a great delivery from Josh Hazlewood again. Devon Conway's put a few of those away. towards fine leg. No wonder he's so disappointed with himself. This one slightly aerial. A terrific catch from Mitchell Stark. He does have one of the safest hands in this team. A huge breakthrough, like you said, Henry. Devin Conway was very briefly taking this game slightly away from Australia. They're still so far ahead. It's a massive mountain they have to climb, New Zealand, to go all the way. But they needed that. Josh Hazlewood started the tournament so well. Went for a few runs against Netherlands 3 nights ago. Hasn't started too well here. He'll take that though.
Yep. And it brings Rachin Ravindra to the crease. 23 years old. And what a tournament he's had so far. 123 unbeaten against England, half centuries against Netherlands and India. And he looked a real find for this New Zealand side.
To the extent Rahul Dravid, when he did his first press conference of the tournament, Henry, before the India-Australia game, one of the questions asked to him was, what does it feel like, Rahul, to have someone half named after you? Rachin is not an Indian name. You won't find it anywhere else. It's a made-up name. I'm sure you've discussed that a lot the last few weeks. And Rahul Dravid said, well, I think there's more chin in him than Ra.
Here comes Hazlewood round the wicket to the left-handed Ravindra, dropping the ball towards backward point, no run. So the contraction between Rahul and Sachin, therefore. Well, I don't know, he's got... I've sort of been quite impressed with the very correct defensive game he's got when he's needed it as well, and he's had those slightly pressure moments and had to build partnerships. He's looked good that side of the game as well as the drives and the cuts and the more aggressive side of things. He's been very impressive. 61 for 1. Here comes Josh Hazlewood. Moving in and bowling to Ravindra, who gets a good piece of that towards mid-wicket, and as Abbott, who's on the field, throws, and then Maxwell at mid-wicket rings out his hand. The score moves to 62 for 1. We're in the Himalayas, Dharamshala, which is as beautiful a venue for cricket, Bharat, as you could wish to find. It is absolutely stunning.
I can't help but succumb to pulling your phone out and taking a picture, right? I'm generally not one to do that, but yeah, I couldn't help myself either. And post it on social media. You don't want people back home to think you're having too much fun, especially once you've left behind.
Hazlewood bustling in, defended by Young, who's on 23.
Yeah, it's become a bucket list thing for cricket people, journalists, fans, players. And I was still fortunate enough to come here before now. Of course, we had the test match shifted out of here earlier this year when Australia were in India. But yeah, and it's not just the venue, right, Henry? Everything around it. Some of the bars we've been to as well, I have to mention.
Speak for yourself. 62 for 1. 1 ball left of the 8th over. Here comes Hazlewood and bowls to Young, who'll get a single behind square on the leg side. He's been actually quite circumspect in this innings, and 24 from 29 represents a solid base, but he'll want to go on. 63 for 1 after 8. The target 389. And what you get, which is someone like the rest of India up in the hills, the elevation is 6,000 feet. You're high up. You notice that the air gets thinner and thinner as you climb the mountain, and as we headed towards our accommodation last night, notice the ears popping, all of those sort of things. But you see locals in the evenings in the puffer jackets, the woolly hats. Yes. I mean, it gets chilly. It's not like India where you think of the heat and the humidity and all of that sort of thing.
Yeah, having said that though, I mean, I've seen puffer jackets and monkey caps, as we call them in India, even in Bombay, but that's when the temperature drops from 27 to 25. Ooh, it's winter. You'll see that when we get there in November. We like to pretend like it's winter.
Here comes Glenn Maxwell from the far end of the ground. Quick ball first up. Young taps towards mid-wicket, and he won't get a run there because Steve Smith staggers to his right to collect. 63 for 1.
Yeah, the Australians have made the most of it as well. They landed 2 days ago in the afternoon, like a lot of us. They wasted no time to head up to the Baksunag waterfall.
Maxwell bowls, cut away, straight to the hands of Hazlewood at short third, no run.
So you had Pat Cummins, Alex Carey, Mitchell Marsh, a couple of others. They climbed all the way up. It's a 15-minute steep climb.
In comes Maxwell, giving himself some room. Young will get runs here. It beats the infield. Could be for this, and in fact, comfortably will be. And Adam Zampa gives up the chase. It was just threaded through a tiny gap. But this outfield, despite its criticism and the spongy nature of it, it doesn't half give you reward for the shots that you play if you beat that infield. 67 for 1.
Really nice shot from Will Young. I think that a lot of width was given, no?
Maxwell bowls. This is clubbed towards mid-on. No run. All along the ground.
So not only did they make their way up to the waterfall, but some of them even took a dip, posted some pictures, and
cold, wouldn't it?
You think so? Cold for a bunch of Aussies from the eastern coast.
In comes Maxwell. And there won't be a run there. Yes, Mudger is the call as Steve Smith moves to his left to collect.
And I took some of the Aussie media there, and we crossed paths. They were coming down as we were going up. And
Maxwell to conclude the over, bowling to Young. Won't be a run there, so yeah, there was the boundary, but that's the only scoring shot in the over. 9 gone, 67 for 1, and the required rate has now leapt above where it started in the innings. And they had a good start. New Zealand have just been checked a touch here, and they're still 322 away from a target, but they have 41 overs to get.
I met Pat Cummins yesterday before his press conference, and he inquired if we took a dip in the water as well. I had to tell him, mate, it's a little different when you go there to us going there, because when you went there, they cleared everyone else out. It was just the Aussies and some of the support staff. You had complete access to the little pool at the top of the waterfall, or under the waterfall, I should say. Whereas, while we went up there, Henry, as popular as I am in these parts.
Well, of course.
I'm kidding. They did not do any of that. There were a lot of people there, so, you know, didn't feel there was enough space for us to get in there. But it's beautiful up there. It's beautiful everywhere around where we are currently.
Here's Hazelwood then. After a successful over, he's bowling to the left-handed Ravindra, waiting and feeling for a ball outside the off stump, and there's hands in the air from not just the fielders but those in yellow around these stands as well. 67 for 1. The pressure just cranking up a little bit here on New Zealand.
Yeah, Conway was the free-scoring batter. Yes, Will Young has hit a couple of boundaries, but yeah, we haven't seen any swing at all. Not from the New Zealanders, not from the Aussies, but a couple have seemed and done a little bit off the pitch. That one just slightly leaving Ravindra.
We missed it earlier. Travis Head returning to the side, scored 109 off 67. Here comes Hazelwood, and there'll be a single there if they're quick. They are quick enough. Ball played up towards Zampa at mid-on. 68 for 1 then, early on in the 10th over. The opening stand between Warner and Head was remarkable. 175 runs in 19 overs. It's just extraordinary hitting. You can see the best of it on the BBC Sport website and app.
And you just get a feeling, don't you, Henry, that Travis Head is going to come on at some point and take 2 wickets. You can just sense it in the air.
But he could have a big part to play in this tournament. In Australia, who lost their first couple of matches, there was all this talk about, well, they've picked the same side that basically plays the test matches, and they've got the ability to play ODIs. And well, look at them now. Here comes Hazelwood. It's a bowl to the right-handed Young, chipping the ball down the ground. That's a nice-looking shot. It'll plug just a touch, but will have enough on it to make it to the boundary. 4 runs. And knowing that the fielding restrictions conclude at the end of the over, eager to take the opportunity just to chip the ball over Pat Cummins at mid-on. That's a good-looking shot. 72 for 1.
Yeah, I think it was an attempted leg cutter from Josh Hazelwood. The index finger rolling over the ball. He's such a sweet timer of the ball, Will Young. We saw him play that cut shot of Maxwell in the previous over.
Hazelwood again. 5 from the over so far. Over the wicket he comes. Edge taken. And once again, Mitchell Starc in that position. Waiting. Quite a short third, quite a fine third inside the circle, and he did not have to move. Catch taken. A second catch for Starc. And Young now departs with both openers falling. Caught Starc, bowled Hazelwood, and it's 72 for 2.
Yes, almost a deep third slip, you would call him. He's right there in the 30-yard circle, and went at a nice catching height. I've seen Mitchell Starc take too many catches of that kind. Yeah,
it's a funny position, that. It's good thinking, because the ball does go there a lot. Players have found useful scoring, just thrashing that ball, going hard at it, going down what would be, as you say, almost that slip cord. A little bit deeper, and Stark just had to stand there and wait for the ball to gently drop out of the sky into his hands. 72 for 2, and those New Zealand fans we met on the plane yesterday, who were very excited to get here, and I warned them that ticket collection may not be as straightforward as they'd hoped, so hopefully they got in time. They've not seen an awful lot to cheer about today, Bharat.
Really, except unless you are a Glenn Phillips fan or you belong to his family. He's been one of the few Kiwis who've got something to write home about. Yeah, Will Young was looking good. And we've seen it so often, haven't we, Henry? Josh Hazelwood has bowled like a dream in some of these games and not got too many wickets. And today he hasn't looked at his best, and he's got 2 to show for it. Just a good delivery, slightly outside off stump. Will Young, open face of the bat, nearly glided it straight into Mitchell Starc's hands. And all of a sudden, Australia, once again, right back on top.
The outstanding Daryl Mitchell comes to the middle. He scored 130 against India here less than a week ago, and he's on strike now, advancing forward, driving into the offsides. A good half stop at backward point, and he'll only get 1, but you can see his attempt immediately. He started so far out of his ground. 73 for 2.
Yeah, just Mitchell, much like Heinrich Klaasen, though I think Darren Mitchell has done it across formats now. Just snuck up on you on that in the last 24 months, hasn't he? Incredible run of scores last year in England. Sure, you saw all of it, Henry. And then he's taken that form across to other formats. He's been around a while, but it was that 2021 T20 World Cup when he really made a name for himself in the semi-final. Didn't do much against Australia in the final. He'll have to probably outdo himself from 5 nights ago if New Zealand are even to get close to this target.
Well, he's a very capable player, knows his game. Doesn't feel like there's much can go wrong with his game either. Ravindra, left-hander, waits for Hazelwood, angling the ball towards short third, and there is no run, so another wicket taking over for Josh Hazelwood, and the power play comes to an end where Australia at this point were 118 without loss, the joint highest power play score in ODI history. New Zealand 73 for 2, needing 316 from 240 balls. And Bharat Sundaresan, some more from you, and then Daniel Norcross.
This is how a lot of these run chasers play out, don't they? It's a glimmer of hope at the beginning if the openers get going like Conway and Will Young did. Raced to 50 without loss in the first 5 overs, but the introduction of Glenn Maxwell, like we saw with Glenn Phillips, just pulled New Zealand back a little. The pressure grew. Good catch from Mitchell Starc, good delivery from Josh Hazelwood, and all of a sudden they've 2 for 73 or 73 for 2.
And you could do either here because we're BBC and ABC.
Indeed, that's exactly what I did, Danny.
I like it.
Catering to the masses.
Maxwell starts a new over. His first ball is tucked into the onside by Mitchell, and they'll get a single. So nearly have had Steve Smith pick that up and thrown cleanly. Could have been in a bit of bother there, but it was to the right of Smith, and he scampered towards it like an eager piglet. Couldn't quite gather it and throw it in. 74 for 2.
Yeah, that's eager piglet. Yeah, that's what he looked like, I guess, running after that ball. I have become very rural these days, Daniel, as you know, and learned a thing or two about pigs and piglets.
Maxwell is in, and this is punched off the back foot and gets it past. Well, he didn't quite get it past mid-wicket, David Warner, and so they didn't get a run. I mean that in a very endearing way.
Of course,
like the piglet in Winnie the Pooh, you know. It's a very sort of eager creature. This is cut away out towards deep point for a single. 75 for 2. They're very endearing creatures, actually. I mean, the young of many animals are endearing, of course.
Especially pigs, you're right. Piglets.
Humans the least, I would say, but pigs, kittens, dogs. Goes on the reverse, gets it away. It's running away towards the boundary. It'll get there. That was well played by Mitchell because it was a little bit towards his leg stump. I think Glenn Maxwell saw him shaping for the shot and fired it a little bit down the leg side. Mitchell was able to adjust. Well, no, actually, no. There was an optical illusion on my part. I think it's because Mitchell had moved so far across, he ended up slightly having to reach for it. But he struck it well down to deep backward point for 4, and now he defends the next ball on the front foot back to Maxwell, who's eagerly running back to his mark. Is there a problem with the over rate? I don't know. Or does he likes to get through his overs quickly.
He does, yeah.
Put a bit of pressure on, scurry through. He's tossed up a bit more and defended on the front foot to short extra. He wants the ball back. He's got it back. End of the over. 11 gone. 79 for 2. The run rate is keeping New Zealand in touch. The loss of those 2 wickets has been a bit of a blow. Ravindra 3. Mitchell has 6. The target, a massive 389.
When you're chasing such a massive target, you said earlier, they raced to 50 without loss. You just can't afford to slow down. Last 6 overs, just 29 runs, 2 big wickets, the opener's gone. And that's the difference between setting a big score and chasing a big score, which is why so many teams falter. You just can't afford even a brief phase of play where you fall behind the asking rate and then you have to play catch up. And then you add wickets to it. It becomes as tough as...
Yeah, I mean, let's be clear. If New Zealand get it close to this, it'll be a heck of an achievement. It did feel like that opening partnership between Warner and Head almost won Australia the game early on, but a partnership could develop here, and these are 2 informed players, Ravindra and Mitchell. They've both scored hundreds in this World Cup so far, as Hazlewood starts a new over and is clattered out towards deep cover. Come through for a single as Warner does the fielding. 80 for 2. Have you seen much of Ravindra before this World Cup?
He played in the Test series against India, or in India, a couple of years ago when Ajaz Patel took all 10 at the Wankhede.
Oh yeah.
And though I wasn't covering it, to keep an eye on it, I've seen a bit of him from junior cricket, under-19 cricket, a couple of New Zealand A tours. Even though he's so young, he's been part of the system long enough.
Been very impressed with him though. I think this World Cup he might have found a different gear. There's Hazlewood with his shoulders rocking from side to side is into Mitchell, who covers up in defence and pushes a full ball into the onside. It's picked up by Mitchell Marsh running in from mid-wicket. There's no run.
And even in that Test series, he was playing more as a bowling all-rounder of sorts, so you couldn't make out because batting 6 and 7 played a big role in saving one of the Test match, or coming close to saving a Test anyway. He's got that Zen-like presence about him. He's made for Dharamshala.
He's got that terrific hair, isn't he?
Oh, lovely hair.
Lustrous, thick, dense bush of hair. As Hazlewood is in. He's played nicely off the back foot by Mitchell, just guiding it towards deep backward point. He wants to, he's swift between the wickets, and he gets there comfortably. That's going to be a feature. If New Zealand are going to get close, they're going to have to turn ones into twos, put pressure on the fielders.
And you know how follically opinionated I am.
Yes, I do. I really do. Yes.
I do love talking about hair. And yeah, I did notice yesterday after he finished his stint in the net, took his helmet off and just shook his head, and the curls just got into position. And it was quite a sight. They just went straight. Yeah, exactly.
Wow. Hazlewood. And again, Mitchell pulls. This doesn't really time it. Comes high off the bat and rolls down to deep square where Warner does the fielding. One more, the total. This is Hazlewood's 6th over. He's bowled unchanged so far, and I'm imagining it'll probably be the last in the spell. And then, is it going to be Zampa time?
I think they might bring back, or Cummins might bring himself back for a little burst from this end.
Might you have an exploratory over of Head?
Oh, Head's going to take 2 wickets at some point today. I was just telling Henry about it as well. Just know it. You've seen enough cricket, Daniel.
I have. I have. It's short and pulled fine by Ravindra, running down towards the boundary, and it gets there. I think it's a bit of a miss-hit. Mitchell Starc had quite a long way to go to his left at long leg, and chased after it and didn't quite get there. Well, I say miss-hit. I don't know. It didn't come off the bat in that way you might expect. And Starc has actually overrun it. He would probably think he should have done a little bit better with that. But I think what we've discovered here at Dharamshala is that fielding is very difficult, both on the ground and through the air. On the ground, because the outfield's not the best. Hazlewood in. Dabbed the offside back to square. No run. 87 for 2 after 12 overs. You taking your leave, Bharat? I think you are. Looks like it. He is. Bharat's taking his leave. He'll be back. 87 for 2, 12 overs gone. 302 more needed from 38 overs. The required rate 7.95. The original rate was 7.78, so it hasn't really gone up too much, but I mean, it's just a reminder of how crazy that Australian start was. After 12 overs, there were 133 for none. That was when Glenn Phillips came into the attack and picked up 3 wickets. Got rid of both openers. Just slowed Australia down for that late flurry of runs. Maxwell's in. His first ball of a new over is driven aerially down to long on for a single where Stark does the fielding. Fielding's been really weird in Dharamshala, Alex Hartley. Catches that you'd expect people to get been dropped. People have overrun the ball. They've soared through the air. Their long barriers have been wrong. They've not been comfortable. And, you know, it's Ravindra cuts a shortish ball outside the off stump to deep point for a single, 89 for 2. It's all been a bit scrappy in that respect.
Yeah, well, I can understand all the ground fielding because the ground, obviously, teams are a bit wary of it, a bit conscious of it. Obviously, we know with the altitude, the ball flies through the air a lot quicker.
Maxwell's in. This is guided into the offside, square of the wicket by Mitchell, just getting leg side of the ball, finding a gap and sauntering through for a run.
But as Finch said, New Zealand have been here for a week, so they've had plenty of time to practice. Sometimes it can still take you by surprise.
Maxwell was a little shorter, and that's Strapple straight pulled up to long on by Ravindra for another single, 91 for 2. Yeah, I don't know whether the practice ultimately can help, because years and years you spend expecting a ball to come to you at a certain pace, and 1 week, is that going to override your instincts as the next ball has worked into the onside? It was full and on the pads. Mitchell scampered the first quickly, but couldn't get back for a second as Head throws in from square leg, 92 for 2. And it has been noticeable, hasn't it? You know, just not even bursting through the hands, like sometimes hitting the chest before the hands are together. Maxwell's last ball was a little short, punched off the back foot by Ravindra with a nice straight bat up to long on. 6 easy singles taken. Maxwell not at any point really given the ball any air, bowling between 93 and 99 kilometres an hour after 13 overs. The score 93 for 2. Ravindra 11, Mitchell 12. The required rate now 8. I guess we're just going to see how this game unfolds and what New Zealand do for the next 15-20 overs, because the smart money is on them not getting close, isn't it?
Yeah, 296 from 222. I mean, it is doable, but you've got to go at a good rate for a decent amount of time.
And they've lost Conway, and they've lost Young.
They still have Phillips to come.
They do, and they've got Neesham, Latham.
This is probably where they need Chapman, not Neesham.
Might be, yeah, typically. That said,
he's got a dodgy calf, I think.
When Neesham hits a ball,
yeah,
it goes a long way. Here, if he could get hold of one, I think it could. He could hit it into the mountains.
And also with the ball as well, probably wanted his off spin today, not Neesham's pace.
It is going to be Cummins who resumes, and his first ball is pushed into the offside by Ravindra, just finding that gap to the left of cover point. Smith does the fielding, 94 for 2. So Cummins' first over went for 11. Still no sign of Zampa or Travis Head.
I'd be wary of bowling Head in a game that you should be winning, and it shouldn't be easy for New Zealand with somebody with a broken hand. All it needs is the ball to be hit back at you, and you're gone again.
That's a very good point you make there. Cummins in, drilled back like that.
One of those.
Drilled back at Pat Cummins, and he does very well to stop it. But that's exactly what you mean, isn't it? If that happens to Travis Head,
that's his hand gone again.
Yeah, having just got back in the team and scored 100.
Exactly. So I just don't think it's worth risking him.
Okay. Well, I had not considered that, and thank you for that.
You're welcome. I mean, he'll probably bowl 10 overs.
Well, that doesn't make it right. As Cummins is in, and that's driven nicely through extra cover. Fielder's running round to his right. It's the eager Labuschagne, and they'll get through for 2 more. Nicely played by Mitchell. On the up, it wasn't a long half volley by any means. It wasn't timed perfectly either, but he found the gap, did Mitchell. He's scored 100 on this ground already against India, when he helped New Zealand recover from a pretty perilous position to post ultimately it wasn't defendable, but a challenging total for India last week. Cummins into the right-handed Mitchell. Mitchell drives down the ground in the air. 1 bounce, 4. That is a shot of great audacity, because it was not there, quite there for the shot. It brings 100 up, 100 for 2. Mitchell to 18. Mid-on and mid-off were up. One of them's going to go back now. Looks like Zampa's coming back to long on. But that wasn't quite there for the shot, was it? But he's just gone through with it.
Well, you think of Daryl Mitchell, you think of that shot over mid-off, don't you? Hold the post, down the ground. He's so good at playing straight back down the ground. And that was classic Daryl Mitchell, just picking the ball up.
Cummins in once more. And he's playing in the channel outside the off stump to a ball that rears. But Inglis, who takes it around about chest height. And there's no run. 100 for 2, the score remains. So, of course, this is the ground where you have to sit on the ledge, isn't it?
Can't see anything, can you?
See, yeah.
Well, I can sit on the steps if you want to sit here. No, he's all right. Is he?
Sorry, yes, hon. Yes. It's a touch of
You've got the sniffles, haven't you?
Alpine sniffles today, yes. Cummins and Mitchell, who defends on the front foot, pushes front of square on the offside. Thought of 2, it's not there. There's a throw is hurled in by Maxwell. So 8 off that over, which is pretty much what New Zealand wanted. Well, it's exactly what New Zealand need. At the moment, 101 for 2. Ravindra 12, Mitchell 19. Any over that yields 8 at this stage keeps New Zealand in touch as long as they can keep going. Maxwell has bowled 4, and he's going to continue. So Maxwell's sort of doing the Phillips role here, isn't he, I suppose? Would that be fair?
I think Glenn Maxwell, just bowling quick and straight and full, going at 5 and over, that run rate is then creeping up and up, because every time New Zealand don't get 8, the run rate creeps up. So he's doing a job here.
He's in, and reverse paddle doesn't really come off for Mitchell. He'll get a run for it, doesn't really time it though, and it dribbles out and comes to a halt around 5 yards inside the circle. But there's no one there square of the wicket, so he can get a run. 102 for 2. Mitchell to 20 brings the left-handed Ravindra on strike, who may just have a little more bother with the off-spin. He's not a great turner of the ball, Maxwell, but he's turned a touch as Ravindra cuts at this, going deep in his crease, and finds the gap square of the wicket for another single. The ball is hurled into the ground, so we know what the plan is there. That ball's soft and scabby, 103 for 2.
Scruff the ball up as soon as possible, as quick as possible.
Sort of how I feel, actually. This is worked into the onside, past Steve Smith, who thought about diving and in the end didn't. It rolls gently up to Stark at long on. One more, 104 for 2. 3 singles off the over so far.
You're coping well, though.
I am coping
You are
fine.
coping well.
Coping fine.
Not sure when we get back to the hotel you will.
No, I don't suppose so. This is driven off a thick outside edge, and then Head misjudges it. It goes through his hands. Another misfield in this awkward ground, and then he slips a little bit as he tries to get the ball before it reaches the boundary. Succeeds, and they get 2 more. It's been a litany of poor fielding. I think partly it's just a lack of trust in the ground, as well as the pace of the ball. But it's a sort of feeling that's not out of place in the kind of cricket that I play.
Well, Travis Head is obviously being hidden in the field as well at short third.
Maxwell in. Ravindra punches off the back foot up to long on for a single. The 6th run of the over. 1 ball left in it. 107 for 2. So I think New Zealand, again, they'll be happy with this. It's just keeping things ticking over, keeping in touch, keeping them in the game. They'll want to take it as deep as they can. They've seen what Australia managed to do at the back end of their innings, and what a lot of teams have done in this World Cup. Maxwell completes the over with a faster ball, which he then fields off his own bowling as it's pushed back at him. A good dot ball to finish. 6 off the over. 107 for 2. Ravindra 16 from 17. Mitchell 21 from 19. This partnership developing. 35 from 32. More from Alex Hartley. And then it'll be Geoff Lemon. And I've only just really noticed his shirt. Tells you how under the weather I am, because that shirt's been in front of me all day. But it's got the wallpaper of a kind of Empire club, which I rather like.
Well, it very much looks like your grandma's wallpaper, doesn't it? Or your grandma's curtains or something like that. I had a message from the social team today saying, who's got the jazzier shirt? Bharat, Lemon or Dan? I said, well, Dan's shirt currently reflects his mood. He's very blue.
It's sombre, it's straightforward. Pat Cummins is straightforward in his approach to the crease. Dropping the ball down by his toes is Ravindra. No run there. Yeah, this is the shirt that got me in trouble with Angelo Matthews when he was complaining about me standing up behind the bowler's arm in the commentary box on the 4th floor in Sri Lanka.
No.
When he was padding for time at the end of the day, he didn't want one more over to be bowled, so he said, we have to hold it up. Somebody's standing up on the 4th floor of the building through 2 layers of tinted glass. So they spent a couple of minutes waving at us, and we're like, why are they waving at us up in the commentary box? Hi.
It's just you, Geoff.
It was just me. Cummins, beats the outside edge. Good elevation. That takes off from a length through to the wicketkeeper. So I was very pleased to see Angelo Matthews come back into this World Cup. You know, he's been around for such a long period of time. Seeing him as a reserve player seemed incongruous. And then there he was. Hadn't bowled in 50 years.
You can stop now.
Looks about 50 years old. Trundles in. Little mediums. 2 for 14. Beautiful stuff, England. Beautiful stuff.
I have no comeback.
107 for 2 is the score. Cummins in and driven just past short cover. Marsh throws a hand out but can't snare the ball. They'll get a couple out to the deep. Warner getting around the rope to field. 109 for 2. Rachin Ravindra up to 18, but that was very nearly out. About a metre away from Mitchell and Marsh, I suspect, to his right.
Yeah, the off-cutter from the skipper as well. A little bit of pace taken off it. Not far from Marsh. But Warner out on the deep does the fielding. He's loving his time out there, actually.
He is. He's close to the wicket, or has been a lot, but he's been out on the rope through this World Cup. Rachin Ravindra pulls out. Might be to do with the shirt. I better sit down, just in case.
If in doubt, panic and sit down. It's not you, it's somebody dressed in full whites in front of the side screen.
Well, Cummins is coming around the wicket, so we are roughly in that line of sight.
If in doubt, sit down.
We're also about 120 metres away.
I'll hide behind the TV screen. It wasn't us.
No, okay. Cummins on a length, dropped away to point, can't beat the fielder at backward point. Tight line.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if we started waving and dancing around, we would be a distraction. But
yeah, if we got a mirror out and started reflecting the sunlight in their eyes. Didn't people used to try to do that to dodgy up cricket matches, try to distract the batter on strike?
That would give me a horrific migraine. It's the only way I get migraines, actually. The direct light into the old eyeball.
Cummins. To Rachin Ravindra, who gets a little edge on that, does he? It dies through to the wicketkeeper, bounces to Inglis. He had a poke at it. The ball was seaming back in a touch towards middle stump, and he ended up just stabbing at it. It would have been going well over the bails.
There's another slower ball from Cummins, just takes the pace off it. The off-cutter again, which is what New Zealand didn't do with the ball. It didn't bowl very many variations.
Cummins to finish off the over to Rachin Ravindra, who punches the ball on the bounce to Marsh at cover. So an economical one from Patrick Cummins. 2 overs, 2 runs from the over. 109 for 2 after 16. They're chasing 389 New Zealand, which looks a very long way away now that they're going at 6.8 just for a minute after that fast start with Conway and Young. There would have been a few New Zealanders daring to dream, but no. Got a stat in from Andy Zoltzman. The match total for the 2 power plays, that is the first 2 blocks of 10 overs, or the block in each innings, 191. Australia 118, New Zealand 73. That's the 3rd highest in any ODI. The highest was 197 then 196. Third highest, that doesn't seem that exciting to me.
No.
Come on, Andy, lift your game.
Come on, Andy, you're better than that.
Maybe New Zealand should have been better than that. They just needed 7 more runs.
They're going for the slow run chase rather than the crash bang wallop.
I've always said this, let's not blame Andy Zaltzman for the shortcomings of the nation of New Zealand. That's not fair. It's not fair on him. Adam Zampa is going to have a jam roll. 109 for 2. His last 3 matches have gone 4 for. Consistency.
Well, with the mother of cricket behind him, today will be a non-4.
Well, it should be a 5.
It should be.
To come that close to 5.
It's going to be another 4. It's got to be another 4.
The leg spinner. Bowls outside the off stump and beats the edge. The back cut attempt from Mitchell. It's into Inglis's gloves. Knocks the zing bails off. Lights them up red. And that one had some serious revs on it and a bit of turn off the surface for Zampa. He's not a huge turner of the ball, but that one did go.
Look at his sunglasses.
Zampa. That's a good length and it beats the edge. Was that the wrong one? Daryl Mitchell picks it up and hands it to the keeper. Risky. I hate seeing players do that. They can appeal for that. You can be dismissed for that.
Yeah, that's not a thing though, is it? No one's going to do that.
Well, he's inside edged it into his pad. It's dropped onto the ground. And you could then argue, well, it's near your stumps. Don't pick it up. Yeah,
He's
Zampa.
got old school sunglasses on, hasn't he? The big ones are in fashion at the minute, but he's got the small ones.
He's bowling in the shades at Dharamshala. The next ball's pushed back to him. So the clear goggles that he's been wearing, they're prescription.
Yeah.
They're his specs.
Yeah.
And they worked an absolute treat when the dust storm came through Lucknow that night. You weren't there, but I was. The devil dervishes, you had sort of little whirlwind spinning across the field of dust, bits falling off the roof. Zampa darts it, sweeping, striking the pad. No, he's got a little edge on that, I fancy. It rolls away for 4. Through a very fine leg. Umpire signals it as runs. So that was bat there, but Mitchell just got down on it. Zampa was very interested. 113 for 2. Mitchell up to 25.
Well, just for a moment, I thought it might have been pad first. To take a look on the replay, it was a little glove from Mitchell looking to play the sweep shot.
Zampa really thought he was through onto the pad there. Bowls again. Mitchell comes down the pitch, extends the arms and extends a welcome or a farewell. Smashes him for 6. Down the ground, very straight. Saw Daryl Mitchell do this against India. There was parry, there was thrust. He batted really well against the spinners for his 130 through the middle overs here. He was decisive when he chose to attack. Didn't attack a lot, but punctuated his innings with attacking shots like that to keep the spinners on their toes. 119 for 2. He's up to 31. Zampa tries again, and Mitchell is coming forward and taking a run out to deep cover. 120 for 2.
Well, we saw the Australia-Netherlands game where Zampa's most expensive figures got overtaken. And all the Aussies went up to Zampa, gave him a hug for no reason whatsoever, just to say congratulations, longer top. Now, if New Zealand are to win this game today, you do fear Zampa's going to have to be taken down.
Right. They need to break that record again.
Yeah. You don't want to be in the top 5 twice, do you, for the most expensive figures?
120 for 2. No, you don't. I'm trying to think who the top 5 is. I know Murali's in there, isn't he? He went for 110, I reckon.
There's another Aussie in there. Number 3.
Number 3?
Yeah.
Well, there's Mick Lewis. So Mick Lewis and Zampa held the record equally. Naught for 113 off 10.
That's what I'm thinking.
Baz Talita, 2 for 115. This is an interesting statistical wrinkle. That makes it the most expensive because he went for 115. But he took wickets. He got 2 for. So depending how you assess it, you can't say that it's the worst. None for 113 is worse than 2 for 115 in statistical parlance because he got wickets.
Yeah.
So if you're ranking the worst to the best, you start with the none-fors.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So in a way, Adam Zampa still has the worst figures. Even
Don't let him tell you tell him that.
He doesn't have the most expensive spell, but he has the worst bowling figures. Does that make sense?
Yes, and that's savage, isn't it?
Well, somebody else needs a big none for. Rashid Khan, I think, went for 100. 109 or 108 in that Owen Morgan match last World Cup.
2019.
Maybe it was 110. I don't think he bowled his full overs, though. I think he bowled 9. I reckon he went for 110 off 9 overs, thereabouts. So, dodged his way out of it. Rashid Khan's probably senior enough to say, you know what, I'm not bowling a 10th over here today. I'm fine.
I'm not going in the record books, thank you very much.
So there have been a few. Jason Holder went for over 100 a couple of times when AB de Villiers got hold of him.
I'm pretty sure I've gone for 56 in 4 in a T20, so that's a good effort, isn't it?
That's on track for 112 in.
Yeah,
you know.
so I said to the skipper at the time, why'd you bowl me 4? I don't know, to be honest. I was like, take me off. Should have taken myself off, really, with a bad hammy.
Yeah. Yeah, just fake something. Get out of there. That's all part of the fun.
T20 cricket can happen, can't it? As it can in 50-over cricket now. We had some very expensive bowling figures in the first innings of this game. New Zealand, they are just keeping themselves in it.
Well,
but they shouldn't win from here.
They shouldn't. If they do, we're going to see one of the greatest feats of cricket.
We finally had a close game yesterday.
We did. 9 down. Pakistan should have won it, could have won it if the umpire's finger had gone up instead of stayed down. That LBW at 9 down, given not out, umpire's call on leg stump.
And then therefore the umpire was right.
Yeah, and the umpire also would have been right if they'd given it out. A magical universe in which we live. 120 for 2 is the score after the drinks break. Pat Cummins is refreshed, ready to charge in once more. Daryl Mitchell, right-hander, down over his bat, short third, backward point, deep point, cover, mid-off, long on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, deep backward square. There's Cummins in the afternoon sun, bowls to Mitchell, who gets his elbow up high, defensive bat, back to the bowler. This exquisite surrounds at Dharamshala. I'm sure you've seen the pictures. Everybody who comes up here is contractually obliged to take some photos in front of the mountains and post them up online wherever they can, but you don't get a lot of cricket grounds up in a mountain range.
It's more beautiful in person than you can ever imagine.
Cummins bowls to Daryl Mitchell, who defends on the line of the off stump, just blocks it out, but he'll get a run because they've got long on back. 121 for 2. Photographs can only convey so much. They flatten an image. Everybody knows. You go and see some great view, you take pictures, and then you look at them in 2 weeks' time and you think, well, that just looks like a hill. What was so good about that? But being there is different. The sense of scope that you get, the sense that the mountain range is towering over the top of you. And then the further you wind up, you can drive up into those slopes, higher and higher elevation. Cummins to Ravindra down the leg side. Has he got a little glove on that? It's called as a wide. Cummins was having a bit of a yelp, but he didn't end up turning around to look at the umpire. 122 for 2. Pretty close to the glove, but I thought I heard a tiny sound, but maybe that was the spike scraping.
Yeah, or just the swing of the bat, creaky bat handle or something. Didn't feel like he got something on it. Shorter ball from Pat Cummins down the leg side. Absolute fresh air.
Nowhere near it.
Typical fast bowler.
Go up for everything. Chasing 389 New Zealand. Cummins round the wicket. Rachin Ravindra chips it down to mid-on the bounce. Hazelwood, not the first time he's had one reach him on the bounce today. Couldn't lunge forward at deep third earlier in the match. Stays back for that one. Wouldn't have been a chance to get forward and fingers underneath it. 122 for 2.
A little bit early on that one. Ravindra looking to hit the ball down the ground. Ends up hitting it in the air because he's too early on the shot.
He's been a revelation in this World Cup, Rachin Ravindra, the left-hander for New Zealand. Bouncer, hooked away, top edge, and just in front of Zampa at fine leg. In the deep, he was coming off the rope, and again, the bounce favours Rachin Ravindra, who gets a run for it. 123 for 2, Ravindra up to 19.
Not far from Zampa, who's actually having a chat down there with one of the coaches, one of the players running the drinks, but ended up having to run in.
That didn't bounce far in front of him. If he'd been 2 metres further in to start with,
Smacked him on the shin.
would have got there, yes. Wear a badge of honour for that. Mitchell punches away, beats short cover. Not sure how that got through Glenn Maxwell, but he'll get a run for it. 124 for 2, 1 to come in the 18th over. They're going at just under 7 and over now. That run rate for New Zealand has been declining after their fast start, as it did for Australia. More dramatically fast start, more dramatic decline in some ways, but they picked it up later in the innings. 175 from 19 overs still boggles the mind. That's what the opening partnership was worth. Cummins to Ravindra, who gets a little bit of bat on that, pushing it down to mid-on. Wasn't a well-timed stroke. Cummins thought he might be through onto the pad for a minute, but no. 1 run, so 3 singles plus the wide from the over. 18 overs bowled, 125 for 2. That means New Zealand need the small matter of 264 more runs from 192 balls.
Yeah, 175 off the first. What did you say?
19.
19, and then 90 off the next 19.
Yep.
So a real pace change.
Sure.
But how can 200, 300, 388
not feel like
boring?
Enough? Yeah. Well, it wasn't later because, Cummins came out and made 40 off 15 balls.
Yeah.
Maxwell, Inglis all went after it, but it was that middle period. Mitchell Marsh was batting like they were 6 for 80.
Yeah.
When they were 1 for 175. It was a curious performance from someone who's such a booming stroke player, but he was batting against a lot of spin, and it's not his favourite thing. Although we've seen him belt a few spinners in his time, he prefers to whack the quicker bowling. So, Zampa to continue. It's into the afternoon. We're just coming up to 4 p.m. local time. If you're listening in from other parts of the world, the sun's starting to slide down the western side of the sky as Zampa bowls on the pads, clipped away to mid-wicket. They'll get through for a hastily run single. 126 for 2. Ravindra up to 21. Daryl Mitchell. It was Mitchell and Ravindra who put on that big partnership against India here.
Yeah, before Ravindra, it's actually the first time we've seen him look angry in this World Cup with bat or ball in his hand. Just gave his wicket away.
Yeah, hit Bumrah down to long on, didn't he?
It's a bit of a nothing dismissal.
At a stage of the innings where they didn't really need to be going after Jasprit Bumrah either. Zampa bowls nicely flighted leg break. That's good shape out of the hand. Little bit of drift towards the leg stump and a little bit of turn. Ideal, what you're looking for when you're a purveyor of that difficult art. 126 for 2. Mitchell just defended it. Tosses the ball from hand to hand, Adam Zampa, and that one's a little too wide and driven by Mitchell out to the deep cover sweeper. 127 for 2.
I know we're still at the stage of the game where New Zealand will be thinking about chasing this down, but also in the back of your mind and the coach's mind when you sat in the dugout in the dressing room, potentially you're thinking about the net run rate. And if Australia win this by a large margin, they go ahead of New Zealand in the table.
True. Halfway through the 19th, Zampa to Ravindra, who defends down to mid-on.
And when you look at the two sides throughout this World Cup, you'd say New Zealand have been pretty dominant. And Australia, although they've had an easier run, Australia losing their first 2 are coming to form at the right time. You would think, how have Australia managed to get above New Zealand?
Well, 309-run win helps a fair bit against the Dutch.
It does.
That was a godsend for Australia. Fixed up their net run rate. Sweeping is Ravindra, hard along the ground, out to deep backward square leg. David Warner does the fielding. 128 for 2. Yeah, Australia's net run rate was in really bad shape after those 2 losses because they were pretty heavy losses. But they managed to beat Sri Lanka and Pakistan pretty convincingly and then wipe the floor with the Dutch to the point that they're back into positive territory. Zampa to Mitchell, who drives out to deep backward point. Warner again called into play. Mitchell wants a second run. Ravindra doesn't. Backpedals to Daryl Mitchell. Ends up running all the way backwards. Why turn around when you can keep an eye on what's happening? 129 for 2 after 19 overs. So that is interesting. People were pumping up New Zealand when they were 4 and zip as if they were the greatest team in the world. When they'd beaten England in the opening game, which was a good win and a big win, reigning champions, all that, because we didn't know that England were going off a cliff. maybe New Zealand helped push them off the cliff, I don't know. But then after that, they had the easiest run you could have had. They had the Netherlands, Bangladesh, Afghanistan. So it wasn't... There's certainly games you could lose, but they're matches that you should win. You're expected to win. And then this run, this is where I thought the test would be India, Australia, South Africa all in a row. They've lost the first one to India, and it was close-ish, but when India has players turning down singles towards the end of the run chase, it's not actually that close.
That is very true.
They're on course to be beaten heavily today unless they can produce a miracle, which could happen. We know that. And they've got South Africa who are running pretty hot at the moment. So they could lose 3 in a row in the middle after 4 to start. And then they have to win their Sri Lanka-Pakistan games to be completely sure of qualifying. So I still haven't quite got the measure of this New Zealand side. Smoking drive from Mitchell. You can get the measure of that. It's worth 4 runs. He's very powerful down the ground, and that's an impressive shot on the front foot as he lays into Mitchell Starc, who's coming back after being dragged after 2 expensive overs to start. He's starting a 3rd expensive over to continue.
Well, it was such a dismissive shot from Mitchell, it stopped the Mexican wave in its tracks. That was going round for the 7th time. And such a good shot from Mitchell, and everyone forgets about the wave and cheers the shot.
133 for 2. Stark's gone for 22 from 13 balls bowled so far. And he's going to go for a few more here. That's 1 bounce for 4 down the ground as Mitchell just steps into that ball. It's on a nice length. Easy swing of the bat through the line and plonks it over the bowler's head for 4. 137 for 2. Daryl Mitchell's up to 44. So they haven't counted themselves out of this game yet, New Zealand.
A slower ball from Starc, just runs his fingers down the side of the ball, a little cutter, but slightly too full, and Mitchell yet again punishes it down the ground.
Mitchell versus Mitchell. Could bounce him, deep square leg, fine leg back. Starc up, bowls full at the stumps and collects well in his left hand in the follow through as Mitchell drives back at him. Wanders back to the top of his mark. 4-4 dot. What's the chant happening out there?
Yeah, I was trying to figure that out.
Is it Warner? Are they saying Warner?
He is out there on the boundary, and he has been dancing to all the songs, and you know he loves his Indian fans. He's all over socials at the minute for it.
He knows his crowd, David Warner. You have to admit that. Starc bowls outside the off stump, opening the face. Mitchell plays it to backward point, no run. Stephen Smith in his way, 137 for 2.
I'm going to open the can of worms now.
Okay.
Glenn Maxwell came out after the previous game and said the light show it hurts my eyes, it's hard to concentrate, you know, it goes from pitch black to bang, the LED lights are back on. And there's a few players that I've spoke to and we know that they struggle with it. Warner, to keep the fans happy, said, I love the light show, it's all about the fans. And to undermine your teammate like that in the middle of a tournament.
Starc bowls down the leg side. That will be a wide, 138 for 2.
I just think it's really poor form, and just as a team are peaking and they're getting to a stage where they're accelerating and they're winning games, something like that could disturb the camp.
I mean, I think if your team's going to be knocked off a World Cup challenge by Twitter, then...
I know, I just think it's poor. You're meant to stick together.
It is the kind of thing where you don't need to send out a message saying, yes, I agree wholeheartedly, but you can also just say nothing.
Exactly.
Saying nothing is an option.
Exactly.
It is possible. Mitchell Starc bowling to Daryl Mitchell, another wide down the leg side. So the radar has not come back for Starc. It's returning false positives from the pings out there in the deep. 139 for 2 with those extras. The wide count is up to 11 for Australia so far. Well, yeah, Maxwell was asked about it at the press conference, so because, you know, there was footage of him covering his eyes, having been through it once before. He made sure to keep his gloves over his eyes for the whole duration, because players need to get used to the light. You might think they're being precious, but they're trying to pick up a ball travelling at them so fast.
We've seen wickets fall the ball after the light show.
Starc to Mitchell, who takes a run out to square leg. That ball in at his hip, 140 for 2. So you could see why Maxwell wanted to block out the light, make sure that his eyes stayed adjusted. But yeah, it was I agree with you, it was a little strange, but there did seem to be an element of playing to the home crowd in that.
Pick me in the IPL, please.
Well, I don't think there's any danger about that. David Warner's missed one IPL, and that's
No,
when
I know. I'm
that's when he was
messing around.
banned for the sandpaper thing.
Oh, yeah.
He's been at every IPL.
Yeah, I'm only messing. But just for me, no need for it in the middle of a tournament.
Mitchell Starc trying to finish the over. Bowls to Ravindra, hooked away, not entirely in control, but he gets it over mid-wicket. The ball rolls slowly out to the deep. And around the boundary comes Travis Head, who's had a few problems in the field today. A little bit fumbly. 142 for 2, 20 overs bowled. Ravindra on 24, Mitchell on 45. So New Zealand, they're going at 7.1 and over. They need 7.8. They're not that far off the rate. Let's just bookmark this. It could yet turn out to be a very interesting day. Alex Hartley to continue, and then Henry Moran.
Yeah, it could indeed. They are still in this game, New Zealand, and they're not going all guns blazing like Australia did and getting off to an absolute flyer. They're accumulating their runs and building their partnerships and staying in the game that way.
Yep, just keeping that scoreboard in touch. 247 needed from 180. Here comes a leg spin of Zampa, and forward, pushing into the offside comes Mitchell. We say toodaloo to Hartles for the time being, and Bharat Sundaresan is going to join us once more. And I must warn you, it may only be a brief appearance from Bharat, as we're expecting the former Australia skipper Aaron Finch to join us shortly as well. So if Bharat appears and then disappears, it is not for bad behaviour.
Victorian replacing South Australian, I can call myself that.
Well, I think you can live in the Adelaide Hills these days. Here comes Zampa. Coming forward is Ravindra, looking to try and clobber the ball down the ground. He doesn't get hold of it though, and it is collected by the titanic figure of Mitchell Marsh at mid-off. Right, there we go. Bye, Bharat. It's been... Oh, dear. Bharat is going to be replaced by Aaron Finch in just a moment. Here comes Adam Zampa then, bowling to Ravindra. Sliced away. There's going to be runs there, and the pursuit from Josh Hazlewood is a rather laboured one because he knows he's not going to stop it. And there's another boundary. 2-4. 2 needed from 177. Aaron Finch back alongside me. What have you made of things then, Aaron? Lovely to see you again.
Great to be back again. I think the way New Zealand have approached this run chase has been really positive. It's obviously a big mountain to climb, but they haven't let the run rate get out of control at any point. It's still just above 8 and over required.
Here comes Zampa again in the sunglasses. He's bowling to Ravindra, who's sweeping out towards square leg. David Warner will trot on round to pick up as the gentleman down below us turns around and takes a photograph. A thumbs up towards us in the commentary box. 148 for 2. And they're just keeping in touch here, New Zealand. That's all they've got to do. Just give themselves a chance.
Yeah, and they've probably got a little bit more power in their side today with Jimmy Neesham back in the side at the expense of Mark Chapman. He's got a calf niggle.
Here comes Zampa, forward very correctly and purposefully is Mitchell, who's on 46. Runs again for Darryl Mitchell.
Yeah, he's been in fantastic touch, and his play against particularly leg spin bowling is outstanding. He's somebody who has got all the shots, the sweeps, the reverse. He'll use his feet down the wicket, comfortable playing back as well.
Zampa in and just nudging the ball to the right of mid-wicket. Could be trouble at the non-strikers end. Had the throw hit. Mitchell, who did hesitate, would have been in real strife, but Pat Cummins' throw doesn't hit. And though he initially committed, that pause gave Mitchell problems. 7 from the over, 149 for 2. Let's see the replay. A little thrust into the leg side, went straight to Cummins, and he was gone. Had the throw hit, I think he was gone. It was a slightly timid throw.
Yeah, just Pat Cummins could never get his balance there. Thrown across his body, off balance from mid-wicket.
Well, Mitchell Starc's going to bowl, and I suppose, given what we've seen today, Aaron, where are we in terms of Australia's aspirations for this World Cup? I mean, is there the feeling they can win this?
I think so, absolutely. The feeling amongst the group, the confidence that they have, not just in their own game, but in each other's game, I think is starting to really take shape. The ability for the middle order to come together and for that to click, I think, is just the missing link at the moment. They've started to get power play wickets in the last game against Netherlands.
today, 2 wickets in the first 10 overs, and they're so crucial. It's just that middle order. I think they just need a little bit of cohesion. It just seems a bit disjointed at times.
Here comes Stark round the wicket to the right-handed Mitchell, who's defending, no run.
There's been a couple of really big platforms for Australia to launch an assault towards the back half of innings, and they just haven't quite got it right. I know it sounds pretty strange when Glenn Maxwell gets 100 off 40 balls the game before, but there was still a wobble there, and that without that 100, I guess the Netherlands probably wouldn't have been in the hunt anyway, but something just around 310, 320 probably won't cut it against good sides on very good wickets.
Mitchell Stark cruising in once more and angled so definitely and purposefully by Mitchell. Well, that's a brilliant stop at short third. And diving to his left, Steve Smith has saved 4 runs. That's a really good piece of fielding, 149 for 2. And I suppose as well, when you look at teams and talk about tapering in a World Cup, the poor start has in some ways given Australia that focus. Poor start, right. How are we getting this thing back? How are we getting back into our groove? I'll get to give us some more thoughts on that in just a moment. Mitchell Stark is turning below us, and a couple of walking paces, and then begins this very smooth gallop towards the crease. He's in round the wicket, and that's thrashed away beautifully.
Wow.
Standing, delivering Daryl Mitchell. It's a brilliant shot to bring up what is an outstanding 50 once again. 51 from 42, and that is as good a shot as we've seen from a Black Caps player all day. Smashed away through extra cover for 4.
Yeah, not the easiest shot, with the angle of Mitchell Stark around the wicket, angling back in towards him. And it wasn't a half volley, it was a ball on the up. And he's just absolutely launched into it all the way along the carpet.
Brilliant shot.
150 up for New Zealand as well. Australia will feel like they need a wicket.
Yes, partnerships building. 81 now from 74. 236 needed from 171. Stark bowling to Mitchell. No run is the cry. So that poor start, it's almost given that focus, isn't it?
Yeah, it has. And I think if you put it in context, it's looking likely that India will go through undefeated through the group stage. So you start off with that game against India and you're automatically on the back foot. But I think after 4 games, when they're 2-2, they would have felt like that realistically they've only probably lost 1 game to the rest of the competition. If everyone continues to be beaten by India, which it looks likely the way that they're playing at the moment.
Stark round the wicket, bowling a short ball, which is over the head of Mitchell, who looks quizzically up towards the umpire, but nothing doing. 1 for the over, 153 for 2.
So it doesn't look as bad as when you just look purely at the table and you see Australia lagging down the bottom at 0-2. So it's just keeping it into perspective. They didn't play their best cricket, and they were a long way short of it. And that would have been the most disappointing thing from Australia's point of view, especially coming in off the back of 3 losses to South Africa.
Comes Stark, moving in round the wicket. To bowl to Mitchell, who this time will angle the ball square on the offside. Probably just 1 run, but Mitchell, in a little bit of conference for Ravindra, decides actually, yeah, that is probably sensible. Just the 1 run taken, 5 from Mitchell Stark's over. And 4 overs for him, none for 36. New Zealand after 22, a 154 for 2. You know this team and these players so well, of course, and what the body language tells you, but they look so confident.
At the moment they do, and that's a real contrast to what we saw in the first couple of games, where they were waiting for opportunities in games to come to them. Good teams like India, they don't open the door too often, so you have to be prepared to try and bully your way through there at times. At times that'll mean taking risks. Felt like Australia were playing quite safe through that period. Then they were blown away in the second half from South Africa in their second encounter at Lucknow. Australia just never got any momentum with the bat, and they were always behind the game. But you compare that to now, and a team who looks confident, even when the ball's flying around the park, the body language is still good. The fielders are still hunting in the circle, still cutting off runs. It's a really good sign.
Mitch Marsh is going to bowl for the first time today. Right arm, medium fast from the far end of the ground. Bowls to Mitchell, who, as easy as you like, will lean on a delivery out towards Warner at deep backward point, 155 for 2. Are there signs you think that this team are capable of pushing India should it get to it?
Definitely. I think all the teams who finish in the top 4, which at the moment most likely look like South Africa, Australia. Who's the last one in there?
South Africa, Australia, New Zealand.
Oh, New Zealand, sorry, of course. They're right here in front of us.
It's always those, it's always the ones right in front of you. I know, don't. It gets so complicated.
But on their day, everyone can beat each other. And that's the beauty of it.
Marsh is bowling to Ravindra, who's tucking that off his hips for a single, 156 for 2.
A lot of it has to do with conditions. If you look where the finals are played, and that's not saying that Australia are a lock for the finals just yet, obviously, but Kolkata and Mumbai for the semi-finals, which can get very dewy in both locations. But if you bat first and you get a mammoth total like we saw in Mumbai.
And in position, thinking about the ramp is Mitchell, and in doing so he forces Marsh's line wide, and 2 wide in the offside, so there'll be an extra onto the total, 157 for 2.
So if you win the toss and you do what you would prefer to do, then I think that goes a long way to assisting as well. India obviously love chasing. They don't seem as comfortable batting first as what they do second. They know how to pace an innings extremely well.
Be fascinating to see India set a massive target at Mumbai. It'd be really interesting. In comes Marsh bowling to Mitchell, defending very correctly, high elbow, one hand off the bat, and happy just to pat the ball back towards Mitchell. Marsh, 157 for 2 is the score. And expectations from Australia after those first couple of games back home, I imagine there would have been a little bit of chat. There tends to be. People can react in a certain way.
Doesn't sound like Australian media. Like the English.
Don't.
Everyone supports each other.
Here comes Marsh running into bowl, and Mitchell play the ball back towards the bowler again. No run. But you just sense there's a little something building with this Australian team. Just an exciting thing to see for our ABC listeners.
And when you look at the players not in the 11 at the moment for Australia, there's some serious power. Stoinis, Green, who could potentially come back into that middle order. Sean Abbott, very versatile fast bowler.
Well, he scored that amazing 100 for Surrey in the T20 Blast this year. Certainly hold a bat. Here comes Marsh bowling to Mitchell, who'll ease the ball down the ground for a single.
Was that at the home of cricket? The Oval, I'm talking.
You and Daniel are the same on this about the home of cricket. He'll be very pleased to hear you say that, because he thinks that he always bangs on about the oldest test venue in London, the Oval, and you as a former Surrey player, this is music to Daniel's ears.
That's a beautiful place to play cricket, the Oval.
Listen to
the history of it.
Oh, honestly, how much has he paid you for that? Here comes Mitch Marsh bowling to the left-handed Ravindra. Marsh bowls, slashed away out towards deep cover, and 1 run will be taken, so Ravindra will keep the strike. End of the over, 159 for 2 after 23. I mean, it's a bit like Getty. There's a sort of a degree as a bowler, you turn up and you think it could be quite a long night, this.
At times, yeah. You can get some real flat ones. They've always got enough pace in them that as a batter you feel as though once you get in you can do some real damage as well. Ball seems to fly there.
Well, those nights play for Surrey at the Oval, where you'd be watching the ball on one hand and then watching whoever was going to come charging in fresh from work on a Friday night and come hurtling across the outfield.
Yeah. That was a great place to play. I loved my 4 years at Surrey. Some very good friends. Anytime that I'm on commentary, generally on TV, Alex Stewart will no doubt give me some feedback as well, which is always nice.
He's nice like that. He seems to be a permanent presence. Where, I mean, his office there overlooks. He's right behind the bowler's arm in the Mickey Stewart Pavilion.
He doesn't miss a beat either, Stewie.
He and Mark Church are the permanent fixtures of that ground.
Yes.
159 for 2. Here comes Adam Zampa then. Ravindra on strike and sweeping. He's not getting hold of it, and it'll drop down towards short fine leg. No run. He's missed out there, Ravindra, because it was a loose delivery from Adam Zampa.
Yeah, Mark Church's social media is often met with, I'm not sure if he's lost the plot here or...
Oh, totally. What, when he played an entire test match in his back garden during lockdown?
Yeah.
Surreal. Ravindra waiting, advancing and swatting the ball away through the offside. He's going to get 4. Took a chance. Had he not made contact, he would have been stumped quite comfortably, but he did. Toe end of the bat, perhaps. But he gets a piece of it and gets 4 runs. 163 for 2. There's 226 needed from 160 balls.
Very good batting, smart batting, mid-off up inside the circle. So he knows he's just got to clear Mitchell Starc, who's hanging right back on the ring. Trying to put Adam Zampa under pressure early and he's over.
Ravindra comes forward again and he's repeated the trick. Got a bigger chunk of it that time. And he's going to get 4 more. Starc can't get there. Back-to-back boundaries. The pressure is on Adam Zampa. 167 for 2.
Again, smart batting. Adam Zampa's got a headache here because he does play the sweep shot so well at times. Australia have to have 3 men out on the leg side. And in this middle phase of the game with only 4 men allowed out, mid-off has to be up inside the circle. So it's very good batting. Good intelligent cricket.
Ravindra on to 39. In comes Zampa. Bowls once more. It's a little flatter, quicker, and we punch towards Maxwell at long on. So profitable over so far with 9 from it. 2 balls left in the over. 168 for 2. Could be set for a good game here.
Absolutely. Wickets are the key for New Zealand. If they can keep wickets in hand, if this partnership, which is now 96 from only 88 deliveries, can continue to get up into that mid-30 over mark, allow them to have an all-out assault for the back 15 overs, with the likes of Jimmy Neesham, Glenn Phillips still to come.
Here comes Zampa over the wicket, and Mitchell will work the ball to the left of Pat Cummins at mid-wicket, who collects. 168 for 2, and you've got this perfect anchor in Mitchell, who's just been phenomenal.
Yeah, he certainly has been. You say an anchor, but he's still striking at 108.
Yeah.
It's just been risk-free.
Zampa bowls in the air, down the ground. Could be a chance of a catch. Mitchell Starc with the safe hands at long on. And he does take a chance. And goes. 54. Mitchell out. And there's the breakthrough. Australia, one perhaps not desperate for it, will be mighty relieved to see the back of the danger player for New Zealand. 168 for 3. And we said it, he hadn't taken that chance, and when that chance was taken, he didn't get enough of it and knew as soon as he'd played it, he was on his way.
Huge breakthrough for Australia. Mitchell Starc takes his 3rd catch, makes no mistake at long on. Daryl Mitchell looking to use his feet and launch it straight down the ground like he did in Adam Zampa's previous spell from the other end. But just catches the inside edge. It was a leg break that didn't turn, just skidded on as the lights start to take effect. And he can't help but hole out at long on.
Yeah, and he'll be frustrated because it was inviting from Zampa, wasn't it? Above the eye line, eyes lights up, and away it goes, but he didn't quite get hold of it.
You don't get many of those deliveries from Adam Zampa that go up out of the hand. So he was down the track very quick. But in comes Tom Latham, who's also a very, very good player of spin bowling. 2 left-handers at the crease now, so you expect Glenn Maxwell to do quite a bit of work now. He's already bowled 5 overs, going under a run of ball. You compare that to the Quicks, who have been quite expensive.
Well, it's been the story of the day. Glenn Phillips is 3 for 37 off 10 overs.
Australia batted like it was Harbhajan Singh bowling to him in his absolute prime.
Yeah, it's a funny one, and it just felt in the middle phase of that Australian innings that things really slowed right down. Mitchell Starc gallops to the far end of the ground as we've got him taking up position at long off. Got a long on, deep backward square and a deep cover. Those are the 4 outside the circle as we see Maxwell preparing to bowl once again for the far end of the ground. He's going to come round the wicket and bowl to Ravindra, who slaps the ball back towards him, and there is no run. So Marsh's spell lasts all of 1 over from the far end. And Maxwell once more moving in past the umpire. Ravindra deep in the crease will get a single, will he? No. It's collected at cover by Steve Smith.
Australia will see this as an opportunity to build some dots, build some pressure, get that run rate. It's currently 8.6 required. Get that up over 9.
Here's Maxwell. This is drilled down the ground. It's a nice connection from Ravindra, and he gets a single. 169 for 3.
It's amazing how quick that required run rate goes up when a new batter comes to the crease.
When you're batting, are you looking up at that scoreboard?
Always. Always. You have to be looking to calculate where you need to be, pick your targets. On some grounds, there's a lot more information than what you get on these Indian grounds.
Latham to face his first ball, the New Zealand skipper, who is waiting for Kane Williamson to resume his duties with that particular job. And immediately he'll get a run, just pushing to the left of mid-wicket and easing the ball up the ground for 1. 170 for 3. 2 balls left of the 25th over. And that required rate, 8.64. Maxwell bowling, whipped down the ground by Ravindra, who moves to 42. 151 balls left in this game. New Zealand need 218 runs. Eminently doable.
Yeah, it feels like that they can't afford to make any more mistakes, though.
Maxwell bowling to Latham, defending back up the track. And away it goes. Thank you to Aaron. You've got time for one more?
I can do one more.
Well, this is good news because Daniel's on his way, and he has been champing at the bit.
You don't want to have a double change.
We don't want a double change, especially when Daniel is going to be incredibly tedious about the oval. And so, which makes a rare change. But Aaron Finch, some more from you. 171 for 3, and here comes Daniel.
Well, as we keep saying, quite correctly, it is the oldest test ground in London. And has been perfectly happy admitting women through its portal since the moment it was created. Unlike the so-called home of cricket. But
who left the behaviour left a little bit to be desired.
I thought as well, actually, Aaron.
If you compare
yes.
that with the gentlemanly behaviour of the oval.
Well, I know.
I'm only winding everyone up out there. Don't come at me.
No, come at me. It's my fault. Right, 171 for 3. We're at the halfway stage. New Zealand, though, have just lost the big wicket of Mitchell as Ravindra flicks the ball away wristily out towards wide long on. I think about a second, it's not there. 172 for 3. You know, it was a big wicket, that, because these chases, they're huge, and you can start to think, oh, New Zealand are staying in touch. But the problem with needing 389 as opposed to, say, 359 is that you lose a wicket and you have to rebuild, and then that rate can get above 9.5, and that can create more pressure.
Well, it just puts so much pressure on the incoming batsman to be overly aggressive, more than likely take a big risk early. But Adam Zampa still got 3 out in the leg side to Tom Latham. Very fine, deep backward square, almost deep fine leg position.
Latham sweeps to that very fine leg. We don't often see that, do you, to a leg spinner necessarily. A sort of long leg, fine leg, gets a single. 173 for 3. Latham to 2. But again, New Zealand here are probably going to need a partnership of upwards of 70 or 80, and they're going to need it in about 10 overs in order to keep in touch with that rate. Zampa in again. Ravindra gets it on the full, but he'll be really annoyed because he sliced that in the direction of Stark at mid-off, who's thrown at the stumps. They don't get a run. It's missed out on a bit of a pie there.
Yeah, it was. A nothing ball from Adam Zampa. We saw Mitch Marsh miss out on a couple as well, particularly early in his innings. It just shows a different kind of intent from day to day.
Ravindra 43 from 45, only the 4 boundaries in that as he goes on the drive here and pushes it straight to Cummins at short extra cover.
How quick Australia are getting through these block of overs now. Maxwell is racing through them at the other end. Zampa's very quick through his overs as well, so before you know it as a batsman, you can blink and 2 or 3 overs can disappear on you.
And at this stage in the innings, that can be vital. He's in now to Ravindra, a bit shorter, clattered away, but only to the sweeper on the offside. Only 1 more run as Warner does the fielding, throws in on the bounce. 174 for 3, just the 3 runs in this over. It's been the spinners today, or the slower bowlers that have made the difference. That surprised you?
A little bit, yes, and particularly Glenn Phillips, who's not a known bowler. He's a bit of a golden arm throughout this World Cup. Surprised how Australia played him. They didn't look to take him on, put pressure on New Zealand.
Last ball of Zampa's over, and Latham waits for it. He's seemingly in position for an eternity before playing a little paddle sweep. And they get through for a single. Aaron Finch is going to leave us. It's been great having him on board today. We'll be hearing more from him during the course of this World Cup. 175 for 3 at the end of the 26th over. Just the 4 singles from that. Latham has 4. Ravindra has 44. His fine World Cup continues. We're going to have a little experiment here because Bharat Sundaresan has rejoined us. And he's going to say something. No, right. That's the wrong button.
That's me.
That's you.
Hey. That's me in the corner. Which is one of the songs that the Australians were listening to at training yesterday.
It's you in the spotlight as this is pushed into the offside and fielded at short extra cover. There's no run. And Maxwell he's rushing back to his mark. This is really clever cricket from Australia. And he's in, turns, and he's bowling again. It's driven straight to short extra cover. And he's going to have the ball back in his hand in no time whatsoever. He's back at his mark almost immediately. He turns, he's ready, and he's in again. Latham goes back and pushes it to the offside, and the dive of mid-wicket is in vain. Is that Steve Smith? Hartley? No, it's David Warner. Who, he's all right, he's smiling, but I think he just landed a bit on that right shoulder because it's just on the edge of the square. It's not a big square here in Dharamshala, but it'll be harder than the other parts. 176 for 3, Ravindra on strike, and he has a big hack at this one. It's a little bit shorter, but not quite short enough for the shot. Gets a run out to deep square leg.
Yeah, about Glenn Maxwell rushing through his overs. It's not very often you get to say this about an international cricket playing away from home, but he has a wife and a kid to get back home to.
Latham in, down the wicket. He gets struck on the pad a long way down. Erasmus says not out. It's quite a good appeal because it did stop any thought of a run, but now he's saying, I think that might be out, you know. Let's have a look here. He's initiated a conclave. We're having a look at it. He's gone for it. Pat Cummins says gone for it. Like it might be closer than you think. He'd come a long way down the wicket at Latham, and then he got into a bit of a tangle. There's a chance there's a bit of inside edge. There's a chance it's hit him on the full, actually.
Yeah, he's bowling around the wicket, so the ball needs to straighten a little bit. Ball slightly wide out.
But then if it's on the full, then they just take it with the angle, don't they? Is that right? Because they can't. Here we go. I'm going to have a look here. It's not on the full. It might have hit outside the line of off stump. There's a problem. He's a long way down. It's hit him low. His back leg is bent, and it's on the back leg, so height not an issue.
But don't forget the angle you see on the television is not always straight.
True.
It's the first one that you see. So
no bat involved.
No, from this angle it looks like it was outside off stump.
It's an awfully long way down.
Yeah.
Impact outside. Only just outside. Nearly umpire's call on that, but certainly not close to overturning Murray Erasmus's decision. And we saw yesterday he was hanging around our neck of the woods. He's a very contented looking man, Murray Erasmus, I always think.
He always has been. I remember interviewing him before his first ever test match, way back when, in 2010, Chittagong, India versus Bangladesh.
Maxwell in to complete the over. It's played off the back foot. Back to the bowler. End of the over. It would have been completed in double quick time if they hadn't done that review. 2 singles off it. Maxwell 7 overs, none for 32. 177 for 3. 27 gone. Ravindra 45. Latham 4.
I asked him, so what does an umpire's family do when you're making your test debut? And of course he comes from South Africa. It would have been really early in the morning when he would have walked out. Chittagong that morning, he said, well, the wife will wake the kids up, and his kids were pretty young at that point. Switch on the television, they'll see me walk out, switch the television off, go back to bed.
Oh, so what? They just turn on the television to make sure he's there, and then he's not actually lied to them. He's got an around the world cruise.
Yeah,
your dad's working. Yeah,
there you go. That's Dad. I told you. See, not hiding away from you. Yeah, it's a lovely man, Murray Erasmus.
He really is. He's an absolute charmer. Many of the umpires are really, aren't they? They're very equable folk. Now lights are on. we're getting into that dusky time of day. Shadows beginning to be formed by the floodlights. There's still the last embers of daylight creeping through the clouds away to my right. It's a still day. Just seen the odd flag flutter, South African one away, as Mitchell Starc starts a new over. And it's been pulled high in the air, out over deep backward square, I think, for 6. It is 6. Well, a shot of some enterprise for Ravindra, and it brings him his half-century. Another half-century in this World Cup. He's been prolific for New Zealand, and quite the find, really. They've known about him for a while, but it's the runs. They're coming regularly now from Ravindra's bat. That's 50 from 49 balls with 4 fours and a 6. Much needed, actually, because New Zealand have been a bit claggy since the loss of Mitchell. And Starc is in again, and that's Fuller, driven up to mid-off, and Pat Cummins doesn't even try to run in and affect the run-out. So before that, just 10 runs had come in the previous 3 overs, so little injection here, 6 and a 1, 184 for 3, brings Latham on strike. And Latham, though, is a bother, because he's an anchor batting at 5, and I'm not quite sure about that.
I asked him that very question yesterday at the press conference. Wasn't very chuffed with the question, I guess.
No, I imagine, no.
My role hasn't changed at all. I said every other team seemed to have a disruptor of sorts at number 5. Not you guys, considering it's you batting at number 5.
Starc in, and Latham just tucks this off his hip down towards deep backward square. They should get 2. He's scampering back, but he has a little bit of hesitation, but he'll get home as a throw comes in actually at the non-strikers end. 2 more, 186 for 3. I mean, you can't have a Kiwi disruptor. They're not disruptive types.
That is true, though. Yeah.
Don't you think?
Maybe a bit of Jimmy.
I know what you mean by disruptor, but, you know, they're all together way too congenial for that, aren't they?
Yeah, even though he wasn't chuffed with my question, he still answered with a smile.
Well, that's the thing, he will do. As the milky sun continues to shine, Starc in, defending is Latham. Back up the wicket, picked up by Smith, there's no run.
It was the most cliche lead-in press conference I've attended in a while.
Really? And I mean, that's a high bar.
Yeah, it is. And you would love this one. Sort of sounded like the slogan for this tournament. It takes one day. He said, "We treat every game like every game." Now, that is...
We treat every game
like every game. Yeah. It's a king of cliches right there.
But, of course, what that doesn't tell you is how they treat every game.
That is true.
Starc is into Latham over the wicket, the left-hander, and he drives elegantly. They might have got a run there. It's a bit of a misfield by Mitchell Marsh, but in the end they wisely decide against it. Fluent shot, but I'm afraid he's picked out the fielder. Had he got it either side, that could have run away for 4. Yeah, I mean, that's a great statement, isn't it? I mean, if it turns out that they treat every game like, I don't know, like a game of backgammon or differently, like, you know, a night out with your loved ones watching the latest Disney movie. I mean, it could be anything.
It could be.
That really has left you with no kind of an answer at all to work with, which is, I suppose, the genius of a good press conference. Start into Latham. This has worked away nicely out towards deep mid-wicket. They might try for 2 here. No. A little bit of hesitation, then they decide against. 10 off the over, which is slightly above what they require at this stage. So that over has kept them in touch. The required rate, though, still 9.18. 202 more needed for 132 balls, 187 for 3. They're nearly at halfway. And in the olden days, by which I mean about 4 years ago, there used to be double the score after 30, didn't it?
Yeah.
So for them to get to 389, they need 195. And so that would be another 8 runs in 2 overs in old money.
Indeed, then you back them to do it. But we're speaking about this off-air, and just before Daryl Mitchell got out, we saw it with Pakistan as well. They got starts, the 60s and 70s. But if you have to go all the way,
Yep, you just got to keep it going is the problem. As a sweep off Maxwell is going to bring 4 runs. It was hit very fine, that shot by Latham, and short fine leg, who is up, it was a little bit too wide to have a chance of that. Maxwell, unusually for him, just erring down the leg side. In fact, Australia have been a little bit wonky on the leg side. They've conceded 12 wides in this innings. Not been quite as disciplined as they might have been. Latham to 11, 191 for 3. Latham now drives along the ground for a single up to long on. So after Maxwell's been hit for 4 off the first ball, I wonder if he likes to slow it down a little bit now. Might do. Ravindra certainly wants to. Well, now he's ready and he's in. And Ravindra cuts off his stumps and plays it brilliantly past the left hand of Cummins. That's 4 more. 2 boundaries in this over. And now, well, they are over halfway. 196 for 3 in the 29th over. All the time, New Zealand, they're in touch, but you can't really say, I don't think, that they're in with a really good chance unless they're still in touch in about 6 or 7, maybe 8 overs or so. Maxwell in, tapped into the onside, straight to short mid-wicket, Warner fields. It's funny how Warner's sort of in and out of the ring, isn't he? Sometimes out the boundary, sometimes inside the circle. Maxwell in, Ravindra just drives along the ground up to long on for another single, the 10th run of the over. So another over, they don't lose a wicket in, that will be, that'll go down the ledger for New Zealand.
Yeah, 10 of the last, already have 10 in this over. Can they get another boundary though?
Latham, he's not going to get a boundary off that, but he'll get a single. So 11 off the over as he punches off the back foot up to long on, all along the ground. He'll keep strike, 13 from 16 he has, Ravindra 57 from 53. But as you said to me, Bharat, someone's got to play a big innings. It's got to be a 130, 140 really to make this happen.
Yeah, when you do approach a run chase like this, of this magnitude, either you get such a big start, score at 12 and over like Australia did in the first innings, and then the middle order and lower order do not have a lot of catching up to do. But if you approach it in this way, where you build partnerships, you get guys to 60 and 70 who are scoring at a strike rate of just over 100, 115, then you need one of them to go through. Otherwise, you're leaving the lower order with way too much to make up for in the end.
Because while they're in touch, they still need 191 runs. 21 overs remain. Stark is going to bowl the 30th over of the innings, 198 for 3. He's into Latham. And Latham works this off his legs down to deep backward square for a single. We've seen what's possible in the last 10 overs, but we haven't seen it in a chase, have we? So far, there's not been one of those explosive, need 10 and over in the last 10 and get there. The nearest, I guess, was Pakistan against Sri Lanka, but I think in the last 10 they actually only needed 80, 90, didn't they?
Which is the other approach I spoke about. They had an electrifying start, and then they were always ahead of the rate. It's when you do it this way, it becomes really difficult.
Stark into Ravindra. Ravindra has pulled this in the air, out over long on, 1 bounce 4. It's a strapple, and it's a mighty shot, and it brings up New Zealand's 200. 203 for 3. It wasn't that short. It's the straightness of the pull there, because mid on, mid off, and up inside the circle. So he knew if he could get it over the infield in the thin Himalayan air, then he'd be safe. That's an expert shot, really well played.
Yeah, the short ball just hasn't worked for Mitchell Starc in this spell.
Has it worked for many today, really? I mean, we saw how it was punished. Ferguson was punished, as was Henry. Stark into Ravindra, who is beaten on the outside edge. A beauty in the channel. Poking at it, perhaps trying to guide it down to deep third and missing.
And that's the length. That's the length that's been slightly troublesome. And that's same movement this late. The spell with this ball into his 15th over.
That's the thing we've got to remember, isn't it? When you ever see the overs, you've got to divide by 2 for those of you back home, because we have a ball at each end. Thankfully, if we didn't, I had dread to think what the ball would look like after 40 overs. It's just be constantly changed. Stark, then to Ravindra, who gets one down the leg side. Wide will be signalled. Another 13 wides now in the extras column. 204 for 3, the 6th run off the over.
And just in front of us, I know this is radio, but I have to talk about this fellow.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Which one are we looking at? With the baby or no?
This guy, I mean, there are people dressed in Indian jerseys, Australian jerseys, New Zealand jerseys, but this guy is wearing a jumper exactly the same colour as the umpire, and he was signalling wide as well. A fan of the umpires.
One of my favourite colours, that. I have a shirt sock combo just like that. Stark Into Ravindra on his toes, full, flicked away, out to deep square leg, just be the one. 205 for 3, Ravindra to 62.
Another advantage you have when you have a score like Australia have on the board is one of your big name bowlers can have an off day, and so far Mitchell Starc has been all over the shop. A lot of wides, the short ball hasn't worked. He's pulled a couple of decent deliveries that seemed away, even one previously in this over, but he just hasn't got his radar right.
Latham faces up to him now, 3 in the ring on the offside. It's down the leg side, another wide. The 8th run of the innings. This is it's a fine run of overs that New Zealand are putting together here. 10 off the one before and 11 off the previous, and now 8 off this with 2 balls to go.
Yeah, we spoke about Tom Latham not being a disruptor, but he does have a really good record of chasing down totals on Indian soil. I remember him and Ross Taylor, who was with us some time back, doing that in Mumbai back in 2017 against India.
Starc runs away from us into Latham. Latham drives nicely, crisply, but straight to Cummins at mid-off. There's no run. That's the problem so far for Latham. If he's not able to tuck it square on the onside, he's picking out the fielders on the drive on the front foot.
And Mitchell Starc is irritated with everything right now. I think he had a word with Rachin Ravindra about staying in his crease. A couple of times in that game against Sri Lanka, we stopped short. Kusal Pereira was the non-strikers in. He wasn't happy with Kusal leaving his crease early, but just had a quiet word with Ravindra, as he seems to do.
He knows what he can do if he wants to. He's in. And Latham drives. This time he gets it past the outstretched hand of Marsh. He shouldn't make it to the boundary as the pugnacious Warner moves to his left to field. And they will get back for 2. So 10 off that over. Another over that we put against the ledger for New Zealand. That's the 3rd in a row. The required rate coming down ever so slightly, down to 9.05. 208 for 3. 30 overs have been bowled. It's not a drinks break and people have come out with towels and whatnot. More from Bharat Sundaresan, and then it's going to be Geoff Lemon.
Yeah, 3 good overs for New Zealand, but they need to build on this. We said earlier, a run chase of this magnitude, you just can't afford to even have a brief period where you're not keeping up with the run rate. That required run rate, I'm sure Geoff Lemon will agree, it's a bit like interest rates. I mentioned it in the previous game as well. If you don't pay your bill on time, all of a sudden it just goes away from you, doesn't it?
That is quite a good comparison. And watch out for those rates. Yeah, Mitchell Starc. 56 off 6. He's going at 9 and a bit. And he's come down to field on the boundary in front of our broadcast position, looking pretty grumpy with the world. Leaning over, hands on his knees. It's Mitchell Marsh, who's been the more parsimonious of the Mitchells, but he's being bashed now. Out over the leg side by Rachin Ravindra. And that has gone a long, long way. Sails over David Warner, and he gets the ball returned to him now from the crowd. Cleared the rope, cleared the fence, cleared the second fence, and cleared the big concrete retaining wall that keeps the crowd up where they're supposed to be. 214 for 3. Rachin Ravindra, his 4th 50-plus score of the tournament in 6 innings. Big 100 against England to start, and he cracks another ball out through the offside, but that goes out to the deep point sweeper. So Ravindra up to 69. Very nice stuff from the left-hander. 215 for 3.
If Rachin Ravindra can take New Zealand home in this game, they'll all start getting curls back home in New Zealand. He'll take that kind of effort. Yeah, I played the short arm pull for 6 of Starc a couple of overs ago, and this time it's a more conventional shot. Again, a short ball just doesn't work on this pitch. It just sits up.
Marsh in again. And it's punched away by Latham out to deep point. Just making Travis Head do a bunch of work out there. 216 for 3. Latham's up to 17.
And if Ravindra can keep finding the boundary at the other end, then Tom Latham can do what he does best. He's very good at rotating the strike. I said earlier, he's got a good record in run chases in the subcontinent, and it's generally come in partnerships where the other person's the aggressor.
Marsh Up to Ravindra, who inside edges. It stopped by Inglis leaping across. That was very close to his off stump, and Mitchell Marsh just puts his hands on his head in the time-honoured fashion of bowlers who feel hard done by the universe. Chopped it past the stumps. For a second, I thought it was squirting away for 4, but Inglis was able to get down on it. Oh, that was very close.
It was really close to off stump. Brilliant work from Inglis. It's these kind of boundaries that taken over from costing 7 runs to 11 runs.
8 from it so far. 2 balls to come. Marsh to Ravindra. There'll be at least 1 more. Out to Travis Head again. Deep in the covers. 217 for 3. Ravindra to 70.
The required rate just dipped under 9. It's been floating in the 9.1s and the 9.2s for a while, but the last 3-4 overs, each of which have gone for over 10 runs. This one, Marsh has conceded 9 already. Just keeping New Zealand thereabouts.
Mitchell Marsh. Right arm over to Latham, full, driven down the ground. He'll pick up 4 here. Tom Latham, full face, stretches forward. And that was the length to hit. 221 for 3. Okay, this is getting interesting. They've scored 13 from that over. New Zealand going along at 7.13 to this point from their 31 overs. 7.13 runs per over. The required rate from here is 8.8. That's close enough that if they could just keep closing that gap just a little, and as they push along, if they need 9 and over from the last 10, they would feel confident of being able to do that. 31 overs bowled, that means 9 overs between this point and then. It feels like this is where Australia need to win the game. They need to get Ravindra out at some point in this passage, because New Zealand have Phillips to come, they have Neesham to come, they have Santner to come, players who can find and clear the boundary. It seemed absurd to think that this match would be in the balance, but it feels like it could be.
Yes, that man Ravindra again, and now Latham's finding his rhythm. No surprises that Pat Cummins has gone to the man who's won more matches for Australia in this format with the ball in the last couple of years than anyone else, Adam Zampa.
Well, he switched ends, Adam Zampa, and he floats a ball up. It's sliced away, thick outside edge as Ravindra really went after that one. I think he was looking through mid-on, but the ball ends up at deep point. 222 for 3. Ravindra goes to 71.
Last over, Zampa bowled from this end. Ravindra stepped out, hit him over long off for consecutive boundaries. I think he's trying to do that again. That Cummins has kept long off in. Mitchell Starc, hands on his knees.
Long off, cover, backward point, backward square leg, mid-wicket in the circle. Latham reverse sweep, he's out. He's top-edged it to short third, and Tom Latham, just after smoking a boundary down the ground to finish that previous over, is out for 21. Josh Hazlewood, the tall timber, takes the catch, looped above his head, but it was simple enough in the end. Reverse cup, reverse sweep. His hands up around his sternum by the time the ball came down. 222 for 4.
There you go. Turns to Adam Zampa, and Zampa immediately strikes. Tom Latham was just a bit about getting there with his rhythm, with his timing. Conventional leg break from Adam Zampa turned into him. Sort of cramped Tom Latham, the left-hander, as he attempted the reverse sweep. Got a bit of a top edge of sorts straight to Josh Hazlewood, and like Zampa does so often for Australia in white ball cricket, whenever the captain turns to him, Aaron Finch used to do that very regularly. He rarely disappoints.
2 for 36, Zampa, so he's on track for another 4 for. That's become his custom. His last 3 bowling innings, he's taken 4. Rachin Ravindra, fair bit resting on him now. Inexperienced, young shoulders, but 123 not out he made in the first match of this tournament against England, then 51 against the Dutch, 9 against Bangladesh, 32 against Afghanistan, which was an unsure sort of innings. He was dropped on naught, ended up losing his middle stump to a huge hoik for 32, but followed up with 75 against India. So he's made runs against strong bowling attacks, and he's on 71 not out here. 222 for 4. New Zealand need 389, so That means they need 167 more.
There is depth in the New Zealand batting. Glenn Phillips has just joined. Rachin Ravindra, still Jimmy Neesham, who you have to refer as a dangerous name, Jimmy Neesham. Some guys just have to use the word dangerous for them.
Some people get assigned an adjective.
Yes, and it sticks with them till the very
and that's
end.
it. They might be mercurial, they might be dangerous, they might be wily. If they're an off spinner, they're almost certainly wily.
Yep, indeed.
If they're a leg spinner, they're probably mercurial.
Yes. And if they're tall, they're long-levered. So,
yep.
And Jimmy Neesham, the dangerous Jimmy Neesham, and Mitchell Santner, equally dangerous. But yeah, if Australia can just keep picking away at the wickets like they did against Pakistan, they know they'll stay in front. That required rate in the last 4-5 overs was brought down nicely by Ravindra and Latham. Now Glenn Phillips has to start again on a pitch which, as the balls get scuffed up, will slow down. We saw that in the Australian innings as well. Had a terrific day with the ball, Glenn Phillips.
My word, he did. He was the absolute standout. 3 for 37 from his 10 overs. He went at 3.7 and over in an innings where most other players were going at 10 or more. They got absolutely destroyed, the opening quicks for New Zealand. If you're just tuning in, you're on Test Match Special for the BBC networks, Radio 5, Sports Extra, and you're also on ABC Sport, ABC Sport Digital, ABC Listen app, wherever it is that you're listening in. Good to have your company. Geoff Lemon and Bharat Sundaresan with you. And Adam Zampa with the ball. The sun hasn't fully set, but it's almost there. The sky starting to get gold over to the west behind what looks like a big eucalyptus tree, which is a bit confusing in this part of the world. Zampa flights the ball, driven to short cover, no run. What do you think? The shape of those leaves, is that a gum tree?
Does look like a gum tree to me, yeah. I spotted a few in Delhi when I went for a nature walk. Nature walk in Delhi, yeah.
It's possible. It does seem like an oxymoron, but it is true. Zampa in at the leg stump, flicked away to short fine. They'll get through for one. So Phillips gets going with his first run. 223 for 4. There are a lot of eucalyptus trees in various parts of South America and so on. I know that it's not a tree that only lives in Australia, but as an Australian, you always feel confused when you see one somewhere else.
That's true.
It's like running into a friend of yours on the streets of New York or something. This doesn't... Hang on, what are you doing here? Gum trees in Dharamshala? Well, it's a wonderful world. Zampa bowls to Ravindra, who drags a sweep shot flat. One bounce to Glenn Maxwell at long on. That wasn't controlled either. I think he was looking for that gap between long on and mid-wicket, but hit it straighter. 224 for 4 as he goes to 72.
Yeah, one for you. Posed for a picture with a friend of mine, old friend of mine in Delhi. It's in front of a confectionery shop. Turned around, Lamingtons. So it can happen.
Zampa in and bowls and coming forward, pushing back awkwardly to him, not timing it, is Phillips. 32 overs gone. The score is 224 for 4. Thank you, Bharat Sundaresan, the Australian cricket correspondent for CricBuzz, podcaster and journalist and the net whisperer, the man who's at every Australian practice session. Good to have him as part of our broadcast through this World Cup. After 32 overs, New Zealand 224 for 4, so they need 165 from their remaining 18 overs as Alex Hartley rejoins me.
Hello, hello.
Hello, welcome back.
I've just run back round. I've been to get a picture of the sunset over the mountains.
Okay, very important. Got to get your Instagram stuff.
Exactly. I asked one of the security guards to take a picture of the mountains in the background. Could be the worst photo that's ever been taken of me. Without a mountain in the background as well.
Start of a new over. It's Cummins who's around the wicket to Ravindra, who gets a lot of bottom hand in that as he forces awkwardly back to the bowler. There is a reason probably that he's not a photographer.
Oh yeah, that's very
Might
true.
consider asking one of them.
Yeah, there wasn't any around. Here you go.
There's a little bit of mountain in that.
It's an awful photo though, isn't it?
It's mostly the shoulder of another security guard.
Makes a good story, that's for sure.
It's about 65% other people, about 20% you, and about 10% mountain. Cummins to Ravindra, who launches him over long off. How far's that gone? That's cleared the rope. That is a clean strike again from Rachin Ravindra with mid-off inside the circle. He goes to 78, his second highest score of this World Cup campaign. And this run glut for Rachin Ravindra continues. 78 from 64 balls. He's keeping New Zealand in this. They need 159 from here. That's not that bad an equation for New Zealand.
No, it's not, especially when you've got a set batter at the crease as well and a power hitter at the other end in Glenn Phillips.
And a couple more to come. Cummins to Ravindra, who tries to pull and in the end just splices the ball down past short mid-wicket where Maxwell's fielding. He's been in every fielding position on the oval, I think, in the last few overs. Everywhere the ball's gone, it's gone to number 32. 231 for 4. Ravindra on to 79.
That 6 was a lovely shot from Ravindra and a slower ball from Cummins as well. But just too wide.
Pace on, pace off. A lot of the bowling has disappeared just the same. Cummins smashed a few himself. 3 huge sixes with the bat. Comes in and bowls to Phillips. Short ball hooked away into the deep, coming around the rope, but will be stopped just inside the boundary by Travis Head, who's had a fair bit of mileage to cover. So Warner made 81. Head made 109 on his comeback to the Australian team. They'll be feeling very pleased with how he hit the ball. Mitch Marsh a slow 36. Smith a fast 18. Labuschagne a slow 18.
A fast 18?
It was 18 off 17 balls.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty brisk.
Not as fast as the openers.
Not as fast as the openers. But Steve Smith at over a run of ball is above expectations. Cracked away by Ravindra. Out to the deep, and Travis Head won't stop that one. Behind point. Goodness me, that was clean. He is hitting the ball so nicely today, Rachin Ravindra. Well, he has been doing for a few weeks, to be fair. 83 from 66 for him. They've got 236 for 4 New Zealand. They need 389.
Cross-seam delivery from the skipper. Just gets it wrong. Wide outside the off stump. 12 runs off the over, and Ravindra's got this run rate to below 9s now for New Zealand.
Cummins trying to get out of this over, and Ravindra wants to keep this strike, but he can't do so. Can't beat a sort of short third, you would say that, but they've got 2 of them. They had one very fine with Zampa standing behind the wicket keeper and a few metres away to his left, and then Mitchell Marsh wider. But you wouldn't call either of them a backward point. So curious field. 236 for 4 after 33. So you just wonder at this point whether Australia might live to regret that slow middle period with Marsh and with Labuschagne, because Maxwell finished fast, 41 from 24. Inglis 38 from 28 did his part, and Cummins 37 from 14, the briskest of the lot. 4 sixes in the end. I robbed him of 1 in that description. So Stark made 1. Zampa was out for naught. Hazelwood not out. They left 4 balls unfaced. Still made 388, but New Zealand need 153 and they've got 102 balls. That is very much possible. Phillips punches Zampa to short cover. And Australia needs Zampa to go from 2 for to 4 for, as is his habit. He's got 2 for 38 so far.
He's got the overs to be able to do that, and he's bowling pretty nicely.
Zampa drags it down a little, punched away down the ground, but they'll only get 1 for it. Hard to lay into the ball off this surface with a bit of spin. We saw the Australians struggling with Phillips, even though they carted everybody else. Phillips looking to do the carting now. He's down the non-striker's end on 3. Ravindra on 83. Cummins, who was in quite close at cover, decides to drop back to the edge of the circle. No need to be up saving the 1. He's more interested in being able to save the firmly struck 4. Zampa on the leg stump, and Ravindra will take a run out to deep mid-wicket. He goes to 84, 238 for 4. New Zealand chasing 389.
I think what's impressed me throughout this tournament so far, Ravindra's maturity with the bat. He's been able to go through all the gears, build an innings against England, was able to go pretty quickly. I say it so good, said it twice.
Flat on the stumps and turned away to Cummins at mid-wicket. We'll get through for 1 more. Phillips goes to 4. Ravindra 84. You could just do pretty quickly squared.
Yeah.
With the little 2 superscript. Can hear the tap of the bat Avrach and Ravindra. He's got 84, waiting for the leg spinner, flat and on the stumps and driven back to the bowler, who gets a word of praise from his wicket-keeper. It was a very Australian vowel from Inglis. He said, I bowled Zamps.
Zamps. Love the Aussie accent.
Not everybody does. Bit of flight there and just clipped away off the pads out to mid-wicket. They'll take one. Ravindra was thinking of a second, not there. Marnus Labuschagne coming in quickly from the deep, 240 for 4. Ravindra has 85 and he'll keep the strike, which is probably what New Zealand want. 34 overs gone.
I think in this situation, I would bowl Zampa and Maxwell in tandem and just try and slow things down. I know Maxwell's bowled 8 overs, he's only got 2 left, but actually it could take 5 overs out of the game, in which the required run rate then might be 12 or 13 an over. Whereas now it is pretty manageable.
Even in that Zampa over, they've gone from about 8.8 to 9.3.
Yep.
So that's the difference of a 4-run over. If you could do something similar from the other end, make the batters force the pace. Because at the moment, they're hitting the faster bowling so cleanly. But Cummins is the captain, and we're not, and he will continue. None for 38 from his 5. 7.6 and over, pretty expensive by his standards, and he bowls to Ravindra, who opens the face, and again, it's that strange field. Almost 2 short thirds, more than a short third and a backward point.
Yeah, they've got a deep backward point. So, a short third, and then a man 10 metres to his left. Still a short third, what you would describe as a spinner's short third, a little bit more square. Deep backward point, extra cover mid-off.
Just trying to clog up that area behind point. Cummins to Ravindra, slower ball, pushed into the deck. And he plays a pull shot as the ball sits up out to Warner at deep mid-wicket, 241 for 4. It's like that little mesh thing that you put in the sink to stop the bits going down the sink. It's like that sort of field. just trying to clog everything up.
It would be great if you just guided one between the two, though, wouldn't it?
That's party trick stuff. That's what Afghanistan's opening bats were doing against Pakistan the other night. They had about 4 fielders between point and backward point, and they were still finding the gaps between them. It was extraordinary. Cummins goes back over the wicket to the right-handed Phillips, who's punching off the back foot out to the deep. Warner racing for it. Will they take him on for 2? Phillips wants to. He just wants to run everywhere all the time. You can imagine him going around the supermarket, just running up and down the aisles, tipping things into his basket.
I reckon his parents used to say, how quickly can you go and get the watermelon? How quickly can you get the biscuits? Time me.
Just to distract him for 16 seconds while they got a little bit of peace. 242 for 4. Phillips on 5. Ravindra on strike. He's got 86. Cummins to him, swishes across the line. As he nicked it, Cummins asks the question very late. Inglis went early. Ravindra was aiming over mid-wicket, and Cummins is not interested at all. So that was an inversion of earlier, where Inglis wasn't interested in a caught behind that they reviewed. This time, the bearded wicket-keeper is up.
Well,
the fast bowler not.
They've also got no reviews left.
Well, there is that.
So even if they were interested, they've got none, and New Zealand have got both of theirs.
Australia and reviews. It's a complicated tale. It's 242 for 4. Cummins bowls full at the toes, clipped away nicely. Out to deep square leg. Ravindra up to 87 from 74 balls. But again, it's been a quiet over so far. 3 singles from it. The required rate creeps up to 9.63. New Zealand's run rate has dipped below 7 now, 6.98. So the last couple of overs going in the wrong direction. But Ravindra seems to be confident that he can make that up. Give him the right over, the right bowler at the right time. Cummins to Phillips, slower ball, pulled out to the deep. And again, it will only be 1 run. So 4 singles from the over, a successful one for Patrick Cummins, who mixed up his pace a lot. Bowled 3 slower balls as well as his 3 normal pace deliveries in that over. 35 overs gone. New Zealand, 244 for 4. They need 145 more from the last 15 overs. That's 90 balls. Can they get going in that pursuit? Henry Moran will take you through the next few overs with Alex Hartley.
Well, they've definitely got the platform to do it and the set batter to do it in Ravindra, the power hitter in Phillips, to be able to give it a good go. And at the halfway stage with 388 on the board, it felt like Australia could have got way more, but you would have thought it'd be too many for New Zealand.
Is it?
280 cannot be par, surely.
Well, no.
380.
380, surely not. 145 from 90 balls is going to take some getting, but it is doable. Here comes Zampa. He's got 2 for so far. Phillips, the powerful right-hander, waiting, helps the ball around the corner. Oh, that's horrible fielding. He's gone through his legs. Dear, oh dear. Josh Hazlewood. You won't see that on a Sunday afternoon with a third 11 team. That was horrendous.
That was just shovelled round the corner, and he's gone for the long barrier. Rule number 1, put your knee and your heel of your toe together. They weren't together, and it squeezes through that gap for 4, and he's got to go. Runs to the boundary and retrieve the ball.
We'll be buying Adam Zampa a drink tonight, and if they lose by a couple of runs, they'll be buying the whole lot. In comes Zampa again, punched into the offside. There'll be no run there. Honestly, I love occasional bits of village cricket.
It happens everywhere, doesn't it?
Village sport, really. I just think those moments where you see something, you think, I could have stopped that.
I could have done that.
In comes Zampa, bowling to Phillips, who's hurried by a ball that skids on. He defends. Win predictor still has this game at about 85-86% Australia. It's been hovering around that all day. 248 for 4, 141 needed from 87. Zampa just blows on his fingers to get some warmth into those hands. It's quite a chilly night, late afternoon really. As Zampa moves in to bowl to Phillips, who's deep in the crease, clipping the ball to the left of mid-wicket, and Cummins will point out towards Mitchell Starc, who's taken 3 catches today of the 4 wickets to fall.
It's not bad, that, is it? He took an absolute blinder at short third.
He did. He looked like he'd been fired out of a cannon.
Yeah, he did.
It's real horizontal through the air as he took it. Right, so we've seen 5 from the over so far. The required rate is close to 10, so they need to find some runs from the last couple of balls of the over. Ravindra comes forward and slashes that out ball down the ground. He's going to get 6. It was flat and savagely put away, as applause from those New Zealand supporters around the ground and also from those in the dugout that are witnessing a really good innings here. Ravindra's on to 93.
There's a good connection in the end from Ravindra, but had to be slightly careful. Came down the pitch to give himself room. Almost gave himself too much room, but committed to the shot and flat battered it down the ground. And this Zampa over's gone for 11.
134 needed from 85. Ravindra, the key man, waiting deep in the crease, will want possibly 2, pushing hard for that first run. No is the cry, and losing his hat as he collected his Marnus Labuschagne. And so Ravindra will keep the strike. 133 needed from 84 deliveries. We just went for a little walk into the crowd.
Yes, we did.
Was it great?
Picture of the sunset, the mountains. Just so lucky.
Well, I know. And great atmosphere there as well.
Well, it's also, there's been a lot of talk during this World Cup about how poor the crowds have been, and actually since the first couple of weeks they've been pretty decent. Well, from what we've seen, they've got better and better, haven't they? And it's full out there now.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I would say is getting hold of the tickets themselves, we know has been challenging. There was a couple of tour groups of New Zealand fans, yeah, just delivered a nice eggy dessert, fans on our flight yesterday, and they were saying, yeah, we've ordered our tickets. I assume we just turn up at the ground on the day of the match. And I said to them, just double check it, because we have heard talk of having to go to various Adidas shops, and you might have to go to a different building on the other side of town to get tickets at certain venues, and it hasn't been that straightforward. I think here you did come to the ticket office, but it's not been a case of you just book them online and here's your QR code and in you come. It's been
obviously
been a little more complicated. Maxwell bowls 6, and it's 100. What an innings And he gets the 3 figures in the grand manner with a mighty 6 over mid-wicket, sailing away into those supporters. Rachin Ravindra, 100 off 77 balls. What a talent this young man is. The left-hander with a flowing, free heave of the bat to bring 6 runs onto his scores total and another milestone into his flourishing reputation.
Wow, what a shot, what a player. This has been a crucial knock yet again from the youngster, really showing his worth in this World Cup. He is having a blinder of a series, and he believes New Zealand can win from here, and with a shot like that, he's going to make sure the crowd believe they can as well.
What an atmosphere around Dharamshala, and suddenly there's real belief. 127 from 83 is very doable.
Scores pretty similar at this stage as well. Australia 260 for 3, New Zealand 262 for 3.
Ravindra deep in the crease, back towards Maxwell, who's dropped it. Extraordinary. Glenn Maxwell has some of the best hands in the game, but the ball's gone through. I can't believe I've seen that. 263 for 4.
I can't believe he's just dropped that. I cannot believe Glenn Maxwell has just dropped that. One of the best fielders in the world. It's chipped back to him. So simple, so easy. He is taking that every single day in training, every single day. He can't believe it. He cannot believe he's just dropped that.
Ravindra gets to life on exactly 100. Phillips on strike on 11. Comes forward, pushes the ball back towards Maxwell, who'll be frustrated. 7 from the over so far. 126 needed from 81.
It was the look of shock on Maxwell's face and the skipper's face.
Phillips with a high elbow will punch the ball down the ground for a single. There's a desperate dive from Steve Smith, who cannot stop it. And just a little look of worry on Pat Cummins' face. All around this ground as the lights illuminate the red roof that covers not just this end of the ground but also that double-decker pavilion in the distance. Ravindra angling the ball out towards wide long off, and Mitchell Starc with those long limbs lollops round to pick up. 265 for 4. I'm astonished we've seen that drop. I really am.
I'm a bit speechless, to be honest, Henry, because Glenn Maxwell is taking that catch every other day, every other time.
Maxwell bowls down the ground, it goes in the air. Has he got enough on it? Fielder back pedaling, takes the catch. Marnus Labuschagne takes the catch to remove Glenn Phillips, and Australia celebrate in the way a side does when they know they've taken a big stride towards victory, because Glenn Phillips is a sort of player that when he gets going is hard to stop. And Maxwell, having put down a chance earlier in the over, gets his wicket as Phillips holes out to mid-off.
Just looking to go down the ground, Phillips, bullet straight. Glenn Maxwell just bowling full and straight. It's a good catch from Labuschagne, who's back-pedalling over his shoulder. They are never easy. And Glenn Maxwell gives it the big celebration, gives it the big fist pump, because he knows he's dropped a catch. And yes, it was the in-batter, Ravindra, earlier on in the over, but that's a huge wicket of Glenn Phillips, who we know can win games of cricket from these situations and these positions.
Well, it's a big moment in the game. It's not Ravindra who's still there on 102, but Phillips, such a dangerous player, and goes to bring Jimmy Neesham to the crease. And the last time he batted in a World Cup match was a certain day in July 2019 at Lord's. He hit a 6 in a super over and was there to console Martin Guptill, who could not quite get home to give New Zealand that World Cup trophy. Played in the game at Ahmedabad to open this tournament, wasn't required to bat. The last time he batted in a World Cup match was the day he tweeted famously, "Kids, don't play sport, become a baker." He's one of the game's big characters, and is someone who, similarly to Glenn Phillips, when he gets going, there's not a ground big enough in the world.
No, there isn't. And pressure on him, actually, because he's found himself in and out of this New Zealand side this World Cup. We know how good he is with the bat, with the ball. He had a terrible day with the ball. And can he put the wrongs right and have a good day with the bat? Because New Zealand are probably chasing 50 more than they would have liked. Australia probably defending 40 shy of what they would have liked.
He's actually only batted twice since that 100 final where he scored an unbeaten 57 at Lord's in late August. Ravindra pushes into the offside, and a couple of runs will it be? No, just a single. And 266 for 5. He got 33 in a warm-up against Pakistan, Nisham, and 14 against South Africa. As I say, not required against England in that tournament opener, which feels quite a long time ago. Not just in terms of days and weeks, but also in terms of what's happened cricket-wise.
I'll tell you what feels longer ago.
Go on.
Back when England won that World Cup in 2019.
I know. They're still reigning champions for the time being.
Yes. Stranger things have happened.
8 a.m. tomorrow morning, England against India here on 5 Sports Extra. Nisham on strike, facing Hazelwood, defending into the ground, wants a single. He'll get there too. And gets off the mark. 267 for 5. 122 needed from 76 balls. Much rests on this partnership. Still to come after this duo of Ravindra and Nisham. Mitch Santner, Matt Henry, Lockie Ferguson and Trent Bolt.
Look.
I can't wait for whatever this is. Alex is having a little moment. Lockie Ferguson, I think, was something, perhaps. Here comes Hazelwood round the wicket to Ravindra, who's waiting and helping the ball on its way down towards fine leg for 4. Poor delivery that from Hazelwood. It was on the hips. There's no one fielding fine at fine leg, and it just needed the merest touch to race away for the boundary. 271 for 5.
Are we going to see Lockie Ferguson bat is what I was going to say, because in the first innings he went off after only bowling 3 overs with a sore Achilles and didn't come back on the field. So New Zealand might be man down.
Yeah, good point that. 118 needed from 75. Hazelwood rumbles in again around the wicket to Ravindra, who's nudging the ball towards backward point and gets a single. He moves to 108. What a knock it's been. What a tournament as well. 100 in that first game of the competition. He's now got his second ODI 100, and they're tons not just against anyone, but against England, now Australia.
It's not bad that really, is it? And he's also had a 70.
Yeah. Absolutely superb. You missed it earlier. Hearing about the man named after Rahul Dravid and Sachin Tendulkar. The names combined. Rachin Ravindra. Hazelwood bowling a ball which Nisham defends. Into the onside it goes, and there is a no run.
It's nearly his birthday as well. He's 23. Going to be 24 on the 18th of November.
Oh, there you go.
Maybe playing.
He could play in the final a day later.
Oh, yeah.
Could do. 272 for 5. 117 needed from 73. Hazelwood turns below us. Tall figure, dark hair, short sleeves. And he's going to bustle in again, lengthening the strides now into bowl to Jimmy Nisham, who angles the ball towards short third. And that's good running, because Ravindra knew what Nisham was planning and set off quickly from the non-striker's end to get the strike. Well, in fact, Nisham will keep it. It's the end of the over, but it's just eager, keeping that scoreboard ticking over. 8 from the over. The required rate's 9.67. 116 from 72.
Tell you what, no matter what happens, after the halfway stage, Australia 388 on the board. New Zealand chasing 389 to win. New Zealand could have taken a massive run rate hit.
Yeah.
But they haven't.
Well, I think what's so impressive about this New Zealand side is they've played the game their way. It'd be very easy for a side to have gone, right, well, we've got to score, match what they did Australia in the power play, score up, 120 off the first 10 overs. But actually thought, no, we back ourselves to play it how we play it, and we know that we can get those runs. And they've played this game so far really well. 116 needed from 72. Maxwell's final over. Bowling to Nisham. Wants a run into the offside. He'll get it as well as Steve Smith trots round. Picks up 274 for 5.
You'd probably expect a team like this with a set batter and Jimmy Nisham to be able to go at 10 runs and over for the last 10.
You'd think so. Maxwell bowls. Ravindra gives himself room, rocking back and sending that ball out towards deep cover. Moving round is Travis Head, who scored 100 earlier on today. For what it's worth,
Australia at this point were 274 for 5. New Zealand are 276 for 5.
Pat Cummins had a good little cameo at the end to really get Australia up to a decent score.
Hitting the ball away, through the offside it goes, out towards the busy Travis Head again. And a single is added to 7-7 for 5. 112 needed from 69 balls. With Nisham on 3, Ravindra on 111. Here comes Glenn Maxwell round the wicket into Bolton Nisham, who comes crabbily forward, pushing back towards Maxwell, who has that rather embarrassing moment where you try and flick the ball up with your foot. When it goes wrong, you then have to bend over and pick it up.
Not as embarrassing as dropping Ravindra on 100 with a simple caught and bowled.
Well, there's that. He's coming into bowl and stops and smiles, and will go back to the end of his mark. In now, past umpire Erasmus. And Nisham gets underneath that, into the leg side. He's a powerful man, and I think he's got 6. That's a good shot, and Jimmy Nisham didn't get all of that. But through those arms and shoulders, there's enough grunt to send the ball away over the ropes.
Well, they played a lot against each other, these two great mates. And Nisham, Maxwell was smiling a minute ago, and then Nisham down the other end smiling back at Maxwell.
Maxwell again, Nisham defends. They just know they have to keep it going at 10s, and 10s is what they got from the over. 106 needed from 66 deliveries. This game is bubbling up beautifully.
It is indeed. It's going to go down to the wire. We could see our second closed game in this World Cup in 2 consecutive days. Zampa still got 2 overs left. He's got 2 for 54. How long are Australia going to hold him back for? For me, he's got to come back on the other end after Maxwell and finish off his spell.
Well, Maxwell finishes 10 overs, 1 for 62, which in the context of the game is pretty good going, because it's been a high-scoring match.
I think if you've got to look at things and go, okay, well, we're defending 388. Anything that goes for less than 7 and over is a win. So if you hold 10 overs for 65, yes, you've been expensive, but actually you've gone below the run rate, and every single over you've bowled, that run rate is creeping up and up.
Yep. Here comes Hazlewood to bowl to Ravindra. And he gets one onto the pads, a big appeal, but nothing doing. And Hazlewood stands in that familiar fashion halfway down the pitch with one hand on his chin and wondering why he's not been given the decision, which is shown as a leg by. But the problem is they've used their reviews. And I recall a certain Josh Hazlewood LBW shout that wasted a review one famous day at Headingley in 2019.
You have to talk me through that one. I don't remember it.
I think Jack Leach was on strike. Actually, I think it may have been Stokes. I can't remember. One of the 2.
I'm throwing you in the deep end there.
You have, actually. Nisham on strike. Here comes Hazlewood. We run into the leg side. And Smith will run around in the gloom to pick up. And I say the gloom, it's been a clear day, but there's just a little haze dropping over the ground, the sun setting.
We've got a lovely red sky though, haven't we?
Red sky at night.
Shepherd's Delight.
Yeah.
I don't like Angel Delight, actually.
Nothing to do with Angel Delight.
It's very similar, though, isn't it? Like Shepherd's...
Shepherd's Delight sounds like a combination between
Shepherd's Pie
and Angel Delight.
I think that's where my brain was going.
Sounds horrific. In comes Hazlewood. Ravindra waiting and swinging across the line towards Smith at mid-wicket. He was looking for the big shot, but didn't get all of it. 104 needed from 63, and beautiful light on the mountains behind us. It's another glorious day in the Himalayas, and what a brilliant addition to this World Cup having games here has been. It's been somewhere totally different from other grounds, different characteristics, obviously a different setting. And we've had some fine matches as well. Here's Hazlewood to Ravindra. Down the leg side it goes, wide signalled, and Hazlewood turns towards us and looks frustrated. 286 for 5, 103 needed from 63.
Hasn't it? It's been so nice to see different parts of India and go to all different places, all different cities, different grounds. But if anyone is ever thinking, do I buy tickets to that Test series and go up to the mountains? There's no question about it. You have to. If it's even a thought, it's the most beautiful place I've ever been.
Hazlewood round the wicket, bowling to Ravindra, who's driving beautifully down the ground for 4.
And listen to the noise around Dharamshala as Pat Cummins runs towards us to collect the ball. He's seen one of the finest off drives you'll see. Brilliant shot, 290 for 5, 99 needed from 62. They're into double figures.
Textbook from the youngster. Rachin Ravindra punches the ball down the ground. There is nothing the bowler or Pat Cummins can do but watch and admire that shot from a young man that is getting New Zealand into this game. The run rate just less than 10, but they're still in it.
Ravindra waiting for Hazelwood, working the ball into the leg side for a single. This over so far has brought about 7 runs. There's a ball left of it. The required rate 9.64. 98 needed from 61 deliveries here on 5 Sports Extra at ABC Grandstand, heading into the evening. And a little nightcap maybe being enjoyed across Australia for those that are following. It's lovely to have you with us as Josh Hazelwood turns down below us. The floodlights beaming down into Bolton Neesham, who's defending. That's a good piece of bowling, and they may get a single actually. They do. Mitch Marsh is just a little slow coming, rushing in from cover. And we're going to have a double change here in the commentary box with 40 overs gone. 292 for 5 is the score. New Zealand need 97 from 60 balls. Ravindra on 116. Neesham on
203 on board. At one point we were thinking they might get all out for under 150, 160 when they kept losing wickets. But then there was a good partnership in the middle. The captain played
between Pakistan and South Africa. It didn't feel like a nerve jangler for much of it until South Africa nearly threw the game away. Well, this one hasn't really felt like a nerve jangler either, because 389 just felt like a target surely way too far. We kept on saying, well, New Zealand have got to stick in it, but they've, unless they're in touch in the last 10 overs, and it's a big old target. Well, Bharat Sundaresan is alongside me. They're 5 wickets down, so they're perilously placed. If a wicket goes, then suddenly the game tilts massively towards Australia. But as we stand right now, we've got a very intriguing game in our hands.
We certainly do.
Right. Start of a new over. Cummins in. It's tucked away by Neesham down to long leg. Off the hip. Marsh will do the fielding. 96 needed from 59. These next 5 overs could be crucial in determining how deep, how far New Zealand can take this game. If they can, even if they get just 40-odd runs in the next 5 overs, as long as they don't lose a wicket. They then needed 55 off the last 5 with wickets in hand. It's still possible. It's a fast outfit. It's a really good deck.
And it hasn't been a great performance with the ball from Australia either. Most of them have struggled with their radar. A lot of wides, a lot of short balls.
Cummins is into Ravindra, who is this massively up to long off, and he should be out. He is, he's gone. That's a huge wicket. It was wide of the off stump, and he went for the big clatter. He got lots of height, and he did not quite get the distance, and he has to drag himself away after having played a truly splendid knock of 116 from 89 balls. But we said at the start of this over, one more wicket will tilt things quite definitely in Australia's favour. It was the cutter. Ravindra, I'm not sure if he read it quite like that. With Labuschagne underneath it at long off. He flung his hands at it, perhaps threw the shot a little early or a little late. And the wicket falls, 293 for 6. Ravindra goes for 116. And that could be the wicket that seals the game for Australia. There are still hope. There's Neesham and Santner, and the bowlers can give it a whack, but you just felt that New Zealand needed Ravindra to be there with 4 or 5 overs to go at least. These next 5 overs were crucial, and he's gone.
Pat Cummins is not the most demonstrative when he takes a wicket, but you could see him there punching the air, bending down to his knees. He knew how big a wicket that was. It had come down to Rachin Ravindra versus Australia with some help at the other end. That's the thing with these big chases. Marnus Labuschagne, deep, away from us at long off, with the entire Australian dugout. The players and the coaches stood behind him. They were confident though. It was Manas. He hasn't made too many contributions with the bat in this tournament, a couple of 50s here and there, but when it mattered most, he hung on to the catch. Well, that could well be the game.
At a venue where catching has not been secure, to say the least. So Pat Cummins has got new batter, Mitchell Santner, to bowl at, and Santner gets up on his toes and guides the ball square of the wicket in the offside. Won't get a run. Now, Santner's a fine batter, as is Jimmy Neesham, but, well, now's the point when these two have somehow got to put a partnership together. It was clever bowling. Cummins at the back end of the innings with the bat, and now at the back end of the innings with the ball is being a key difference. New Zealand will be disappointed they didn't keep Australia to 360 really, and it was Cummins going berserk at the back end that got them up to 388. And those extra 30 runs now looked like they could make the difference as Cummins is into Santner, pushes into the offside, gets off the mark. Smith chases after it and then leaves it to deep point.
And a clever piece of bowling indeed, Daniel Norcross. Rolled his fingers over the ball, off cutter. He does bowl it quite a bit in wide ball cricket. We've seen him do that already in this tournament a couple of times, especially with Ravindra hitting deep, wide of long off, or attempting to hit it in that direction. The perfect kind of delivery where you feared he would get under it a bit too much, and all he got was elevation, not distance.
Cummins is into Neesham, who gets a slow ball which utterly bamboozles him. He had no idea what shot to play. It was short and into the pitch. In the end, it goes through on the bounce to Inglis, and he could get nothing on it. Just a word on Rachin Ravindra's innings, though. For a young man, you know, he's one of the top 5 run scorers in this World Cup. He's averaging, I think, now in excess of 80 perhaps, I think, in this tournament now. He's confounded us all. As Cummins is into Neesham, who smashes this off a thick outside edge. It's going to land safely and then skip on down towards the deep third boundary. They're going to get 2, just the 2. Santner was thinking of a third. It was not a safe shot by any means, and once again, clever bowling from Cummins, just 115 kilometres an hour. He bowled one ball at 139, one at 114, one at 115, and 2 at 121. The changes of pace, subtle, but at the same time dramatic. 296 for 6, just the 4 off that over. That could be the over that finally breaks New Zealand's resistance. They still need 93 from 9 overs with just the 4 wickets in hand. That is their problem.
And just with Jimmy Neesham and Mitchell Santner, who he would back to make a good fist of it, to be honest. And just on Rachin Ravindra, I mean, what better acknowledgement from this Dharamsala crowd than they were giving him the Sachin Tendulkar treatment. You heard them chant Rachin, Rachin, like they did for Sachin for years on end, and they still do. If there's nothing happening in the cricket, you still hear a Sachin, Sachin chant.
Yeah.
And for him to get a Rachin, Rachin chant tells you how much they've embraced him. Not just because he's an Indian expat.
Zampa's back in the attack. Just a little word though. The same stage, Australia were 295 for 5, New Zealand at 296 for 6. It's 41 overs. But chasing is different indeed. Zampa is driven, his first ball out to deep extra cover by Santner. They should pick up a couple. They do easily enough. Don't underestimate Santner's batting. If he can get in, if he can get his eye in, get 3 or 4 overs just ticking the strike over, and they find themselves needing 12 and over off the last 5. With these 2 in, they'll still be in with a chance, but the chance is receding. They've got to do to Australia what Cummins did to them. Zampa in, Santner waits. It's a flatter ball which is pushed into the offside, but straight to Cummins at short extra. There's no run.
Yes, pulled off a couple of dramatic heists on the small grounds in New Zealand. Mitchell Santner in 50 over cricket. One against England, if I'm not mistaken, a few years ago.
Yeah. Zampa in again. This is punched off the back foot once more. He'll just get the run, a single run for it, as Cummins this time has to move a little to his right to field. The difference between the two sides is in the 6s. Australia hit 19 6s in their innings, I think. New Zealand have just managed the 8. They've hit 28 4s, but they haven't quite managed to clear the boundary with the same regularity, and that was Travis Head and David Warner at the start in that dramatic partnership of 175 and 19 overs. Neesham on strikes. He's going to go for the big mo. Well, he's gone for the strapple, and he's strappled it down the ground to bring up the 300th run for New Zealand. 300 for 6. 89 needed from 50 balls. We're not at the tour ball stage yet.
Not too far away from that. How close can New Zealand get? They need a couple of really big overs to put the pressure back on Australia.
Zampa into Santner, who tucks us into the onside. They've run the first, and Neesham wants a second. He's hurtling back. This will be tight, but the throw was a little wild, and so they make 2 comfortably. 6 runs from the over with 1 ball remaining. 302 for 6. Santner to 6. Doing the right thing here, these two, just trying to get the pace. They know what potential they have. Jimmy Neesham, Englishmen know what Jimmy Neesham can do. And this ground is not the biggest, given the thinness of the air, as Santner cuts beautifully down through backward point for 4. Well, that's 10 off the over, and that keeps New Zealand in touch. 306 for 6. Santner moves to double figures. 83 needed from 8 overs.
Well, the sun is setting here in Dharamshala, but the sun hasn't set yet on New Zealand and their dreams of pulling off this dramatic run chase.
Are you a journalist by any chance? In your spare time? Marvellous words,
I did dabble a little, Daniel. No, Pat Cummins. Yeah, for all the damage that Travis Head and David Warner did, it was that cameo and the runs he got off the Jimmy Neesham, or 4 sixes in that over, that took Australia from being just over par to a really big score.
Was it 27 off the over?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a biggie. Cummins is in to start his 8th over. He's into Neesham, who pulls out towards deep backward square leg. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, 4. There are fielders at a sort of long leg and a kind of a deep mid wicket. Maxwell was running to his left there. Now then, I think deep long leg's been asked to come a lot squarer.
Yeah,
But
I'm
a
not
good
sure.
start to the over.
Yeah, I'm not sure David Warner is very convinced with the position that Pat Cummins wants him to be after that boundary was conceded.
Well, because now suddenly, if Neesham can manufacture an up and over short fine leg, third's up in the ring as well, long on, long off a back. Neesham works this just behind square, and Marsh has to dive to his right, and he takes an enormous divot out of the ground. We've talked a lot about this outfield, and he's up, he's on his feet, but he's got his hands on his knees, and you can see he's not happy about that as David Warner comes to examine the turf. And basically it was almost like a giant fillet of salmon that came off the ground there. It was really chunky, great dollop.
The remnants of which you can see on Mitchell Marsh's left knees. Bent on his haunches, he's looking very comfortable.
It was a gaming the I think it was Heinrich Klassen from memory. I'll come back to it in a moment. As Cummins is in. This is guided by Santner to backward point. They'll just get the single for it. 312 for 6, which is significant. I'll tell you for why, because Andy Zoltzman's been in touch. He says when New Zealand get to 312, it'll be the 3rd World Cup match with 700 plus runs. And if New Zealand get to 367, which is 55 runs away, it'll be the highest scoring World Cup match, beating the one that we saw in Delhi between South Africa and Sri Lanka. Our cup, our run cup, runneth over. Neesham on strike. Cummins into him, and he punches off the back foot. He almost straight cuts, really, up to long off for a single. 313 for 6.
Yeah, once again, pace of the ball from Pat Cummins. So no pace for Jimmy Neesham to work with. Yeah, it was a straight cut. The slap, wasn't it? But not a powerful one. Not one where it should have resulted in the receiver of the slap having tears in his or her eyes.
No, indeed not.
You've all been there.
76 from 44. Cummins is into Santner, gets on the pads, and he gives a rather hopeful appeal to one going down the leg side. Get through for a leg bye.
Yeah.
314 for 6. I'm looking at who's going to bowl the remaining overs here. Starks bowled 6, and I think he probably won't bowl more than another couple. Marsh bowled 2, which gives Cummins a little bit of leeway for his fast bowlers. Hazelwood's got 2 remaining. Zampa has 1 remaining, Cummins 2 remaining. I imagine they will bowl, and then maybe 2 from Stark, as Neesham's on strike. That's a short, slower ball into the pitch that bounces and balloons. Neesham thought over his head, but square leg umpire did not agree. 8 off the over, not quite what New Zealand need, but they are still in touch. 75 needed from 42, 314 for 6. Neesham 21. Santner has 11.
Yeah, till the time these two are still together, New Zealand will still believe. Big over coming up from Adam Zampa. We've seen him take wickets at the top. We've seen him take wickets in the middle overs. We saw when Pat Cummins turned to him, when Tom Latham and Rachin Ravindra were putting a partnership together, broke the partnership in 3 deliveries. It's generally in this last couple of overs where he turns matches around. If you can get a wicket now, you'd think the sun would have set on New Zealand there.
That would feel like the death knell, wouldn't it? Net run rate is another thing that is not going to be being thought about at the moment. New Zealand will be focusing on that target and still believing they can get there, but by putting up this pretty good show with the bat, they're ensuring that they're not going to be shellacked whatever happens from here. So having had a pretty decent net run rate, that will help certainly maintain their position in the top 4 after Pakistan lost yesterday. Zampa starts a new over. His first ball been whacked out over deep mid-wicket for 6. 6 for Santner. That is what he can do. The target's down below 70 now.
Stay tuned, this is not over yet. 69 of 41 in a T20 era doesn't sound like a lot, especially if these two can just stay in there for another 3-4 overs. Who knows?
Do you know why Santner bats in glasses but doesn't bowl or field? Do you know the reason for this?
I do.
You'd have been told it, won't you? But
at some point, I do remember him talking about
it. Yeah.
Well, you have a guy bowling in glasses, batting in glasses right now. Zampa to Santner.
Yeah, Zampa to Santner. And that is punched off the back foot, but straight to Cummins at short extra cover. So they can't get a run.
The spectacle show right now. The foothills of the Himalayas. Adam Zampa, watch out for the googly.
And he's got a short third and a backward point for that mistimed edge. Santner's gone again. He's got height. I don't think he's got the distance. Fielder underneath, and it's Maxwell. He doesn't drop these, and he takes it. Santner has to go. 320 for 6. He did a 6 off the first ball of the over, and then he's been done. But the Google, he's gone for it, and he's gone high into the night sky, but he did not get that distance. We've seen plenty of catches dropped here at Dharamshala, but indeed won by Glenn Maxwell himself, but he was very, very clear. He called for that catch, positioned himself perfectly, took it comfortably. We keep saying that's probably the death knell for New Zealand. They still have Jimmy Neesham, but a 7th wicket goes down, and that's the thing. You're chasing 389. Every wicket feels so painful. They've never quite got themselves ahead of the asking rate. They never quite got themselves into a position where they could just knock it around. They've always had to risk, and in taking those risks, Bharat Sundaresan, they have inevitably lost wickets. They need 69 from 39, 320 for 7. Santner goes for 17.
And this is why he's one of the first names to be inked into any playing 11 when Australia play white ball cricket. Adam Zampa. I said watch out for the googly. It was the googly. You knew it was coming. 2 left-handers out there. Mitchell Santner had already connected one and hit one over or to the left of long on. Tried doing it again, and Zampa was banking on him doing the same thing, attempting that shot. But the googly, all he could do was get an edge. The ball just ballooning up in the air. Easy enough catch for Glenn Maxwell. Adam Zampa once again strikes in his last over and pretty much has closed out this game, you'd think.
Matt Henry's a new batter. The first ball he faces, he drives quite nicely through extra cover. They might get 2 for this. It's running out towards the boundary. It's fielded by Travis Head, running to his right. Henry can bat as well, and Henry can hit a long ball, but so much now depends on Neesham at the other end. 21 from 17, and you've got a feel for New Zealand and their supporters. They were blitzkrieged up front by Warner and Head as Zampa is in. That's all flicked away rather well by Henry. He's going to get a single for it, because that was It's a flat googly, or maybe a slider, I don't know. It's just skidded on, and he's managed to get bat on it and get a single down to deep square. 323 for 7, 66 needed from 37. Neesham on strike, smart move here. Single, keep the strike.
Go for the 6, I say.
He might. It is Neesham. Nope, he's gone for the single. He's just tapped this ball into the onside, out to deep mid wicket. He will keep the strike. Exactly, no, not exactly 11. 65 needed from 6 overs, the rate just under 11. There were 10 runs from that over. So again, New Zealand keeping up pretty much with the required rate, but they lost Santner in that over. And as each wicket goes, they get closer to oblivion. And just thinking about this game, New Zealand, if they do lose it, which is increasingly likely, they lost it in that blitz up front. 118 off the first 10. You know, if that's 80 off 10, then suddenly they need 38 fewer. They need 27 here, you know. And they probably lost it in that Neesham over. So Neesham probably feels he's got a little bit of making up to do here. 65 needed from 36. It's going to be Cummins who's continuing into the left-handed Neesham, who works this away out to deep mid-wicket just for the single. Brings Henry on to strike. 64 needed from 35.
Yeah, if you are Glenn Maxwell, you would have just looked up at the big screen. The crowd's been requested to stay back because there's a spectacular light show apparently coming up at the end of this game.
Oh, joy. So it'll be, yes.
Which also means we'll be stuck here for a long time after the game's done.
We won't be able to get out. That's marvellous.
Okay. We can enjoy the light show, I guess.
Well, I suppose they didn't do it during the drinks break because it was too light. And it was being a day game. So if you're going to have a light show, you got to wait until it's dark, and that's later. Super. Cummins into Henry. Henry digs out a full delivery. It's right on his toes and does it rather well. Down to long leg for a single. 326 for 7. 63 needed from 34. Neesham back on strike. What's the plan here? Who are they going to target? Are they waiting for Stark to come back on? He's had a bad day. 6 overs, none for 56. Can Neesham think to himself, you know, I could take him down for 16 in an over. I've just got to get through Cummins. He's got to take him for some runs. He's got to find a boundary from somewhere, you'd think. Neesham gets a short ball that is over shoulder height, but not considered a wide. There's been a couple of those from Cummins to Neesham. And Moran Rasmus is just letting him know that's one for over the shoulder.
Yeah, that slow ball bouncer becomes such a weapon for Pat Cummins, who, don't forget, every time he plays one-day cricket, he's learning on the job. He doesn't play a lot of it anymore, even though he's captain of the side.
He runs in once more. Neesham moves across his stumps and whacks this back over his head for 2 bounces, 4. Well, it's a fine response. It was in his half. And he's connected with that beautifully. Under 60 required. Neesham's keep of the minute, just 27 from 21. They do this, New Zealand, don't they? They can't quite get rid of them. They're like a particularly tenacious dog.
Yeah, they never go away. Always at you. Every time you turn around, they're there.
In quite a nice way, though. Like
that's true.
Droopy the dog. As Cummins is in. And that's short. It's been strappled out towards long on. It'll just be the single. Just 7 runs have come from this over. Slightly under what New Zealand need. Matt Henry has one more ball of this over to negotiate. Then we'll be into the last 5. And it'll be interesting to see what Cummins will do. Is he going to bring Stark on from our end, I wonder? I feel he's got a bowl at some point, because there's only 2 overs left of Hazelwood. Did you see him warming up?
Yeah, he's been limbering up for a while. You can see hands on his knees at mid-off.
Last ball of the over. Cummins is in and bowls a wonderful slower ball. It's going down the leg side. It's dug out by Henry. Doesn't get a run for it. Neesham will therefore keep strike. 58 needed from 30. It's nearly 2 a ball. There's only 3 wickets in hand. Australia favourites for sure, but it's been a crazy game. An over that goes for 16 or 20, New Zealand will be right back in it to take you through to the end of what's been a pulsating game. And if New Zealand manage another 36 runs, the runniest game in World Cup history could yet be on the cards. Whether New Zealand can prevail or not remains to be seen, but to take you through to the very end, it's going to be Geoff Lemon.
And Mitchell Starc is back into the attack. as expected. Like Daniel Norcross said, he's not had a good day at all. His radar has been all over the place. This is one thing he does better than most in world cricket. Closes out games. And with Jimmy Neesham, especially the way he clears his front leg and tries to hit over the onside, the Mitchell Starc Yorker comes into play even more.
They're close enough, Bharat. They're close enough that one tremendous last performance. Jimmy Neesham get a fast 50 here. They could get themselves home. Mitchell Starc, he's had a dirty night, looking to polish off a bit of that. And Neesham clears his front leg and tries to slog down the ground, but only inside edges at a short fine. No run.
So the way Jimmy Neesham does approach power hitting, if Starc misses his length even slightly, he's in the perfect position to use the angle and clear the onside. That's why he's got 3 men back. Deep mid wicket, pretty square, deep backward square, and long on. But if he does.
Okay, having some issues there with our team in Dharamshala. We'll try and get you back there as soon as we can. Brett Sprigg with you in the grandstand studio, where I'm watching on here. And, New Zealand, 7 for 331, requiring 58 runs from 29 balls. So 2 runs a ball with Neesham here facing Starc, and then lofting this over the cover region all the way for 6. A lofted cover drive, which is giving New Zealand a chance. As you've heard our commentary team mention a few times now, Neesham to 34, New Zealand 7 for 337. So this is their last fighting chance, this 8th wicket stand. And, why don't we rejoin the live action? Geoff Lemon and Bharat Sundaresan.
Gets his Yorker, and it is stopped at cover by Pat Cummins, who cups his hands out to his left, gets hold of that ball. They run 1. So Neesham on to 35, Henry on 4.
Runs have to come from the other end as well.
Well, Henry can do that. He's a clean hitter of the ball too, but he'll need to get onto a few. But they're asking people to sit down above the sight screen. Glenn Maxwell is down there remonstrating with them, waving at the crowd, saying, come on, you're at the cricket, think about it. Mitchell Starc walking back. He has been thoroughly off the boil in this World Cup. He's taken 7 wickets. This is his 6th match. He's been averaging 38. Going at 6 and over, and his strike rate is 38. You remember his great World Cups, he was taking wickets every 3 overs or so, strike rates of 17, 18. He's been taking one every 7 overs just about through this tournament. He just wants 1 here, and he almost gets it with a Yorker in at the stumps of Matt Henry, but he digs it out. The ball edged down to deep third for 1. 339 for 7. New Zealand need 50. They have 26 balls remaining.
Yeah, little things matter. Really good positioning of the deep third there. It was really fine for Starc coming around the wicket. So if the outside edge does come, it will go really fine. Easily have just sped away for a boundary.
He loves that angle round the wicket to the right-handers. We've seen him win test matches, white ball matches equally with that approach, that angle in. But he's over the wicket to the left-handed Neesham. Open stance, waits for Starc, tries to smack through the offside, but it misses, beats the outside edge. Josh Inglis, the only one in play there, as he tidies up behind the stumps. 339 for 7.
Yeah, you could see what he was trying to do. There is that gap to penetrate between Warner and Marsh. Or is that Marnus and Marsh? But yeah, just a bit too close to him.
So 2 deep third players effectively further round than your conventional backward point, and both with their heels on the circle, hands on their knees. Starc into Neesham, full. He tucks it away through mid-wicket for 1. Henry turns for the 2nd, but Neesham says no, even when there's a fumble in the deep. That's Labuschagne out there at deep mid-wicket. They take 1, 340 for 7 after 46 overs. So 24 balls to come. New Zealand need 49. They're chasing 389 to win, and they are a puncher's chance of pulling it off here. Jimmy Neesham the key, recalled to this side in place of Mark Chapman, who's an inventive, dynamic sort of hitter. Neesham a little more straightforward, a lot of power. That timing of the one that soared over cover. A couple more of those, Alex Hartley.
That was one of those where you couldn't help yourself at the back of the box but got shot. Because it was an unbelievable shot from Neesham.
It is the law. Any ball that goes through cover, people have to say, ooh, shot.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the cricket police arrest you. Then you go to cricket jail. 340 for 7 is the score. And Pat Cummins is bowling to Neesham, who's trying to flay through the offside, but he's missing. That was a hard length, but it's called a wide by umpire Erasmus. Stretches the arms out. That helps. That helps New Zealand. They need 48 from 24.
Tell you what, these two out in the middle have been doing really well over the last couple of overs is the communication. Every ball they're down, talking to each other. Matt Henry just calming Neesham down, saying it's fine. That dot is fine.
Cummins to Neesham, who steps across, bashes it back past his batting partner at the far end, who has to jump out of the way, but they only get one run with long off back. 342 for 7. They need 47 from 23. The point of the innings where you're counting down every ball.
Well, it's been a belter of a game so far, and I think both parties can reflect no matter the result and say, could we have saved a few runs here and there? Could we have got a few more runs here and there? It's been a very strange game of cricket.
Cummins up to Henry, who sways out of the way of a bouncer. It was a slower one, I fancy. A little bit of extra loop from the pitch after it makes contact with the surface. 342 for 7 with the dot ball.
Yeah, strange from Matt Henry at this stage. I think he's actually trying to ramp the ball up and over the wicket-keeper, but as he's swaying, he just sways too much. Doesn't quite get anything on it. Gets anything on that races for 4.
Well, the ball follows him, so he's in the right position to uppercut that initially, and then it comes back into him, and he's desperately trying to get any touch on that ball. Can't do it. Cummins bowls to him, and he drives him down the ground for 4. Over mid-off, that's the kind of shot that Matt Henry can hit. He is straightforward, but he's got power. We've seen him bash runs for New Zealand before. We've seen him make half centuries in Test cricket. And he just picks that up over mid-off. 346 for 7. They need 43 from 21. It is on.
It is on, and a great shot from Matt Henry, who watches the ball go over mid-off for 4 in the slot from Pat Cummins. How will the skipper respond?
Cummins to Henry. Short ball and cut and caught. Backward point. Hazelwood, hands above the head, takes the catch straight to him. Henry, just for a second, gave New Zealand a bit of hope. He's out for 9. Faced 8 balls in doing it. 346 for 8. Australia need 2 wickets. New Zealand need 43 from 20 balls. And they need James Neesham on strike. He's got 37. But he's going to have to work with very limited resources at the other end.
Yeah, it's all Jimmy Neesham now. It's all him. He's got to face all the deliveries. And a strange dismissal from Matt Henry, who actually just guides the ball off the face of the bat to backward point. He doesn't actually try and hit it. Had he have hit that, probably would have gone past backward point and raced away for 4, but he just leans back and guides the ball straight to the fielder, who takes a very simple catch. And it's no wonder he's furious with himself as he walks off, because he knows you've got to slap that.
Or go finer. I wonder if he was trying to be a bit more, have a bit more finesse and go finer. Or just could have laid into it like a proper number 9. So Trent Boult has come in. This is interesting. Ferguson was carded at 10, but Boult does hold the record for the most 6s by number 11 in Test cricket.
Well, Ferguson went off after bowling 3 overs with his sore Achilles. Didn't come back on the field, so they could potentially be man down here.
You don't need an Achilles to stand there and wax him over the fence, do you?
But you don't need it to go and then be out for the rest of the tournament.
Yes. Well,
for a game you're probably not going to win.
43 from 20. I suppose you don't want to be taking any sharp 2s if you're Lockie Ferguson, and at least Trent Boult can run. He can also hit. He's an idiosyncratic, interesting player with the bat. And he's taking guard now, right-handed, though he bowls left-handed, and he's fending at a short ball that goes through to Inglis. Takes it, tumbles across to his left. Boult wasn't too sure what to do with that one as Cummins dug it in. 43 from 19. Neesham comes down for a chat. 1 ball left in the over. I suspect the chat will be stay put.
Yeah.
Just get through this one.
6-4-2.
and give me 18 balls to deal with to try to make 43 runs. James Neesham, he did set the record, didn't he, in one-day cricket for the fastest 47. He didn't quite get the fastest 50, but he was on track for it and holed out going for it. But he claims that record with some enjoyment. Cummins to Bolt, who plays the ball down. It was a bouncer. It was up towards the collarbone, and he just sees out the over. 3 overs to go. Now it's more uphill for New Zealand, which is appropriate in this part of the world. We are in the Himalayas. 346 for 8.
Yeah, it's all going to rely on Jimmy Neesham, just playing his second game in this World Cup so far. Wasn't required to bat in the first against England as England got hammered. We can see Lockie Ferguson in the dugout, looking at the camera with his pads on, staring the camera down. Is he playing mind games with the Aussies? Is he not? We shall wait and see. But he hasn't been seen since his third over.
Surely he'll come out at this point. Surely, as long as there's
depends who gets out.
Yes, that's true. More likely to come out to support Neesham, who's on strike. Needs 43 from 18 to win. Facing Mitchell Starc, smacking him down the ground for 6. Oh boy, that's gone over Glenn Maxwell at long on by a very small margin. And those have gone against New Zealand sometimes, but it's gone with them on this occasion. 352 for 8. They need 37 from 17, and Mitchell Starc probably shouldn't be bowling, but they don't have a lot of options otherwise, do they? Is Mitch Marsh going to do it? Josh Hazlewood's got a couple. Bring Travis Head on.
Anyone else?
Could be a late gamble. 352 for 8. Starc to Neesham. Bouncer pulled. Keeps it down out to the deep. They'll only get 1. Wonder if they should have taken that single. I'm a bit surprised that he elected to play it down in the end rather than looking to go up and under. 353 for 8. They need 36 from 16 balls.
That's a win for Australia with Neesham being off strike. Australia 1 over behind. So at this rate, they're going to have to bring somebody in for the last over.
Well, we've seen teams get away with a very generous interpretation of that. But if they have to bring another player up, that means 4 outside the circle in the last over, which can sometimes work to the bowling team's advantage. You end up taking a catch at one of those positions or stopping a run.
I've played in a game where we've had to bring a player up in that position and we ended up drawing the game rather than losing it heavily.
36 needed from 16, but Mitchell Starc is bowling to Trent Bolt. Left arm around, Bolt drives back to the bowler on the bounce. Good contact out of the middle, but straight at the chest of Mitchell Starc. 47.3 overs. They've got 15 balls to make 36, New Zealand.
That's unlucky for Trent Bolt there because he's hammered that, but just gone straight back to Starc.
Mid-off up in the circle for Bolt. Long on back. Deep square leg. Long leg. A very fine deep third. And then they've got a deep cover sweeper. 3 up on the offside, 1 at mid-wicket inside the circle. Starc in at the stumps, driven by Bolt, runs with the shot to Maxwell. Australia happy to let them have the 1, it seems. Didn't really attack that ball. With 2 balls to come in the over, I guess it gives Neesham the dilemma of stick or twist. I think you just have to swing at this stage.
It's always twist at this stage, isn't it?
35 from 14, 354 for 8. Is the score. They need 389. Starc having a chat with Cummins. What are they doing with the field? For Neesham, left-hander, 3 out on the leg side. Long on deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. They're bringing long off up. Steve Smith in that spot. They've got a deep point. They've got those 2 fielders inside the ring, varying degrees of a short third position. And Starc into bowl, full down the leg side. It's spilled by Inglis and it's a wide. Starc has been all over the place with his wides tonight. He's gone at nearly 10 and over. They've bowled 17 wides in the innings. 5 of those came in 1 hit. It's 4 out on the leg side for Neesham. They've got a fine leg in place as well. So Starc will be looking to bowl in at the heel, like Jofra Archer did in the super over.
Yeah, and Pat Cummins claps Starc there because that's his margin for error. He doesn't want to be bowling a wide on the offside. The leg side is his margin for error.
It's all empty aside from the boundary riders on the leg side. And Stark bowls short, in at the hip, and all he can do, Neesham, is pull it for one. That's not what New Zealand want. One ball left in the over. Bolt might treat this as a free hit. They're not going to get there unless Neesham does most of the work in the next 2 overs. So if Bolt could connect with one here, try to slash a top edge away, something like that, take 4 or 6 off that requirement. They need 33 from 13. Stark. Mid-off up and long on back for Trent Bolt. Who's on strike and driving. A low full toss out to deep cover point. They take the run. Not sure about the decision-making here from New Zealand. The number of singles they've taken. Neesham has to be on strike, and he's lost the strike with 2 overs to go. They need 32 from 12. I suppose you can make the argument that you take every run on offer, but if Neesham could magic a turn down 1 into a 6 next ball.
Well, this can't be a dot. The next ball can't be a dot. I know it's the start of a new over, but a dot here and the game's almost gone. It's almost gone anyway, you know, and that's why we say Neesham has to face most of the deliveries. Interesting that Kane Williamson has come out here to give Neesham some new gloves / give him a message.
That is very interesting. The resting skipper with the fluorescent vest on and the Mines of Moria beard that he's got going on there.
Having a big chat with Neesham as well.
Yep. Neesham, a very experienced player. Williamson, even more so. They're hoping Williamson will be back later in the tournament. Ferguson still there with the pads on. 357 for 8. They need 32 from 12.
Giving the camera the big old side eye for the second time, Ferguson there, isn't he?
Doesn't mind the camera.
Trying to turn himself into a meme.
You can't have a moustache like that if you don't like a little bit of camera.
Does that mean you love the camera?
Well, mine's not quite as twisty as his. 357 for 8's the score. Here comes Hazelwood, and he's smashed long down the ground, long enough, held, thrown back into the field of play. It won't be a catch, but Labuschagne has saved 6 right down on the boundary, and Trent Bolt has got a couple. They've just taken the 1. In fact, that is the most audacious single you will ever see. And he's so that Labuschagne back arched, saw he was going over the rope, took it cleanly, has his heel clipped the rope.
Yeah, he stood on the boundary sponge. He's done a Trent Bolt 2019.
Well, it doesn't make up for anything, but it's a little karmic gift back to Trent Bolt, because Labuschagne has clipped the rope with his left boot, and that will be 6. They'll swap back over. Bolt's back on strike, and the umpire confirms that Bolt goes to 8. They need 26 from 11 balls.
Okay, back to Dharamshala very, very shortly. In the meantime, this thrilling conclusion will be playing out in the grandstand studio. 26 off 11 here for New Zealand. Hazelwood's in again, and this is a short ball tugged away here, this time by Trent Bolt, who, of course, is New Zealand's number 10. It goes straight to mid-on for no runs. So, in fact, just the single. So 25 off 10. They do indeed change the strike over. Just seeing a couple of replays of that last effort from Marnus Labuschagne on the rope, which he thought had initially saved 6, but his heel did clip the Toblerone. So 8 for 364. New Zealand requires 25 off 10 balls in this all-important group match at the World Cup. Fielders are all back in those key positions. Australia is 1 behind on the over rate, which means there could well be a fielding penalty to come in the last over. Still 10 balls left in the game. Josh Hazelwood to bowl this penultimate over of the match. Jimmy Neesham, who's set on 45. He's back on strike. Hazelwood comes in over the wicket. This is clipped away over cover, out to deep cover point. Fielded out there in the deep by Travis Head. They come back and complete 2. So 23 off 9 now the equation for the Black Caps. Let's rejoin Alex Hartley and Geoff Lemon.
And for New Zealand, and now it's all on Jimmy Neesham.
366 for 8. Hazelwood to Neesham. Short, slower ball, pulled into the deep, into the gap for 4. 1 bounce. That was about a foot short from another 6. They've got 2 men out there.
He finds the spot right between them, and that is a half century for James Neesham. Incredible batting in the circumstances. 51 from 33. 3 fours, 3 sixes. He's striking him at 155. And he has New Zealand within 19 runs of a win, but they've only got 8 balls to do it. 370 for 8, and that, Alex Hartley, is the highest run-scoring match in World Cup history.
And what a spectacle it has been. There's been some outstanding striking today. Australia at the top of the order. Jimmy Neesham now.
Hazelwood to Neesham, full wide outside the off stump, and the umpire might have had a look at that. Neesham misses it. Inglis goes across and gloves it cleanly. A rare and precious dot ball, sparkling like a diamond in a bird's nest. Hazelwood's over's gone for 13 already. He's got 1 ball remaining. New Zealand have 7. They need to score 19.
Super over.
Super over. Dare we say it.
Super over.
The red roofs of Durham Charlotte glowing in the dark as Hazelwood bowls to Neesham, drives it back to him on the bounce. On the bounce, it's a dot ball. Bolt will be on strike. Hit a 6 to start the last over. He'll need to do it again. If he takes a single, that leaves Neesham needing to Carlos Brathwaite it. Find 3 sixes. It's 370 for 8. New Zealand need 389. They need 19 from 6 balls. Neesham on 51, Bolt on 9.
It was there, it was in the slot. It was a full ball, it was there to be hit down the ground. Neesham went deep in his crease, across his stumps. He made it into a slot ball and just hit it straight back into the ground towards the bowler.
And it's the kind of ball...
1 over behind.
Just short of Yorker length. It's the kind of ball another player might have ramped, might have got under and flicked behind. So they're an over behind as the last over starts. Does this mean they only get 4 out?
I don't think so.
Where's the field going? Mitchell Starc is going to bowl it, which is something of a remarkable show of faith. He's gone for 76 from his 8 overs tonight. Now, looks like they still have 5 outside the circle. No,
they've got 4.
They've got 4.
No.
This is interesting. Slow over 8s cost Australia a spot in the World Test Championship final a couple of years ago. Could cost them a World Cup match here. So they've got Bolt on strike with Smith at long on. They've got David Warner at deep square leg. They've got a fine set deep third, and they've got a deep cover point. 3 inside the circle on the offside in conventional placement. Now they're going to change it over and drop the mid-off back to long-off and bring the long-on up to mid-on.
He's got to go wide Yorker here with this field.
So they'll have 2 in the circle on the offside, backward point and cover.
But if you're going wide Yorker, your square leg needs to come straighter. You've got to be telling your square leg to come round.
Mid-on, mid-wicket, and short fine leg inside the circle. Mitchell Starc with 19 to defend from the final over. Round the wicket to Trent Bolt, who digs out a Yorker. They take off for the run. Could be a run out. The direct hit misses. And Bolt has got Neesham back onto strike. He's got a run for them. They need 18 from 5 balls. Had that throw gone to the bowler, there might have been more of a chance of a run out there. It was a ping.
I just wouldn't have thrown it. There is way more opportunity for that to go wrong.
Labuschagne just needed to throw that to Mitchell Starc,
yeah, he would have been out.
And he would have run out.
But that could have been 4 extras. He absolutely threw it like a rocket. That doesn't even make sense.
Belted it at the stumps instead of giving Mitchell Starc a quarter of a second more to get back to the stumps. That is terrible cricket. The shot that Labuschagne played earlier was terrible cricket. He's taken some catches, but he's had an ordinary day in other respects. Lucky to still be in the side given Australia changed their structure. Didn't have the extra seam bowling all-rounder who could have proved useful at times.
So no fine, no third. The ramp is on.
Ramp is on, but Neesham, less of a ramper than some, likes to hit it straight. Waits for Starc, gets a Yorker and flicks it away fine. It's a wide as well. It's touched nothing. And Mitchell Starc's miserable night with the wides might be about to cost Australia the game. He's bowled 5 wides down the leg side. Inglis was stranded on a desert island. Couldn't get near it. 376 for 8. New Zealand need 13 from 5 balls. And now they are much more squarely in the hunt. Mitchell Starc's gone for 82 and he's in his 9th over.
Jimmy Neesham goes, whoa, thank you.
Starc has to get it right. 13 from 5 to defend. In the final over, Stark falls, slammed away by Neesham, into the leg side. They'll come back for a second. The long throw in from Labuschagne. This time he needs to ping, and he rockets it at the wicket-keeper's end. 378 for 8. Neesham, 53. They need 11 from 4 balls. 1-6 here, and the match is all but done.
Well, great running from Trent Boult there. Never in doubt that it was 2. He's happy to run himself out. He's happy to go to the danger end. Stark again saying, should have thrown it my end. But you don't want to be running Trent Boult out here. You want to be running Jimmy Neesham out. It's all on Neesham. He's 53 off 36.
From here, if Ferguson does come out to bat, all he has to do is stand at the non-striker's end and watch Neesham swing.
Well, I very much doubt he'll be able to run to. If he's not been able to go back out on the field.
But you wouldn't want him running at all at this stage. Stark, with 4 balls remaining in the match, runs away towards Neesham, pitches it, good Yorker, but driven down the ground. This might be going for 4. There's a slide on the rope. It's kept in by Maxwell. Brilliant volley back to Stephen Smith. Flicks it up with his fingertips. Came all the way from long on across to long off. Smith tracking back from mid-off. Maxwell tips the ball up. The team play 380 for 8. They need 9 from 3 deliveries, New Zealand, to win.
Well, brave from Maxwell, brave fielding from him, recovering from his broken leg. Yes, he's been back a while. However, we know how dodgy this outfield is. A full-length dive on this outfield could cause anybody an injury. It's been spoken about the whole World Cup, but that is commitment to Australia winning this game.
Well, the sand came up like he was rolling around on the beach down there. A spray of it as he flicked that ball up. 9 runs needed from 3 deliveries. James Neesham is on 55 from 37 balls. He's played a heroic hand here. And it only remains to write the last couple of lines. Stark, left arm over to Neesham, who swipes him through the leg side. Is it into the gap? Another desperate save. It's tapped back in out at deep mid-wicket. They keep him to 2 again. He needs 7 from 2 balls, Neesham. He's up to 57 and so nearly for a second time finds the rope. Desperation.
Commitment again from the Australians. This time it's Marnus Labuschagne. Full-length dive. He's hurt his shoulder a little bit. One of those dives where you just get stuck in the ground, but he saves 4.
Ends up spinning on his back as he taps that ball in with the left hand out at deep mid-wicket. 7 runs required from 2 deliveries. A wicket pretty much settles it. The boundary is what Neesham wants desperately. Does he dare to try to clear the rope? Stark to Neesham, full toss, smashed away over the leg side, but on the bounce they'll have to turn to come back for the second. The throw, and he's run out at the striker's end, going back. Wicket falls, and New Zealand's hopes fall with it. Lockie Ferguson will have to come out and try to hit a 6 from the last ball. Neesham diving back in, but the throw from Labuschagne came in. Inglis wrecks the stumps, and Neesham, winded, on his knees. There was some confusion halfway. Boult started worrying about whether they would come back for the second. They were always going to come back for the second. 382 for 8 is the score, but that 9th is coming up unless Inglis has fumbled the ball out of his glove. That looks like a clean dismissal. The ball's just starting to bobble, but I think he's okay.
That is unbelievable wicket-keeping from Inglis. Behind the stumps is a poor throw again from Labuschagne, and it's a full-length dive from the keeper. It's a full-length dive from Jimmy Neesham, but Jimmy Neesham falls a foot short. Inglis just takes the bails off. He could have missed. It was a full-length dive. It could have gone anywhere. Unfortunately for New Zealand, Jimmy Neesham, he's played an unbelievable knock, but he's just run himself out with a ball to go.
Well, there would have been no point refusing the second run, because had he done so, he'd be stuck at the non-striker's end with 1 ball remaining and 6 to win anyway. He'd be watching Trent Boult trying to hit it, which might be a slightly better option than having Ferguson on 1 leg. But had to chance the possibility that the throw might be wide enough. And there, negotiating about the field settings with 1 ball remaining.
Well, 4 doesn't matter, so if you bowl it outside the off stump, it goes for 4, it doesn't matter. It's a 6. Where is Lockie Ferguson likely to hit a 6? The tail ender, it's straight down the ground into the leg side, so you have to have long on, long off, mid-wicket, and a deep mid-wicket, deep square leg.
So they do have long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. 4 up in the circle on the offside, plus a short fine as Mitchell Starc round the wicket, bowls to Ferguson, swipes it at cover and cannot get a run, and Australia hang on by their fingernails. They have almost lost the unlosable tonight. They had 389 runs to defend and they've given up 383 of them. New Zealand came so close, played so well, took it on from the outset, kept it going through the middle, right to the back of the innings, and so very nearly overran this Australian total. Goodness me, what a heart-stopper of a match. What an incredible finish. Neesham, that half-century, they don't bother trying to run with Ferguson on one leg and hitting it to cover. So Bolt finishes on 10 not out from 8 balls. Ferguson, 0 not out from 1. And Mitchell Starc's night finishes 9 overs, none for 89. But he's at least been able to do what Australia needed him to do from that last delivery, which was bowl at full, outside the off stump, and not give up any extras. Another set of 5 wides at that point. He might have been retiring on the spot.
Well, those 5 wides were nearly a killer. Very, very nearly a game killer. They could have been, they should have been, but he came back so well, didn't concede a boundary, bar those 5 wides in that over, and that is what has won Australia that game. Some outstanding hitting for Australia at the top of the order. It's been an absolute thriller. Travis Head back into the team. 100. Anyone asking why Australia kept him in the 15 while he had a broken hand, while he was injured? He proved why today. And what a game of cricket we've had. This World Cup has been crying out for a close one, and we've had an absolute belter.
It was Head 109 off 67 at the top, with Warner 81 off 65. They put on 175 in 19 overs. That's what set up Australia's score. Marsh 36, Smith and Labuschagne 18, Maxwell 41, Inglis 38, Cummins 37 in very quick time. Starc was out for 1, Zampa 0, and Hazelwood 0 not out. Australia made 388 with Bolt taking 3 for 77. Glenn Phillips the pick of them by a long way with 3 for 37. Santner 2 for 80. Matt Henry 1 for 67, and Neesham 1 for 32. And then New Zealand in the chase. Well, we didn't expect they'd get anywhere near it, but my word, they did. Conway and Will Young started things off at a quick rate. Conway was out for 28, Will Young for 32, but Rachin Ravindra and Daryl Mitchell picked up the baton from there. Daryl Mitchell 54 from 51, and Rachin Ravindra 116 from 89 balls. Magnificent innings from him. Latham 21, Glenn Phillips out for 12, but then Neesham 58 from 39, run out, looking to get back on strike with a ball to go. Santner did a job, 17 off 12, made quick runs. Matt Henry 9 off 8 balls. Bolt 10 not out at the close with Ferguson 0 not out. And it was Zampa with 3 wickets for 74 for Australia. Maxwell 1 for 62, Cummins 2 for 66, Hazelwood 2 for 70. And Mitchell Starc bowling that last over, none for 89. They hold off New Zealand and win by 5 runs. 5 runs when you've made 388 batting first. Extraordinary. Henry Moran, welcome back.
One of the great World Cup matches here in Dharamshala. The highest number of runs ever scored in a 50-over World Cup game. What a treat we have seen here in the foothills of the Himalayas. Australia getting home by 5 runs. A brilliant 100 from Travis Head, with Australia scoring 388. 109 he scored from 67. We thought at the halfway stage 389 as a target. Surely not. But Rachin Ravindra scored 116. Jimmy Neesham at the end made 58. And they fell 5 runs short, New Zealand. So close to what would have been the most remarkable of run chases. Here is Travis Head with his reaction.
Mohammed Sarhan, who is the Vice President for India and Nepal for Emirates, he present the award to Travis Head for the player of the match. Travis, congratulations. Nice way to be welcomed back to the Australian team. How did that feel?
Yeah, nice to be back, nice to be contributing, nice to get a win. So very close in the end. It was a hell of a game.
Your form leading into the injury was exceptional. In the weeks leading up to this, how did you feel?
I don't had a couple of hits, so yeah, a little bit like the Test Championship. Obviously had a 6 or 7 weeks off, so maybe I'm good after a spell.
And the fielding and everything's hand still feels okay?
Yeah, I let a few through that I could sharpen up over the next couple of days, but that's probably the only thing that I'm sort of struggling with, but all nice and nice to contribute.
Is it just about getting that confidence back that it's still okay and working?
Yeah, I think so, and I think a few blokes found it tough out here tonight, so yeah, keep pushing with the bat and in the field, just keep working over the next week and continue to make nice small gains over it. It's still early days, but it's nice to be back.
That combination with David Warner at the top, that opening partnership, what were you talking about? How did you approach it?
Yeah, I think we play together really, really well. We complement each other well. Not a lot said, really. It's just about making sure we react well, making sure we stay connected with each other, stay in the moment, and play what's coming towards us, basically. And we obviously want to try and be as positive as we can, and today we got away, which was nice.
All right, great to see you back. Congratulations on the Player of the Match award.
Thank you. Cheers.
That's Travis Head chatting to Simon Doull after his Player of the Match performance in one of the great matches. 5 runs, the margin of victory for Australia, who are on a roll. Alex Hartley, World Cup winner with England in 2017, alongside me, as is cricket writer and broadcaster Geoff Lemon. Geoff, first of all, you called home the game for Test Match Special. It's something special when you see that many runs in a game and it coming down to just 5 of them.
Well, that's exactly right. We saw the previous record set in that South Africa-Sri Lanka game where the margin was, 102, I think, once when they put on 750-odd runs together only a couple of weeks ago, and that was the record for a time. This was a very different situation because it was possible. It was always New Zealand just a little bit on the outside, but they just kept getting closer and closer, and by the time it was about 50 runs needed, you thought, well, it only takes one big over or a flurry from somebody, and that was James Neesham, who is a player that so many people have a lot of love and admiration for, the frankness with which he's spoken over the years about the difficulties as well as the upsides of playing international cricket, the frustrations, of course, the 2019 World Cup final, but others as well, and the moments of joy and glory along the way. Well, he experienced both of those sides tonight, so close to that joy and then getting run out from that second last ball. I mean, yeah, I'm still buzzing from it. What an extraordinary finish to this match.
Alex, we've been crying out for a close match. We had a belter between Pakistan and South Africa. This was even better.
Oh, 100 times better, wasn't it? It was so much better for the fact a team is chasing 389 and got within 5 runs. I mean, we know it's a run fest. We knew at the halfway stage the wicket was flat. There was not much in it for the bowlers. But in all honesty, it could have been a huge opportunity for Australia to boost their net run rate and potentially go above New Zealand, having won the game. But New Zealand, they stuck in it. They went about it in a completely different way, and I think that's what made this game so special. Is Australia went all guns blazing. New Zealand went calculated and calm and took it right down to the wire, and that is why 50-over cricket is so special, because 2 different teams going at it in 2 different ways.
What I think is interesting, Geoff, is at the end of all that, Australia will be all smiles. They'll be celebrating this evening. I think New Zealand will actually see this as a bit of a win as well, given the fact chasing a target like that was deemed impossible at the halfway stage. They've shown they can do it. If they have to do that in a knockout match, they'll be feeling mighty confident after tonight.
It goes a little beyond a moral victory, doesn't it? Because it's testing yourself out. It's proving what you're capable of. So they will be feeling, okay, whatever any team puts up, we're a good shout of being able to get close to that. And Australia are masking some concerns, principally with their fast bowling off the top. They've conceded a century partnership, opening partnership in just about every game, except for the India match where they took 3 quick wickets early and then conceded a partnership of 164. So their fast bowlers haven't had penetration. They haven't done damage. They've got a handful of wickets between them for the entire tournament, and they've been smashed about for the most part, and then it's been about trying to haul things back later in the piece with slower balls and spinners and all of the rest of it. But off the top, new ball, first 20 to 30 overs, they've been very ineffective, and that was the case again today.
I actually think New Zealand will be pretty sore right now. I think on reflection they'll think, oh, what a game, and you know how we can do better and how we can get over the line if we are chasing a mammoth total like that. But each and every individual in that New Zealand team now will be pretty down, and they'll be thinking, how could I have saved 5 runs? Matt Henry in particular, that 3rd over, that mammoth over, that 6, those 2 no balls, that's the difference. couple of wides here and there, that's the difference. And you
Drop
don't
catches.
Yeah, you don't blame individuals, but individuals blame themselves. And this is where it's really important for the teammates of New Zealand to get around each other and say, it's not anyone's fault. We all could have done better in different areas. And actually, on reflection, a game New Zealand should have won.
Yeah, they'll look at that and think, well, it was a missed opportunity, which seems crazy, chasing 389. Rachin Ravindra scored a brilliant 100, his second of the tournament. He scored a 70 in there as well. I mean, goodness me, what a find.
He's just been absolute silk since he came in, that 100 against England. He's had 4 scores above 50 in half a dozen matches in this tournament, and it is humorous that they were using him at 7 as notionally a spinner who could bat a little bit in that series in England.
Oh, they did that on purpose.
Were they just foxing in that series?
100%. You do that as a team, because I've been in that situation where you try and hide someone and go, okay, you're going to bat 6 and 7, you're going to bowl your 10 overs, so then teams don't look at you as a threat. They'll look at you as a top order batter. They'll look at your power hitting towards the death. In he comes, opening the batting number 3, completely different player.
Yeah, extraordinary, and he played a fine knock this evening. I mean, Travis Head will still the headlines, player of the match, because of that incredible comeback. And reminder, Geoff, 6 weeks ago, broken had real doubts he'd be here at all.
Well, Travis Head, one of the things he's mastered is simplicity. He keeps his mind very focused on just what he's thinking about at the time, which is usually how to hit a 4 and sometimes how to hit a 6. Doesn't think about a lot other than that when he's batting, doesn't worry too much about it, and we've seen him produce some extraordinary innings in Test cricket as well as in one-day international cricket.
Yeah, well, we'll hear from the 2 captains in just a moment, Pat Cummins and Tom Latham. And the fact that it's Tom Latham rather than Kane Williamson is also its own little narrative, Alex, because Williamson, we hear, is getting closer and closer to fitness, and goodness knows where he is in terms of the recovery from that finger injury. Let's hear from Tom Latham. He's alongside Simon Dool.
Pride, disappointment, a combination of both.
Oh, look, obviously a fantastic game of cricket. I guess ebbs and flows throughout the 100 overs, and I guess to come so close obviously hurts, but yeah, obviously a fantastic game.
The start from Australia with the bat, how impressive was that from your point of view, and how tough was it to contain them?
Yeah, they played fantastically well. They obviously put us on the back foot straight away, and I guess for us at that point is about trying to, I guess, take wickets as you usually do, but try to contain them as much as you can. And I think everything we threw down sort of tended to hit the middle of the bat, and obviously, yes, put them off to a great start. But I think the way we were able to pull the game back at points and keep taking wickets. They had a couple of key partnerships towards the back end, but yeah, obviously. Yeah, thereabouts.
Sometimes turning to different people. Glenn Phillips, how impressed were you with his performance today with the ball?
Yeah, he bowled fantastically well, I think. Under pressure, obviously on the back foot, as I said, to come and bowl 10 overs for 30, I think it was, and take a couple of, I think, 3 wickets at crucial times and get the key breakthroughs is really important. So to bowl his full 10 in a row from that end was great. So it's great to see the work that he's putting in is paying off.
How impressed were you with the run chase in general, and particularly Rachin Ravindra?
Yeah, I think when you're chasing a score close to 400, you have to pretty much play the perfect game. And yeah, I think the way we were able to at the top, I think Youngie and Dev, put us off to a fantastic start. And then obviously Rachin played a fantastic knock. One of the better ones you'll see chasing in a game of cricket. Obviously, to get so close, it was a great effort, and yeah, pretty proud of the guys.
You've been here for 9 days. How impressed have you been with your hospitality in Dharamshala?
Yeah, obviously great. It's a fantastic place to play cricket. And obviously to spend a bit of time here has been really special. Guys have been getting out about and doing a few things. And yeah, as you said, the support's been great, so we really appreciate it.
Another team in black are playing at 12:30. Are you going to stay up for that?
We'll be up for it, yeah. Just want to say all the best to the ABs. Yeah, can't wait to watch the final and hopefully bring the World Cup home.
All right, tough luck tonight, and we'll see you in the next one. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Time to bring Pat Cummins in now. A few heart flutters, I'm sure, from Pat and the boys at different times. Pat, how impressed with that game in general, and a performance from both the sides?
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah, sometimes I have to remember I was on the middle of the cricket field, not a spectator. It was a fantastic game. Yeah, they just kept coming at us against a big total, so it was fantastic.
The start from David and from the openers. I mean, how impressed with that?
Oh, I love that. Especially Trav, who's been away for 5 weeks, first hit back in a game. Just their intent. That's the way we want to play. We want to take the game on, and they led from the front.
Has Travis shown that in the nets? Because he said he hadn't really had too many hits in the nets.
Not really. It was close to playing against the Netherlands, and had a hit the day before, just didn't quite feel right. Managed to have a couple more before this one, and yeah, he surprised all of us.
with the ball. What went well? What did you sort of think you might be able to improve on for the next one?
That was a good wicket. I thought, patches we bowled really well. Other times probably just gave a little bit too much width away, but some really good partnerships there. It was tough to get into.
Some of that fielding at the back end as well, quite impressive.
Yeah, that's it. Marnus out there throwing himself around. It's not the easiest fielding ground here, but the way the guys threw themselves around, hung into the catches, made a big difference. 4 in a row now. How does that feel? Yeah, that's great. We've got about a 5 or 6 day break now, so we'll think on this one for a little while, enjoy this one, and then get stuck in the back end.
All right, congratulations, outstanding performance tonight, and you put on a great show for this crowd too. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Cheers. Thanks.
Well, they certainly did put on a great show. The two captains chatting to Simon Doull. Pat Cummins there, Alex Hartley, saying he felt at times like he was a spectator rather than somebody out the field. I mean, it's a sort of game that just leaves you buzzing, doesn't it?
It does, and he's actually done an interview there, and he sounded pretty shell-shocked, almost like he didn't know how to answer the questions from Simon Doull, and that's not like Pat Cummins at all. It was almost like he's like, oh, yeah, great game. Well, it was a great game, but it's one of those where you're really going to have to just reflect for a day, and especially as a captain and a coaching unit from both sides, and then just go, what on earth happened yesterday?
Yeah, and what about the aspirations for the tournament for these two sides? New Zealand, they should make it through to the semi-finals. They've done quite a lot of groundwork in that regard. They currently find themselves in 4th place. Australia are ahead of them, and Australia will be looking at this now in terms of the run of form and thinking, do you know what? We've got a good shout here.
Well, actually, the top 4 are probably the most likely 4 that are going to qualify now, and 18 games to go, 17, 18 games to go. We could have some dead rubbers so early on in this competition. However, what you don't want to do as a New Zealand is start dropping off now and start losing games in a row, and they've lost 2 in a row now, 1 to India, 1 to Australia. They lose their next one, and then other teams start going, oh, can we get back into it? Can Pakistan get back into it? Yes, we know that Pakistan and other teams, they're relying on results to go their way, but for a New Zealand side, it's all in their control. As for Australia and South Africa, Australia and New Zealand will all be thinking, how do we avoid India? How can we finish 2nd and 3rd? Can we avoid India?
Yeah, because India looks set fair to finish top of the pile. I will wait to give you the details of what we've got for you tomorrow in terms of England and India. We'll be handing to the Bangladesh-Netherlands game shortly. But Alex, there's a tweet from 4 years ago from Jimmy Neesham, who played brilliantly tonight. He made 58 from 39, run out in the final over thanks to some marvellous work from Marnus Labuschagne. Remind us what he tweeted after that World Cup final of 2019.
Kids, don't take up sport, take up baking or something, die at 60, fat and happy.
He's one of the game's real characters, and he'll be frustrated tonight. But he will know he's got his side close, and there is belief in that Black Caps camp, and there certainly is in the Australia camp, because they've won this game. A thriller in Dharamshala by 5 runs. Tomorrow, India, who we mentioned, they take on England in Lucknow. Our coverage underway 8 a.m. With Jonathan Agnew and the team, looking to see if England can restore a little bit of pride. I think it's is pretty much all there is to play for. There is still the mathematical possibility of qualification, but it looks so unlikely. And so join the team from 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Clock's changing, of course, so the earlier start time in the UK. England against India from Lucknow. Right now, though, here on 5 Sports Extra, we've got more live cricket for you because it's a double-header day here in the Cricket World Cup with the Netherlands against Bangladesh. Bangladesh chasing a target of 230, but they've lost a couple of early wickets. We can join our commentary team, led by Charlie Taylor.
And we will as well on the ABC Listen app in just a few moments' time. You're with Brett Sprigg in the Grandstand studio. Netherlands versus Bangladesh taking place at Eden Gardens in Calcutta. But what a finish at Dharamshala. The highest scoring World Cup match ever. Australia winning by 5 runs on the final ball, pretty much. It went down to the final ball, 6 runs to win for New Zealand. Just an extraordinary finish. I need a chance to catch my breath still after all of that. Thanks to Henry, Alex, Geoff and our team there at that beautiful ground, Dharamshala. Quick break, back with more on Grandstand.
Where can you find ABC Sport Daily, the best of ABC Sport and the Grandstand Cricket Podcast?
The bat swing on him was as pure as driven snow.
And don't miss every ball of the 2023 ODI World Cup.
Pull shot, struck it nicely, straight to the field, gets another wicket.
Where can you find it? The ABC Listen app. It's that simple. The 2023 ODI World Cup, live from India.
Hazelwood, the young short, pulled, got a good piece of that one. That's gone for 6. Goodness me. That looked like he was rolling the wrists at first, but he's got elevation on that over deep backwards square leg. Mitchell Marsh, been the more parsimonious of the Mitchells, but he's being bashed now. Out over the leg side by Rachin Ravindra. And that has gone a long, long way. Sails over David Warner. He gets the ball returned to him now from the crowd. Cummins to Ravindra, who launches him over long off. How far's that gone? That's cleared the rope. That is a clean strike again from Rachin Ravindra with mid-off inside the circle. He goes to 78.
Maxwell bowls 6. And it's 100. What an innings. And he gets the 3 figures in the grand manner with a mighty 6 over mid-wicket, sailing away into those supporters. Rachin Ravindra, 100 off 77 balls. What a talent this young man is. The left-hander with a flowing, free heave of the bat to bring 6 runs onto his scores total and another milestone into his flourishing reputation.
Cummins is into Ravindra, who is this massively up to long off, and he should be out. He is, he's gone. That's a huge wicket. It was wide of the off stump, and he went for the big clatter. He got lots of height, and he did not quite get the distance, and he has to drag himself away after having played a truly splendid knock of 116 from 89 balls. Zampa starts. A new over. His first ball been whacked out over deep mid-wicket for 6. 6 for Santner. That is what he can do. The target's down below 70 now.
Cummins to Henry. Short ball and cut and caught. Backward point. Hazelwood, hands above the head. Takes the catch straight to him. Henry, just for a second, gave New Zealand a bit of hope. He's out for 9. 43 from 18 to win. Facing Mitchell Starc, smacking him down the ground for 6. Oh boy, that's gone over Glenn Maxwell at long on by a very small margin. And those have gone against New Zealand sometimes, but it's gone with them on this occasion. 352 for 8 as Mitchell Starc round the wicket, bowls to Ferguson, swipes it at cover and cannot get a run. And Australia hang on by their fingernails. They have almost lost the unlosable tonight. They had 389 runs to defend, and they've given up 383 of them. New Zealand came so close, played so well, took it on from the outset, kept it going through the middle, right to the back of the innings, and so very nearly overran this Australian total. Goodness me, what a heart-stopper of a match. What an incredible finish.